Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. People screamed for help and asked to be released. The hero's eyes were closed, people asked to pull them out immediately and did not understand where they were. The hero opened his eyes with displeasure, rubbing his face. He thought it was too noisy. He looked around him and saw a crowd of people in a transparent cube suspended in the middle of space. The children called for moms and dads, and the hero asked them not to scream, otherwise his head would explode. He looked to the side with a frown and thought, who are all these people? He stood up. His hand touched the glowing inscriptions on the floor. Now fear befell the hero. He raised his head and asked where they were. A large girl in white religious robes appeared above the people, yellow light emanating from her and the symbols next to her. From the back of the dome, an orc knocked and looked around the room with a gloomy look. People asked what, and others asked everyone to shut up and not provoke the monster. The orc opened his slobbering mouth full of fangs. People asked if he was real, and someone was guaranteed to answer that all this could not be real. People looked around in fear. They asked, is this really some kind of prank with a hidden camera? The guy calmed the frightened girl and said that this was really a joke, and the old man in front of them said that in this case it defies common sense. A lot of questions rained down. The hero stood in shock and tried to understand how it all happened. He was definitely at home just recently. He remembered how he ate without interest. A notification came to his phone and he paid attention to it. With slight curiosity, he picked up the phone. There was an invitation on the screen to participate in the game. The hero wondered with great curiosity what kind of game this was. He accepted the invitation. The guy grabbed his face in horror and realized that this was his last memory and he didn't remember anything else. People were knocking on the door with glowing symbols and demanding to open the door. Some were angry because there was a big panic. One of the guys smiled nervously and told people that they were all in the same boat and asked if anyone remembered anything. He grabbed the surprised hero by the shoulder and asked if he knew anything. The hero said that he had no idea and the guy immediately backed down from him. The hero straightened his jacket. He thought that he could touch other people and this was not a hallucination or a dream. He touched his shoulder and thought that he did not feel awkward. He looked at the hovering girl. Her eyes with light eyelashes were closed. Fire began to emanate from the girl, which greatly frightened people. The orc on the other side of the cube growled angrily. Everyone stared at the huge girl as she welcomed people to the new world. She expressed gratitude for the response to their invitation. The hero opened his eyes wide. People did not understand what kind of invitation they were talking about. The girl's face remained calm. The voice came from inside. She said that people were chosen as warriors who would save this dying continent. People panicked and did not understand what was happening. They wanted to call the police. The girl asked to pay attention to what she said next because it would be directly related to their chances of life. The girl said that they could not all go to the continent. The hero asked in confusion what this meant. The girl repeated herself and said that she had the right to go to the continent. She was interrupted and told to tie it up and leave. People looked in shock. Someone remained calm. The girl repeated and said that the right to go to the continent. Someone cried, and the girl said that they would only get the right. A certain guy was as cold-blooded as possible, and the girl ended up only a few survivors will receive. The place where the people were was a huge luminous pyramid. The girl said that this place is called Starting Point. She said that people can consider this place as a kind of waiting room. At the starting point there were tables with a lot of food and medieval weapons. The girl reported this. The hero thought that now he understands. The girl said that further people will be able to get a specialization. These could be magicians and warriors. She said that some people would gain a characteristic ability. The hero realized that he had found himself in the world that he had seen in games and novels. The girl said that there are 4 levels: ordinary, rare, heroic, and legendary. The hero took the spear and began to closely examine it. The girl said that the found weapon should be used for protection. Above the hero's head, the ceiling cracked and burst. He turned back in fear. Heavy blocks of stones fell onto the ceiling. People, along with the hero, began to watch what was happening in horror. The hero wondered if this wall was cracking. The girl calmly said that all people have different homelands and different characters. She said the place was prepared to maximize their individuality and help them grow. She said that if people said status window they would understand what she was talking about. People began to repeat these words in panic. The hero did the same. A golden luminous streak appeared in the air in front of him. It opened a golden window with the data and characteristics of the hero. The hero's name was Keen. He looked at his characteristics in bewilderment and tried to understand whether strength 10 and endurance 11 were good or bad. The window reported that the hero had received an ability. Keen pressed the button and thought that other people would also receive their powers. The guy's ability was Eyes of the Soul, which allowed him to open other people's status windows as well as hidden abilities. A bunch of status windows floated into the air. From all sides, people studied their characteristics. Someone was surprised. People were interested in what the growth limit was, what the overall assessment was. Keen began nervously poking at the status window and trying to find what was written about him. The overall assessment of the hero said that his indicators were inferior and did not advise him to try hard. All indicators were disappointing, except for luck and intelligence. The assessment said that the end of the hero was obvious. Keen looked with horror at such words as inferior, disappointing. The end is obvious in any case. He read this assessment in shock. People around were panicking, and Keen fell silent. He grabbed his face and asked if they really thought he would just die. The girl said well. The monsters began to hit the walls of the dome and they began to crack. The girl wished everyone good luck. The monsters broke through the walls and ran towards the people screaming. A meat grinder began around the hero. Shards of glass cut his face. Everyone pushed him and screamed in fear. The man behind the hero shouted for everyone to raise their weapons. He shouted and asked, didn't people see the windows of their fortunes? He ordered everyone to raise their weapons because it no longer looked like a prank. Keen looked at the stranger in surprise. He saw someone else's status window. He saw the durability indicator and it was level 30. Keen was glad that he found what he was looking for. He smiled wickedly and called the man his meat shield. The monsters broke the glass and ran towards the people with furious screams. They bit into people's flesh. People ran away and shouted that they needed to raise their weapons as quickly as possible. Keen jumped out in front of the man with a spear and said that he would cover him. The man asked in bewilderment if the hero was really going to fight. Keen gritted his teeth and said yes, because he couldn't continue to sit idly by. You have to try to do something. The man smiled while the chaos was happening behind him and said that the hero's words made him feel better, noting that the guy looked rather frail. Keen said that to begin with, quickly run. He opened his eyes wide, finishing the word run. The man also turned back in fright. A long-eared monster flew towards him, its fanged mouth open. Keen hit his spear and he flew to the side. The man looked in surprise at the screaming hero, who was angry and said that the man himself called on everyone to fight, saying that you need to fight off monsters if you don't want to die. He ran, leaving the knocked-out monster behind, and said that he needed to run away urgently if life was precious. Keen looked forward intently, and screams came from behind him. He exhaled with a slight smile. He smiled and thought it would be a good idea to start with one trained pig. Small monsters with crazy smiles jumped on the heroes. Keen hit one. The second monster jumped at him from behind. The man fought it off with his shield. The two men ran forward. The door began to glow more and more, which the man drew the hero's attention to. The men beamed, glad that they were able to reach the exit. Keen froze when a cry for help came from behind. Behind him stood a goblin. The hero reluctantly turned around. The man began to be eaten by a crowd of goblins surrounding him. Keen looked gloomily at the unfortunate man. The man called him. Keen clenched his fist. The man was crying and blood was flowing from his nose. Keen ran at the monsters with a spear. Keen grabbed the bags as the happy man looked at him. He looked away in horror. He realized that the hero was aiming at the bags lying on the ground. Keen ran away. The partner called out to the hero. He clutched the shield in his hands and frowned. He ran after the hero. The man looked after them with despair. He cried and reached out to them, asking for help, while the goblins attacked him. Keen closed his eyes and mentally asked the man for forgiveness. He looked back coolly. He looked at the bags on his belt and thought that on the contrary, he should say thank you to the guy, because thanks to this he can now live. Two men sat near the gated aisle. They looked at the hole, and the man asked what they should do now, and Keen replied that if he knew now, he would not be sitting still. Keen looked away in annoyance and thought that his partner had strength, but no intelligence, and noted that he felt sorry for him. The gloomy yellow light of the caves fell on the heroes. Keen said that first they need to find out where exactly they are and asked if his partner had ever played games. He responded with a question, has anyone ever played? Keen introduced him and the man as an NPC in a dungeon game and said that there was a status window, characteristics, rank, equipment, specialization. He asked him where he could see this. Keen said to imagine that they are now in the game and asked what should be done. Park, the partner, said he didn't know. Keen imagined how he and his partner defeated an orc and said that they needed to raise the level. He added that there might be a system in which stats increase when killing monsters, and during battle you can get specialization. He looked at the floor and said that first you need to become stronger. He held a bag in his hand and said that it was fortunate. They have weapons, a shield, drinking water and food. The men sat thoughtfully, and Keen said that their situation was better than that of others. Then a huge Cyclops looked into their cell. The heroes looked at him in fear. The huge Cyclops looked at them with an open mouth. Keen didn't understand why he didn't attack. He used his soul eyes and looked at the monster's status window. Keen saw that the Cyclops saw very poorly and had low intelligence. Keen motioned for his partner to remain silent and he nodded in response. Keen grabbed the spear. Puck, with a trembling voice, asked if the hero was really. Keen decided that he could kill. He thrust a spear into the monster's head and said that he must kill it. A scream was heard, blood began to splash in different directions. Keen took out his spear and hit it again through the monster's eye and screamed for him to die. The monster roared, blood running down its face. He dropped dead. Keen was breathing heavily, staring into space in shock. The status window reported that his strength stat had increased by 1. He noted that this happened thanks to the murder. Keen wiped his sweat with a smile and Puck looked at him confused. Keen said that as expected, his assumptions were correct. He turned in bewilderment at his blushing partner. He put his hand on his shoulder and said that if he can do it, so can he, and he himself thought that with his durability of 30 it was definitely possible. Puck looked at the hero with enthusiasm and asked what his name was. Keen smiled, mentally said that he was his master, who in the future would draw everything out of him, including souls, but said out loud only his name. Puck pointed to himself with a smile and introduced himself. Puck smiled, and the hero said that he began to cut the skin with a knife. Puck asked in confusion what the hero was doing. He was measuring and making something. He put a leather collar on the man's neck and his durability increased by 1 point. Puck looked with admiration at the hero who made himself the same. He looked away, while Puck followed him and thanked him, saying that from now on he could rely on him for everything. Keen said they needed to get out of here first. He turned to his partner with a smile and said that he then suggested that we stop being slackers. A loud sound echoed through the cave. The men turned in fear to its source. The frightened girl cried and ran towards them. A huge monster was running after her. The girl called for help. The man turned around. Keen shouted in horror that they needed to run. Sweat was running down the hero's face. He couldn't understand what it was. He ran and looked at his spear, could not understand how to fight off so many monsters with it, and thought about what kind of girl this was. He used the eyes of the soul. While running, he looked at the girl's status window. He was surprised to note that she had legendary mana. He stopped. Puck began to ask in horror why he froze. Keen looked confused and thought that the girl was the owner of legendary level mana. He turned around sharply and said that they were fighting and ordered his partner to save the girl. Puck looked at the hero with fear and said that there were about 3 monsters there and asked if they could really handle it. Keen said they would go at an angle, but Puck didn't understand. The girl ran and cried. He looked around the corner and ordered us to run here. The girl saw the hero and immediately responded. She ran towards the men standing around the corner. Puck watched as a huge monster appeared around the corner. He saw his reflection in his eyes. Puck barely had time to put up a shield that took his blow. A screaming monster looms over the hero's campaign. Keen jumped. He thrust his spear into the monster's body and blood flowed. The sweaty Puck looked at him with a serious face. He turned around. Keen thrust his spear and shouted for them to stay away. Keen looked in horror at the approaching monsters and screamed to announce their presence. The shadow of a huge hand hung over his face. There was a wave. Someone landed behind the hero, and the monsters were cut into pieces. Rivers of blood flowed. Keen calmly watched as the monsters fell one after another. He turned around anxiously, wondering what it was. Someone walked in front of the hero and dragged a sword behind him. The unknown man calmly looked at the floor. He looked up at the hero with a cold gaze. The hero and the unknown looked at each other in silence. Surprise froze on the hero's face. He looked at the unknown and could not understand where he came from. He used the eyes of the soul. Almost all of the unknown stats were legendary and heroic. Keen saw that the unknown person was Alchemist's Regressor. He looked at the status window in surprise and tried to understand what regression meant, assuming that it was a return in time. Park thanked the unknown person, introduced himself and asked his name. He called himself Henson. Keen looked at the web of skills. The general assessment admired the character's data. Heroic Luck 23, Legendary Endurance 23, Legendary Agility 28. Keen looked into the void and called it complete absurdity to himself. He looked at the Regressor, who was wiping the blood from his face, and realized that this was not his first visit. Puck looked at the nervous hero with a smile. Henson said they looked pretty used to fighting. Puck hugged the hero with a smile, who looked to the side and called his name, noting that Henson seemed even more accustomed than them, to which the Regressor said that he was just lucky. Keen looked gloomily at the status window and thought that this was definitely not luck and decided to look at the secret ability. The Regressor's ability was the status of a sword master, giving many points for actions with a sword. Keen looked at the status with black envy and thought that he was very envious. He looked at the calm Regressor, who was looking away. Sweat ran down the hero's face. He began to think why Henson was staring at him and began to worry that he had burned himself while watching his ability. The girl watched the men from behind the wall. Keen smiled, extended his hand and introduced himself, thanking the Regressor for his help, noting to himself that he should act as friendly as possible. He asked if the Regressor walks alone. He shook his hand and Henson said that it was an added that he was now gathering survivors and said that he had prepared a base for the survivors in a suitable camp. Keen looked at the Regressor and asked how many people survived. Henson thought about it and said that there were about 33 who were able to fight. He said that, to be honest, if he had his way, he would really like for the hero and his partner to come to them. Keen looked gloomily at the regressor and noted to himself that he was dangerous, good in words, a good-natured peacemaker. He asked himself, didn't Henson realize that such a gathering of people would be a nuisance? He looked at the icy face of the regressor. He imagined the complex diagrams behind the man and thought that he definitely knew how to get through the location and most likely even the secrets. Keen thought that the best thing to do would be to maintain a good relationship with him. Keen smiled and said that in that case they would do so. Park asked if Henson received a specialization. Henson, without hiding, said that he was a sword master, and at that time Keen drew attention to the crying girl. She sat behind the wall and buried her face in her knees. He extended his hand to the unfortunate girl. He smiled and told her to stand up and take his hand. The girl looked away from her thoughts and looked at the hero and said thank you in a trembling voice. Henson watched from the sidelines. Something made him surprised. He approached the girl and said unrestrainedly, "Is this really?" The girl looked at the regressor in fear and said that her name was Hayan. Henson blushed and said that he was glad to meet you and introduced himself. Keen looked at the regressor incredulously and began to think about why he was so happy. Hayan hugged the hero's hand. Henson asked if everything was okay. The girl said uncertainly that everything was fine. Henson smiled and awkwardly scratched his cheek, asking if he could call the girl Hayan, and said that if she suddenly felt uncomfortable, then she should definitely talk about it. She looked at the regressor in fear and said in a trembling voice that everything was fine. Keen glanced at the regressor. Above the smiling regressor, he saw meanings such as the regressor of Altanus, the sword master who began the second round, the one who could not win, the one who realized, the one who carries victims on his back. The hero thought, was he looking? He introduced the warrior to the cemetery and called him the strongest man who had already seen the end of this world once. He looked at the man and thought that if he, having rolled back time, wanted to change the future, catching him by surprise, then he was probably trying to get everything that could be useful. He looked at Hayan and thought that she was definitely included in this list. She blushed embarrassedly and hummed. She looked at the regressor and said that it was at least a little late, and thanked him for saving her. Keen smiled and blushed and said, "You're welcome." He beamed as Hayan pressed herself into his hand. Keen's face became gloomy again. He looked at the girl and saw that she was a person with wild magical potential. He looked at the regressor and knew that he was a warrior who had begun the second round. He imagined them side by side, joyful, smiling at the hero, and called them a treasure. He smiled slyly. He looked at the people insidiously and thought that they would go to the very end. Puck hummed in admiration. In front of the arriving heroes there was a camp where people were working. He smiled admiringly and asked the regressor how he found such a place. Henson smiled and said that he had stumbled upon him by accident, and Keen behind him thought that he must have already known about him. The girl in love ran to the regressor and shouted his name. She coquettishly leaned over and asked if he had already returned. She greeted the new arrivals. Henson called her Jihye. She said that the man was delayed, so she was worried. She looked at the newcomers and asked who they were. Henson said that they would now live with them in the camp, and Keen at that time summoned the eyes of the soul. He chuckled thoughtfully. He exclaimed in surprise when he saw the girl's disgusting performance. She clung to the regressor, who was only 22 and she was 29. Keen began to sweat with embarrassment. He saw that Jihye's stats were even worse than his. The general assessment said that the hero had met his soulmate, which made Keen frown, not understanding which person wrote this assessment. He silently watched as Park looked confused at Jihye's advances and noted that she was also a selfish cynic. Park introduced himself and introduced the hero, and began to introduce Hayan. Hayan interrupted him and introduced herself, embarrassedly asking him to take care of her. Jihye folded her arms over her chest and looked at Hayan sternly. She looked at the girl arrogantly. Keen noted disdainfully that the girl was now judging people. He looked at the naive man with the shield, noted that he was large and armed, which means he passed. I looked at Hayan and thought that in comparison, Hayan, who had a limp in her leg, and the frail one were failures. Jihye smiled sweetly and asked, "Is Park a tank by any chance?" She said Puck looked like he had killed a lot of monsters. Puck pointed with admiration at the gloomy hero and said that he killed a couple of others, and all thanks to the hero. He said that if it weren't for Keen, he would have died. Jihye looked at the hero cynically. Frail Keen stood holding a spear in his hands. Jihye blushed and clasped her hands together, saying that in that case, she was glad to meet everyone. She looked at the crowd of people and said that she would take them to the camp first. She said that men and women lived separately, so Hayan, as she said, would go with her. She looked at the regressor and asked if it was possible to do so, to which he said that he was presenting it to her. Jihye smiled and turned to the hero and asked him to take care of her too. Keen thought about this woman and smiled sweetly back at her, and he remembered all his insidious smiles and realized that this woman was of the same breed as him. He looked in surprise at the people staring at him. They shouted in delight that the warriors had arrived. Old men and bespectacled people joyfully greeted the heroes. Keen looked arrogantly at the rejoicing people and noted that this was indeed a safe zone. He looked at the people and thought that it was definitely not for him, for them, but not for him. Puck embarrassedly talked to his sweet grandmother, and Keen asked himself when he suddenly became a meat shield. The next day, people slept covered with skins and thick fabrics. Keen tossed and turned and sweated and was asked if he slept well. He sat down displeased. Puck stood contentedly and thanked the regressor, who said that he was glad to hear. Henson looked down and was addressed. Keen put on his jacket and said that judging by what he saw yesterday, there are not many people here who are fit for battle. He looked at the worried regressor and asked how he keeps this place safe. Henson said the environment isn't that great, to be honest. He imagined starving dirty people and said that there was an acute shortage of drinking water, food, everywhere, and there were not enough people capable of fighting. He said that therefore it was necessary to especially take care of those 30 people. Henson turned to the hero and said that things could get worse, and Keen turned to him again. He imagined starving people and said that the food they brought would instantly run out, and given that they were constantly fighting with monsters, people unable to fight would only become a greater burden. Henson looked seriously at the hero and said that they are not a burden. Keen looked arrogantly at the regressor and said that they were a burden and that he was not involved in charity. Henson looked down gloomily. Puck watched with excitement, and Keen looked away indifferently. Keen looked at the big guy, who asked if he was really going to leave, and Keen said not at all. It was a sunny day, and Keen said that there was no point in waiting for a miracle here. Henson stared into space with fear. He looked at the hero, he said, and yet. Keen pointed to himself with a smile and said that if we all fight together, we can overcome everything, including himself. Henson beamed and thanked the hero. Keen faked a bow and said that, to be honest, he basically understood what Henson was thinking. He said that he probably wanted to escape with all these people. Keen said that he understood and accepted his intentions. He put his hand to his chin and said that he was different from the regressor and said that he was not the kind of person who would easily sacrifice himself for others and said that it was not his intention to move in a group. He coughed and said it was okay if Henson thought he was a little selfish. Henson shook his head and said that he could understand him and said that of course Keen wanted something. Keen faked it as if it was a surprise to him. He smiled wickedly and thought that he was wondering what to do if he offered to sacrifice himself for the sake of friendship, as befits a good-natured peacemaker. But Henson understands everything much better than he expected. Keen turned to the regressor and said that in that case he would say. He called him a charming regressor and said that it was in his plans that he would have in the future. He approached the surprised regressor with a smile and said that they also wanted to be initiated into them. Keen thought he couldn't leave him alone to reap all the benefits. Henson opened his eyes in surprise. He smiled and said that the hero knew. He turned into a memory, remembering a huge white girl and the people under her. He said that at the starting point, this strange announcement gave two options: cleaning and survival. However, Keen said seriously that he believed that the survival option was not really possible. He held out his hand and said that he didn't know how possible it would be for a small number of people to appropriate most of the resources. But if Mr. Henson's goal was not cleansing, but survival, then such a crowd of people unfit to fight was even more undesirable. He presented a pile of corpses and said that even if they were not eaten by monsters, they would die of hunger. Henson looked down heavily. Keen said that this was obvious to absolutely anyone. Keen smiled. Henson said that he understood perfectly well what he was talking about. He extended his hand to the hero and asked him to take care of him. Keen smiled and extended his hand, asking for the same thing, but he thought that he was pressed against him only because he was a regressor. The look of the regressor was not so cold. Keen noted this. He also noted that Henson knows that the hero is not strong. They shook hands. The hero was glad that for the regressor he had become an intelligent specialist, something like a tactician or manager. Keen smiled wickedly as they shook his hand. A huge gloomy hall with a bunch of columns, among which monsters of different sizes walked. Puck hit the monster's back with his shield. He pushed the monster and turned to the regressor, who shouted that he knew. Keen looked in shock at the high speed of the regressor. He swung in a jump. He cut the monster. He looked ahead sternly and coldly. The monster screamed as its blood flew in all directions. Henson landed. Keen, like a theater spectator, watched the work of the regressor with curiosity and a smile. He turned to him. Henson said that it seemed that there were several more ahead, he would delay them, and the hero and pack. Keen interrupted him and said that he understood everything and ordered to grab the food. Henson ran to kill the monsters, and the hero turned to the big guy and said that there were far fewer monsters in the area of the starting point than expected. Puck remembered how much fuss they made at the very beginning. Keen looked to the side and said that the area had already been cleared out. Puck turned around and turned to him, suggesting that Henson was engaged in fencing on the ground. Keen folded his arms over his chest and said that he had no idea. He also thought that he was doing something similar and maybe his specialization had an effect. Puck looked down sadly when he heard about the specialization. Keen looked at him silently. He put his hand on his shoulder and told him not to worry too much because they would soon open theirs too, and Puck was helping a lot even without her. Henson wiped the sweat from his face. Puck asked what he did. He said that all this was the work of the master. Keen said that it was not at all. Keen smiled and said that without him he would not have gotten here. Puck looked at the hero tearfully and called his name. Something distracted him and he looked to the side. Keen brought up the status window and looked into it in surprise. He was surprised by the open specialization. In his window there was a list of warrior, archer, mage, and a rare commander level. Keen smiled and was glad that everything was faster than he thought. He noticed the commander's icon. He began to wonder what it was with curiosity. He began flipping through the descriptions of specializations. Warrior, archer, mage. Keen thought that they were all good for a start. He thought that the archer was cool with his long-range attacks, and the magician would raise his mana, which he had at the bottom. He looked at the commander's description, which gave a bonus to intelligence, but no longer provided any combat advantages. Henson appeared from behind and suggested that the hero had received a specialization. Keen turned around and said that that was it, listed the classes on offer, and last mentioned the rare level commander. Henson asked in surprise. Keen looked at the status window with excitement and thought that this card seemed interesting to him, but was it really a trap? Pack joyfully exclaimed that Keen was the commander. He didn't know why, but it seemed to him that the commander would be ideal for the hero. Joyful Pack introduced the hero in the image of a military leader and said that he did not say this, but his type is ideal for a commander. Keen laughed sheepishly, but thought that he was closer to a rogue than a commander because he knew nothing about strategies. Henson thought about it and said that the commander has quite a few bonuses, and said that other specializations, first of all, add 3 stat points. Pack looked dumbfounded at the regressor, while Keen thought, is it really not worth it? Henson thoughtfully approached and said that an archer would be a good option for a hero, but Pack shouted that Keen was the commander and asked to command him. Puck kept getting angry. Henson said that support from a long distance could be very handy. Puck shouted that Keen is a commander who can find merit in everyone. Keen thought. Henson spoke as an archer, an enraged Pack shouted as a commander. The situation repeated itself over and over again. Henson beamed and said the archer, the enraged Puck shouted the commander syllable by syllable. Hensung and Park looked at each other sternly while Keen smiled sheepishly. While the men were arguing, Keen was thinking with a smile, not understanding what to choose. He looked at the magician and thought that this would be better. He clicked on choosing a specialization. A yellow current and light enveloped him. The men stopped arguing and looked at the shining hero, who asked, "Is this all?" Puck pushed the regressor away and ran towards the hero, shouting his name. The man, beside himself with curiosity, asked who he took. Interrupting each other, they all shouted at the hero. He calmly grabbed his neck. He smiled. A purple symbol appeared behind him. He said that he had taken the magician. Puck fell to the ground in annoyance, considering this all absurd. Henson seriously asked why the hero chose a magician. Keen smiled and said that he just had a feeling. Henson chuckled and said it was clear. Keen thought he was sorry, that he is not an archer, but he decided that he still had a reason. He thought that physical activity was not his style, so the archer passed by. He was drawn to the commander, but in that case he would have received only 1 stat. He asked himself, what about a magician? His intelligence and luck became heroic. He decided that it would be a good idea to take the path of maintaining high intelligence. Mana can also be raised by 4. His mana was 0, and therefore these points are wildly valuable. The status window notified that mana had increased by 3 levels. Sparks and current sparkled in the hero's hands. He thought in surprise that new knowledge flowed into his head on its own, exactly one after another, building a tower in his head. He opened the status window. He looked at his abilities in surprise. The overall rating is okay. The assessment reported that with the hero's talents, it was difficult to even sense mana. Raising mana by 3 stats gives hope, but it is not recommended to expect heights in magic. Keen clenched his glowing fist with a smile and thought that it was very good and worthy of instant use. He looked at the dejected big man and asked if he had chosen his specialization. Puck scratched his head and said that a warrior with a shield and a priest had come out to him and he didn't understand what he should take. Henson and Keen said simultaneously to the shield warrior. Pack embarrassedly said that the priest too, syllable by syllable. At the same time, Henson and Keen said the warrior with the shield. Frustrated, Puck glowed yellow as he selected an option in the status window. Keen looked at the big man and asked if he had chosen. Puck raised his shield contentedly. He smiled and said that, as he had been told, he was a warrior with a shield. Keen smiled and said that was a good choice, thinking to himself that he was officially a meat shield now. Henson looked at his teammates and congratulated them both and said it was time to go back. He looked at the bags and asked how they would divide the food. Keen grabbed the bag and said that 2 would be enough for them. Henson caught the bag. He wanted to say something. Keen said that that was enough to feed people. Henson looked at the bag confusedly. He buried his face in the bag. He bowed to the smiling heroes and began to thank them for their work. Survivor camp. People were sitting on their couches. Jihye was eating cookies. Another girl's stomach was growling. She asked where Hensung was because she was starving to death. Jihye calmly ordered to be patient a little longer and he would come soon. The girl said gloomily that she wished he would come quickly. Jihye pointed to the bitten bun and asked if the girl would snack on this. She suggested leaving some. Jihye looked at the old man shaking with hunger with a cold gaze. The dirty man stretched his hand towards them. Jihye asked what he was staring at and asked if he was really hungry too. She broke the bun in half, saying that there was nothing to be done. She handed one half to the girl. The man looked with an exhausted gaze. She began tearing the bun into crumbs and throwing them to the distraught man, calling him a non-working parasite. She smiled and ordered him to eat, continuing to call him a parasite. She turned around sharply, seeing the returning heroes. All the people began to joyfully greet the warriors carrying bags of food. Jihye was one of the first to run to greet the regressor with a fake smile. She reached her hands towards the bags, noting that Park and Keen had also tried. She said that she would carry on with everything herself. Henson leaned over to the girl and asked her to take care of it, since he still had work to do today and so he had to go. The smiling old man approached the hero and asked him to give him the bag. Keen looked at the old man silently. He turned around and silently went about his business. Puck asked in surprise if the hero really wasn't going to share. The heroes walked with their bags slung over their shoulders. Keen said that he already said that they are not volunteers, to which Puck replied that yes, but it still looks like something. Keen looked seriously at the big guy and said that if they want to eat, then they should raise their sword and go out, and said that perhaps Henson brought them here to stir up people. Jihye handed out food to people with a smile. With a blush on her cheeks, she tucked her hair behind her ear, and everyone thanked her. Keen looked at the girl gloomily and thought that in the absence of a regressor she is in charge of all the management here. The type of people who are strong in front of the weak, but weak in front of the strong. He imagined her sitting on the throne and called her the local king in the absence of the regressor. Something like that. He looked without interest at the couple admiring him behind him. He watched as people hugged and rejoiced, holding bread in their hands. Some people worked hard carrying stones. Keen looked at him in surprise. People blocked the holes with stones. They were worried that monsters might invade again. Hayan with a sad face carried a stone. They shouted at her and asked why she was so slow. The man shouted at Hayan that she would go without food if she did not meet her quota. Keen chuckled and thought that for some reason. He smiled insidiously, realizing the kind of treatment Hayan was receiving here. He turned to the big man. He looked at him and asked if he remembered Hayan, whom they met yesterday, to which Park asked if this was the girl whom the hero helped to walk. Keen handed over his bag. He calmly looked at the surprised big man and ordered him to take the bag to her and not take his eyes off her. Puck couldn't understand why the hero suddenly decided to do this. He blushed and opened his mouth. Puck started dancing and playfully saying that Keen could trust him with this. Keen was surprised, but only said that he was counting on the big guy. Hayan carried the stone with tears in her eyes. Keen silently looked at the girl with a sad smile and thought about how poor she was, about how difficult and lonely she was. He closed his eyes and began to think that no one but them would worry about her. Keen smiled insidiously, mentally asking Hayan to be as grateful as possible to them for their care. When she was weak and in grief, he asked her if it was worthy of trust. Did she want to immediately rely on them? Puck walked with a smile and waved his hand. He suddenly froze. The hero was looking at him from behind. He saw a guy with glasses smilingly handing the girl a loaf of bread. He was embarrassed, but he handed her bread and offered her something to eat. Hayan embarrassedly thanked him. Keen frowned at the sight. He looked at the smiling guy with glasses and tried to understand who he was. The guy with glasses smiled sweetly, and Keen tried to understand how dare he. Keen frowned even more and thought, how dare this guy approach his precious treasure. He turned away and moved on, thinking that in any case it was obvious why this good attitude was needed when there was not enough food himself. He looked ahead gloomily and thought that it was clear as day, there could be no other goal. Puck turned to the hero in confusion. Keen waved for him to continue walking. Puck nodded seriously. He began to approach the talking couple. The guy smiled and held out the bread, saying that he was not on bad terms with Jihye and that's why he secretly brought it. He held out a loaf of bread and asked him to accept it. Hayan hesitantly reached for the bread. The guy smiled and told her not to refuse, saying that the girl had a hard time lately, to which Hayan agreed. She took the bread and began to pull it back, saying that one way or another, "Thank you for your concern." The guy continued to smile and playfully say that there was nothing wrong with it. Hayan looked down sadly and thought about how grateful she was. She remembered the hero and thought that if it weren't for him and Puck. She remembered the hero's sweet smile. She shyly pulled the bread towards her, thinking about the hero. She pressed the bread to her lips and asked herself what Keen was doing. The guy with glasses was calling the girl. He embarrassedly scratched his cheek and said that if she didn't mind. Then he wanted to get closer to her. Hayan exclaimed in surprise. She looked at him with a smile, thinking that he was offering to make friends and said that she also really wanted this. She looked questioningly at the guy. He put his hand on hers. The guy smiled bashfully, addressing Hayan by name. He grabbed her hand. Hayan began to fight back, to which the preoccupied guy exclaimed in surprise that she had just Hayan asked in horror what had come over the guy and asked to let him go. He became gloomy and said, "How can you be?" He looked at her angrily and said, "How can you be such a slow-witted person?" Hayan looked at the pervert in fear. He asked her if she really thought that he was doing some kind of charity here. Hayan asked again in fear. The guy twisted her hand and said that if you get something, you need to give something in return. Hayan kept asking again in a trembling voice. The guy asked if she needed to tell her even more directly. He squeezed the girl's hand even harder. She squeaked. He pulled her towards him and looked at her with crazy eyes and said that if she wanted to live well here in the future, then let her lie down in front of him. Hayan looked at him in fear and was silent. The pervert became even more angry and asked if she, the stupid girl, still didn't understand the situation. Puck began to flex his fists, listening to Hayana asking the pervert not to behave like that. Puck hovered over the guilty guy with glasses and said that he had better let her go if he didn't want his arm broken. The veins on the bespectacled man's face bulged and he asked, "Who is Puck?" His expression didn't change. Puck hit so quickly. With the edge of his palm he hit the guy's forearm and Hayan's hand was freed. The pervert grunted in pain. Puck began to stretch his hands and said that he did not think that such garbage existed in the world and asked him to stop pretending. The sweaty pervert called the big guy names and he grabbed him by the collar. Unhappy Hayan watched as she was being rescued. Puck threw the guy and he started bouncing off the ground. Jihye turned around with displeasure and exclaimed in surprise. All people began to pay attention to what had happened. Keen watched calmly and ate the bread. The bespectacled man screamed hysterically that his nose was bleeding. He screamed without stopping, and everyone looked at him. Pack said that whoever looked at it would decide that a baby was born and asked him to stop whining, because he didn't even put in any strength. He clenched his fist and walked towards him, but Hayan blocked his path. Puck said that he became very noisy and offered to hit him so that he would quiet down. The girl shouted in a trembling voice, "Enough." She looked up at the big man and anxiously said that she was fine and therefore needed to stop, because at this rate he really. An enraged Jihye pushed through and asked to stop. She approached the guy and asked what they were doing. She looked scared and asked if he was okay. She named him Soku. He said he was fine. She turned to the big man and shouted that violence was prohibited in the camp, asking what he was doing. Park looked at the girl seriously and said that Soku grabbed Hayan's hand tightly and mocked her, so he hit her because he clearly saw everything with his own eyes. Jihye, dumbfounded, asked Soku if this was all true. In a trembling voice, Soku said that this was not true. Soku pushed his glasses up to his nose and said that there might have been a misunderstanding due to him holding Hayan's hand, somewhat by mistake. Puck walked up angrily and said that Sok still couldn't shut up. Jihye leaned over and asked the frightened guy to tell everything again in specifics. Soku looked to the side guiltily and said that he seemed to have told Hayan that he wanted to get a little closer to her, and since she said that she felt the same. He fell silent and said that apparently he had misunderstood everything. Jihye turned seriously to Hayan and told her not to hide and tell everything clearly. She asked if Soku was telling the truth. Everyone turned to Hayan, who could not utter a word. She looked into emptiness and fear. People were still trying to understand. They asked what was going on here and someone answered that they didn't know anything, but apparently they fought because of that girl. The crowd viciously mocked Hayan, belittling her and comparing her to the heroine of a romance novel. Hayan turned around and looked at people in horror, trying to understand why they were looking at her with such eyes. She told herself that she had done nothing wrong. Tears began to appear in her eyes. She remembered life on Earth, not paying attention to her seven. She thought that on Earth and here, everything was the same. No one is ever on her side. A tear fell to the ground. Hayan started crying and said that it was true. Hayan was shaking, standing next to the big man and barely pronouncing the words. She said that after that Soku forcibly pulled her hand and said if she wants to live well here, she said in what an angry tone he said it. Jihye looked at the girl angrily and said that she did not understand what she was talking about. She folded her arms over her chest and exhaled. Hayan looked at people in fear. Jihye said that in the end Soku pointed out the desire for intimacy, and she expressed agreement. She asked if this was true. Hayan said that she didn't know that everything was like that. She asked for forgiveness. Jihye asked her to listen. She leaned forward angrily and asked if Hayan thought that she was a small child and that if she cried, everything would be solved. Park scratched his head while Hayan shook in pain. Jihye turned to the big man and said that this also concerns him. In such a situation, it is noble to help a girl who is in trouble, but you must first find out what exactly is happening and only then wave your fists. Jihye said that the incident was quite minor. Hayan bowed and began to apologize, and Jihye finished with displeasure, which is especially true in a situation where it is unclear who is the pest and who is the victim. She put her hand on Juice's shoulder and asked if she needed to apologize. She smiled slyly and said that it was not in front of her. She leaned over to the pompous Juice and said that she needed to apologize to him for being a direct victim in this situation. Hayan looked forward in shock. Jihye and Soku smiled insidiously. The girl asked Hayan why she froze and didn't fall on her face, asking for forgiveness. Pak closed his eyes in displeasure, and Hayan began to shake again. An apology came syllable by syllable from her mouth. Keen walked and smiled, realizing that he needed to act now. He walked towards the conflict. He walked through the crowd and was already approaching. He asked what is happening here. He stood in the middle of a large crowd and thought that he could not imagine such a commotion. He looked forward calmly and thought that what happened between them did not concern him. What's important now? He looked at the girl's frightened face and thought about the fact that she was stymied. Jihye turned to him and said that he was on time because he was now. Keen asked if she was in her right mind. Jihye staggered in surprise, asking what the hero was talking about. He asked if she really thought they had a neighborhood playground here. He looked around at the crowd around him and asked, what if monsters would come running here because of their screams? The crowd gradually began to panic. Jihye put out her hand and said what the situation was now. Keen interrupted her and said that he watched everything from afar and understood. He closed his eyes and said that Jihye had recently said that it is unknown who is the pest and who is the victim. Jihye started screaming incomprehensibly that it was Hayang's fault after Keen said that when a group corners one person, anyone would get scared. Isn't that so? Jihye fell silent because Keen asked if she could really be so sure that Sukku was innocent. She looked away with displeasure. Keen smiled and knew that she could not be sure of this, otherwise the responsibility would fall entirely on her. He began to speak ostentatiously. That the scene of them poisoning a completely innocent man, he said, would have happened if Henson had seen it. He said that he would not be happy about it at all. Everyone began to look away. People were worried. Keen approached the crying Hayan and said what he thought. He looked at her with a smile and said that she was not that kind of person at all. Hayan looked at him with tears in her eyes. Jihye started screaming that Keen couldn't know this because they had only known each other for a couple of days. He looked at the girl and asked, if you say to a new school friend let's get closer, does that mean let's sleep with each other? Jihye frowned. Keen asked her to think carefully and asked, how does bodily connection relate to intimacy? Jihye turned around because someone in the crowd said that Keen was right and this all smacked of coercion. People around began to support and agree with the hero's opinion. Jihye watched in shock. She turned to the hero and asked if he was serious because this was too much. She didn't say anything and looked at the hero with horror. He smiled insidiously and mentally asked Jihye to look more carefully. She looked up at him. He mentally told her that he was now the king of this camp. He took the crown from her head and he put it on for himself. She froze in place in front of the crowd. Keen folded his arms over his chest and asked why everyone was crowded here. He looked at several people and said that it would be better to cure Soka first and ordered 2 people to move him. The girl and the fat man did not expect that they would be given the order. Jihye looked gloomily at her feet while Keen ordered everyone to clean up here before the Regressor returns and make sure that they can immediately fit into the schedule. He said that monsters could come running because of what happened, and so he ordered the big man to inspect the area. Puck saluted with a smile. Keen looked at Hayan with a smile and said that they needed to talk a little. Hayan blushed and agreed. Keen walked away with an insidious smile. While the crowd tried to understand where the truth was, Keen mentally told Hayan not to pay attention to such trifles, because the most important thing is that she received the position of favorite and holder of power. Jihye chewed her nails nervously. Keen sat down at an empty table made of boxes and boards. Hayan sat down opposite. The girl was shaking, apologizing, and saying that she really didn't have any intentions, and Keen said that he knew, and told the girl that she was not to blame for anything. He smiled sweetly again and said that she could tell him everything and how convenient it was for her. Hayan looked at the hero in surprise. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She began to speak, pronouncing the words heavily. She said that then, suddenly, Mr. Soku. Keen said the name knowingly. Hayan, like a small child, began to wave her hand and say that he grabbed her like that and shouted. Keen looked at the girl sympathetically. She looked at the floor and in one breath said that it happened like this. Suddenly Park came, hit that man, and missed Jihye. Keen sat and was surprised, internally not understanding what she was saying. A man and a girl were sitting opposite. Keen mentally ignored everything she said, showing only sympathy. He said how hard it must be for her, but the girl denied it. She exhaled and said that she felt much better and thanked him. Keen looked at the girl and said no way. Then he said that it was due to the circumstances, but Hayan immediately interrupted him and said that that's not what she meant. She smiled and clarified that she thanked him for believing her. Keen smiled sweetly, and the girl said that he has been constantly helping her since their first meeting, but she did nothing for him and asked why he was so kind to her. She sat embarrassedly and listened to him say that he did what he thought was right and said that if you still look for the reason. He remembered the scene from home where his sister asks him to borrow money. Keen said he has a younger sister at home who is the same age as her. He remembered how she rummaged through his wallet and said that looking at Hayan he couldn't help but remember her. He told outright lies and mentally understood that they were not alike at all. He looked gloomily at Hayan and said to himself that he had forced his younger sister out of himself for the sake of plausibility. A fire was burning not far from the couple. Hayan apologized, and Keen asked what about her. She replied that she has 2 older sisters, but they have not communicated for a long time. She stretched her fingers, and Keen asked about her parents, and she replied that they did not exist. She looked up sharply at the hero when he said that in this they were alike. Hayan straightened her hair with a nervous smile, saying that it looked a little similar. Keen looked at her with a smile and said that it was so, thinking to himself that it's good when there is something in common. Indeed, in this case, you can easily achieve mutual understanding and interest. He said with a wicked smile that he hoped that this would not burden her. Hayan shuddered when the hero said that he would like her to communicate with him more freely, while noting that this was solely his desire. The girl shook her hands and asked how. Keen said, "That first you need to start with informal speech." Hayan embarrassedly pressed her finger against her finger and said that she understood everything. Keen smiled wickedly. He used the eyes of the soul. He saw that the girl had no specialization yet. He saw the overall score, which said she still had monstrous potential. He looked at the embarrassed girl and thought that he needed to develop her into a magician as quickly as possible, and asked himself whether it was worth touching on the topic of magic after getting closer. He looked at his hand. Someone distracted the couple by asking for a moment. Hayan turned towards the voice, and it seemed familiar to Keen. He smiled and thought that he assumed that she would come to him after some time, but everything happened faster than he expected. He turned to Hayan. She bowed guiltily when he asked to leave them for a while. Hayan looked at her evening guest in surprise. She walked past Jihye. Keen looked at the girl and asked what was the matter. Jihye looked guiltily at the hero and said that she wanted to apologize for causing a fuss. They sat opposite each other, and Keen said that everything was fine and asked for forgiveness in return for reacting a little harshly. But Jihye began to take the blow on herself. Keen closed his eyes. She turned to him, and he thought that he still couldn't get used to her. Jihye looked down and asked if he could leave the matter to her. She said that she had thought it through well and that she was equally to blame for both Hayan and Soku. She said that if Keen entrusted it to her, but he interrupted her and said that she could do whatever she wanted. Jihye looked in surprise at the hero, who said that initially the management of the camp lay with her. He apologized for brazenly butting in. Keen closed his eyes again when the girl said she didn't mean it. He said he understood what she meant. He smiled wickedly and said that he preferred not to have to interfere anymore like he did today. He said that he and she are people who have nothing in their souls and no talents either. He said that she knows this very well. He said that in order to survive, people like them should only engage in politics. Jihye silently listened to the speech of the hero, who said that their desire to keep everything in their hands is the same. He asked her not to cross the line. Jihye stood up abruptly. She shyly sat down next to the hero. She hugged his hand and said that she understood perfectly and said that she would not cross the line in the future. She asked for forgiveness for causing trouble. The hero said that it was nothing like that and asked why this was happening all of a sudden. Jihye giggled and asked, smiling, is it really so clear from her what she's thinking? She asked the hero to listen. He looked at her with concern. She smiled playfully and said that she loved ambitious people. She moved closer to him and said that the longer she looks at the hero, the more she realizes that he is her type. She asked why don't they become a little closer to each other. Keen asked what benefit does this have for him. Jihye asked if he was trying to rein her in to make himself look like a hero in her eyes. She said that Hayan is weak and added that she will have many enemies even without Soku, but she can look after her. Keen smiled sweetly and looked at the girl. She touched the hero's face, and he said that they were very similar to her. She agreed. They kissed. The hero called her his soulmate. A few days later, people built a platform out of planks. Soku shouted that he had caused trouble to people and sincerely apologizes for this. The men were discussing the latest news and discussing the fact that Jihye took the side of the hero, which is why Suk is now apologizing. Jihye walked through the crowd, and people kept saying that she had no choice and the position of the hero was now higher. People discussed how dear Hayan is to the hero. Keen calmly watched the gossip. The couple sat by the fire. Jihye warmed herself with the hero's jacket. He said that she should deal with Soku on her own and should keep a good eye on Hayan. Jihye smiled. The hero said that if something happens, she should report immediately. The girl said that she understood everything and asked if he wanted to end everything so that people would no longer make noise. Keen looked at the smiling girl, who said that in this situation, an environment would naturally be created in which Hayan would have no choice but to rely on the hero. Jihye straightened her hair with a smile and said that there really is something in this girl if Appa is so obsessed with her. Keen looked at her calmly. He turned away and said that Nuna didn't need to know about it. Jihye looked at the hero in confusion and asked why he suddenly called her Nuna. Keen looked forward and thought that Jihye was a great politician for changing the atmosphere so quickly, and he thought it was good that they started cooperating. Thanks to this, he listens to Hayan's mental torment for several days in a row. He looked ahead with a stony face while Hayan cried next to him. She wiped away the tears from her eyes and said that it was a great relief that there was a hero and now he taught her magic every day. Kiyoung smiled and said that it was a relief to him that she was there. He happily noted that co-education is ideal for bonding. They were sitting near a barrel of supplies. Kiyoung asked if she could use basic magic already. Hayan said she wasn't sure yet. The hero put his finger forward and it began to glow. He asked the spark to answer the call. Hayan looked in surprise at how fire flowed from the hero's finger. She blushed and squealed in delight. The hero thought that he had not only been dealing with Hayan's case lately. He remembered training with the big guy. They trained together to get used to their specialization. The fire was still flowing from the finger and the hero said that imagination is important if you want to summon fire. He said that you need to cast the spell, imagining a real flame. The fire dried up and smoke came out of the finger. Kiyoung exhaled dissatisfiedly and thought that the problem was that all the spells he knew were second-rate. He told Hayan that they had not moved from the point for several days and said that perhaps she could not cast magic due to lack of specialization. He looked at the girl with a smile and said that after some time they would all go hunting with the Regressor and suggested that they practice together until that moment. Hayan smiled happily and said that she would try her best. Kiyoung stood up and suggested we finish for today. Hayan looked anxiously at the departing hero and said that she didn't understand something. Kiyoung smiled in surprise when Hayan said that her mana was growing, and he thought to himself how well his treasure was growing. He looked at the embarrassed girl with an insidious smile and thought that after some time she would receive a specialization, and decided to see how much her mana had risen. He summoned the eyes of the soul. Hayan's status appeared. Kiyoung looked at the indicators in confusion. The girl's specialty was already a magician. Mastering magic was at a heroic level. Cold sweat ran down the hero's face. He looked at her blankly and did not understand when she had already become a magician. He did not take his surprised gaze off the girl. Hayan smiled sweetly and said that she still does not understand how to properly manage mana. He looked at her in horror and thought that this was a blatant lie and asked since when. The hero looked at the smiling Hayan and mentally asked her if she was really lying to him. He rubbed his neck in embarrassment. Hayan pulled him out of his thoughts. He apologized and said that he was thinking about something. He leaned towards the girl and started talking about how to control mana. Hayan scratched her cheek guiltily and said that it was a little difficult for her even after his explanations. The hero looked through the status window at mastering Hayan's magic and saw that everything was very easy for her. He thought in surprise that with such monstrous abilities, simply mastering mana couldn't be difficult. Hayan smiled. Kiyoung said that for the first time they could present a picture together and she happily agreed. Mentally, the hero asked the girl what she was thinking about. He stretched her hand forward and said that first you need to imagine how a flame ignites in your hand and asked if she could repeat what he did recently. A small flame appeared from the girl's finger and Kiyoung looked at it with disappointment. Hayan opened her eyes wide. The fire disappeared and she feigned innocent surprise. The hero looked at her as if she was mocking him. He frowned as Hayan tearfully said that she couldn't do anything even though Appa taught her so hard. The hero realized that the girl had just deliberately failed. The couple was surrounded by green trees. The girl asked to repeat it again, but Appa said that was all for today because he still had things to do. A girl approached the couple and got into their conversation, calling the hero. The girl named Hayan smiled and asked if the hero could give her a minute. He remembered that this was Jihye's confidant and her contact. He noted that since that day, Jihye always sends her to him. He looked seriously at the guest while Hayan sat embarrassedly behind him and said that he would spare time. At the same time, he thought that recently they had often crossed paths because of the incident with Soku and mentally asked what else do they need from him today. He turned to Hayan with a smile and said goodbye to her until tomorrow. She said goodbye with a smile and a blush on her cheeks. Hayan watched the red-haired girl with concern. Kiyoung, without getting up, asked if something had happened. Hayan scratched her head and said that it was nothing special, and asked that the lineup for the next hunt should be announced today, which the hero confirmed. He looked calmly and wondered when she asked if she could join if it wasn't too late. He summoned the eyes of the soul and looked at the girl's characteristics. I looked and thought there was nothing wrong. He looked at her and said that he was not sure, because he nominated Hayan in the first place. Hayan leaned towards him and said that they needed people who could fight anyway. Hayan smiled and asked if she wouldn't be better than Hayan who acts like a child. Kiyoung thought that this was very rude towards a person who would become an archmage in the future, but decided that it was very good for supporting the potential. He thought about it and said that he would first discuss everything with the Regressor, but did not promise anything. Hayan smiled and said that even a few words give me hope. Jihye, Henson, Kiyoung and Park stood in front of the people. The girl asked them to catch the silence and gather for a while because there was an important announcement regarding the upcoming hunt. Hayan was sitting on the ground. Someone was looking at her in disbelief, and Henson said that while people were in the midst of work. He spread his hands at the podium and said that it would be difficult to continue to survive in this place. They are gradually with those people who are able to fight. People looked at the pensive Hayan and gossiped, will she really go hunting? They called it the hero's tale and called it his specific taste. Hayan straightened her hair and mentally addressed the hero. She remembered how he showed her how to summon fire and mentally told him that it seemed to her that her heart would then jump out of her chest, and she considered the hero the only one she could rely on. She looked dreamily into the void and wanted to meet the hero as quickly as possible. She thought that she was ashamed to deceive him, but at least in this way she was able to keep his interest. Hayan stood at the girl's feet and said that she scared her. Hayan looked at the girl, who asked if she was really waiting for the hero here. She called her a stalker and said that's why she had such a strange look, because it was because she had recently spoken to the hero. Hayan stood up and said that it was nothing like that, because she and Kiyoung were just. Hayan interrupted her and said that she looked stupid anyway. She smiled evilly and asked if she really liked the hero. Hayan grabbed Hayan by the shoulders and she looked in horror at the looming shadow. Hayan came close to her and asked if the girl really thinks that the hero really values her. She retreated from the frightened Hayan with a smile and said that she was simply lucky to be in the same party with the hero on the first day, and said that Hayan was deeply mistaken if she thought that the hero liked her. He smiled sarcastically and said that he couldn't say anything about such naive children, but Hayan's type of hero was clearly familiar. She imagined the hero as a bloody chess genius and said that people like him don't trust anyone, quickly lose interest, and ruthlessly abandon them when people no longer need them. Hayan looked into emptiness and fear, while Hayan said that in her opinion, such a capricious and weak girl. The girl thought with horror that the hero would really leave her, and Hayan laughed and ended up saying that Hayan would get tired of him very quickly. The girl's terrible thoughts rejected what was said, and she thought that the hero was definitely not like that, because he was different from other people. Hayan shook and said that Appa is not like that. Hayan pointed her finger at her and noted that she heard this expression again. She said that she understood why the hero chose her. She pointed her finger at the girl's face and said that she was a great card for getting the most out of her and throwing her away. She asked if Hayan would really stick tightly, should you show at least a little kindness to her. She said that the girl was abandoned one after another by everyone who treated her well. Hayan remembered her evil older sisters and asked her to stop. Hayan ordered her to try to father as much as she needed before Kiyoung left her. Hayan smiled wickedly and said that otherwise she and other people would deprive her of everything. She leaned towards the heroine with an evil smile, who asked her to stop, but Hayan continued to say that more importantly, she was much closer to the hero. Hayan turned around sharply, because Henson said that for the upcoming hunt they would take Hayan and Hayan indicatively. Hayan said that as expected, he added her to the main squad as she requested. She pushed Hayan and told her to move and not interfere with her. In parting, she said that they would see each other during the hunt. Hayan slumped as Hayan walked away amid cheers. Tears flowed from her eyes. She imagined the cute hero and thought that he couldn't do that. She remembered how sweetly they sat together and remembered that they agreed to go hunting together and exercise together every day. In her memories, the hero stroked her head and he told her that she was like family to him, and there was nothing wrong with mistakes, and said that they would continue to try together. He looked at her with a smile and said that Hayan was not that kind of person at all. She mentally said that she looked like a fool and she was not the smartest, but even she understood that Keen sincerely valued her. Hayan was going up to the podium until Hayan decided that she was blatantly slandering. Park shook her hand with a smile and Hayan asked the hero not to listen to her. She stood up to the podium with fear and asked the hero not to leave her, even if he did. Hayan and Kiyoung smiled and discussed how stupid Hayan is and how annoying she is. Hayan froze and looked at this action in disbelief. Keen and Heen looked at the girl insidiously, and Keen said that he only treated her kindly, but she made up her own mind and stuck like a bath leaf. They talked about how annoying she was. Hayan remembered all the caustic and nasty words that were said to her. She grabbed her head in horror and asked to stop. She said that it was too noisy and her head hurt. She asked to stop. Kiyoung and Hayan stood close to each other. Hayan told not to listen to her, and the hero said that he hates her. Everything that was happening was collapsing before the girl's eyes and swam in her eyes in negative tones. She opened her eyes wide and remembered the phrase that Hayan suits the hero more than she does. Everything collapsed. She asked not to be taken away from her. A few minutes ago, Henson spoke to people from the podium and asked for forgiveness for gathering people in such the midst of work. He said that how well all people know. He looked at the people and said that in terms of food and drinking water, their availability was severely lacking, so they decided that they should gradually conduct adaptive training outside with those people who intended to fight. Henson addressed the hero. He summoned flames from his hand. People looked at him in shock. Keen looked at the people and said that as they all know, they are not on Earth now. He said that this place is more like the world of the game and his specialty here is a magician. He remembered how he screamed in fear in moments of trouble and said that he was a newbie and he was an ordinary person who was no different from them. He said that at first it was normal for him to run and hide from monsters in fear. He looked at the flame and said, however, if you are not afraid and fight, you can gain the strength with which victory is possible. People looked at him, and he said that they all need to be more active, because only through common efforts can they survive and escape. The crowd charged up and began chanting joyfully. Henson looked at the people and said that this was a good reaction. Keen said so much that everyone's point of view will change and clarified that soon there will be people who will be against or, on the contrary, will overwork. Puck smiled and said that it was still better than dying of hunger. Henson looked at the gloomy Hayang and said that they would take Hayang and Hayan with them as a demonstration. Hayan was already walking up the stands with a smile. She extended her hand to the hero with a smile and asked him to take care of her. They shook hands. Keen suddenly leaned towards Hayan and addressed her by name. He smiled evilly and said that she recently pushed Hayan. Hayan turned around in fear. Keen told her with a smile that he was warning her and asked her to get along with each other and stick to boundaries. He said that if she touched Hayan again, then life would become difficult for her. He asked if she understood. Hayan looked down guiltily and said in a trembling voice that she understood. Keen smiled falsely and asked to take care of him too. He noted to himself that she needed to be controlled at least this way. He looked at Hayan leaving in fear and thought that now was the ideal time to get closer to Hayan, because if you continue to provoke this fickle girl. He suddenly remembered and wondered why Hayan didn't get up. He looked down and was surprised. Hayan stood gloomily in the crowd. She watched what was happening with horror on her face. Keen suddenly also looked at her with great concern. He looked at the girl's face and tried to understand what was happening now and asked himself if he was imagining it. He grabbed his head. Puck asked if anything hurt him, and the hero replied that he was just a little unwell. Pack looked seriously at the hero and advised him to have a good rest today and said that Keen only cares about the people from the camp every day, that he forgot to think a little about himself. Keen looked at Hayan, and Park kept asking if he hadn't been eating well lately. He said it wasn't that he was worried about him, but he offered to share his bread. Hayan raised her hand with a sweet smile. Keen raised his hand in response to her with a nervous, scared smile. He noted to himself that something had gone wrong. Hayan looked at the frightened hero. She remembered how he threatened her. She bit her finger and thought that everything had gone badly. She was annoyed. She began to remember how she had pleased Jihye and noted how much effort she had put into getting to this position. Jihye caught the attention of the pensive Hayan. She asked with a smile if she would do well tomorrow. She said to be especially careful about the comfort of people like the hero. Hayan frowned and wondered if they were now asking her to wag her tail in front of the hero, which is what she asked. Jihye covered her face with her hand and said with a gloomy hand that if she needed it, then yes, and asked if she didn't like it. Hayan's head drooped as Jihye asked what was wrong with having common ground with capable people. She considers herself not one of those who like to take risks, so she might as well have as many guarantees as possible. Hayan agreed and realized how badly she was caught. She looked at the coughing hero. Keen looked down thoughtfully, and Hayan thought that he had come from nowhere and instantly overthrown Jihye and gained real power. Hayan thought that the hero was not a simple goat. She imagined how she was lying behind everyone, and if this continued, she would really be inferior in every sense to the useless and stupid Hayan. She thought that all her efforts would go down the drain. She stood clenching her fist and thought that she could not sit idle at any cost. She narrowed her eyes angrily and thought that she must attract the attention of the hero because this is the only way she can survive. The next day, people stood on the site and Henson said that he and the big guy would lead the squad. And Hayan, Keen and Hayan will support from behind. Henson calmly said that since this was the girl's first outing, he asked for an especially strong focus on safety and he asked everyone to help them adapt to the hunt. Keen looked at Hayan with a twig in his hands. Henson began to talk about tactics. Hayan silently looked ahead and the speech of the Regressor merged into a single din. The hero wondered if he really saw the expression on his face full of madness yesterday. Cold sweat ran down the hero's face. He thought that he had been too fixated on Hayan lately, so he came up with ideas for himself. Hayan turned sharply to the hero. She smiled lovingly and looked at him. Kiyoung smiled back at her, causing Hayan behind her to get annoyed. She looked at the hero enviously. Henson turned around. Everyone looked forward and Henson ordered to move forward. The hero did not yet know how full of shocks this campaign would become. Monsters of different sizes are shown. Henson stabs one of them and blood gushes out. Keen holds off the monster's attack with his weapon. The girls look at them worriedly. Suddenly the young man decisively kills the monster. Hayan is delighted and Hayan looks at her dumbfounded. The bloody corpse of the creature is visible. Puck breathes heavily, wondering why there's so much change today, to which Henson tells him to be careful. Suddenly he looks away when something appears to be to his left. A huge monster is shown with its arms raised. Puck blocks his blow with his shield. Suddenly he is enveloped in lightning. He rushes forward and strikes the monster. The creature opens its mouth angrily. Puck trembles, indicating that it is difficult for him to hold. Turning to Hayan, the young man tells her to cut down the monster now, and she just trembles with fear, asking how to do it, to which she receives the answer that she can simply cut with the spear she is holding. Tears appear in the girl's eyes when the question is asked about why she is standing, because she was told to chop. She thinks that this is more disgusting than she imagined, but she understands that she must pull herself together, she must cope, she must look good this time. The monster turns on her as she points her spear at him. She looks at him in fear. Kiyoung just clicks, clenching her jaw, and remembers that it was only recently that she pretended to be so cool. He turns away, calling out to her as she continues to tremble. He suddenly takes her hand. He comes close to her ear, telling her that if she acts so slowly next time, everyone will die. Tears are visible on her frightened face. The young man, holding both her hands, calmly tells her to put strength into her hands. Suddenly a spear flies. It pierces the monster thanks to Kiyoung's movement. Blood gushes, and the young man only claims that he is not dead yet and the girl cannot relax. His gaze is almost emotionless as he tells her to treat the creature like a piece of meat. The monster growls with its mouth open. Suddenly he falls to the ground. Kiyoung sinks to her knees dejectedly. She can't stop crying. She breathes heavily while everyone watches her. Kiyoung indifferently states that this was the first and last time he helped her. He looks away, telling her that in this world no one can rely solely on outside help, but fortunately for Hayan, today is adaptation day. He raises his eyebrows, noting that next time she will survive on her own. The girl lowers her gaze, remembering how she laughed at Hayan, and thinks that she is very familiar with the type of young man. Such people do not trust anyone, quickly lose interest, and mercilessly abandon him when they no longer need him. She clenches her hands into fists, wondering what she expected from such a person, because, to put it bluntly, it might be her turn next time. Kiyoung walks up to her, smiling, and praises her. The girl turns around, looking back with irritation. She sits on her lap as Kiyoung leans towards her as Hayan watches. The girl is only silent, looking at them somewhat strangely. A blazing fire is shown. Kiyoung and Hayan are sitting next to him, and the question is asked whether it's Pakka's turn next. Then the young man, having received an answer, tells her to go to bed slowly because she has worked hard. Approaching the hole in the wall, Kiyoung informs Puck about the changing of the guard. He stands up, noticing that the young man has good stamina. He leaves, holding his head, and Kiyoung silently lies down. He is somewhat confused when he realizes that he cannot sleep and believes that he was simply nervous. It is reported that unnecessary thoughts are starting to swirl in his head. It talks about what will happen after this hunt ends. A young man is shown lying down, covering himself with a jacket. People are seen walking somewhere, and the question is asked about which direction they need to move in order to survive. The young man asks what kind of continent this is. A certain building with a large flag is shown, when it turns out that this is the continent that strange instructor mentioned at the very beginning. Kiyoung wonders why he came here in the first place. The planet Earth is depicted, and he notices that he still does not particularly regret the loss of his home. Henson is seen leaning on a weapon, and the idea is heard that he has regressed, so he knows everything. The guy looks away and they talk about him. A creature with wings appears in the sky, and the question is asked about what happened in the past. The young man closes his eyes, thinking that Henson has returned. His eyes finally close. He lies on his back, covered with a jacket. Suddenly he opens his eyes and puts his hand on his head, wondering what time it is. He looks away. Hayan stands next to him, head down. He rubs his eyes questioningly. The girl's gaze turns out to be terrifying. Her eyes are wide open. The young man looks at her worriedly. He immediately turns away, closing his eyes, and decides that he is imagining this while asleep. The girl turns her head in his direction, while he thinks that this is a delusion because she is kind. She approaches him from behind. Hayan looks at the young man intently. She reaches out her hand to him. Touching his hair, she thinks that his sleeping face is cute and he is adorable. She smiles, petting him. She blushes, looking at him in love. Only one word is repeated and repeated. She smiles strangely. Tucking her hair behind her ear, she insists that she won't let anyone take it away from her. Kiyoung frowns, sighing. He smiles awkwardly when Henson notices that he looks exhausted and asks if he's okay, reporting that he's a little tired but fine. Suddenly he turns his head towards Hayan. She stands with her head down while Puck happily says something to her. The young man remembers her face at night, thinking that it was definitely strange. A pensive Hayan is shown, looking down. Kiyoung suddenly blushes, thinking that the girl might be acting this way because he's been with Hayan lately, and it might be jealousy. Henson, at this time, reports that today they will go a little deeper and, if he decides that this is difficult, it would be better for them to return to their resting place, after which he clarifies whether everyone agrees. Everyone has a different expression, but everyone agrees. Turning to the girls, Kiyoung decides that he needs to check his guess. Puck calmly walks away with his hands behind his head. The young man looks thoughtfully at Hayan. Suddenly he touches a stone lying on the ground. He calmly kicks it. A girl steps on him. Catching her, Kiyoung tells her to be careful and asks if she's okay. She stares back in confusion, wondering what came over him. The young man immediately looks away. Hayan is seen with her hair flying and a monster behind her. Keen, noticing this, is dumbfounded. The girl's gaze is frightening, and the young man realizes that it was not his imagination and that she is jealous of him for Hayan. He turns away in fear, thinking that he only wanted to take the position of an older brother and certainly did not want something so bloodthirsty. Hayan looks at him questioningly as he wonders if he went wrong somewhere in his plan. She clenches her jaw in irritation, thinking that she wanted to know what and how, but it's true, and asks how dare he use her. She wonders if he is laughing at her. Skulls are visible as she states that she will see how long Keen can neglect her. Young people are moving forward. Suddenly Keen turns his head. He looks around the corner, where it turns out to be empty. Henson puts his hand to his head, saying that, judging by the audio hallucinations, the monsters are gradually getting closer, so now they need to speak more quietly because their hearing is sensitive to the human voice. The young man turns around, noticing something. Puck is surprised when he claims to feel something and he asks if he sees any monsters hidden. Henson thoughtfully puts his hand to his chin, saying that he, too, has recently, albeit weakly, felt mana. But this is connected with the cleanup that was nearby, and the idea sounds that he is diligently leading to a clue. Puck moves forward, shield in hand, and he wonders what is up ahead. Suddenly, the young men look in front of them in surprise. A staircase appears in front of them. It turns out that this staircase leads to the dungeon, which they are amazed at. Henson closes his eyes, believing that there is such a system here, something valuable must be hidden in the dungeon. Keen sighs with relief, thinking that it's good that the guy is a sword master, and he decides to play along with him. A staircase is visible, and the phrase is heard that this is a fairly obvious pattern, but this staircase may lead to the tutorial dungeon. The young men walk forward when one of them asks if they can continue to focus on searching only this place, to which Henson replies that they better do so because in any case it would be difficult for them to clear everything right now. He runs the tip of his sword along the stone wall, deciding to remember this place and come here during the next foray and today to start from afar. He looks away, talking about what's there. The boys are surprised when he notices that there is suitable training material there. The girls look at the monsters in confusion. Hayan suddenly starts smiling. The Cyclops are shown when Park and Keen are told to destroy two of them. One will be dealt with by Henson, and they will send the last one away for practice, and then the guy tells Hayan and Hayan to stay behind. Puck, smiling, tells him to rely on him. He immediately decisively throws his shield, telling the monster to catch it. The shield flies straight at the creature. The two Cyclops look on angrily. Puck walks over to the shield, picking it up. He uses it to protect himself from monsters, admitting that he wishes his shield was made of vibranium. Keen, closing his eyes, prays for the power that can destroy his enemies. He thrusts his flaming spear forward. He stabs one of the Cyclops. Henson swings his sword at the other. He decisively cuts off his head. He turns around, noticing more monsters behind him. Puck holds the Cyclops back with his shield. Looking to the side, the guy reports the last creature and calls the girls. Hayan raises his eyebrows when he doesn't find Kiyoung next to her. Keen turns around in surprise. He asks Hayan where the girl is, and she, standing awkwardly in the distance, says that she was just next to her and he believes that she will join soon. Henson asks worriedly if they should look for her, and the young man, turning away, argues that this is unnecessary because no matter what happens, if anyone lags behind here, it will be the end, and the girl was with them just recently, so she'll catch up on her own. Suddenly a blow lands on the monster's head. Everyone looks at this in surprise. Cyclops takes the stick out of his head when the question arises about where it suddenly came from, and the thought that they did not have time to eliminate it with one blow, so he only became more furious. Puck falls, covered by his hand, when the monster kicks him. Keen calls out to him in concern as the creature approaches him. He looks away, noticing this. Henson immediately cuts off the head of the Cyclops, holding a sword in his teeth and a young man and a girl in his hands. He turns around, wanting to ask if they're okay. However, suddenly a loud scream is heard. Everyone looks in one direction, dumbfounded. Words of apology are heard as the young men turn their heads towards the sound. They notice Hayan out of breath. She worriedly reports that she caught up with them late because she fell and got scared. Everyone looks at her in surprise. She awkwardly scratches her cheek, claiming that she tried to help, but threw the spear incorrectly. Keen looks at her in shock. He suddenly insults her. Clenching his jaw, he thinks about the monsters coming because of her scream. Everyone is confused when the decision is made to run away first, because it is too dangerous. Hayan, raising his eyebrows, repeats the last word. She looks at Hayan and asks what kind of nonsense about help was this. The girl smirks, insulting Keen, and claims that he acted as if he had become the king of this world. It sounds like the camp got along just fine without him. She remembers how the children called her, and the question arises whether the young man decided to be an instigator. Hayan laughs wildly, declaring that if Kiyoung lags behind here, he himself will be finished. The young man turns around and tells Hayan to be faster. However, Her gaze expresses only indifference. Frowning, Kiyoung again tells her to be faster. Suddenly monsters appear in front of them. Rushing forward with a shield, Puck says that he will distract them with himself, and Henson suggests that they make a detour and return to the rest stop. Kiyoung looks at the emotionless Hayan in shock. She and Hayan just stand behind him as he asks what he's doing. The girl suddenly turns around. Hayan just shows her middle finger. Young people begin to run away from the monsters. Kiyoung frowns when he remembers that he was still wondering if it was too thoughtless of him to bring Hayan, but in the end he decides that Park and Hayan are still around. He stops, gathering magic in his palm, calls out to Puck and thinks that the probability of their survival is high, so he can try once. Standing opposite the monsters, he says to see him to answer his call. He talks about talent, and Puck joyfully talks about the power to kill, and thinks that now is not the time for this, asking for the power that will burn his enemies. He speaks emphatically about the flame. Suddenly the flames are directed towards the monsters. They start to burn in flames. The young men look at this joyfully. However, Puck decides to look back and asks why they are the only ones here. Kiyoung turns around worriedly when the question is asked about where Hayan and Hayan are. It turns out there is no one behind them. The young man fearfully asks where they went. He asks how long they have been missing, when Puck, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, reports that just recently they were definitely running after them, and asks for forgiveness, and the young man claims that he is not to blame because he should have monitored them more carefully. The thought immediately comes across that if only Hayan had disappeared, there would be no difference. A smiling Hayan is shown when it is reported that the problem is hers, because getting lost in such a place is not even funny. Turning to Puck, Kiyoung decides that they should return because they are definitely out there somewhere. He turns away, asking if the guy knows when they roughly missed each other, to which he replies that he can definitely tell that when they encountered recent monsters, they were. The thought sounds strange. The young man looks ahead worriedly. The question is how Puck could not have noticed the simultaneous disappearance of two people. It is because of this that something is really wrong. He remembers how Hayan stood next to him. Suddenly he notices a certain magical thread coming from some passage. He is tense and denies what is happening in his thoughts, and out loud he only calls for Puck. He tells him to go left when he himself looks ahead. Nodding, the guy resolutely accepts his order. Kiyoung stands still, looking to the side. He runs along the magical trail and remembers Hayan. He asks that it's not what he thinks it is. A hand can be seen touching the stone. Hayan walks, covering herself with her hand. She smiles, believing that now they have moved away enough and she really did well for exploring the corridors earlier. Hayan emotionlessly reports that her leg is normal as expected and realizes that she deliberately pretended to fall in order to kill Kiyoung. The girl turns to her, dumbfounded. They end up in a magical cage when she asks why Hayan is here. She looks at her in shock when the girl apologizes. Kiyoung is annoyed when she claims that no matter how much she thinks, it's no good, and she asks what she's talking about and what kind of magic it is. Hayan calmly states that it is a wind blade. Hayan looks at her in surprise. She looks down. She turns out to be shorter than Hayan. Her leg flies off to the side. Hayan smiles as she screams for help and reports that it is useless. Tears appear in the girl's eyes when she claims that she blocked all the sounds with mana and the monsters won't come here, so she doesn't have to worry, and she asks why she's doing this to her. Hayan cries, admitting that she was wrong about everything, she is to blame, and she asks for mercy. Hayan indifferently notices that it is noisy here and picks up a stick, deciding that it is better for her to silence her. The girl's mouth is sealed shut. Hayan squats down, asking if it hurts too much, but claims that she must go through the same pain that she went through. She tilts her head, smiling, and remembers how Hayan tried to take Kiyoung away from her because she felt like she was ripping her heart out of her chest. She stands up, closing her eyes, and reports that her existence makes her very unhappy. She tucks her hair behind her ear. Hayan trembles in fear as she asks for her forgiveness and thinks about how she can't die like this. The girl just smiles, starting to cast a spell. Tears appear in Hayan's eyes. Blood gushes as Hayan finishes the spell. Suddenly Kiyoung runs up to her from behind. He wants to say that she is okay, but notices a flying hand. Hayan has a wild look and drops of blood cover her. The young man smiles nervously, calling her name. The girl finds herself covered in blood and calls him back. They are standing opposite each other. Hayan trembles and reaches out with her hand. Kiyoung frowns, looking down, and thinks that he knew it, wanted to stop Hayan before everything happened, but she already did it. He looks at the flying hand and admits that he is very scared, deciding what to do. Suddenly he begins to walk forward. He heads towards the frightened Hayan. Leaning towards her, he asks if she is okay. He wonders what happened to Hayan. Tears appear in the girl's eyes. The young man sighs, talking about her arms and legs. He thinks that this is a very simple choice. He asks Hayan to give the correct answer. Suddenly she starts crying. Hayan continues to reach out with her hand when the young man wants to know that it wasn't Hayan who did it. He looks at the girl in surprise when she says that she doesn't know this because at some point she suddenly found herself far from everyone. She sighs, looking down, and states that by the time she was able to pull herself together, Hayan was already in that state, prompting the question of whether she was injured. Hayan's face darkens and she answers in the negative. She hugs the boy while the girl trembles behind him and tells him that she is fine. Keen starts to smile. He strokes her head, mentally praising her. Hayan, looking at them, curses them in her thoughts. Her eyes begin to close. Immediately her head falls to the ground when the phrase is heard that she must have accidentally activated a trap. It is reported that since this is a dungeon, it is not strange that there are magic traps here. Looking at the corpse, the young man believes that the girl herself did not notice how she passed through the wall of mana. He frowns, thinking that the script is ready. However, he notices that there are too many cuts on the girl's body, so if he leaves her like this, Henson will definitely notice. He just remains silent, closing his eyes. Opening his eyes, he decides that this is the best option since she is dead anyway. Suddenly he looks up. A wall of flame is applied. A flaming wall appears right in front of the young man. Everything is burning with a bright flame. Hayan looks at Keen with concern when he says that it would be better for them to move the corpse to the rest stop, but then their lives could be in danger. He calmly points out that he can't just leave Hayan like that. He clenches his hand into a fist, believing that this is all he can do for her. Looking at the flames, he decides that this is the best choice. Blushing, the girl agrees with this and smiles. She begins to tremble, giggling at the thought that she is not the only one who has become a monster. Keen has an indifferent look and states that he is exactly the same. They approach Puck, who has noticed them. He rushes towards them worriedly, asking if they are okay and where Kiyoung is. The young man just shakes his head. Puck sighs sadly, closing his eyes. The girl is standing behind when Keen asks what about the other monsters, and the guy reports that Henson has taken them far away. They can't be seen at all, and with his skills they don't have to fear for him. Looking away, Keen thinks about how relieved he is that he's far away and says that they need to get to camp quickly first. Suddenly his eyes close and he begins to fall. Puck catches him, asking if he's okay, and the young man believes that he used too much mana and just needs to rest a little. The guy sighs, declaring that this won't work and today it would be better for them to arrange a rest stop nearby, and turns to the crying girl, asking if she minds. Hayan is worried and wonders if the young man was really so shocked by what happened recently. Puck sits making a fire. He blows when the fire sparkles and reports that it is sad. Wiping his sweat, he claims that he is talking about Kiyoung and she was peculiar, but she tried, and Kiyoung remarks that they all almost died because of her. He sits with his eyes downcast and states that now they should be grateful that at least they are alive, talking about what would have happened if Park or Hayan had died instead of her. He covers his mouth, claiming that he could never bear this loss. His friends look at him with admiration, and he looks at them questioningly. Puck scratches the back of his head, looking away to the side, and reports that it would be the same with him. The girl is only silent, blushing. The guy gets up, saying that he will look around a little when Keen asks if this is necessary, thinking that he is afraid to be alone with Hayan, and he replies that a patrol is a patrol and they spent a lot of mana. The girl firmly clenches her hands into fists when he states that he would like her to look after the boy for a little while, and tells him to rely on her. They tell him not to try to get lost. Puck leaves with a wave and says that he's just going to look around a little, so they shouldn't worry. The young people remain sitting in silence. Keen suddenly opens the status window. He notices that his luck is 23. A notification is shown that stamina, mana, and intelligence have increased, so apparently the young man had to use his head recently, and the strongest growth was seen in intelligence, but Keen's abilities are still no better than Monster Feces. The young man is surprised, thinking that his luck has risen. He looks at the girl, thinking that this situation is not so bad, and she notices that his stats have increased. Hayan reports that even her mana has hardly increased, nor has her stamina or strength. She looks down sadly, and Keen reports that this is a relief, and he himself thinks about the eyes of the soul. She is reported to be his #1 fan. The young man looks in bewilderment, wondering what kind of assessment this is. He turns his gaze to the girl when she begins to talk about what happened recently. A fire is shown when she asks if it made him sad. He just looks down, thinking that if he said he didn't feel remorse, it would be a lie. He remembers Hayan and admits that until now, when he thinks about what happened, his soul sinks into his heels and his body trembles. Suddenly Keen approaches the girl. He hugs her, telling her he's glad she wasn't hurt. The idea is that he will do anything to survive. He looks away. Hayan, smiling, cries. They hug, and the young man thinks that she will definitely bring him to the end. It is reported that he will cease to be human. Their faces are close to each other. It sounds like the brother-little sister relationship is good, but there is one thing. Keen looks into the face of the blushing girl. It is reported that quickly tying her to him in the role of a lover is also an effective method for him. Hayan looks at him in love. Suddenly Puck appears behind him, awkwardly noticing that he ruined the atmosphere for them and apologizing. Embarrassed, Hayan begins to deny this, and he says that he was worried that he had come too early. The girl runs away and Keen asks what kind of meaningless nonsense he is talking about, to which he tells him not to play dumb. He closes his eyes, claiming that he knows perfectly well that the young man likes Hayan. Keen looks down, asking why Park calls the girl like she's older and if he knows she's younger than him. Smiling, Puck answers in the affirmative, but wonders where it is seen that the younger brother addresses the elder's fiancée as his younger sister. The young man looks at him awkwardly, thinking that this is nonsense. He remembers the picture with the aggressive Hayan. It sounds like she's so fixated on him. She smiles at him and tells him that this has always seemed strange to him. A smiling Puck is shown, and the young man assumes that he always pushed her to this. Clearing his throat, the guy himself reports that after Keen asked him to keep an eye on the girl, he quietly pushed them towards each other and the young man just trembled. Pointing to himself, the guy smiles and claims that he is a famous professor of love affairs from Gangwon-do and he is quite famous. A rainbow sparkles, and he says that in any case he will bring them together enough so that everything will work out well for the two of them in the future. Keen clenches his hand into a fist in irritation as he states that they may not thank him very much. A scene from the movie is shown, but with Keen and Hayan. It is suggested that they were the main characters in a love play staged by Puck. The guy laughs while the young man curses him. The next day comes. The fire is no longer burning. Keen looks at Pack, believing that he lives without hassle, not giving a damn about what may be going on in a person's soul. The guy frowns when they tell him to get up because they have to leave early, so he has to get ready. The girl lies on the pillow when her name is called. She raises the corners of her eyebrows, indicating that she will still sleep, but it turns out that she also needs to get up. Hayan has a scary look in her eyes as she repeats her words. The young man remembers her in the blood and thinks that he has a feeling that the closer he gets to her, the closer the death flag is to him. He looks at her intensely, realizing that he still can't just avoid her. With his head down, he calls out to Hayan and thinks about survival. He strokes her head, deciding that all he can do is get even closer to her and invites her to get up. Hayan, blushing, jumps up, and he says that they will immediately go to the camp and thinks that now even this kind of her frightens. He frowns, nervous. He asks that nothing more happen. Jihye sits with her eyes closed while she gets a massage. She holds a mug in her hands, noticing that people are very late, and wonders if everything is fine with them. Those standing in the distance notice Keen. The girl, frowning, rushes forward, telling everyone to move out of the way. She joyfully runs to the newcomers, saying that they are all great fellows. When she asks where Hyoyeon and Hyunsung are, the young man looks away, claiming that the girl is dead and the Swordmaster will be back soon. Jihye, dumbfounded, asks how this happened, but the answer is that something else is more important now, namely why the entrance is blocked. Jihye tenses up, asking if she and the boy can talk privately for a moment. Keen is surprised by this. He turns around, noticing an aggressive Hayan. He asks her to wait for him at the camp because it seems like this is an important conversation. He pats her on the head, mentally telling her that she shouldn't kill Jihye. Hayan and Park leave, and the girl silently looks after them. She turns to the boy, claiming that the man is dead. But judging by the way he talks about her like some discarded object, Hayan must have done something, so she asks how she died. Keen sighs, closing her eyes, and reports that they couldn't do anything because she screamed in a place that was infested with monsters. Hayan turns around when he claims that they all almost died just barely making it out alive, and notices that this is a lie. The question is asked whether the girl is interested in the details, to which she states that she has a general idea of what happened. The young man lowers his gaze, thinking that Jihye is no longer interrogating him, and it's so convenient that she quickly realizes and doesn't force him, and asks why the entrance was blocked, and she, sighing, tells him not to even ask. A man is shown with a menacing gaze, and it is reported that several people, including Soka, went outside yesterday morning. Keen, dumbfounded, asks why he came out, and he himself thinks that he knew it. There was always this vile premonition. The phrase sounds like they said they would go to the rescue of Mr. Henson's squad or something like that. Walking people are shown. The question is which one is a rescue group. Soku is reported to be sick, so it is obvious that he has decided to do something about it as his situation becomes more pitiful. A man with a scar on his face is seen. They approach the young people when the question arises as to whether this is why everything was closed off. Keen arches an eyebrow when Jihye replies in the affirmative, stating that they could all die if they suddenly brought monsters with them. A smiling Soku is shown, who remarks that apparently everything was fine between them. The question arises as to who is with him. The young man looks at them in shock as Jihye sighs, saying that one awkward girl died, but every day the person causing a stir came back alive. The guy grins when she notices that he also has a trailer. Keen looks at the man intensely, asking what it is. A man with a scar on his face is shown, and the young man finds him creepy. He looks pleased, grinning. Keen frowns, noticing that this is the first time he has seen the people behind, so he asks how many people originally left with Seok, to which Jihye replies that there are 7 and now she sees that 6 besides him have not returned. People are shown in the dungeon, and the idea is that they died because they behaved frivolously. Only Soku remained, who was clearly helped by these people, and judging by their behavior, they are definitely not just some kind of rabble. The man smiles when Keen decides to test him with his soul eyes. All information about it is shown. The young man draws attention to the fact that he has the nature of a calculating killer. He looks thoughtfully at the system window. He calls out to Jihye, asking her to call Park and Hayan. He begins to cast a spell, noting that they have not yet shown much hostility, but he better not risk it, after which a greeting sounds. A smiling man makes his way towards him as he is surprised that he just said hello. Extending his hand, he says that it's nice to meet you and his name is Jinho. The young man only awkwardly introduces himself in response, noting that with a smile he looks like an ordinary good guy and wonders if this is really the killer. The man makes a hand gesture when he claims that he heard a lot about Keen from Soku, and asks if he recently became a magician because Mr. said that he could call fire from his hands. The young man glares at Suka aggressively when Jinho states that he really wants to see his magic once, since it's his first time meeting a magician, and he says that he doesn't need to be so wary. Suku adjusts his glasses as Keen wonders how much he talked about him. A crowd of people walks forward, looking back. Everyone happily greets Keen. He smiles and says that he is okay thanks to their prayers and asks if everything is fine with them. Looking into the distance, Jinho concludes that this is truly an incredible place because away from the starting point where he went, there were almost no survivors, so he couldn't believe it. It is reported that he did not expect that there really was such an oasis. Keen looks at him questioningly, wondering if the oasis is so beautiful that the man wants to devour everyone in one gulp, and notices that the soul's eyes are working properly, believing that this is an effect of the luck stat, but his 5 senses were practically screaming that he needs to hold on away from him. Park and Hayan run to him, asking what's wrong. It is reported that they have newbies. The man looks at them with interest. The young people are surprised, and Keen notices that they, too, were afraid of Jinho's face. Smiling, the man says that he thought they would be greeted warmer here. The question is whether this is too noticeable. Puck looks at him with displeasure when the young man apologizes, claiming that these are the circumstances after all. Suddenly the man closes his eyes, saying that they are the same. The young man looks back questioningly as he states that he heard that people have recently appeared in the area who hunt people instead of monsters. He smiles, saying that, as far as he remembers, among those bad guys there was an archer and also a swordsman. His eyes sparkle as he asks if the young people have seen them. Arching an eyebrow, Keen wonders if he's a crazy psychopath and if he's challenging them now with this allusion to himself, and he answers in the negative. They look at each other silently. The question is whether he should try something. The young man looks ahead disdainfully. A man with a spear and an archer are shown. Park and Hayan are depicted, who begins to cast a spell. The man laughs and reaches for his sword. The question arises as to what is happening here. Henson approaches them, and the young man mentally thanks him. Jinho just tasks at this. Smiling, he says that it was nice to meet Keen. Turning to the young man, Henson asks who it is, to which he replies that he is glad he is okay. Examining everyone, he claims that Soku brought these people. The question is whether it is Henson. The guy looks at the man dumbfounded when he says that he has heard about him and they were only able to meet now. Jinho extends his hand in a friendly manner, hoping that they will get along. Keen looks questioningly at Henson and wonders what's wrong with him. He notices that this is the first time he has seen him like this and he is holding back his anger. Henson only remains discreetly silent. There is speculation that he has already met Jinho. The man looks at him questioningly, smiling. The thought sounds that from his gaze it is clear that he is really seeing him for the first time. Watching them carefully, the young man comes to some conclusion. Henson shows up and believes that Jinho was his enemy. The guy just frowns, saying nothing. Suddenly they touch him, calling him. Henson immediately extends his hand back, introducing himself. Jinho smirks, and it is reported that according to the information from his status window, the young man can come up with 2 main hypotheses. The man begins a conversation when the first hypothesis is heard that in any case he is a killer, and claims that meeting Henson is a great honor for him and he heard from Soku that he is the leader in this camp. He reveals that now, seeing him with his own eyes, Jinho realizes that he is stronger than he thought, so he asks if he can inquire how many stats he has. Henson only indifferently notes that for him to report this would also be superfluous, which the man understands. Looking away, Jinho states that he really is incredible, he has so many supplies, so many survivors, and asks where he found them, and Keen remarks that he has good control over his emotions. The second hypothesis is reported to be that in the first attempt, Henson had already dated Jinho. People in robes are shown. A smiling man is depicted with his face covered in blood, and the idea is that he was the villain who killed Henson or his close people. Closing his eyes, the man runs his hand through his hair. Some are surprised and others remain focused as they wonder if they can stay with them. He argues that it's certainly not free, although it's a little, but they also have food, but believes that they might not like it. However, Henson responds negatively to this, looking down. Keen is surprised when he reveals that they always welcome survivors. He looks at him questioningly when he talks about seeing off new acquaintances. The bald man smiles as he introduces himself and hopes that they will get along, to which Keen says his name in response. The young man wants to say something to Pack, but he immediately comes up to him, whispering something. He doubtfully asks if he is sure, to which Keen replies that if something happens, he needs to call him right away. Puck calls everyone with his hand, saying that there is not much comfort for life here, but it is better than if they were wandering somewhere outside. Laughing, Jihye thanks him for his concern. It sounds like he's the enemy, so Henson decided to keep him close, and the idea is that it's rational in its own way. The guy frowns and looks down. It was reported that this was a bit unexpected. Keen remembers the moment when the man saw Henson, and thinks that, judging by the fact that he immediately stood up as soon as the guy arrived, he really is savvy. The young man begins to smile, covering his mouth, and calls him a calculating psychopathic killer. A smiling Jihye is shown, and it is reported that they have something in common, because Keen is also calculating, but otherwise they are not alike, and he appeared at the right time. As he leaves, the young man wonders why he is so lucky, and notes that it is not for nothing that he has a high luck stat, and aloud tells Henson that they need to talk a little. The guy just looks intently at one point. He finally turns his attention to Keen, who asks if this is his acquaintance, because he looks like he met an acquaintance. Henson looks down thoughtfully, saying that he knows Jihye, but he probably doesn't. They saw each other for a long time, just briefly. He turns his head towards the boy when he notices that this is also a connection of sorts, and states that he shouldn't call it a connection, because you never know. Keen winks at him, declaring that he will not say a word to the man, because the main principle of the advisor is maintaining secrets. Henson, smiling, exhales with relief. The young man is pleased to note that he returned without a single wound, so he is truly incredible, to which he replies that he was just lucky and is very glad that Keen is okay. The young man sighs when he asks if they ran into any problems along the way and states that he has something to say. Hayan immediately tenses up. Kiyoung sadly reports that Hayan has died. Henson looks scared and explains how it happened. The young man looks away, believing that the girl could have fallen under the influence of magic of unknown origin. Hayan, standing nearby, was already sweating when it was reported that there was such a possibility, but the young man was a beginner, so he did not dare to clarify, but he definitely felt some kind of mana. Henson looks down thoughtfully. Kiyoung remembers that while they were wandering through the corridors, they noticed that Hayan and Hayan had fought them off. The moment is shown when Hayan was dying, and the young man reports that he arrived late and her limbs had already been cut off. Hayan listens intently to their dialogue as Keen states that he thought it was a dungeon trap. Henson reflects on his words. The young man raises his finger when the thought is heard that this is probably doubtful for him, because in fact there are no traps there and he, being a reincarnation, cannot help but know about it, and declares that he would like to take Hayan's corpse out of there. But there is one thing. Suddenly tears appear in his eyes, which surprises the girl, and he reports that he also did not have the opportunity, so he thought that it was better for him to burn her than to leave her to be devoured by monsters. Hayan also begins to cry when Henson suggests that it was hard for them and she asks if he is okay. Keen smiles, but covers his face with his hand, thinking that it's good that he decided to play it as believably as possible, because now the circumstances are not the same as yesterday. A crying Hayan is shown. A more suitable suspect has reportedly emerged. The young man mentally thanks Jihye. A man is depicted with fire in his hands, and it becomes known that even his specialization, as luck would have it, is a swordsman. The idea sounds that he is a suspicious sword magician who killed Hayan and fled the scene of the crime, the leader of a group of terrible killers. Jihye is shown smiling and is called a psychopathic killer. A bloody poster is displayed stating that he is wanted. Kiyoung smiles, stating that Jihye is the culprit. The young man tapped his leg with one finger. The main character leaned on his arm and thought that not much time had passed since the day he told Hyunsung about Hyun's death. He put his palm on the table and thought that, of course, after that there were no words that Jihye was suspicious or that he was the girl's killer. Hyunsung touched his lips, looking down blankly, and Keen thought that it was up to Hyunsung to come to the conclusion that Jihye was the killer. The main character closed his eyes, took a sip from the mug and thought that he didn't have to do anything, just pretend that he didn't know anything, and that, as he had expected, Hyunsung had been closely watching them and Jinho's group lately. Kiyoung remembered the man's scarred face and came to the conclusion that Hyunsung ended up guessing that Hayan was killed by Jihye. A dark female silhouette was visible. The main character thought that now there was no reason for the Regressor to leave Jihye alive. The man smiled, holding a bloody longsword in his hand. Keen touched the white mug and asked if they had returned from that dungeon with the stairs to the dungeon with nothing. They sat opposite each other at a wooden table, and the main character suggested trying to complete this dungeon with beginners. Hyunsung raised his head and looked in surprise at Keen, who said that Hayan had just received the specialization of a magician. The man put his hand on his mouth, looking down, and the main character added that now their ranks have been replenished with Jinho's group, so there will be enough people, and now you just need to make up your mind. Kiyoung winked and thought that if they went together, they would obviously split into Team Jinho and Team Hyunsung. Then he raised his hands to his face and said that the people who had recently arrived were much stronger than the guys from the camp, and there would definitely be suitable people among them. Hyunsung looked down thoughtfully, placing his hand on his cheek, and Kiyoung said that the most important thing now is to prevent Hayan's story from repeating itself. The main character came to the conclusion that the man now thinks that Hayan died at the hands of Jinho. He imagined 4 people who were controlled by the puppeteer with the help of threads, and thought that this clearing of the dungeon would provide a chance to punish the real killer of the girl and eliminate the future bloodthirsty group of inveterate scoundrels in their infancy. With a smile, Keen mentally wondered if Hyunsung thought the picture was perfect. The main character looked at the man's gloomy face and thought that all he had to do was climb onto the stage that he had created. Kiyoung's gaze became serious as he thought that Hyunsung would refuse this offer. He widened his eyes in surprise when the man said that they would try to go down together once, but it would be better to divide the team into 2 parts. The main character smiled and thought that he also did not want to trust his back to the killer. Hyunsung stood up and said that he would then talk to Jinho's group first and that he needed to prepare something. He then turned around and asked Kiyoung to call Park and Hayan. The protagonist smiled and thought that he would provide diligent support to make the plan succeed. He suddenly looked up when he heard someone admiring Jinho. Behind the man with 2 scars on his face stood 2 girls. Jinho was talking to a crowd of boys and girls who thanked him for his help. Soku smiled as he handed the bespectacled girl some bread while the crowd told the man to rest. Jinho laughed with a smile and said that he doesn't spend much energy, and that it's better to work together and relax together. Then they all closed their eyes and left. Keen grimaced and thought that Jinho was crazy and pretending to be an ordinary guy. He looked at the man's creepy smile and thought that his target was these people's necks anyway. The main character closed his eyes and turned away, not understanding what Jinho was doing. A man with a mustache and a girl in a black jacket crossed their arms. They stood behind Keen and talked about how the newcomers were also fighting and bringing food, and that the recent expedition had failed. The main character thought that he, too, was selflessly fighting for justice to save their necks from a crazy killer. Keen stood up and walked over to Hayan. The girl smiled joyfully when she saw the main character. He stroked her head, and Hayan said that today she discovered a new spell that uses air as a conductor. The girl blushed, hugged Keen's hand, and said that it was all thanks to him. The main character smiled awkwardly and thought that lately Hayan has become more and more bold, and because of this, those around them perceive their relationship as something already predetermined. A young man standing next to him asked with a smile whether Keen had a successful conversation with Sunhyun, and the main character replied that during the conversation the man developed a business for them. Park put his hands on his waist. Hayan looked at Keen lovingly. They said that they had a lot of time. The girl asked what this was all about. She held the hand of the main character, who said that after a while they would go down into the dungeon along with Jinho's squad. A bead of sweat appeared on Park's face. He said that he had a bad feeling about these people, and Keen, closing his eyes, replied that he felt the same, but now they needed a cleanup, and that first it would be better to hold on distance from them. Hayan clenched her hands into fists, promising that she would not even talk, and Park, with a confident face, said that Keen should not even worry about this. The main character answered with a smile that the girl could talk, and then asked her to ignore Soka if possible. Hayan, whose cheeks turned red, and she said that she was not even going to pay attention to such a person. 3 people walked across the grass. Jinho was eating bread, looking to the side, 2 young men standing next to him. They looked at Keen, Hayan, and Park as they passed by. The protagonist's face looked hostile. Jinho looked at him with his red eyes. Someone raised their hand and called Hyunsung. Puck announced with a joyful smile that they had arrived. The man turned around, looking at them indifferently. Keen's eyes widened in surprise and his mouth opened. Park closed his eyes and asked if Hyunsung hid something tasty. The man closed his eyes and smiled as Puck said he looked just like his grandma when she pulled out pennies. Hansen pointed to the bag and said that he was giving it to them. All 3 of them froze in surprise. The man extended his hand to the bag. A bright golden light appeared. Hayan, Keen, and Park watched with interest. The main character smiled widely. There were 2 round iron objects on the table. Puck asked where Henson found all this, and the man standing behind the table replied that he accidentally found something like a chest when they passed each other, and these items were inside. Park's cheeks turned pink. He suggested that there were all sorts of different things, and Keen thought with a smile that Henson was really good for jumping on the Regressor bus. The cast iron dwarf's steel bracelets emitted a bright glow. There were also 2 rings on the table that had different abilities. Puck touched his face, saying that it would be better for him to take the bracelets, and the main character realized that the owner of these items had already been found. The young man put the bracelet on his wrist and said that he would accept it with gratitude, and then he would definitely repay him with something. Keen thought with a smile that there was a good choice. He looked at the golden ring of the mana shield and thought that with one charge he could activate the shield twice a day, and this was not even comparable to regular level bracelets that raise stats. The main character looked at the silver ring with the stone and thought that healing is also good, but it would be better to give it to Hayan. He touched his face and thought that he had a feeling that if he got hurt, the red-haired girl would use healing magic on him herself. Hayan pointed her finger at the silver ring and said that she would take it. Keen took the golden mana shield ring with a smile and said that he would take the remaining item. He put the ring on his finger, asking if they could definitely take it all, and Henson replied that he also had the item, and that even if you put on another accessory with a special skill, only one ability would be activated. The man with a serious face added that he decided that it would be better to give these items to them, and the main character said that they had nothing to give in return, and he himself thought that this was an absolute benefit. Keen smiled, Hayan blushed again, and they thanked Henson, who said they didn't have to worry about it. The man put his hand on his chest and said with a warm smile that they were now comrades. The main character opened his eyes wide upon hearing these words and thought that he was not such a fool as to be easily fooled by such goodwill. Henson tilted his head, and Keen thought that the man might have wanted them to be in debt in a similar way, but the main character didn't care. All that mattered to him was that this regressor was going to go with them. Keen imagined Hayan and Pack in armor and with weapons, and thought that, compared to an archmage or a reliable tank, whose future is predetermined, his qualifications are ambiguous because he has no value beyond the fact that he does not make mistakes during the hunt and thinks better than it seems. The main character introduced 4 people and thought that there would be many people like him on this continent. Park and Hayan smiled happily, and Keen came to the conclusion that Henson couldn't go without him if he was going to lead the 2, and in the end the man was forced to take Keen with him in order to lure Hayan and Park away. The main character imagined himself sitting among a pile of papers while Henson smiled, and thought that the man could use him as a member of the management of the Henson Kingdom, which will only grow more in the future, although Keen will have to constantly prove his usefulness in order to sit in this place. The main character put his hand on his chest and said with a smile that they were indeed comrades now, and then thought that he felt like everything had become a little more stable. Keen thought that following Henson would be wildly difficult, but by moving further and further, you can little by little extract benefits from your position. The main character concluded that this was his path. Puck gave him a thumbs up and asked approximately when they were going to move out. The trio looked attentively at Henson, who said that the sooner the better, but he has a bad feeling about Jinho's group, so he would like them to meet them with the thought that they are going to fight not with their comrades, but with enemies. Henson lowered his head and added that everything was fine right now, but it was still better to be prepared. Keen frowned when the man said that you need to be prepared for whatever happens in the dungeon. Park looked at the main character and Hayan and said that it had been a long time since they all shouted to fight, and then suggested doing it. They moved closer to each other, put their palms on top of each other, and Puck began to count to 3. Then they raised their hands and shouted joyfully. Keen thought with a smile that Jinho should wait for the day when the regressor would give him the sentence he deserved. He imagined the man's grinning face and thought that he would set the table beautifully. Suk asked if they should really clear the dungeon with Hensung's companions, and Jinho raised his sword, answering that it was a beneficial situation for them no matter what. The man raised the blade to his face and added that with one swing of the sword, everything would be over for the local king. Jihye was sitting on a wooden box, his comrades stood nearby. Hensung approached them and apologized for being late. The calm-faced man thanked them for accepting the offer. Jinho closed his eyes and replied that clearing the dungeon would, in any case, open up some path further. He added with a smile that they were the ones who were grateful to Henson for such an offer. Keen frowned and pursed his lips, thinking only that Jinho was a calculating killer. A man with scars on his face, saying that he did not even expect that there would be a dungeon in the dungeon. And the main character, with Hayan walking next to him, replied that they themselves stumbled upon it by accident, and then said that the conditions for passing were survival or stripping. Keen looked at Jinho seriously and added that this was just his guess, but the survival condition could mean waiting for the moment when someone clears the dungeon, and if his guess is correct, in order to survive here, someone must clear it. The main character said that in that case, they can't just wait, and then Jinho just came, and so they thought this was a good chance, so they assembled this cleanup team. The man smiled, answering that he hadn't thought it through in that much detail and that Kiyoung was incredible, The main character said that it was still a guess and then asked what Jihye did on Earth. Suk with a dissatisfied face walked behind. Jihye said that he was doing something like slaughtering animals. The main character thought that he would first try to lull his vigilance a little. Suddenly Hayan grabbed Kiyoung by the clothes and he turned around in alarm. Jihye said with a grin that the main character often goes with the girl. Kiyoung frowned when the man tried to ask about their relationship. Hayan blushed and raised her hand to her face. The main character turned pale, looked at the smiling Jihye, Park and Hansung, and thought that in any case he definitely needed to get closer to Hayan, so it was not so important what to call their relationship. The girl opened her mouth in surprise when Kiyoung said that Jihye's assumption was correct. The man clapped his hands, calling them a perfect couple. Soku gritted his teeth and rolled his eyes. While the main character was trembling, Hayan squeezed his hand and thought that they were an ideal couple. Puck walked ahead of everyone. Henson reported that they were already slowly approaching. They saw a structure made of dark bricks. Everyone carefully descended the spiral staircase. Torches hung on the wall. Puck lifted the metal fence with his hands. Kiyoung's eyes widened as the system notified him of the start of a rare level quest called Survival. The system also reported that the main character had reached the dungeon, so a rare level quest was forced to activate. Everyone looked intensely in one direction. A golden screen was visible in front of each of them. Many monsters with 3 heads came out of the gate. Each head opened its fanged mouth wide, from which long, wet tongues protruded. The main character began to sweat with fear, not understanding what it was. The monsters quickly ran forward, screaming loudly. Kiyoung looked to the side and said that first we need to get out of here. The 3 young men looked around with fear on their faces. Everyone took out weapons and shields. Suk was trembling in horror. Jihye shouted that no one should run away because they could very well win. The man saw on the golden screen that these monsters were called evolved evil spirits. The inscription changed, and now the system reported that the spirits had not evolved intelligence and vision. The main character gritted his teeth and thought that monsters obey instincts. But they are huge and there are too many of them. Kiyoung doubted that they could cope. He turned around in surprise when Henson suddenly said that they would succeed. The main character turned away, deciding that he would trust these words, and then called Puck. 3 men stood nearby, holding shields and a sword. Suddenly Puck opened his mouth in shock. Hansung and Jihye stood opposite each other. Henson's face was serious. Jihye said with a grin that he would go first. Then he ran towards the monsters. Kiyoung looked at Henson. The main character's eyes shone, and he thought that he needed to save mana until the last moment for an emergency. Suddenly someone took a step forward. Henson jumped up, sword in hand. Suddenly he looked tensely to the side. The man swung his weapon and Jihye clenched his teeth tightly. He then asked with a smile what Henson was doing, and he replied that he had decided to test his strength. Blood poured out of the monster's body, and Jihye asked if Henson was too wary. The man remained silent, looking at him coldly. He then swung his sword and cut off the spirit's head. Beads of sweat appeared on Jinho's face. The main character watched him carefully. Kiyoung frowned and thought that it was not in vain that he placed high hopes on the Regressor. Suddenly Puck screamed loudly, and Kiyoung thought that now he would look at the vitality of their unfortunate pig. The young man swung his hand and hit the monster with his fist. Kiyoung clenched his hand into a fist victoriously and thought that Puck was no longer just a meat shield. The young man's body radiated a golden aura, and the main character came to the conclusion that he was now an exemplary knight with a shield. Kiyoung then looked away with a smile. Hayan intertwined her fingers, a green light emanated from her hands, and the girl asked for strength that would help defeat her enemies and give them time alone with the main character. The girl opened her red eyes and used the wind blast technique. The 3-headed monster looked at Hayan with fear. She extended her hand forward and a powerful explosion occurred and a green light was visible. Kiyoung smiled and thought it was a good shot. Jinho gritted his teeth as he fought the spirit, and the protagonist thought that Hayan only got rid of the monsters on their side, causing Jinho's group to suffer. Kiyoung looked at the girl and said with a wide smile that thanks to her he would be able to catch his breath. Hayan widened her eyes with embarrassment and blushed when the main character leaned towards her and told her not to help Jinho's group in any way. The girl replied with a warm smile that she understood everything. The main character grinned and thought that he would take this chance and get rid of them first. The hooded man was shooting an arrow, the bald youth was wiping sweat from his forehead, and they were shouting loudly, asking Hayan for help. Jinho clenched his teeth tightly, and Sukuk screamed deafeningly, calling for the girl. Hayan replied that she needed to restore her mana, and Soku asked her to hurry up through clenched teeth and then looked away. He screamed in fear when he saw a 3-headed monster next to him. The hooded youth arched and screamed as the spirit hit him on the back. There was blood on his face and his round glasses were cracked. Kiyoung thought with a smile that the evil spirits were on their side, and then asked Hayan if that was cool, and the girl agreed. The main character raised his hand to his face with a fake smile and shouted that Jiho's group would definitely cope. 2 young men looked towards the main character and asked for help. Kiyoung took out his weapon and asked them to wait a little, shouting that they would succeed. Keen turned away from them and shouted for them to hold on a little longer, if only for the sake of their loved ones on Earth. The young men turned pale, their eyes turned white, and they screamed desperately, asking the main character to hurry up. Keen smiled and replied that he was almost done, and then thought that every fifth person was complete trash. He then came to the conclusion that he was that person today and extended his hand forward, creating a fireball. The monsters opened their mouths in horror when they saw the fiery projectile approaching them. The flames engulfed their bodies. The members of Jinho's group smiled in relief. Suddenly the smiles disappeared from their faces and she began to look shocked. The spirits stood on their feet, their expressions reminiscent of grins. The bald young man frowned and yelled that the monsters were coming here. The spirit with 3 eyes roared loudly as its body burned, and Keen thought that he had thrown fire so that the monsters were covered in a lovely robe of fire. The main character decided with a smile that he would call the monster a burning evil spirit. The huge monster clenched his hands into fists and screamed loudly. Soku looked at the spirit in horror as he ran away. Keen thought that justice would always prevail. Information about a burning evil spirit was visible on the screen. Monsters with 3 eyes opened their fanged mouths wide. The main character looked at the indicators of strength and endurance and thought that, perhaps, due to the influence of artificial flames, the vitality of the monsters burns out even faster, and this was all on the verge of a risky game. While the bald young man was screaming in horror, Keen thought that toys had just appeared that were quite suitable for mocking Jinho's group. The main character bowed and apologized, and group member Jinho ordered him to shut up and put out the fire. Keen smiled slyly and thought that it was time for Jinho to pull out an ace from his sleeve. The main character wanted the man to use this magic and swing the sword like a madman. Jinho frowned and ordered his subordinates not to hesitate and maintain order. Soku grimaced and stopped when the man ordered him to stop running and come back. The main character with a gloomy face thought that Jinho would hide his true nature until the end, and that by now he should doubt that they just wanted to live peacefully with them. Suddenly the monster grabbed the bald young man and lifted him up. Jinho looked up in shock, and Jejong screamed in fear, clenching his hands into fists. Jinho turned to Kiyoung and Hayan, calling out to them loudly. Puck, who was holding a sword in his hand, also called out to him, and the main character turned away, saying that he did not understand why mana was not restored. Hark, beads of sweat running down his cheeks, asked if they shouldn't save Kaichul, and Keen replied that they might be in danger if they went there. The main character said with a grin not to interfere under any circumstances, and that he and Hayan would come up with something. Kichul began to sob and scream deafeningly, begging for help. Suddenly the monster stuffed the body of the bald young man into its mouth. Jejong screamed his comrade's name in horror, tears appeared in his eyes. Jinho clenched his white teeth. Keen touched his chin and thought with a smile that Kichul could have survived if Jinho had intervened. But the situation was favorable for the main character and his team. He looked at the flaming monsters and thought that the bald young man would eat a lot of ramen in the next world. The main character and Hayan looked at each other. Drops began to form around the girl, and she extended her arms forward, using the water lightning technique. The monster roared deafeningly as a column of water headed towards it. Keen wiped his forehead with his hand and thought that the first round was over. The hooded young man clenched his teeth tightly and trembled. Then he took a confident step. Jejong grabbed the main character by the clothes and insulted him. Jinho and Saku turned around when they heard loud screams. Park and Hayan watched with fear. Keen saw the worried expression on the girl's face and was happy about it. The main character arched his eyebrows and said that they were powerless. Yijum, whose eyes were streaming, looked at Kiyoung with hatred, who said that nothing could be done and that Kichul's death was the best option for them. The main character's eyes shone. Then he said with a smile that otherwise they would have died too. Jejong frowned, veins showing on his cheek, and he screamed in anger. He then punched the main character in the face. Park and Hayan screamed in fear. Keen, who fell to the ground, began to tremble and raised his hand, saying that everything was fine, but in fact he was in a lot of pain. He brought his hand to his face, thinking that he needed to adapt to the situation and pretend to be powerless, and said that it was all his fault. Jejong clenched his hand into a fist and began to yell in anger when suddenly someone stopped him. Jinho sternly said that he understood the young man's feelings, but continuing the conflict would not lead to anything good. Yijun gritted his teeth and trembled as the man leaned towards him and whispered that they would first meet with Keen and his team and then finish the cleanup. Jinho turned to the main character and apologized to him. He looked at Jejong and said that the young man did not mean anything bad, he was just emotional about the death of an old friend. Yijun, who had veins showing on his cheek, opened his mouth wide and yelled loudly that Kiyoung was definitely trying to deceive them. The main character fell headfirst into the ground, apologizing and saying that he was to blame and not good enough. Henson, Park and Hayan looked at Kiyoung in shock. The main character trembled and said that if he were a little better and stronger, he could save not only Kichul, but the whole world. He then held the blade of the sword to his throat and said that such a person truly deserved to die, and that he would pay back with his own life for Kaichul's death. Park and Hayan started screaming, asking Kiyoung to stop, and Hayan ran towards him. The main character thought with a grin that this was a wonderful picture, and that for some reason it was always nice to see people trembling at the moment when it really became offensive. Yejun clenched his hand into a fist and began to wail again, but Jinho again asked him to stop. Soku adjusted his round glasses and said that it was really better to stop now, and that Keen was a vile and treacherous piece of trash. Jejong looked at the young man in shock when he added that the main character thus stole his fiancée, Hayan, from him. Jejong glared at Keen, who said he was not paying attention. Sunghyun, Park and Hayan approached the main character, who covered his face with his hand and apologized. Suk and Jinho stood calmly, and the expression of anger did not leave Jejong's face. He clenched his teeth, not understanding what was happening and why only he was the bad one now. The young man remembered the grin of the protagonist and thought that he was clearly mocking him. Jejong then turned around and walked away. Keen stuck out his tongue and thought that no one believed the young man. Jinho looked at the main character sternly. He put his hand on his face and thought that he was going to kill Keen, but now he really wanted to win him over to his side. Sunghyun watched the thoughtful man from afar. He furrowed his black eyebrows. Soku put his hands in his trouser pockets and asked if Keen was happy. The young man with glasses smiled and said that everyone covers for the main character when he turns out to be guilty. Keen frowned and looked at Soka with displeasure. He then ran after Jinho and Yejung. Anger appeared on the protagonist's face. He turned away and spat blood from his mouth. Keen then lowered his head and thought that this was a clear provocation, when suddenly someone asked if the main character was okay. He raised his head and told Hayan that everything was fine and apologized for his mistake. The man silently extended his hand to the main character. Keen closed his eyes and sobbed, thinking that this was the luxurious and rich life he could enjoy as a fellow regressor Hayan. The man helped the main character get up. Someone's hand could be seen nearby, in which there was something small. Keen turned around and froze in shock. Then his gaze became very stern. He saw Hayan crying and feeling maximum rage and thought it was a disaster. The girl put the protagonist's tooth in her pocket, while the protagonist reflected that he was mistaken when he thought that it would be enough for him to avoid female company. But apparently Keen was forbidden to touch anyone at all. He cleared his throat and tried to say something. The alarmed Hayan rushed to him. She grabbed him by the hem of his clothes, looked at him with alarmed eyes full of tears, asked if he was okay and began to scold the man who hit him. Her eyes glowed ominously as she decided to take revenge for Keen. He tried to calm her down by saying that he was the only one to blame. He stroked the crying girl on the head, looked intently at the people sitting by the wall and thought that if Hayan was using magic now, then he should have provoked that guy to attack in vain, because they brought the ogres, which means now it was their turn to attack. He grabbed her shoulders. The people around her silently watched them. Keen thought that he needed another provocation. He looked at the guy with glasses who was watching them with displeasure. He grinned slyly and thought that thanks to Juice, everything would be even easier than he had expected. He opened his mouth in indignation. He closed his eyes and hugged the girl, telling Hayan that he was hurt. The girl looked worriedly at Keen. He smiled contentedly, pressing her close and thinking about whether Saok liked his little show. He stumbled and lost his balance. He raised his head in alarm, feeling himself falling backwards. Someone picked it up. Hayan held his waist and held his hand. She asked if he was okay. He looked at the girl with displeasure when she invited him to lean on her even more. Keen believed that this was wrong. Keen stole a glance at the audience, thinking that even though he got the role of the heroine, the goal was still achieved. Soku trembled with rage, chewed on a handkerchief and tried to hold back his tears. Looking at him, the main character thought that he looked disgusting and looked like someone who had stolen his precious beloved. He watched the couple with his mouth open in surprise. Keen thought that he must be jealous. He clenched his teeth in anger. The main character continued to play to the audience, expecting Soku to hit him. He cleared his throat and offered Hayan his help. She narrowed her eyes, looked at him displeasedly and said that she could handle it herself. He watched sideways as the guy leaned on the girl's shoulder. Soku apologized for the misunderstanding. He clenched his teeth in irritation. Keen mockingly thought that he was trembling with anger. But if he had any self-control, he would never have treated Hayan in the camp the way he did. He was counting on Soku to hit him. Monsters came at them with a roar. The players took up their weapons. Jinho ordered everyone to take positions and prepare to attack. He turned to the girl and asked her to go with Park and deal with the monsters. Hayan tried to resist his decision, but Keen assured her that everything would be fine with him. He looked at Pak's back and thought that there was now about 20 meters between them. Multicolored stripes appeared in the air from the sword strikes. Keen thought that if he provoked Soka and fell under a serious blow with a knife, then Pak, despite his low agility, would be able to stop the next attack, and Hayan would be able to heal with magic. He turned around when he heard laughter behind him. The main character thought that if he was unlucky, he would be able to use Hansung's magic shield, and as for the monsters, Jinho and Hansung themselves could handle it just fine. He approached the guy with glasses. He placed his hand on his shoulder, thinking that it was time to turn Soka into a villain. He smiled ominously and asked if he was jealous of him. He grabbed his sword and screamed, Keen thought with satisfaction that the show had finally begun. He slashed him across the chest with a sword, blood sprayed out, and Soku shouted insults. He winced and screamed in unbearable pain. Keen tried to persuade himself to hold on. He lowered his head, continuing to scream. He convinced himself that he needed to be patient a little to get rid of Soko. Hearing his scream, everyone turned around in alarm. The girl looked confusedly at something behind her, wondering what kind of screams it was. The guy in the hoodie watching what happened lowered his bow, and Soko called Jinho. He pointed his finger at Keen, who was sitting on the ground, and said that he had finally managed and got rid of him. The main character thought that he was too proud of the fact that he was able to injure the weakest of the 4 heavenly kings. He pursed his lips in displeasure and called out to Sokka. He looked at the guy with displeasure and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Keen thought with satisfaction that one of the cards in his hands had turned into a mine. He clenched his teeth angrily and cursed, regretting his plan, while Soku continued to be happy with what he had accomplished. He waved his sword and shouted at his ward. Keen thought with satisfaction that it was all over and now their team was absolutely hopeless. Jinho ran towards Suk, watching him. The main character thought that it seemed that he was going to get rid of the weak link in his team and was acting as if he was not going to fight with Keen's team, but this did not suit the main character. He squinted, watching carefully what was happening, and thought it was time. Hansung gritted his teeth and swung his sword. Keen hoped that he would interfere with Jinho. Park and Hayan ran towards him. He smiled and reached under his cloak with his hand, looking for the necessary items. He didn't notice the silent Jejong in the hood of his sweatshirt. The guy came up behind him, but Keen was busy doing his healing. His eyes widened in surprise as Yijung stabbed him in the back, blaming him for Kitchell's death. He looked to the side in confusion. There was blood on his back. He turned around and looked at his killer with confusion. He coughed and fell at the girl's feet. She looked at what was happening in confusion. Her lips trembled. She knelt down next to him, tears flowing from her eyes, and she called Keen piercingly. She put her hand on his shoulder. Keen trembled and held back a cry, clenching his teeth. Overtaking Park towards him, Jinho ran. He waved his sword and wished death to the arguing Seok and Yijong. He looked in bewilderment at the unexpected obstacle, winced with displeasure, meeting the gaze of the gloomy Henson. Their swords collided. He was thrown back. Sweat streamed down his face and he frowned with displeasure. He turned around and ran in the other direction. He looked after him resolutely and asked Park to take care of Hayan and Keen. He turned around and, breathing heavily, said that he understood the order. Jejong looked at Sokka holding the sword and suggested that he take the opportunity to escape too, but the swordsman refused. He looked at the unconscious main character and said that he intended to finish him off, so Jejong had better leave first. He did not argue. He finally said that Kitchell would be happy in heaven and asked him to avenge the 2 of them. Hayan sobbed, covering her face with her hands. Looking at her, Soku told his comrade that he could rely on him. Puck bent over the leader's body and tried to bring him to his senses by speaking. That he couldn't die like that. Keen thought with displeasure that he was still alive and that instead of crying over his body, it would be better if they healed him. They held hands. Park remembered the ring and asked Hayan to use a healing spell. They opened their mouths in surprise and looked at the glowing ring with tear-filled eyes. She intertwined her fingers, closed her eyes and asked Keen to heal. He opened his eyes, his wounds glowing with golden light and healing. He puffed out his cheeks, feeling the teeth in his mouth with his tongue, and thought that even the recently lost tooth had grown back. Hayan smiled happily, and Park stood with his mouth open, unable to believe that they could save him. The main character thought that he really almost died and in the future he should be more careful. He turned around and frowned at the running Sokka with 2 swords. He shouted wishes for the death of Keen. He raised his hand and stopped the running guy with his palm. The jumping monsters caught his attention. Hayan stamped her foot. He looked to the side, smiled insidiously and decided that the time had come. A glowing mana shield dome appeared above them. He looked around. Henson stood up and thought with a smile that he didn't expect anything else from Henson. He looked at his friend in confusion when he said that Hayan was missing. He glanced sideways at the gloomy corridor and decided that she had followed Jejong. He bowed his head guiltily and said that it was all his fault. He should have come earlier and apologized for not helping him in any way. He stroked his hair and told him not to worry about anything. He smiled and said that it was all his carelessness that was to blame and everything would be fine with Hayan. He tried to wipe away his tears with his hand while continuing to stroke his head. Keen tried to calm him down, telling him that with such a large physique, you can't cry. They sat on the floor away from Seok's body. Park tried to be indignant at the fact that he was forbidden to cry, but the main character said that he was simply making too much noise. He closed his eyes and sighed with relief, thinking that although there was an error in his calculations, everything had turned out to their advantage. Someone was running along a dark corridor. He had a gray hood on his head. Yijung thought that Seok had acted stupidly, and although he was grateful that he would avenge Kitchell, he would not want to get involved with him. He gritted his teeth in anger as he continued to run, thinking that he would have to team up with Jinho to deal with Hansung and Kiyoung, despite the fact that he was outraged by his attitude towards the employees. A red beam of light hit his legs. He fell and Hayan came up behind him. Red streams of magic emanated from her hands. She looked at him sadly and said that she would quickly kill him. Since there was no time, Jejong decided that she had gone crazy. Tears welled up in his eyes and he screamed as she put her hand on his face. He didn't know what she was going to do, but he hoped someone would come to his aid. Hayan used an air blast and blood sprayed out. She pressed her hand to her face, looking sadly at the crying guy and asked if he was hurt, and then said that Keen was hurt more and that she must avenge him. She looked at the blood spatter on her clothes and said that he was asking for more punishment. Yijun begged for help and shouted that he was not ready to follow Kichil yet. She raised her index finger and said that she needed to kill him quickly, that today she would punish him just a little, but he should not do this anymore. He said that he would not do this again and asked her to stop. He saw her through the red veil and thought that he would definitely live, because he had not yet killed many. For example, Henson, Jinho, Keen, and this girl. Hayan activated an air explosion. She sat and thoughtfully over his body. She realized that Jejong had died. He winced and screamed. Pak put his foot on his back and tightened the rope. Soku said that his comrades had already dealt with Henson and were going to kill them, but Keen just laughed in response. He looked at the tied-up guy and said, whoever said that he couldn't forgive Hayan for not choosing him. The main character told him that his comrades abandoned him and ran away. He raised his head and asked with a smile if he hadn't received Jinho's instructions that after Kichil's death the plan had changed, but they themselves had destroyed it. Syaku pretended that he didn't understand what he was talking about. He smiled wickedly, enjoying his reaction, opened his mouth and said that Jinho abandoned him. He stroked the frightened guy on the cheek, said that he was grateful for a lot of things and thought that he was very lucky that the person whom Jinho considered his insurance turned out to be so stupid. He narrowed his eyes and said that it was actually thanks to him that he became close with Hayan. Soku couldn't believe that he was using him. His face contorted with anger, he opened his mouth and began shouting insults and death wishes. Keen, with feigned surprise, asked why he was so rude and said that he was just taking advantage of the opportunity that he had given him. The tied-up guy began to squirm, trying to free himself. The main character said that he didn't have to do anything at all. Soku did everything himself. He looked fearfully at the spear in the hands of the enemy. Keen said that only death can save him from his explosive nature, which means the right to decide whether to live or die belongs to him. He also thought that if everything was still a little confused, then Soku was lying in place himself. Puck frowned in confusion, opened his mouth and asked what he was really going to do. The main character advised him to close his eyes. He didn't want to kill this guy, but he didn't see any other way out. The bound guy opened his mouth and screamed, unable to believe what the enemy was going to do. Keen said that at least once he had to kill with his own hands. He threw the spear over his shoulder, smiled and said that now this is the most rational and necessary means. He sweated with excitement, opened his mouth and said that he was crazy. He closed his eyes, smiled happily and told Juice that he did too. He trembled as he lay on the ground and begged for mercy. He raised his spear above his head, thought it was too late to hesitate and apologized to the guy. He lowered his spear and blood sprayed out. He remembered people screaming in pain and thought that this was not the first time he had taken someone's life. He had just done it differently before. Tears appeared in his eyes. He screamed in pain. Looking at him, Keen thought that this time was no different from the previous ones. He just needed to be calm and restrained. He continued to squeeze the spear, striking, and thought that this death, like the previous ones, was inevitable and necessary. He looked at the pool of blood near Suk's head, whispered amen and thought that he had another life taken. He pursed his lips and turned away. Keen said that if they had not killed him, they would have been killed, and since he could do it, then Pak could do it even better. There was an unreadable expression on his face. On the floor next to them lay a body in a pool of blood. Puck asked the main character if he was a Christian. He closed his eyes, grinned, and said he didn't believe in God or anything like that. The system informed about the opening of a new specialization and offered to choose. Looking at the system window with a smile, he said that everything is like on Earth, experience increases even from killing people. He looked questioningly at Keen as he addressed him. He turned around, looked at him over his shoulder and told Puck not to die for anything. The main character walked forward with the young man. The guy, raising his eyebrows, turned to Keen, asking if he was still thinking about his specialization, recommending taking the coolest one. But the hero thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin, looking at the window that popped up in front of him, saying that he was thinking for so long because they were all cool. He thought that the specializations were really good this time. He was wondering which one he should choose so that everyone around him would start gossiping about how good his choice was. But in any case, he will still need to consult with the reincarnate about his further development. Suddenly, the hero's thoughts were interrupted by the screams of a girl in a cape running after him. She threw herself into his arms, calling him Appa, tears flowing from her eyes, and Keen, smiling good-naturedly, hugged her back. Hayan worriedly asked if the hero was hurt again. if he was okay, and then burst into tears. The main character touched her cheek with his palm, saying that he died. The guy watched this from the side. The girl clasped her hands in front of her face and, raising her eyebrows, smiled, saying that this was good, but then she suddenly realized what the guy said and said that she understood everything. Puck intervened in their dialogue, looking down at her with displeasure, asking where she had been since she had just returned. The main character and Hayan looked at him in surprise. She stammered and began to say that she herself had not noticed. The hero realized that she needed help. He looked at the girl and, smiling, asked her a leading question, saying that she had gone to help Mr. Song. She widened her eyes in fear and clasped her hands, screaming that she was not at all interested in this man. Hayan nervously bit her finger and grabbed her hair with her other hand. She, trembling with excitement, said that Jejong did this to Appa, that she just got very angry and did not notice how she did it. The girl lowered her head, apologizing. Puck raised his eyebrows in surprise and also began to apologize, saying that he understood what she wanted to say. The main character watched them, smiling. The guy began to turn around worriedly, saying that then he also wanted to run after him. He understood the girl's feelings, trying to calm her down. But she, wiping tears from her face with her hand, said that she simply could not stop thinking about it and now she doesn't know what to do. Puck didn't know what to say to calm her down. He turned to Kiyoung, asking him to somehow console the girl, because he was no longer able to do so. Hayan, whining, asked her Appa for forgiveness. The main character moved towards her, not understanding why their kind and charming girl was apologizing so much. The guy put his hand on her head. She opened her eyes wide, from which tears flowed. He said that everything was fine. The hero thanked her for not wanting him to get hurt so much. Kiyoung hugged the girl tightly and smiled, saying that everything was fine. He mentally called her a time bomb, intending to heal her. Hayan covered her face with her hands and closed her eyes, continuing to whine. The guy looked at her awkwardly, asking her to stop. Puck stood nearby with a thoughtful look. The main character turned to him, asking him to come up and move her away. The young man smiled slyly and, arching his eyebrows, laughed. Kiyoung was shocked by his actions, thinking it was his damn plan. He hugged the girl, looking at Puck, who gave him a thumbs up. A voice called out to them, saying that they had all been here all along. The heroes turned to the man approaching them. Hansen stood in front of them. He had many abrasions, but he smiled sweetly. The main character thought that Jihye, apparently, was a difficult opponent, although it seems that all sorts of magic tricks are a mere trifle for their guy. The young man turned his head, asking where the others were. Kiyoung, standing in front of him, said that it was he who killed them, but what happened to Jihye was more important. Park and Hayan looked in surprise at the main character, who folded his arms over his chest and smiled slyly. Hansen said it worked out well because he was the enemy anyway. They imagined a guy lying in blood with a weapon in his hands, listening to the words of the hero that this was a necessary measure, because, probably, he noticed everyone from the very beginning. Perhaps, if they lost, he would not wait for the guys from the camp the best outcome. Although it is not easy, the guy said that he would like them all to consider this a just cause. Kiyoung, raising his hand to his chin, smiled slyly, reasoning that he already thought so. The guy unclenched his lips, quietly saying that they did the right thing, and in the future there will also be many such cruel incidents. Hansen frowned, saying that no one would criticize them for such decisions. He did not know whether these words would help them, but he wished them all to overcome everything. The main character thought that the guy had put a lot of responsibility on his shoulders with these words, so that his Hayan would feel better. Kiyoung lowered his gaze, thanking him for his words. Puck followed his example. Hansen raised his hand to the hero, asking if he was okay after his injury. The guy replied that everything was fine. He looked at the ring smiling, saying that if it weren't for the ring that he gave him, he would already be dead. The hero grinned and noted that once again his life was saved thanks to the guy. Kiyoung covered his hand with his hand and smiled sweetly, looking at Hansen and saying that he would never forget this kindness. The guy was surprised by such a reaction. The guy raised his finger to his face and smiled good-naturedly. The main character noticed that he was happy. He waved his hand, saying that everyone was tired and it was better to get to the nearest place to rest. Pack agreed with his words. Calling the guy and the girl along, the hero agreed and turned to Hayan, calling her forward. She happily agreed, looking at him. The main character looked at Hansen, thinking that they all tried, overcame the crisis together and triumphed together. He believed that the guy was thinking about the same thing as the hero himself. They all became even closer. Puck, smiling, noticed that Mr. S' face was a little red, but Hansen only smiled, looking forward, saying what he thought. Kiyoung smiled and closed his eyes, thinking that he could be sure that the four of them would continue to have good relations in the future, at least outwardly. He thought about how drowsy came over him as soon as he imagined that he was riding in a safe and comfortable bus, although one could tell that he had simply stopped being nervous. Hayan looked up at the guy. He raised his eyebrows and smiled, thinking that they all did a good job calling them their treasures. In a dark room, candles were slowly burning on a chandelier. A fire was lit on the ground, the man was throwing branches, and the girl put her hands forward to warm herself. The main character turned to Henson. He immediately turned to him, listening carefully. Keen had brushwood for the fire in his hands. He happily talked about the fact that he had new specializations. The guy looked at him in surprise. Even the girl turned around when she heard this. They both sank closer to the fire. Henson asked what these specializations were. The hero, looking at him, said that this time he was given a lot of choice, so he wanted to consult with him. The guy called up the status window. Hayan did not take her eyes off him. The item for viewing available specializations was displayed. He was given several specializations: Summoner, Spearman, Dark Magician, Alchemist, and Pyromaniac. He thought with a grin that this time it was still of a rare level. The guy handed the main character a loaf of bread, thinking that, indeed, there were many options. Keen smiled, taking it in his hands. He was worried that something like a cheater might fall out, but it's good that this didn't happen. The hero brought the bread to his mouth, watching Pack chewing and thinking that it was good that the commander's replay did not start. After taking a bite, Keen said that he would also read the descriptions of the specializations and start with the Summoner. The class of this specialization is defined as rare. The painting depicted a man summoning a magical creature. It was described that a person of this specialization does not fight personally, but fights with the help of summoned familiars, spirits, and animals. The higher the magician and the level of intimacy, the stronger the summoner. Later, it is possible to change this specialization to something close to it, such as a spirit lord. The hero said that in the additional attributes they write that 1 point is added to endurance, 1 point of intelligence, and 2 points of mana. Keen tilted his head back and smiled, thinking that this was what he liked best. Someone would fight for him, quite solidly and comfortably, although he wasn't sure about the level of intimacy. Next comes the Spearman. The painting showed a guy holding a flaming spear in his hands. Specialization was assessed by status, rare. It was suitable for medium range, combining magic and spear. The knowledge of them would be learned to the average level. The possibility of a subsequent change of specialization is unknown. Keen said that the supplement says that this gives 2 points of agility and 2 points of mana. He thought that this was a waste. He thought so before, but direct battle did not suit him. Next, he said, comes the Dark Magician. Henson's face changed, his eyebrows furrowed. The painting showed a man in a robe. The status of this specialization was assessed as rare. It is suitable for long range and dark magic. Since its sources are demonic power, this is a completely different type of magic, completely upending the basics of magic. Provokes negative attitudes from religious groups. However, compared to other specializations, the permissive power is overwhelmingly high. The main character said that this gives 4 mana points. He thought that this was also bothering him, but the last words bothered him a little. The guy raised his hand to his chin, saying that there were only an alchemist and a pyromancer left. Hayan pressed her palms to her face, widening her eyes, thinking that all the specializations were too good. The painting showed a man in a white coat holding flasks in his hands. The alchemist was rated as rare. Representatives of this specialization practically do not fight, but study magical chemistry, being in a constant state of search for new directions of development in magic and mana. Basic knowledge about this at the entry level will be learned. Subsequently, it is possible to change your specialization to a manufacturer of medicinal decoctions or an alchemist magician. The guy said that this gives 2 points of intelligence and 2 points of mana. He reflected that this specialization suited him best due to his superior intelligence over mana. The specialization of the manufacturer of medicinal decoctions is a little confusing, but he will be able to compensate for the lack of his magical power with mana potions or something like that. He said that the pyromancer comes next. They write that in exchange for high firepower, the mana consumption is also high. The additional attribute gives 5 mana points. The main character looked at Henson sitting next to him, asking what he thought. The guy turned his gaze to him, apologizing. He raised his hand to his chin, saying that the hero's mana level was not particularly high, and he was a spearman. He chuckled. Keen froze with an awkward smile on his face, thinking that the spear was not very good for him either. He did not understand whether everything was really that bad. Henson imagined the guy fighting with a spear, and Park and Hayan supporting him. Although he himself understood that Mr. Keen was simply terrible with a spear, this fight really wasn't his thing. The main character argued that he was still doing a good job as a party member, but from his point of view, he looked really awkward. Sitting by the fire, the guy continued to say that it's the same with a pyromancer. A large consumption of mana is quite risky. Dark Mage is also confusing, because based on the description, this specialization can put the hero in a dangerous position, so Henson advised to think between the Summoner and the Alchemist. Keen took a bite of bread and, smiling, said that he was thinking about it too. He thought that, although it was a pity since this world had a medieval fantasy setting, some of the crazy religious groups would definitely grab torches and want to raise a dark magician to the pitchfork, so he refused this position of the highest danger. The guy immediately imagined how he covered himself with a robe from the people pursuing him, who wanted to punish him. He chewed the bread, thinking about how this guy was trying in every possible way to give him the best advice. It made him laugh to himself. Henson, looking at him, raised his hand, saying that even maintaining a summoned creature also requires a significant expenditure of mana. He said that, given the high level of intelligence, an alchemist would be more suitable for the hero because he would have access to not only a wide variety of potions, but also a unique summoning of creatures, and in the future he would be able to create homunculi, which would be very useful in battle. Images of bottles with magical liquids were drawn in my head, and between the hands there was a magical embryo in a jar. The guy said that this is still not a call in its full understanding, but the creation of an artificial living creature, mana will only be spent on maintaining the catalysts. Keen looked down, thinking that he needed a break because from overexcitement he began to talk too much. He looked at the status window, where the Alchemist's specialization was displayed, reflecting on the fact that rare status, as in this case, did not go to just anyone. The hero thought that the same priests specialize in healing magic. The sacred power they control has a limit. Keen imagined himself in a white robe, demonstrating a new potion. The guy thought that in such circumstances one simply cannot do without restorative decoctions that are created by alchemists. The main character was thinking that if it was really rare, then potions could be essential items, should he jump into the blue ocean. He smiled as he looked at Henson, saying that alchemist actually sounded good. Although in his thoughts he thought that the summoner was beckoning. But alchemy still also allows something similar, but he needs to think more. His thoughts were interrupted by the indignant words of Puck, who sat with his head down and did not understand what they were talking about, because Keen, of course, must choose the dark magician. His eyebrows furrowed and he looked forward confidently. Everyone froze in surprise at such words. Hayan looked at the main character in fascination, imagining him as a dark magician. Henson frowned at the idea that he should choose an alchemist. Their gazes crossed, as if it were a battle between a great dragon and a strong tiger. The hero noticed with displeasure that they started doing this again. Puck jumped up, smiling brightly and pointing his thumb at himself, and began to prepare that there was no need to even think about it. Let them just imagine how the guy would exterminate monsters with dark force. It's clear that Keen should be him. Henson looked at him with concentration, reminding him of the attitude of those around him, to which Pack said displeasedly that if someone had come, he would have destroyed them all himself. Keen froze in a stupor. The guy said that the good character of the main character does not quite fit with a dark magician, but his image in a dark robe looks great. He clasped his hands in front of his face and, closing his eyes, smiled widely, imagining a slyly smiling hero in the dark magic of a magician holding fire in his hands. Keen raised his head, thinking that his voice sounded somehow too disgusting. It was time to end this regularity. Henson, getting up, said that a dark magician was still no good. He stood closer to Pack, saying that an alchemist would be the best option, to which the guy frowned with displeasure and opened his mouth slightly. The main character understood that Henson would not yield. The guys spoke for a long time about what specialization the hero should choose. This made him smile. Hayan, who was sitting next to him, did not take her eyes off him. Their dissatisfied voices could be heard, each insisting on his own. Puck looked down at the guy. A red aura surrounded him, but Henson didn't give up, emitting a blue aura. Suddenly, they turned to the girl together, which frightened her. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. In one voice, the guys, standing in front of each other with dissatisfied faces, asked what she thought. Hayan lowered her head, saying that she couldn't choose between them. The main character looked at her in surprise, raising his eyebrows. She straightened up, saying that Appa is an alchemist who uses his mind and Appa is a dark magician who uses the power of darkness. An image of Keen in a white robe and glasses, holding a flask with a potion, appeared in her head. And immediately after, she imagined a hero in a dark robe, lying on the floor and leaning on him with his hands, with a sly look. Hayan screamed joyfully, starting to twist her head. The main character thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin, not realizing that she had already managed to fantasize. The guy said that he couldn't make up his mind because a dark magician is a risky specialization, but there is also great benefit. Pack shouted that he was right and asked him to choose this particular specialization. Henson moved closer to the hero, calling him by name, taking something out of the bag. He took out a brightly glowing artifact, saying that he found this item absolutely by accident, but only an alchemist can use it, and if he becomes one, he will give it to him. The guys screamed in surprise. In his hands was a red book with golden magic seals. Ramus Tucker, Introduction to Alchemy, which had a heroic level only for the specialization of alchemists. It was a symbol of alchemy in the modern era. For some unknown reason, His name was erased from history, but despite this, his knowledge is still passed on through books. In the supplement it was written that this gives 1 point of intelligence and 1 point of mana. The main character was shocked, not understanding where he got it. Henson raised his eyebrows, asking what the hero would say to this, since he probably wants to study this book. Keen arched his eyebrows and opened his mouth in fascination, realizing that he could not refuse this. Puck frowned and turned to the guy, saying that this was not a gift, but a bribe, and it was low on his part to bribe someone. He asked where the guy even got this book. The main character turned to him. Henson said he found it in a treasure chest. He looked at the book in his hands, saying that since he was not an alchemist, he could not read it, but it was a heroic level item. He cannot use it himself, but he can give it to someone he trusts. Keen smiled, looking at him, thinking that this was all he was. The main character arched his eyebrows and smiled slyly, covering himself with his hand and thinking that it was difficult for him to make excuses like that, because even those rings that he gave them earlier are probably not objects that can just be found in the area. Even though Henson is not a reborn, it is too short-sighted to constantly pull out the necessary items on time like this. The hero imagined a man in the middle of outer space with a backpack on his back, pondering that he doesn't know if their dear Dory Sung's inventory happened to go back in time with him or if there is a store somewhere accessible to them. But based on the fact that he does not stop getting such things from somewhere, the hero could not even imagine how much of this kind he could have. Henson raised his fist to himself and frowned, asking the guy to become an alchemist. Puck, knitting his eyebrows, asked the hero to choose a dark magician. Hayan, clenching her palms into fists, looked at Keen, asking Appa to choose what he liked best. The guy closed his eyes, saying that he had thought it over, thinking that in such a situation, he would choose Henson's side. Keen smiled awkwardly, removing his hand behind his head, and said that the alchemist would be more suitable for him. Puck fell into a stupor. The hero said that this was not only because of the book. Henson said that it was a wise decision, for which the guy thanked him. Park froze with his mouth open. Hayan smiled joyfully. The hero reached out to the status window with his hand. A notification was displayed that he had changed his specialization to Alchemist, and basic knowledge of an alchemist was obtained. Keen smiled as he looked at the notifications appearing. A graphic display of his status appeared in front of him. A general assessment was presented, which stated that the hero had chosen a good path. It seemed that he had acquired an item that he was not worthy of. They hope that by some miracle he will be able to understand the alchemical works of Ramus Tucker. The main character grinned, holding his chin with his hand and thinking that he couldn't understand anything there at all. The guy next to him bowed his head. Keen opened his eyes, locking eyes with Henson, who smiled joyfully, holding a book in his hands. A blush appeared on the hero's face. His eyes shone. He broke into a kind smile, looking at the main character. Keen, raising his eyebrows, thought that now he considers him useful, because now the hero is his investment and not some useless assistant. The guy imagined himself in a white robe, surrounded by flasks with potions, and behind him was a table with a large number of prices. Now he was a listed stock of Alchemist Keen. This amused the hero. He happily handed the book to the main character. Puck, rubbing the back of his head, congratulated the guy. The girl also joined in congratulating Appa. The hero himself thanked them and also told Henson that he accepted his gift with great gratitude. The main character pressed the book closer and smiled, turning to the guy, saying that he was embarrassed just to receive something all the time, so he would make every effort to meet his expectations. The girl looked at him joyfully. Henson replied that the young man should not worry about this because he was just happy to help. Keen, closing his eye, smiled. He imagined himself surrounded by large banknotes falling from the sky. Even in his eyes there was a money symbol. He thought about the guy not stopping investing in him. The hero looked at the pages inside the book. Next to the magical symbols and drawings there was their decoding. Everyone was already asleep. The silence was broken only by the crackling of branches in the fire. Keen was busy studying the scriptures. The main character knitted his eyebrows and looked down at the book, thinking that he doesn't have any equipment yet, so he won't be able to use this specialty normally, and it looks like he will also need some kind of catalyst. Considering all this, the specialization is quite expensive. You will obviously have to spend a lot of money on alchemy. The hero thought that he would have to somehow combine it with the magic that he had used before. Busy with thoughts, he did not notice how the guy woke up. Henson came closer, asking why he did not go to bed. The young man turned to him in surprise, saying that he could not sleep. He smiled and turned over the pages of the book, saying that there was still a lot of things here that he needed to figure out. Mentally, he wanted the investor to notice how hard he was working. The guy sat down next to the main character, smiling sweetly and not taking his eyes off him. This made Keen freeze with an awkward smile, thinking that the guy looked so happy that it was a little annoying. He hoped that the hero would not turn him into a potion production line. The young man leaned his hands on the ground behind him and, bowing his head, said that they had not yet finished their quest for survival. The situation here was such that, most likely, they would stumble upon the boss of the monsters. Henson looked at the guy, saying that he also thought so. There was a feeling that they had almost completed this training dungeon. He clasped his hands in front of him. His gaze was serious. The guy continued to talk about how if tomorrow they progress further, they will be able to find some clues. Keen, resting his head on his hand, looked at his interlocutor, saying that he also thought so. In his thoughts, he realized that they were not yet in danger of meeting the boss. A bright light broke through the darkness of the room through the open doors. The hero thought that the exit was already closed. It was a continent, a place that was mentioned in the introductory briefing, where only a few survivors would go. The main character and Henson sat near the fire while Park and Hayan slept peacefully behind them. A man, whose hands were dressed in white gloves, was bending over the papers. Keen was animatedly telling the guy something, actively gesturing with his hands, to which he smiled reservedly and listened attentively. The man with long blonde hair brought his clasped hands closer to his face, happily noting that it looked like they had finally found a replacement shield and sword. Listen raised his eyebrows and smiled slyly, resting his head on his hands. One could see the coat of arms, which depicted a large shield, behind which were hidden 3 swords, and there were wings on the sides. The guy felt that they were one step closer to the real scene of this world. Puck, with his hands behind his head, asked Henson why wolves don't eat grandmothers, to which the guy with a calm face answered, because they knit in their mouths. But the hero again asked the question to make a joke, asking what the blood of a healthy person would say. But he was again able to answer by saying it's time to wind down. Now it was his turn. Keen and Hayan followed them silently. Henson, with a calm face, asked the question what kind of air the thieves breathe. Puck looked at him in surprise, saying that he didn't know. The guy, his eyes flashing, answered his own question, saying, stale. His interlocutor laughed loudly, clapping his hand on the shoulder. The main character, watching them, thought about who he could have picked this up from. He, covering his mouth with his hand, awkwardly turned to Hayan, asking if she thought it was funny, to which the girl, closing her eyes, shook her head, saying that it was very stupid. The guy thought the girl was much funnier, and yet, now everything is much more relaxed than before. The heroes walked forward. Park and Henson smiled. In the head of the main character, images of heroes were drawn, behind which memories flashed. He remembered Jihye, the guy with long hair holding a spear, and Jinho bravely holding his sword. The guy thought that at first they were all too busy trying to get out of this hell, but then someone extended his hand. He remembered how the crippled man stood opposite Henson. These thoughts made the hero smile. The girl looked at him in surprise, but a sweet smile immediately appeared on her face. Her eyebrows raised higher, and her gaze was directed at him. Keen, smiling, stroked her head, thinking that this is one of the reasons why being part of a Regressor's party is so great. Suddenly, something caught Henson's attention. His eyes opened wide, and everyone stopped. A giant door appeared in front of the heroes. Keen immediately thought that this was the same exit that Henson had spoken about yesterday. He arched his eyebrows at the guy standing in front of him, thinking about how glad he was to smile like that now. Park and Henson looked at each other, nodding to each other. The main character, not understanding what they were talking about, raised his head. The guy, putting his shield forward, moved towards the door, calling everyone to follow him into an unknown world. Keen and Hayan looked at him in surprise. The light from the open door fell on the hero's face. His eyes widened. He was worried about questions about the unknown world. The door opened completely, revealing a bright room with a high ceiling. Puck was unhappy that this was another strange place. The main character's eyebrows arched. He realized that they had not yet entered the other world. In the center of the room in front of them on the floor there was an unusual drawing. The guy thought it was a magic circle. The status window notified that a rare level quest called Purge had been activated. This message appeared in front of all the heroes. Keen's eyebrows furrowed, his thoughts interrupted by Puck's cries that there was also a door ahead. He immediately rushed towards her with a shield on his back, to which the hero angrily asked him not to touch anything and return to his place. Most likely, there is some condition for this door to open. They need to get out of here so that the dungeon is considered cleared. Keen thoughtfully raised his hand to his face, wondering what they should do, because according to Henson, the boss was not here, and this circle on the floor looked like a clue. Suddenly, the guy took a step forward. The protagonist's eyes widened. Henson circled. He raised his hand and a bright light appeared in his palm. The magic circle glowed brightly with blue light. Keen raised his eyebrows and noted that they just needed to pour mana into him, thinking that the guy was now demonstrating his rebirth. Henson, turning to him, said that he decided to try it just in case, and it turned out to be the right decision. A status window indicated that the stripping was complete. Park and Hayan screamed joyfully. Looking at the main character, he was smiling, but his gaze became more serious. The guy standing with his back to him in the circle was also smiling. Henson raised his eyebrows and smiled sweetly. Keen thought that it was clear on his forehead that he did it himself. Suddenly, the guy frowned, lowering his head. Now it all began for real. The main character, smiling, looked up and said that it was beautiful, and the girl next to him could not look away with admiration, agreeing with his words. Everyone looked at the glowing magical pattern, raising the magical flow up to the ceiling, illuminating the entire room with blue light. Keen thought that if you abstract from all this hell, then this ending is very beautiful. The door opposite opened, letting warm light into the room. The main character covered his face with his hand, closing his eyes. Listen, smiling, announced into the microphone congratulations for the heroes in honor of the successful completion of the tutorial. The guy opened his eyes in surprise, not understanding who it was. She moved forward. Behind her stood people in suits holding flags with a coat of arms. The girl said that she was the person in charge of this training dungeon, the deputy head of the Cyclops guild. She, removing the microphone with her hand, smiled, introducing herself by name. Two flags with the coats of arms of the guild crossed behind her back. The girl raised her eyebrows, saying that it was a real honor for her to meet all the heroes. Keen froze, eyes wide open. Memories of the goddess began to appear in his memory. He thought that the girl looked quite friendly, but something was bothering him. Puck, waving his hand, turned to her displeasedly, not understanding what the person in charge meant, thinking that it was she who locked them here, to which Listen replied that this was not so at all, and decided to start with a formal introduction. An image of a girl with long hair appeared, whose hands were clasped. She had a crown on her head, and a white cape surrounded her. Listen said that she was the deputy head of an independent guild of the Sacred Empire, founded in honor of the goddess Betrayal. This year, she is the one in charge of the training dungeon. They, like the heroes, were all once summoned to this world and went through the same trials. The girl bowed to them, saying that they arrived here a little earlier than them, but still could not find out why they were called to these lands. She pointed her hand at the bright light in the open door, saying that as administrators, immediately after clearing the tutorial, they should lead the squad that cleared the dungeon outside and rescue the survivors who were still inside. The heroes were sitting by the stones under the tree. One guy was lying on the ground. Jihye furrowed her eyebrows sadly. Listen said that this is not all. They will also help them with training and adaptation to the new environment of the continent on which they will henceforth live, providing them with accommodation. Keen looked forward intently. The main character, noticing the word accommodation, asked if this meant that the door to the dungeon would not remain open, to which the girl replied that it was, but unfortunately, they had not yet understood the reason for this. The girl put her hand forward, saying that now she would get them out of here, but first they needed to return the weapon. Keen frowned with displeasure, thinking that, apparently, it was being rented. She planned to discuss everything in more detail after arriving at the nearest guild base. The girl turned towards the stairs and smiled, ordering Wang to start searching for survivors inside, and she herself was going to lead the guys to the base, asking them to follow her. The hero used the ability of the Eye of the Soul. The status window provided him with an ability check and a listen player height limit. Her specialization is Paladin, level Heroic. The bonus of this specialization gives her basic swordsmanship, shield, as well as intermediate and advanced swordsmanship. Her title and ability is Steel Blood, which gives a temporary increase in stamina and durability at the expense of mana, and for the Knight specialization, a permanent increase in strength plus 2 points. The overall assessment said that her abilities themselves were impressive. It seemed that she had reached the definition of the bar, which is why she slowed down. There is a possibility of raising the indicators of strength and durability. In any case, it is not advisable to look down on her. The player Keen is not a match for her. The main character looked up, knitting his eyebrows, thinking that her stats were simply impossible to look down on, and if she wanted, she could kill them all without problems. He did not understand why she was so helpful. He looked at Henson, noticing that he did not observe any negative reaction from him, and her title of Ideal Mediator did not mean anything bad either. He did not think that they should worry. But the girl did not care at all if the people in the tutorial died or not. Because of this, her attitude towards the heroes seems contradictory. Is it really just because they are the team that cleared the dungeon? Knights were running around, setting out to search. Keen looked at them as he climbed the stairs, thinking that they were working faster than he had expected, so it was only a matter of time before they saved the people from the camp. Approaching the bright light from the doors, he thought about the fact that he never said goodbye to Jihye, although for him it was not so important. He went outside, shielding his face from the bright light. A bird soared above the heroes, flapping its white wings. They all smiled happily, glad to have survived. In front of the heroes was a shopping street, which was illuminated by a bright sunset. In the distance, a large building, similar to a castle, could be seen. Listen, smiling, said that today they were lucky, because griffins are a small species, so you rarely see them. Puck was already standing at one of the benches, saying that it would probably be delicious if you fried it. The girl looked at him in surprise, thinking that the heroes were probably hungry. She said that the guild was going to set the table for them, but if they want to eat now, then she will pay for everything. Puck, clenching his hands into fists, turned to her, asking if it was true. The guy, smiling, began to wave to his friends, saying that there was octopus kebab here. Keen said that he didn't need it, to which the guy shouted loudly that when there is an opportunity, you need to eat, after which he asked for another such kebab. The main character closed his eyes and smiled. He looked at Henson walking ahead. The guy looked to the side. There were no emotions on his face. The hero realized that he was thinking about something. The young man, reaching out with his hand, called out to him. He immediately turned around. Keen nervously replied that it was not that important. He raised his eyebrows and smiled, closing his eyes, saying that he hoped they would continue to get along. Mentally, the hero said that the guy should not dare to leave him after everything they had gone through, because he would try his best. Henson opened his eyes in surprise, looking at the guy. A smile appeared on his face. He turned to him and, raising his eyebrows, said that he hoped so too. The grinding of wheels could be heard in the city. Bright glare of sunlight enveloped the expanses of the settlement. A group of guys could be seen in the carriage. With a smile on his face and in his thoughts, Lee noted that it was very convenient. Continuing his thoughts, he said that he was embarrassed by such treatment, adding that physical comfort was still more important. Turning to the main character sitting next to her, Listen assumed that the guys managed to clear the dungeon quickly enough. Lee, in turn, wondered if this is how it usually happens. After reporting that this was the case, Listen noted that it usually takes about half a year, saying that for this world, the fact that they completed the dungeon in 3 months is quite a big deal. Further, he considered that this was the fastest clearing time worldwide. Surprised, the man tried to find out if there were still such dungeons here. Answering positively, Listen said that there are still training dungeons in the Republic and the United Kingdom, adding that 3 dungeons are under their control, the Holy Empire. Looking at the pensive protagonist, she noticed that he would tell everything in more detail later, saying that people of different nationalities live here, each of which had its own place for conscription and their training. Watching people from the window in his thoughts, the main character noted that they looked like locals, saying that the dresses and cloaks looked like the Middle Ages. Averting her gaze, Listen said that it was usually forbidden to ask about what happened inside, noting that he was very curious about how they managed to complete the dungeon so quickly. Drawing attention to the number of people in the detachment, Listen expressed her surprise. Closing his eyes, Lee noticed that a lot had happened, saying that it all worked out because each of them contributed. The main character stated that on the first level of the dungeon there is a camp of survivors, adding that this is a kind of shelter. After which, Lee asked to get everyone out of there. Putting his hand on the protagonist's back, the man stated that Kim had built this camp, noting that thanks to him they were able to gather the survivors in one place. The man said that they created a special combat detachment and left those who were not able to fight in the camp, adding that it was safe there. Then, he stated that they built a fence, noting that it was like a wall so that everyone there would be safe and sound. Continuing to observe Lee, Listen noted that they were truly amazing newcomers. The glare of the setting sun enveloped the area where many people were located. Smirking, the main character thought about Kim, calling him a sly fox. With a stunned expression on his face, the knight turned to the people and wondered how they got here and who they were. Next, he asked them all to quickly gather and follow their instructions. The knight asked the people to line up. Suddenly, someone from the crowd tried to find out what they were trying to do, asking to just let them go home. The knight, in turn, ordered everyone to be silent, saying that now they no longer have a home. In his thoughts, Lee said that this is what the reaction of people who barely survived in the dungeon should look like, noting that there were continuous screams and riots everywhere. Standing at the head of the squad, lowering his sword, the main character froze in one position. Continuing his thoughts, Lee stated that they were super rookies whose value was increasing every second. Putting on his glasses, Kim reported on the camps, saying that there were about 30 people there, noting that they needed to be rescued. The main character, in turn, stated that they were counting on them. In his mind, Lee called Kim a regressive fox, wondering why he would talk about their achievements. The main character thought that he was pretending to be different, although he was veiledly boasting and making a fuss about them, thereby increasing their value. Having mounted the horse, the guy asked him to start moving. Continuing his thoughts, Lee noted that this is why they are given special treatment, stating that they are the best of the best. The main character decided to report the fact of the presence of a cleanup squad in the squad, noting that this fact implies that they very easily adapt to any conditions. Coming out of the carriage, the guy asked the stranger to watch his step. At that moment, Lee thought that being in a reincarnation party was really the best thing in the world. From what he saw, the main character was shocked. One of the guys said that this was their base. Extending her hand forward and smiling, Listen asked them to go inside. In his mind, Lee wondered if they were saying that this wasn't even the guild's main headquarters. Smiling and continuing to think, the main character noticed that in front of them was a goose laying golden eggs, adding that for now he could slowly find out the further plans of their reincarnation. Lee declared that their path would be covered with petals. Having opened the doors, many people rejoiced at the arrival of the guys who cleared the dungeon. The boys' faces were filled with surprise. The crowd called them the best guild on the continent, noting that they were the Guild of Dreams and Hopes, welcoming them into the blue. Bowing her head, Listen apologized for scaring them, saying that they just wanted to throw a nice welcome party. The main character thought that he was scared because the monsters showed up again, asking to call the person responsible for this outrage. Listen assumed that the guys were tired, inviting them to go to the banquet hall first. Putting her finger to her ear, she said that they had prepared dinner for the guys, asking all the private workers to stop and begin preparing for dinner. In his mind, Lee thanked her for her hospitality. Standing with her back to the guys, having heard some message, Listen said that she would do it now. In his head, Lee wondered if Listen had been told that she was the vice leader of the guild, noting that if the guild were the same as a company, then she was the vice president. After which, the main character tried to find out why she was doing all this personally. Paying attention to the brightly glowing chandelier, Lee noticed that everything here really looked majestic and luxurious. With a surprised expression on his face, the main character noted that, in his opinion, this was already too much. Smiling maliciously, the man noted that it was indeed the right decision to invest in the decoration of the building on the advice of Mr. Kim. The guy said that the main character doesn't know how to give the right first impression, wondering what's wrong with immediately demonstrating the blue's status. Next, he asked his comrades to look at them, noting that the guys were clearly delighted. Turning to Choi, the guy noted that he was right as always, adding that the future of the blue looks bright, saying that their entry is only a matter of time. Then, he said that if he were 10 years younger and would be in their place. Choi clenched his teeth and froze in one position. The banquet hall was shrouded in bright light from lamps. A piece of cooked chicken was visible on a golden plate. Taking the chicken in his hands, the man tried to bite it. Chewing it, he declared that it was very tasty. In his mind, Lee thought that everything looked expensive and screamed that they were simply immensely rich, adding that their desire to look good in their eyes was also quite commendable. Staring at one point, the main character thought that this guild had been causing him doubts for some time. Lifting the spoon in his thoughts, Lee noted that there was no hard evidence. With a dumbfounded expression on his face, the protagonist noticed the spoon, wondering if it was pure gold, not understanding why it was so light. Specks of light fell on the spoon and were reflected. Turning to the guys, smiling, Listen noted that she never asked their names, asking if they could say them. At that moment, turning to her, Kim introduced himself, voicing his name and the fact that he was a swordsman. In his thoughts, the main character was amazed that he needed to reveal his specialization. Turning his head, continuing to think, he declared that it was no problem. The main character said that his name is Lee and he is an alchemist. The main character thought that, unlike the guys, he had already changed his specialization twice. Looking at the stunned Listen in her thoughts, Lee wondered if she would say that she wanted to grab him. Turning her attention to the shocked protagonist, Listen noted that this was the second time he had chosen his specialization. Continuing his thoughts, Lee tried to find out what it was, not understanding why she looked so disappointed. Indignantly, looking at Kim, the main character noticed that he was saying that it was better to choose an alchemist. Calling it a worm in his head, Lee assumed that he simply wanted to turn it into a potion conveyor belt. Putting the food in his mouth, Kim began to chew it. In his thoughts, the main character wondered if this was true, hoping that he was just mistaken about it for a second. He was sure that Kim wouldn't do that to him. Paying attention to the book that was in his hands, the main character thought that he should believe him, adding that in the future alchemy should work. In his thoughts, Lee stated that since he was poorly received now, he needed to make sure that they would treat him well later, adding that he would just need to trust their dear reincarnator first, noting that at least until then, until he becomes a potion conveyor. The main character thought that he wanted to move on to the main topic, considering that now was not the best moment. Smiling, the man said that he really liked the food. Taking a bite of meat, he said that his grandmother always said that free cheese was only in a mousetrap, saying that he was so hungry that he didn't care now. Turning around, Kim focused his attention on what Doc had said, stating that they were very grateful for the food, saying that they had nothing to complain about. With a serious expression on his face, he wondered if they were being so kind to them because they needed them. Looking at the excited Listen, he thought that they really wanted to recruit them. Listen noted that they were truly delightful people, saying that they quickly saw through their intentions behind this hospitality. Turning her attention to the surprised man, Listen declared her desire for the guys to join their guild. She suggested that it might be difficult for them to give a definite answer, noting that if they don't mind, they will make good conditions for them. Leaning on his hand, the main character was mired in his own thoughts. In his mind, Lee felt that they should listen to the conditions, pointing out how obvious they were. One of the guys noted that it sounds good. Standing in front of the surprised main character, Kim said that he would like to know about everything in more detail. Turning around, the guys heard Listen, who asked to let her start with the background for a complete understanding. She said that these lands are called the continent. In his mind, Lee wondered if Hayan was really interested in them. Continuing to examine the spoon, the main character discovered that it was covered with a gold film. Continuing to think, he noted that luxury and everything here is fake. Listen stated that in addition to them, the sacred empire that serves the goddess Beniger. Folding his hands, Lee thought that Reincarnate Kim might be interested in them because there was something to cling to, adding that he might have already been part of this guild in a past life. With a dumbfounded expression on his face, the main character noticed that Kim now nods too often for someone who just wants to take advantage of them. In his thoughts, he wanted Kim to at least restrain himself a little and pretend that he doubted them, believing that he could not just listen and agree on everything. Closing his eyes, the protagonist wondered if the guild had any influence. Putting his hand to his face, Lee thought that what irritated him most was that he could not understand what Kim was thinking about. Leaning on the sword, the stranger froze in one position. In his head, Lee noticed that this guy could very well be a common victim. The main character said that in his first life he could have been a pitiful subordinate of this poor guild, calling him an unfortunate victim. Wiping his nose with a handkerchief, Lee thought that he still didn't understand why. In this case, he wanted to return to them again, considering that Kim was a jerk. He further stated that he is not surprised that he is too kind to his own detriment, adding that he made an entire camp for survivors. A fork was stabbed into a piece of meat. Bringing it to his face, the main character stared at one point. In his thoughts, he stated that he would never share what was his and he would never allow anyone to take it away from him. Continuing to think, Lee asked Hayan not to worry, saying that he would make sure that in this life he had the opportunity to use real gold utensils. Considering his comrade, the main character began the process of assessing his characteristics. Smirking, Lee thought that Kim should just trust him. Smiling maliciously, the main character said that he would make sure that Kim did not go into the red. Sitting down at the table, Listen revealed that on the lands known as the continent, in addition to the sacred Beniger Empire, there is also a republic and a united kingdom with which they cooperate to maintain balance. An image of a map appeared in her head, on which cities were indicated. Further, she said that in addition to these three, there are 3 more countries and kingdoms that adhere to neutrality, noting that the named countries can be considered 3 world powers. In the hands of the white-haired elf was a small harp. Listen said that the continent is inhabited by indigenous peoples who lived here originally, adding that they have quite complex relations, but they are trying to get along. Listen said that among the indigenous peoples there are other races besides the human, pointing out that the continent is inhabited by elves, dragons, and lizards. Leaning on his hand, the main character said that he understood her. In his thoughts, he noted that this was the first piece of information, adding that people here and on Earth are almost no different. Raising her hand, Listen stated that, including the Blues, other independent guilds and clans have autonomous rights to operate outside of imperial influence, noting that in exchange for this freedom, they all made agreements, each with their own country, to provide military assistance, including in case war breaks out. Lee thought about the second grain, saying that even if the guild is very influential, it cannot simply carry out a coup in the country. With a serious expression on his face, in his thoughts, the main character stated the significance, which is that each of the great powers has some kind of incredible weapon, not inferior in strength to the largest guilds. Looking at the doors of the palace, Listen told about the training dungeon, which they all went through, which opens regularly once a year. Kneeling down, the guy handed the scroll to the king sitting next to him. Listen said that now in the Holy Empire control over training is entrusted to strangers, noting that we are talking about people like her. Standing at the head of the detachment, she said that several guilds, like large ones, are in turn responsible for the dungeon and are known to the management and also monitor the progress of the tests. She further stated that once the training is completed, the guild in charge of running the tutorial for the current year is given the first chance to meet the cleanup team. Tilting her head, Listen noticed that right now their guild was met by their squad. Taken aback, the guy wondered if they were now part of her guild. Replying that this is not so, Listen said that, to paraphrase, they are trying to recruit them. With a serious expression on her face, she stated that they were a company and they were job seekers who would now need to negotiate working conditions and salaries. In his thoughts, Lee noted that he knew this, adding that something was bothering him. Taken aback, Listen said that this huge hall and all the food were a gift for the children. Bowing his head, the main character thought that if he were in her place, he would have lied about at least half of everything she said. Lee thought that she was too straightforward, noting that such an honest person could not come up with all this show, suggesting that even the deputy head of the guild was just someone's puppet. Further, the main character suggested that this could mean that they are using her honesty and integrity for self-defense. Staring at one point in his thoughts, Lee noticed the chance that the guild was simply trying to demonstrate that they were as sincere as she was, adding that frankly, his gut told him that they were now desperate. Folding his hands, the protagonist stated that he had a question, asking what place their guild currently occupied in the Holy Empire. Looking at the stunned Listen, in her thoughts, Lee asked her to tell her why they were so desperate. Clenching her fist, she stated that their guild was a representative of the Holy Empire, noting that they could not be called a large guild. Continuing to observe the annoyed Listen, The main character noted that she was talking about this in the past tense. Agreeing, she said that one day they were faced with external circumstances beyond their control. Placing her hand on her chest, she stated her request, which is that the guys take future opportunities into account, adding that the pay and conditions they will offer them will be in no way inferior to other guilds. Lowering his head, Kim announced that he understood. While in his thoughts, Lee revealed that the Listen Guild was halfway to collapse and hoped to lure them, the super rookies, to resurrect it. At that moment, he understood why they were so persistent, noticing that they even spent money on all this despite the lack of money. The main character understood that they were trying very hard to look good in their eyes by painting every corner with gold. Lost in thought, Lee froze in one position. Continuing his thoughts, he stated that these were the problems of the Listen Guild. Indignant, he noted that they were not some kind of turples, wondering if they thought that the guys would pity them by asking them to use their brains. The main character said that although now they do not create such an impression, but then, after the expiration of the term, they will definitely hand them a fraudulent contract with changed terms. Turning to Hen, he asked him to get out of there, adding that they should easily go to the large guild. Lee was shocked by what he heard. Kim said at the time that it sounded good. Getting up from his chair, he said that it might be a little difficult for them to answer them right now, conveying the idea that there was nothing wrong with listening to their terms. In his thoughts, the main character noticed that Kim had recently openly sympathized with them, not understanding why he behaved this way. Turning around, Kim wondered if the main character agreed with him. Lee, in turn, replied that he was right. Biting his finger, the main character thought that even though he had endured it, he was still a reincarnation and would not behave like that without a reason. Lee was sure that with such a character, Kim was a scumbag in his previous life, amazed that in his second life he still decided to enter the blue. A drop of sweat began to run down the protagonist's face. With his hands folded, Kim was lost in his own thoughts. In his mind, Lee wondered if they could be of any use. Surprised and continuing to think, he noted that this was without a doubt. Then, the main character suggested that Kim in his first life was not just a protector of Manhwa. In someone's hands was a sword, which was shrouded in a bright stream of aura. With a smile on his face, turning to Kai, the stranger announced that he had returned. With a shocked expression on his face, Lee believed that Kim was the guild master. In his mind, he thought that Kim was a legendary player whose stat potential could not even be measured, adding that it would be extremely strange if he did not become a big shot in the future. In Kim's hands, one could see a flag that was flapping from side to side. The main character was confident that Kim would definitely have a huge impact on the pathetic guild, which was on the verge of collapse, saying that he did not know if saving the world was truly his goal. Further, Lee noted that the higher the position, the more profitable it is, suggesting that he was so eager to return to Manhwa. Raising the glass to his mouth, in his thoughts, the main character stated that it was all his guesses, adding that he no longer saw any reason to return to such a pathetic guild, pointing out his behavior in which it seemed that he knew San well in the past. Raising her hand, Listen thanked them for their attention, noting that they should rest today. Then, she wondered how they felt about meeting with their HR department tomorrow. Kim, in turn, agreed, saying that this is exactly what they will do. After which, Listen stated that in this case she would lead them to the rooms. The girl smiled and said that she liked the food, asking what Lee thought of it. She said that she really liked the meatballs, adding that next time she could cook them herself. The main character noted that in this case he would look forward to them. Embarrassed in her thoughts, she assumed that Lee had returned here so that all the talented guys would receive an important post during the ongoing decline of the guild, adding that their smart regressor had already thought everything that far. There was a coldness in Lee's eyes. His gaze was directed towards Kim, who stood opposite him. Smiling, the main character thought that he was very charming. Following him, Lee noted that Kim had planned everything from the very beginning. An image of a guild appeared in his head, next to which a huge white snake could be seen. Thinking about Manhwa, Lee noted that this was a tasty prey. A bunch of keys could be seen in Listen's hands. Handing them to Lee, she informed them that they were from the guest rooms, saying that if there was any inconvenience, they needed to call her. Further, she reported the hope that the guys would be able to relax. Turning around, Listen heard the main character thank her. A blush appeared on his face. Looking at the smiling Listen in his thoughts, he asked her to remember him well. Having opened the door, the main character assumed that judging by the room number, this was his. Turning to the guys, he wondered what they were planning to do, noting that they could first relax in their rooms. There was confusion on the faces of his comrades. At that moment, Lee wondered why they were all looking at him like that. Paying attention to Kim standing nearby, in his thoughts, the main character tried to find out what he thought about this place. Closing his eyes, continuing to think, he asked him not to ask him about it with his eyes, asking him to do it out loud. Next, he tried to find out what he would do if at this rate his Hen's next choice of specialization was telepath. Turning around, Lee tried to see if they could come in and talk. The main character suggested that Kim was interested in his opinion. Agreeing, Kim noted that they could do it if Lee didn't mind. Seeing his luxurious room, the main character was very surprised. Lee thought that taking Key's opinion into account was still important for their regressor. Delighted, the man said that this was a real room, adding that there was a bed, a mattress, and a blanket. After which, Lee reflected on the fact that you can achieve privileges by pretending to be hard to touch. Stretching out his hand, the main character asked Kim to sit where he wanted. In his thoughts, Lee assumed that he was nervous because he did not know what he would answer. Crossing his legs, the protagonist was amazed that he had made the regressor nervous, noting that this was vital. Folding his hands together, he noted that it might sound inappropriate, saying that he never thought he would ever find such a relationship. Putting his hand to his face, he talked about the feeling of being a VIP, saying that he was not used to this, thinking that he wanted to get used to it. Putting his hand on his head, the man said that he had the same thing. Next, turning to Nunham, he tried to find out how she was. Turning to the guys, Kim said that they should have already understood something. With a serious expression on his face, he said that they were now being recruited, suggesting that other guilds would do the same, saying that once the first round of negotiations was completed, they would probably receive offers from other guilds, adding that the best thing for them was they should think about which guild would benefit them the most. Kim then stated that he couldn't help but think that this guild was the best option for them. With folded hands, the main character continued to listen to him. Kim said that they did not yet know what they could offer them, noting that since they really needed them, they would certainly provide them with some kind of reward, asking if it seemed so to Lee. Smirking in thought, the main character called him foolish, noting that he did not see anything further than Sanba. Agreeing, Lee said that Kim was most likely right. Surprised, Doc wondered if they would be with this guild. Nunham said that she would go where Key would go. Closing his eyes, Lee stated that this also applied to him. Looking at the inspired Kim, he noted that it wasn't that bad here. After which, the main character said that the morning of the evening is wiser, saying that they had better spend more time thinking about it since they have nothing to lose anyway. Averting his gaze, Kim said that Lee was right in saying that they still need to take some things into account for the sake of their future, clarifying that they should think carefully about them and make the most profitable choice. While in his thoughts, turning to Kim, Lee wondered if he thought he couldn't choose Sanba, asking him not to worry. With a dumbfounded expression on his face, continuing to think, the main character said that if their cute regressor likes Sanba, then they will go there, thinking that despite his character, he is a regressor, which is why he is definitely not a simpleton. Lowering his hands, Lee announced the idea that they should rest, asking if they could rest first and then look around together. Doc, in turn, noted that it would be better for the main character to just rest. Saying that everything was fine, Lee noted that he couldn't ruin everything for them, asking them to meet at his team in 15 minutes. In his head, he noticed that he wished that joining Sanba could be a key step to his success in his second life. The main character believed that it is human nature to want the best treatment for oneself. Bowing his head, Kim said that he would also go to his place, to which Lee replied that they would see each other later. In his thoughts, the main character stated that for this reason they need to do a deal. Bowing his head, Kim said that it was so. Lee was confident that the negotiations needed to be completed successfully. Smiling, the main character wondered why Kim was so busy, in his thoughts calling him an idiot. Further, he asked him not to forget to give him an important post when they finished. Placing the key in the hole, Kim tried to open it. Entering her, he froze in one position. The sun's rays from the setting sun enveloped its expanses. Suddenly, Kim's hand began to shake. Taking a step, he headed forward. Approaching the window, he stared into space. Having fallen to the ground, turning to the head, the guy asked him to run, saying that they would soon be here, asking him to save himself alone. With a worried expression on his face, Kim refused, saying that he could not return alone, adding that he too would fight to the end. With tears in his eyes, the guy asked for forgiveness for his offense. Paying attention to the hanging legs, someone screamed that the head had killed Ha. Covering his eyes with his hair, the stranger said that as if yesterday or tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, they must defend an empire that kills its own citizens. Turning to the head, someone said that the situation was stalemate, saying that the masked people were here again. Clutching the blade in his hands, the stranger declared that humanity would ultimately win. Looking at the dumbfounded head, he again asked for forgiveness. His gaze fell on the mountain of corpses that was on the battlefield. Lowering his head, the head heard many someone's screams. The rays of the setting sun fell on Kim's face. Staring at one point, he asked for forgiveness, saying that this time he would definitely. An image of a face that was covered with a mask appeared in his head. Horrified, Kim let out a piercing scream. Placing his hands on the window, he lowered his head. Beads of sweat slowly ran down his face. An image of his comrades appeared in his head. In his thoughts, he noted that this time everything would be different. Remembering the girl, he said that he could handle it, adding that this time he would definitely save them. Wiping away his tears, Kim removed the hair that was covering his face. The night has passed. Morning has come. The sun was shining through the windows of the house. Keen had just gotten out of the bath and was wearing a robe. A minute later, he had already put on his jacket, preparing to go out. Someone was holding the door handle tightly on the other side. Hayan stood outside the door with excitement, listening to every sound in the room. When suddenly the door opened, Keen noticed Hayan jumping away from the door. Excitedly asked if he had gotten enough sleep. What is she doing here? Keen asked himself. After thinking a little, he asked her in confusion if she had slept well, adding if she had really been waiting for him. Beaming with joy, holding her hands in front of her, she said, no less confused, that she wanted to go to the interview with him. Hayan hugged Keen's hand and lovingly said that he still smells nice today. A bead of sweat ran down Keen's face, then he asked himself if everything would really be okay. The door opened. A servant immediately looked out, calling Henson. After passing his friends, Henson said he walked. Everyone wished him good luck. He himself said in his head that it would be better if this was a group interview. In the hall, Keen remained sitting on a bench, whose arm was lovingly hugged by Hayan and Peck. Everyone was silent. Hearing applause in the next room, Keen, without any emotion on his face, asked himself in his head, is it really not just an interview? Are they really conducting some kind of test there or something like that? After a while, Henson came out and sat down next to them. The next one was called Hayan. She left in a hurry. Hearing the loud applause again, Keen broke out in a sweat and said in his head that he hated this feeling. After a while, Hayan came out without any bright emotions on her face. After her, Puck was called next. Hearing the applause, Keen completely sank, feeling upset. In his head, he said that it was a feeling that he was now going to be put on display and in the role of a mime for this team. Before being called, he said in his head that at least his stats are now much higher than they were before. The door opened and the servant called Keen. He quickly stood up and headed towards the door. Finally, he asked himself in his head, is it true that now he should be considered very skilled, adding that his intelligence stat is high. Entering the hall, he said in his head that he also has mana, which Pac does not have, so he thinks that he should be accepted at about his level. Suddenly his face was blinded by a bright light. Keen is a little shocked by what he sees. He stood before a commission of many people. Among them were young girls. Stately old men were present. Even dissatisfied middle-aged men were also on the commission. Looking at Keen, the old man, adjusting his glasses, asked him if it was true that his specialty was an alchemist. Keen answered positively, after which he added that he started with the magician, but when the second choice was unlocked, he took the alchemist. After a short silence, Keen added, since the alchemist mage branch seemed very acceptable to him, he decided not to develop the ordinary mage branch. There was silence in the hall. There was no emotion on the protagonist's face, when suddenly Keen was called out. What the fuck? Keen asked himself in his head. Looking down at the couple, he asked himself if they were just laughing. The old man, raising his hand, said that since he was still young and inexperienced, he explained that an alchemist magician was not the best choice. After a short silence, he added that if Keen had a lot of mana, then something could still be done with it, after which he asked how much of it he had. There was no emotion on Keen's face as he immediately replied that he now had 8 mana. The old man laughed. Next to him, Listen quickly stopped him. Then the old man, having calmed down, said that this was not a very high figure, given that Keen had already managed to choose a specialization twice. After a short pause, the old man said that he hoped that he had mana of 10 or more, adding that perhaps he simply had slow mana growth. Angry, Keen spoke in his head to control himself. Looking at the podium where no one was listening to him, Keen said that it was not growing as fast as his intelligence, comparing him to Park. Looking at the piece of paper, the old man said, that was enough for now, adding that he understood everything. Keen got really angry, saying in his head that they weren't even giving him the test, but he didn't show it. Listen, sitting next to the old man, said that she would tell him the terms of the contract. With a kind smile on her face, she said that 1,500 gold, which in Korean currency is equal to 150 million won each, after which she said that the contract, like the others, was for 7 years, and the annual salary was 700 gold. Sitting next to her was Lissal, whose aura was terrifying. What do you think? Asked Kiana Listen, adding that a salary revision is possible, after which she said that they will also try their best to supply them with everything they need. But only if he speaks with the others. Lissal's menacing voice was heard. What? Keen asked himself in confusion. Listen turned to Lissal in shock and asked what he was doing, to which he told her that she, as the deputy head, should be well aware of this, adding that it might still be different with the others, but spending 1,000 gold on an alchemist is a waste of money, so it's better if he doesn't transfer their food. Listen immediately shouted. The old man instantly tried to calm her down, saying that she herself understood that the leader Lissal was not so wrong. All this time, an irritated Keen listened to their argument without saying anything. The old man said that they were offering good conditions for the sake of the others, adding that in other guilds Keen would not even have come to such an offer, because he was clearly just lucky to somehow join their team in the dungeon, so they dragged him with them. From the distant stands a cry was heard that the likes of Keen had been seen many times before, saying that he was already sick of him. Keen looked at everyone present with contempt. After that, he opened several system screens in front of him. Do they really take him for a complete idiot? Keen asked himself in his head. adding that there is not a single skill like Soul Eye in their description, which is why there is no way for them to know that its potential is below average. The entire commission opened the same system screens in front of them. Keen continued that the only reason he is less accepted is because he is not a combat specialization and has low mana. But these guys are missing something important, he added sarcastically. Raising his head, he asked Listen if these were all the conditions, to which the confused deputy head said that this was not all. After which he added that like on Earth, they also provide various types of medical insurance as well as life insurance. Raising her head proudly, Listen, with a drop of sweat on her cheek, put her hand forward and said that they also promise to provide jobs and support for marriage and children, as well as a variety of equipment and guarantees. Moreover, Mr. Kim will prepare a new laboratory for representatives' non-combat specializations. After thinking a little, she added that if Keen wanted, they could find him a personal alchemy tutor. The girl behind her screamed in confusion that these conditions were too much. But Listen interrupted her firmly and said that Keen was also part of the cleanup team, adding that she believed in his potential. After a short pause, she said that this is what their guild can offer at the moment. Having listened to the end of her proposal, Keen remained silent, looking at her. In his head, he said that at least Listen didn't treat him so badly, adding that he was impressed that she showed respect for him and remained sincere until the very end. Looking at the others, Keen said that they were the problem. Behind Listen, a voice was heard saying that he didn't know how close Keen was to Handsome, Hayan, or Park, and then asked if training dungeon clearing groups usually didn't break up in the end. After thinking a little, he said that he thought it was worth reducing the payment amount a little. Kim said that he agreed, because paying Keen 1,500 gold just to recruit the other 3 was not very good. Looking down and putting his hand to his chin, Keen said in his head that standing water was rotting. After thinking a little, he said that not all of what they were saying was complete nonsense. Remembering the previous cleanup team, he said that their camaraderie of having gone through life and death together would no longer be so necessary. Then he added that he was sure that this was a very common occurrence, adding that it was certainly not uncommon for a cleanup team to fall apart. But we, said Keen, looking at the commission, removing his hand from his chin. This is definitely impossible in our country, he added. Keen remembered his team waiting for him outside. He said in his head that his team is the others. He remembered the strong and independent Puck, who was always having fun. He remembered Hayan, who was always sweet and kind to him. I remembered Henson, who never took his opinion into account, always teasing him. After all the memories, Keen screamed in his head that their breakup was simply impossible. He introduced them all together as best friends and said that they were much friendlier and their bond was much stronger than the commission thought. Looking at everyone present, Keen said in his head that although this sight irritates him wildly, it at the same time amuses him very much, and since such a song began, he would prefer that they neglect him even more. The old man looked at him, thoughtful. This will only bring more benefits, Keen added. After that, he looked at Listen with a smile on his face and said that although he was still not sure, their terms seemed good to him, after which he added that they had definitely approached their preparation very carefully. The old man smiled when he heard the praise, after which he said that it was true, adding that Keen would not find better conditions for an aspiring alchemist in any other guild. However, if he influenced the rest of the guys in the group, they might even improve them a little. Smiling widely, Keen said he would think about it. The old man was greatly shocked. In what sense? He asked. Hanging down and scratching his head, Keen said that he was feeling very positive right now, before adding that he wanted them to give him some time to think about it. The old man, hearing this, said in confusion that they would like him to give his answer quickly, because they did not have much time, since the demonstration would begin next week. Demonstration? Keen asked himself in surprise. Behind the old man sat a lady and a man who were whispering all the time. The lady, covering her mouth with a fan, excitedly asked her companion if Keen was not going to refuse, adding that everyone would be very sorry if he left for another guild. Indeed, the guy answered, adding that they were admitted with specializations and similar ones, although Keen could be quite useful if he studied potions. The old man at this time, with beads of sweat running down his cheek, said that until then, they hope Keen will put in a good word for them in front of others. To this Keen replied that in that case he would go. As Keen left, he said in his head that they might receive offers from other guilds during the demonstration. Suddenly Listen stopped Keen in confusion. She ran up to him and handed him a blue envelope, saying that it was their guild's booklet and the original contract, adding that he should read it while he thought about it. Holding the envelope in his hand, Keen smiled widely and thanked Listen. Lissal, putting his finger to his temple, said displeasedly that Keen was just a yellow-haired, arrogant youth, adding that Sinba's future looked very gloomy. Keen turned around and left, saying in his head that there was no point in reading the contract. Listen followed him with her gaze. Keen did not experience any emotions, he was enveloped in a strange, strong aura. Keen added because the content will change in a few days anyway. He thought that 1,500 gold per contract, 700 gold per year, which in Korean currency is equal to 150 million won and 70 million. After which he said that, to be honest, for a beginner these are unrealistically good conditions. It's even surprising that they can do so much give. But it just so happened, Keen said in his head as he walked out to his comrades, who were glad to see him back, that he hated being seen as an empty place. If they were in a truly deplorable situation, they should have been less picky. Pak immediately asked Keen with a smile on his face. They received us very warmly, really. Immediately, Hayan, glowing with happiness, added that they seemed like good people. Keen didn't answer, just smiled. Getting up from his seat, Henson walked towards Keen, saying that this is so because this is also very risky for the guild. They probably feel pressure to successfully recruit them, especially considering that human resources are vital for them. Keen immediately said indignantly in his head what could happen in relation to his comrades. Henson smiled. There was kindness in his eyes. He asked Keen, it might be a little early to make a decision, but what would he say, adding that he thought it was better to prefer the guaranteed conditions here than to rely on another guild. With a big smile on his face, Pak said that he's in if Keen is in. Hayan looked at Keen lovingly and said that she was with him too. Approaching Henson, Keen looked at him incredulously, saying in his head that there was no problem with Park and Hayan, the problem was with Henson. His comrade's face expressed concern. He did not know what he had done wrong. At this time, Keen continued that he openly sympathizes with them and, moreover, just as openly urges them on. After thinking a little, he said that even he believed that joining Seinba was the most reasonable option. After which, imagining how they cut through the skies, Keen said that instead of remaining independent or being suppressed by a large guild, the best step would be to take over an already established and not so small organization. Imagining himself riding a snake, holding Henson and Puck's leashes, he said that if they had to start somewhere, then it's better to immediately sit on the head of a snake than to be content with the tail of a dragon, adding after that Henson and Hayan are talented enough to make this possible. And yet, this is not what I want, said Keen. With his arms folded across his chest and his head down, he told Henson that it would be best to think things through a little more. Henson asked in surprise if Keen really didn't like it here, to which he said that he wouldn't say that. Just smiling and sticking out his finger, he said that he thought they could increase the amount, adding that they should get as much as possible, especially since they had the opportunity to do so. Isn't that right? Keen asked Henson. Everyone froze in amazement, not knowing what to say. At this moment, Henson smiled sarcastically and said that he thinks he understands what Keen is getting at. That's right, they both said in their heads. This demonstration, they added with complete confidence in their eyes. Keen's words were reported in his head, that Seinba has already exercised her right to first negotiations. Next, they are simply obliged to let other guilds evaluate their abilities and try to recruit us. Henson interrupted his thoughts by apologizing and saying that he seemed to be in a hurry, to which Keen replied that there was nothing wrong with that, adding that there was no need for them to rush into contracts. Keen said in his head that they were the party that cleared the tutorial dungeon in record time, adding that it was very likely that they would receive the best offers from all over the world. In his head, Keen continued, the longer this drags on, the more exhausted they will become, and that's all they will be left with. Henson smiled sarcastically, lowering his head. Show them all. With a loud explosion, the main character continued, that they are a winning lottery ticket. Keen smiled broadly, looking up, and added, demonstrating again, and very clearly, what they are worth. In his head he asked himself if it was true that his answer was satisfactory. Park and Hayan were very scared. Puck immediately asked if Keen was thinking about going somewhere else. Hayan screamed that Keen couldn't do this. The main character hugged Hayan to his chest, saying with a smile on his face that he also really wanted to stay with them. Henson replied that even though they met by the will of fate in such strange circumstances, but he also wants to stay with Keen, Henson said with a kind and warm smile. Raising his hand to his face, laughing flirtatiously, Keen turned away from him and said in his head that Henson was obliged to help him make a lot of money. Happy Puck snapped his fingers and said that at such moments you want to drink a glass of cold beer with toast. Laughing, Keen said that as soon as this is all over, they will do so, adding that no one should relax and prepare with all their might for the demonstration. You too, Keen said, turning to Hayan, who was pressed against him. In response, she turned to Keen with an embarrassed face. With great embarrassment, she said that in that case, Keen should go on a date with her, adding that then she would study diligently. Hearing this, Keen suggested that he go with her after the demonstration, since he himself needed to study a little. Without letting him go, with reddened cheeks, Hayan said that then she would not study. In his head, Keen indignantly asked why she was stubborn today. Exhaling heavily, he said that she was usually very obedient. After thinking for a while, Keen said, okay. Hearing this, Hayan beamed with happiness, but Keen interrupted her joy. Taking her by the shoulders, he said that in this case they would all go for a walk together. Everyone who remained was shocked by what they heard. You don't mind? Keen addressed the others. Henson, confused, said he didn't mind, adding that they still had a lot of time. Park immediately leaned towards Henson, saying that he didn't catch the atmosphere at all. Henson immediately understood and changed his answer to the fact that he needed to practice some fencing techniques. Hack also responded that he needs to practice too, wishing Keen and Hayan to have fun for the two of them too. There was not a single emotion on Hayan's face. Placing his hand on Hayan's cheek, Keen said in frustration that everyone needs to do their best now, and then asked if she still wanted to go have fun with him despite this. Hayan looked at her sadly without answering. Yes, she said embarrassedly, pressing her cheek to his hand, after which she added that being with him was much more important to her than something like that. Exhaling heavily, Keen said, okay, but in his head he said that this was also correct. In his head he kept saying that normally he should be the most important thing to her, but still they needed to learn now. After thinking for a while, he asked her if he had been too distant lately. An angry Hayan turned away with her eyes lighting up and said that she just wanted to be with him. Keen was saying in his head that he really hadn't been paying enough attention lately, but this demonstration might fall apart if Hayan couldn't focus on training and would just hover around him. I won't allow it, Keen said, presenting the instructions for rebirth, which he and his comrades made. He continued to say that he simply would not allow it, no matter the cost, to drag all three of them to brilliant success. He presented a sheet of special thanks for writing the instructions, after which he said that this is all because the real director of this play, as well as the trump card of the whole party, is himself, after adding that he would make the top of Signver realize this fact. After all, this is the only way they can raise their price, Keen said. He looked at Hayan without any emotion, when he suddenly grabbed her by the cheeks, started squeezing her, asking if she really wanted to go on a date with him so badly, after which he said that there was nothing to do about it and invited her to eat together first. Hayan, confused, but beaming with happiness, said that it sounded very cool. After all, I can prove to them that I'm not a fool, Keen said in his head. The main character, hugging Hayan, looked at the remaining members of the group and said in his head that they should try harder, because they are the leading actors. Hayan embarrassedly suggested that Keen then take a walk by the lake, which is in the central park of the city, to which Keen agreed. When suddenly he told her that today they will do whatever Hayan wants. She beamed with joy, asking if it was true, to which Keen agreed. He smiled mischievously as he hugged her and listened to her tell him that they could go and hang out just the two of them. Let's all film this murderous situation together, Keen said. After these words, he smiled madly. A few days later, employees were passing along the corridor past Keen's team room, from which incredibly strong energy was emanating. Sitting in the room were Keen, who was sitting at the table working on something, and Puck, who was lying on the bed reading. Keen leaned back in his chair and yawned sweetly. Turning his attention to Puck, he asked him if he was looking at the booklet, to which Puck responded positively, adding after that the local restaurant must be simply amazing. After imagining the food that could be ordered at the restaurant, he said that it seemed to him that even the hostel here was the best of all. He imagined himself smashing all the monsters around, fearing nothing, and said that he was sorry that his grandparents could not see him. Imagining his grandparents' horrific reaction, Keen said in his head that it was for the best. Scratching his cheek in embarrassment, Park said that being treated like this made him feel like someone special. Keen immediately said that he would only be treated better in the future. Seriously, exclaimed the surprised Park, to which Keen smiled warmly and confirmed his words. They both sat and looked at each other, beaming with joy and happiness. Suddenly, Puck's joyful aura changed to a darker and sadder one. A bead of sweat was running down his face when he suddenly turned to Keen. A little confused, Puck asked if he was sure that everything was fine. I mean, Keen asked him. Scratching the back of his head, Park excitedly said that lately Keen hasn't seen Hayan at all, and she hasn't left the room and has been crying for several days in a row, after which he told him to at least show her a little attention. After a pause, Keen told him not to explain anything to him because he himself knew it. It has been reported that Hayan is currently suffering from severe Keen withdrawal. She cried a lot, saying that she wanted to see him, after which she asked herself why he did not come to her. Bent over his work again, Keen said emotionlessly that this was a necessary time and there was nothing to be done about it. Puck asked, isn't that too harsh? At that same second, Keen put a loaf of bread into his interlocutor's mouth and said that he knew Hayan better than anyone, after which he told him to eat better or increase his resistance to the demonstration. Keen turned back to his workplace, and Puck, eating bread, said that he understood him. In his head, Keen said that he literally knew Hayan better than anyone. He leaned his head on his hand and thought that he knew her as well as he knew how important she was now to their party. Remembering Hayan's strongest form, Keen said that if we close our eyes to the Regressor Henson, then their squad is a winning lottery ticket, also thanks to the legendary level Archmage Hayan. Having opened the system window, Keen, leaning his head on his hand, said in his head that the pretext of growth meant the player's potential, after which he added that the higher the level of potential, the faster the stats grow. He looked at his heptagon, whose luck and intelligence grew faster than the others, and said that these were his only heroic level skills. Returning to the topic with Hayan, he said that she is now in the middle of a terrifying increase in mana and more. He remembered the situation when the class change window appeared in front of her, and Kiin and Hyasung immediately advised her to choose an elementalist. Kiin wrote something in the book, continuing to talk, however. He fell silent a little after that. Hayan can grow much faster and more actively than now, Kiin continued with complete indifference in his eyes and voice. After all, her potential allows her to do this, Kiin said in his head. In the book he wrote a recipe for a restorative potion and signed the codename Carrot and Stick for Hayan. He imagined patting her on the head for being a very obedient and smart student, thereby tossing her a carrot. But on the other hand, if she doesn't move forward, Kiin reacts quite coldly. He imagined how disappointed he was as he walked past the excited Hayan. And as a result, Kiin said. He remembered how he and she sat on a bench late at night, alone. Hayan said that she wished time would stop while she was alone with him. Kiin said with a smile on his face that he wanted the same thing. Suddenly he told her with the same kind and warm smile on his face that they would not meet until the demonstration, and if Hayan achieved the best result there, then they would see each other again. Her face changed instantly. She was horrified by what she heard. Sweat was running down her face. She didn't believe his words. Kiin told her not to worry because it wouldn't last long, and if she managed it, he would reward her. Hayan was very angry, crumpling the knowledge papers in her hand, and cried a lot. Kiin said that everything was as he expected. She fully concentrated on her studies in order to earn praise. He folded his hands, placed his head on them, and said that he was only stimulating Hayan's growth potential with the most effective method now. After thinking for a while, he said that she would become stronger and receive praise from him, adding that this was a chance for her to kill two birds with one stone. Taking the piece of paper on which he had been writing the recipe for so long, he indifferently told Puck that he was just trying to step away for a while because she couldn't concentrate with him, adding that nothing good would come of the demonstration if he doesn't study, but only walks with the girl. Taking another bite of bread, Puck said that this is so, but still she has been crying for so long and pitifully. To this Kiin said that he also felt sorry for her, and then added that only 3 days have passed, but he introduced the demonstration itself and continued that the entire leadership of Sinva and representatives of other large guilds would gather there. Then he imagined Deputy Headless driving away. He continued to write something in his book, saying that if everything went wrong because of him, it would hurt Hayan, and then added that if everything worked out, he would still stay with them. Hack, having eaten the entire piece of bread, leaned back on the bed and listened as Kiin said that Hayan needed to learn to be apart from him. He couldn't be with her around the clock. As soon as Kiin fell silent, Park said that the more he thought about it all, the more convinced he became that she loved Kiin very much. Park, with his hands behind his head, beamed with joy and with a wide smile on his face said that Kiin and Hayan were a wonderful couple, adding that this was rarely seen at such a time. Kiin exhaled heavily and said in his head that the problem was that her feelings went far beyond this line. After thinking for a while, he said that if it weren't for that pig matchmaker, they could still spend time together in a safe brother-sister relationship. When suddenly a crazy image of Hayan holding blood, stained with blood, appeared in his head. Frightened, Kiin said he would never be safe. But anyway, he said after that. Imagining Hayan crying as she practiced with magic circles, Kiin said in his head how his lead actors Hensung and Hayan would perform better in the demonstration. Then he introduced Henson, diligently practicing with a sword, and said the higher their price tag will jump. Holding his cheek in his hand, he dreamed with a smile on his face that if everything was as he said, then they would live well and eat deliciously. Demonstration day. The sun is shining brightly high in the sky. The sound of trumpets is heard. The guy presenting with a smile announced over the microphone that a demonstration of the team that had cleared the tutorial would soon begin. The servant led the team to the entrance to the arena, telling them to quickly take their places. Kiin looked around and said in his head that everything here is completely different from the tutorial. The building resembled a church. Luxurious and safe, Kiin said in his head. Among the spectators were guys from the camp. Everyone in the group noticed them and looked in their direction in surprise. Looking at them, Kiin said that Jihye. Having looked more closely, he said that she was missing. There was not a single emotion on his face. It's a pity, he said in his head. Sometimes he yearns for her giving, he added. They were already at the very entrance. In his head, Kiin continued to say that if she were with him, they could, with a snap of their fingers, make Sinva fall to her knees in front of them. Suddenly Kiin was shocked by what he saw. The arena was huge, there were spectators sitting around it, a lot of spectators, rejoicing, waiting for the legendary group to come out. They entered the arena. Kiin had a crazy smile on her face. Park was shocked by the size, and Henson showed no emotion. Suddenly, a voice sounded saying, "Dear members of the cleanup team and high-ranking guests from all over the world, Listen shouted into the microphone, greeting everyone. Listening to this, the team smiled slightly, and Listen said that a lot of time had passed since they, strangers, came to this continent. A girl with long red hair watched everything from the stands. Her name was Hira, and she was sitting with a glass of beer in her hand, waiting for the ceremony to begin. Listen continued that, nevertheless, this year the doors of the training dungeon opened again, and new heroes stepped onto these lands. Hearing this, a wide, satisfied smile appeared on Hira's face. Listen said that they would like to thank all the high-ranking guests gathered here from the bottom of their hearts. The two chief judges sat nearby. We, Sainva, continued Listen, wish eternal blessing with the light of the goddess Beniger. The main judges were a guy with tattoos and a girl next to him. The guy presenting at that moment grabbed the microphone and joyfully shouted that the current cleanup team completed the tutorial in record time. After which he told everyone to applaud the heroes of today. The audience immediately began to applaud. Sitting down, Keen was happy. Getting up from his seat, he waved to everyone present with a smile on his face. Suddenly they noticed Hayan, who had not been with them all this time. She was shaking with fear. Keen, noticing her, said in his head that it seemed like she was looking for him. Hayan's eyes burned, an aura enveloped her. She looked around. Good luck, Keen wished her in his head, when suddenly she noticed him. Blood began to flow from her nose, but her gaze became so soft and kind when she saw her beloved. Keen was confused, saying in his head that she seemed to be practicing really hard. The joyful Puck, noticing her, shouted, pointing her out to Keen. Keen hung his head heavily in spite of her. Puck noticed her poor condition and said that she seemed to be exhausted due to her training. Raising his head, Keen was very sad, and there was disappointment in his eyes. He asked himself if she had really overworked herself, because she looked very bad. The host happily said that the demonstration was starting right now, adding that the first participant would be the long-awaited rookie magician, Ms. Hayan. Sweat and tears streamed down her face, which she diligently wiped away. Her cheeks were red. She sadly said that if she failed, Keen would be disappointed in her, adding that he would definitely decide that she was fooling around instead of training. Keen nervously tapped his finger on his leg, waiting for it to begin. Hayan held the staff tightly, praying that everything would work out. The host asked if she was ready. Hayan did not answer. She imagined that Keen was hugging her. She said she didn't want to disappoint him. No way. Tears flowed from her eyes again. She said she didn't want to be abandoned again. She remembered how they once turned away from her. The presenter addressed the shaking Hayan, when suddenly he also began to shake. The stands trembled. Had an earthquake really begun? Keen asked. Shaking, Keen looked at the arena, saying in his head, things can't go wrong. Closing his eyes and exhaling heavily, he mentally asked Hayan to cope. Hayan raised her staff, when suddenly a magic circle appeared under her. The staff glowed with a bright purple light. Spontaneous, she said hesitantly. There were still tears in her eyes. She did not look at her lover. Explosion, she said. The arena was illuminated by the brightest light. A huge fireball flew into the arena from the sky. Seeing him, Keen was horrified. The ball landed on the arena, exploding everything around it. People in the stands covered their ears from the deafening explosion. Keen was no exception. Tears flowed from his eyes. He shouted that his eardrums would soon burst. He begged Hayan to be easier. Hira, seeing this, smiled sarcastically. The light no longer illuminated everything around. The smoke and fire calmed down. Hayan stood in front of the crater in the arena. The chief judge looked at this in shock, not knowing what to say. Listen and Lissal were horrified by what they saw. Hayan, throwing her staff over her shoulder, was breathing very heavily. Sweat dripped from her chin. With tears in her eyes, she turned to Keen with a warm and happy smile. Keen jumped up from his seat in shock and looked at her. Immediately, irritably, he looked down and swore. Suddenly, he started jumping joyfully, saying that Hayan was the best and that the spectacle was magnificent. He shouted that this was the magician of their party. At this time, Henson was delighted with such work, and Park said that Hayan was simply magnificent. With his arms outstretched, Keen shouted to the audience that he hoped for more love from them. The spectators were shocked. They rejoiced, applauded, and shouted. Keen, smiling contentedly, said in his head that she was a genius who appeared on this continent. Looking at the arena, he saw the spectators running towards Hayan. Keen mentally thanked her for doing a great job. Hayan ran to Keen with tears in her eyes. She was so happy to see him again. But Keen was confused. He asked himself what he should do with her now. Should I reward him? He asked, hesitating. Representatives of the Mages Guild ran after her, offering to join them, but she didn't care. She finally hugged her beloved. The stands shouted joyfully that a new brilliant magician had appeared. They begged her to talk to them a little, luring her into their guilds. Karina, the tattooed guy, addressed him excitedly, after which he ordered to immediately collect a dossier on Hayan. Karina was incredibly scared, but said that she understood the commander. The commander, putting his hand to his chin, with a malicious smile on his face, said that this was very interesting. Beaming with delight, she ran towards Keen. He spread his arms to the sides, shouted her name and urgently tried to figure out what to do. She extended her hands to him. He summoned the Eyes of the Soul and launched a check of the player's abilities and aisles. In the status window, her characteristics of Hayan were highlighted. He was surprised to find that in a week her mana level had increased from 31 to 41. In the overall assessment window, it was said that the girl was showing an incomprehensible growth rate. Keen was very lucky with her, and what they hoped that he would never run into a knife with his back after accidentally looking at another girl. He thought with irritation that these characteristics were being written by some sick person. She pressed herself against his chest with a blissful smile. Looking at the characteristics of other people, he thought that if serious opponents only have 6 to -80 mana, then how talented is this little girl? People watched them with their mouths open in surprise. The host of the event asked everyone to adhere to the established order and return to their places. The main character thought that perhaps the blue was not so influential, since they had completely lost control of the situation. He looked at the girl with a smile when she called out to him. Keen said that she did a great job and suggested that it was not easy for her. Tears came to her eyes, and with an embarrassed look she replied that it was not at all difficult. She smiled widely, said that she had not slept for about a week and asked if he would reward her. He became gloomy and thought that Hayan was really smart. She closed her eyes and leaned towards him for a kiss. People watched in confusion and discussed the nature of their relationship. Keen thought that the way the girl let everyone know that he belonged to her was quite a sight. He squinted and looked somewhere. Something was bothering him. The 3 faction members watched them with disapproval. He grinned and thought that this was even good. He cupped the girl's cheeks with his palms and praised her. He kissed the top of her head and told her he loved her. She looked at him in surprise. Puck, sitting on the podium, whistled approvingly. Keen hoped that he had succeeded in creating the image of trembling lovers who cannot be separated. He looked at the shocked guild representatives and thought that now if they want to get Hayan, they will have to take him too. He grinned and thought that they had a very successful demonstration of intimacy. She grabbed his waist and pressed her whole body against him. He waved his arms, trying to free himself from her grip, but she was not going to let him go. Keen thought doomedly that he knew that something like this would happen. The man with the microphone cleared his throat and said that the new swordsman everyone had been waiting for was invited next for the demonstration. Hansung stood up. Park turned to Hayan and Kiyoung and waved to them. He put on his jacket when the host announced his name. He turned to his comrades and said that he was going. They smiled widely and wished him good luck. He tilted his head slightly. Looking at him, the main character thought that he was damn handsome. She laid her head on his shoulder. Pack said that he felt like a third wheel and he needed to find his beloved as soon as possible. Keen told him to throw these nonsense out of his head and focus on the fight. He put his finger to his lips and looked at the arena with interest, hoping that Henson would put on a good show. The opponents stood opposite each other. The presenter said into the microphone that the demonstration would consist of one-on-one sparring against an experienced swordsman. Keen looked at their characteristics and came to the conclusion that Henson was inferior to his opponent in everything. He looked menacingly at his opponent. The host began the countdown to the start of sparring. The man with the eye patch flinched under his gaze and looked at him questioningly. He rested his cheek on his hand, looking at the arena with a smile. He thought that their cute regressor would not think about it that way. The presenter waved his hand and announced the start of sparring. The opponents jumped in different directions. Swords flashed. The blades collided. The experienced swordsman clenched his teeth with tension, holding back Henson's attack. He grinned. The enemy couldn't believe that this kid could be so strong. His sword slashed through the air as his opponent jumped away. He frowned, closely watching his opponent's movements. He swung his sword with a grim expression. The blades collided again. Looking at Henson, the enemy thought that it was illegal to be so beautiful. He silently watched the fight. He tilted his head and thought Henson was doing a good job. He raised the sword above his head, repelling the attack. Looking at him, Keen thought that although this was the first time he had seen a swordsman fight so seriously, he swung his sword and let out a battle cry. He watched the opponent's actions with a bored expression. The main character thought that from the outside it seemed as if Henson had no advantage. They froze, pointing their swords in different directions. Keen knew that this was only the second serious battle for the Regressor, but if he wanted, he could easily deal with this enemy. Sweat ran down his face. A fresh cut appeared on his cheek. He frowned at his opponent. The protagonist knew that Henson was holding himself back to avoid unwanted attention. Some of the spectators watched what was happening intently. The other half sat with their mouths open in surprise. Keen thought that people who understand the art of the sword at least a little now look as if they are a brilliant swordsman. She looked at him questioningly as he put his hand to his face and grinned. The main character thought that the people who considered Hayan the main talent on their team should now be very surprised. He watched with his mouth open in fear as the enemy swung to attack. Keen thought that the real treasure of their team was someone else. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. The weapon flew out of the enemy's hands. He opened his mouth in surprise and looked at his opponent in fear. Keen continued to watch closely and wondered if Henson had shown too much to the audience. He threw his sword to the ground and rushed towards his disarmed enemy. He pressed his hand to his face, carefully watching what was happening. He closed his eyes and sighed resignedly. He saw a fist aimed at his face. He looked questioningly at the guy who hit him in the face. He crossed his arms in front of him and Henson flew away. A beam of light slammed him into the wall. Cracks appeared along the stone surface and he slowly slid to the ground. They watched what was happening with their mouths open in surprise. The guild members were also shocked. He ran to his opponent, inquiring about his condition and apologizing. He smiled and said that he lost. He happily clenched his hand into a fist, smiled broadly and thought that the cunning Henson had deceived everyone again because he showed his skills at his best, but did not show all his skills. The presenter said that this sword demonstration was completed for us and reminded the audience that everyone was welcome can communicate with demonstrators after the event. They watched the swordsman leave the arena in silence. Keen thought that Henson had masterfully pushed his opponent back from time to time without even breaking a sweat. The guild members watched what was happening through binoculars and made notes in notebooks. The main character knew that Hayan made a strong impression, but for large guilds Henson would be a coveted prize. The leader's voice echoed across the circular arena again. He invited Pack for a demonstration and said that since time immemorial, tanks and healers have been an important part of any squad. He began to go down the steps, telling his comrades that he was very worried. He looked at them. Keen advised him not to strain too much and said that he had become much more resilient, so he had nothing to worry about. Henson and Hayan limited themselves to simple wishes for good luck. He smiled slightly and gave them a thumbs up. He was hit in the face. The presenter smiled contentedly, waved his hand and said that the essence of the test was to test endurance, so Pack needed to survive for 3 minutes against the monster from the training dungeon. The monster's leg was shackled. The presenter explained that they had taken all the necessary safety measures for the peace of mind of the guests, and in addition, after the demonstration, the tank would be healed by professional healers. The monster struck from all sides, watching what was happening. Keen thought that even though he himself called Pack names, it was too much. He ran his sleeve over his face and looked mockingly at the monster. It opened its mouth and screamed in rage. The opponents rushed towards each other. They fell wearily to the ground. He smiled contentedly. He winked at the monsters, extended his fist and said it was a great fight. The monster punched his fist, expressing its agreement. Behind him, people gave Park a standing ovation. He looked at the tank with displeasure and thought why he made this friendly scene. The host said it was time for the last demonstration and invited Keen to the arena. They smiled widely and wished him luck. He waved his hand at him and said that he was sure that he would handle everything just fine. He closed his eyes, faked a smile, decided that looking close to these guys would somehow help, and thanked them for their support. He waved his hand when the host asked him to signal ready. He also told the audience that Keen is an alchemist. The main character thought that this was his first performance as an alchemist, but there is no point in talking about it because the blue examiners already know everything about his skills. He opened his mouth and thought that the examiners had refused to provide him with any catalysts because of their high cost, but at least he had asked Pack in advance to find him a stick. He looked at the dark patterns in the arena, crackling with electricity. He covered his eyes with his hand, poked the stick into the pattern and prayed to God for help. His face was covered in sweat. He was breathing heavily, thinking that he believed that the essence of alchemy was equal exchange, but in his case it required more stamina than mana. The patterns turned blue when he used a technique called Pillar of Fire. A hurricane of blue flames rose. Looking at it, Keen thought that he had made a blue spell for the blue and hoped that they would appreciate his show. The flame approached the target installed on the field. It lit up with a blue flame. The main character thought with satisfaction that the alchemical circle had increased the power of the spell, making it more impressive than usual. But in a real battle he would not be able to use such techniques. He bowed and the presenter announced the end of the demonstration. The audience watched him askance. The presenter reminded the guests to remain in their places and follow the established order. They took their places. Henson closed his eyes resignedly. Keen thought that everything was going according to plan. Chaos began in the stands. Someone descended into the arena. Guild members called out to the demonstrators, wanting to attract their attention. He looked at 3 people holding out their hands to him. One of them offered to conclude a contract with him and pay 2,000 gold if he brought members of his squad to their guild. Representatives of other guilds began to raise the price. Bidding began. He crossed his arms and looked interestedly at the man who offered 6,000. He was surprised at how quickly everything was changing. He smiled, enjoying the spectacle. Representatives of the guild surrounded him and Hayan, wanting to get them. He looked at the shocked blue members and wondered if they still thought he was an idiot. He hugged Hayan to him and stroked her head, continuing to smile widely. He thought that the blue one was very much mistaken about him. A red-haired woman approached them with a sly smile. When he saw her, his eyes widened in surprise. He looked in surprise at the knee directed towards him. Hayan closed her eyes in fear. Park opened his mouth in surprise. Keen and Henson watched what was happening in confusion. She kicked the wall next to him and said hello. She smiled predatorily and asked if they would give her a minute. The main character thought in shock about what was happening and who she was. The main character looked around, seeing a red-haired girl in front of him, who greeted him. He was very surprised by her appearance. The stranger asked to give her a minute. The guys around her were amazed. Gritting his teeth, Keen thought that he had almost died, but he noted her incredible strength, suggesting that she was the head of some large guild. His eye lit up after using the Soul Eye skill. A pumped-up girl in a red jacket stood in front of him. Her status window had characteristics recorded, most of which were heroic, and her strength was legendary, which is what the main character turned his attention to, thinking that he had never met anyone stronger. Sitting on the ground, he looked at her from under his brows, not understanding where this elite lady came from, seeing her nature as an unpredictable innovator. The guy thought that he did not like everything unpredictable. Hira said that she was too discourteous because she acted out of excitement thoughtlessly. Turning to the young man, she said that she had watched the demonstration and introduced herself as the head of the Scarlet Mercenaries Guild, one of the 3 largest guilds of the Holy Empire. Seeing the hand extended to him, the guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. Looking at the smiling girl, he thought that it was not in vain that he went with Hayan and that one of the big 3 rulers began to seem like a nymph to him. Smiling kindly, the main character introduced himself and replied that he was also pleased to meet you. Hayan interrupted their acquaintance, looking at her friend with concern. With her small hand, the girl tried to interfere with the handshake, saying that the guild leader was very suspicious and strange and that she had just tried to kill them. Keen, resisting, thought that this would not interfere with just shaking hands because there was a big shot in front of him. Ignoring Hayan's entreaties, the guy shook hands, hoping that they would get along and thinking that he needed to make a good impression. Leaning towards the girl, Hira said that she was glad to meet her. Hayan hid behind her friend. The main character asked for forgiveness for the fact that she avoided strangers. With a wink, the woman offered them 2 billion won. Crossing her arms over her chest, she offered to conclude a contract for which 2 billion won would be paid to each person at a time, and the salary would be 5 million a year. The young man thought that in the currency of this world, 2 billion is 20,000 gold, and in sign of they initially offered 1,500 of gold, that is, 50 million in earthly currency. Seeing his friend's extremely dissatisfied face, the guy decided that the answer to the question of whether they should join the guild was clearly negative. But it was quite obvious to him that he needed to listen to the leader, because 2 billion per person was 15 times better than signed as conditions. Imagining how she fought monsters, Hira was glad that the guys liked the amount announced, and explained that initially the Scarlet Mercenaries mainly consisted of short-range fighters, which can be understood by the name of the guild. Scratching her cheek, the woman added that even beginners know this, but they highly value priests and talented people who master high-level magic, and subordinates always encourage the leader to actively cultivate magicians. The main character suggested that this is why she wants change. The girl, smiling broadly, confirmed this guess. Slyly squinting, Hira stated that she did not expect anything from today. But then she saw them and decided that, despite the fact that Keen is an alchemist, alchemy somehow belongs to the specialization of a magician, because alchemists can heal with potions and be one thus a good alternative to priests. After her words that they had excellent potential, the guy remembered Listen, who said that she could offer the alchemist only 1,500, and thought that they needed to think about everything, because Seinber regarded them as ordinary labor, and, so far, it's getting late, we need to go to the Scarlet Mercenaries. However, the guy opened his mouth in surprise when Hira said that this offer was only valid for magicians, because their guild had long had an overabundance of close ones. A drop of sweat ran down his tense face. He was deep in thought, because in exchange for 15-fold benefits and a connection with Hayan, he needs to leave Hyunsung and Park. The guild leader added that bringing the others would be quite expensive, so she invites only the alchemist and Hayan. The young man swallowed nervously. Hyunsung threw him a dissatisfied look. Smiling, the main character called this offer quite tempting. In response to this, the woman asked how serious this statement was, and Park and Hyunsung, shocked, called out their friend's name. The guy replied that he was satisfied with the previously stated conditions. Hayan threw a worried look at him. Puck looked very upset that his friend was willing to trade him for money. Hyunsung lowered his eyebrows in worry, refusing to believe what was happening. Hira smiled smugly. Keen understood that she was the perfect sword and shield in herself, which is why she preferred mages like Hayan over similar classes. Hugging the girl, the young man objected, saying that the 4 of them had become quite close during the clearing of the tutorial, so he could not agree to the offer from the guild if they could not accept all members of the squad. Hyunsung breathed out a sigh of relief. Park shed a stingy tear, asking how you could scare people like that. The guy thought that 2 billion won would not cover survival with the Regressor. Smirking, Hira found it funny that he initially sounded like he agreed, and stated that the alchemist didn't seem like the type of person to hold on to such attachments. Hayan looked excitedly from behind her friend. The guild leader said that it was not in her principles to try to persuade a person who refused, and that she was really very sad to lose such talented magicians. Her sly eyes lit up when she declared that the guy was very much her type. The woman took his chin. Throwing a dissatisfied glance at Hayan, she asked if the little brilliant sorceress should learn to restrain her bloodthirstiness. The girl widened her eyes in fear. Hira asked her to look carefully at what could happen to something dear to her if she dared to resist her again. The main character, not understanding what was happening, tried to remove her hand without taking his eyes off the sorceress. The woman said that this was her punishment. With these words, the guild leader kissed the alchemist. Hayan watched in shock. Trying to resist the long kiss, Keen could only think about the fact that this was happening in front of the girl. Their passionate kiss lasted too long. The guy did not have the opportunity to move even a millimeter. Tears appeared in his eyes. He mentally asked his girlfriend to just close her eyes and not watch this misunderstanding. Hayan, putting her hands to her face in a panic, screamed in despair. Puck opened his mouth in amazement, watching what was happening. The woman pulled away from the young man's face, pulling him by the talisman hanging around his neck. He turned away, closing his eyes and putting his hand to his forehead. Hira stated that she would really like to play with them a little more. Hayan lowered her gaze. Speechless, the woman said that she would not allow her to show bloodthirstiness next time. The guy mentally asked how the guild leader could do this to him. Like a toy, in front of Hayan, he could not even imagine that the girl is feeling it now, and I thought that she was quiet from shock. Having wiped the lipstick remaining from the kiss from his lips, the main character thought that he needed to somehow get out, but then he noticed how the amulet began to glow. Looking around, Hira said that it was a gift. Keen frowned with displeasure when she flirtatiously promised to see them again. Taking the luminous pendant in his hands, he learned that this stone helps to increase magical power and at the same time enhances personal bonuses to magic. He looked at the pendant in admiration, thinking that everything was not so bad. Looking at his friends in confusion, the guy decided that despite the unsettled tension, Hira gave him this gift after she received a refusal to join the guild, which means he didn't leave too bad an impression. The young man decided to take off the pendant and hide it in his pocket until Hayan noticed. Apologizing for the commotion, the team hurried to leave the busy square. People tried to stop them. Someone offered them to join their guild. The guy thought that greeting everyone he met was very tiring, but he still needed to treat them with care because every person can be a potential buyer. The girl in the white suit said that this spectacle was very entertaining. The man with glasses said that now the public attitude towards alchemists will change, but the young man still noticed awkwardness on his face. He thanked everyone and apologized for not being able to show something more. A huge crowd of people gathered in front of him. Someone wanted to make friends with him. Someone reminded him of his promise. The guy answered questions with a smile, but thought to himself that this is all a lie and simply a necessary part of social life. An angry Park called the woman they met a wild animal. Hyun-sung watched as the crowd showed interest in his friend. Park continued to be outraged by the inappropriate behavior of the guild leader. Hyun-sung narrowed his eyes silently, watching the alchemist communicate with the public. He said that everything should be resolved well. Puck displeasedly asked how he knew this. Smiling, the guy looked away and replied that his intuition told him so. Looking back at his friends, the main character thought that despite the refusal of the Scarlet Mercenaries, he managed to establish a connection with Hira. Hayan looked shocked. Although she tried to pretend that everything was fine, Keen decided that he could turn a blind eye to the small incident because Hira is one of the strongest people in this country, which means he managed to get off easily if refusing the head of such. Only his lips were damaged by the large guild, but Hayan's behavior began to bother him. Suddenly, members of the Cyclops guild appeared on their way. Listen narrowed her eyes in displeasure when she saw them. Smiling, the guy asked if the deputy head had reconsidered the terms of the contract, and thought to himself that, judging by their distorted faces, Cyclops realized that she had started the negotiations incorrectly. Remembering the scene of their meeting and conversation, the young man became confident that Cyclops realized his high value in the squad after observing the daily life of the party and watching their demonstrations for a whole week. He decided that his influence on the guild had become obvious. Opinion of Hyun-sung, the leader of the squad. The guild members and the team of heroes stood opposite each other. Listen asked if they could discuss the terms of the contract again. The guy happily agreed. He turned to face his squad, said that he would leave for a while, and asked Hayan to stay with Hyun-sung. Smiling widely, the girl agreed. Looking away, the main character decided to think a little and deal with this a little later, because negotiations and a deal were more important. He stood in front of the guild members sitting at a long table. As Listen began her speech, Keen mentally wondered how much they would raise the price of the contract. The deputy head offered a contract for 10,000 gold with an annual payment of 5,000 and full provision of the entire squad with new heroic level weapons and rare level equipment. The guy smiled. His smile became even more insidious when he remembered the scene from Death Note where the main character faces an enemy. Listen, sitting at the table with other guild members, also offered a personal alchemy laboratory, priority in the distribution of byproducts obtained in dungeons and hunting grounds, free repairs and enhancements of equipment by a professional blacksmith. The young man was shocked that this was all he was capable of. Sinva, which is one of the leading organizations in this world. With a wave of her hand, the deputy head added that they could extend the contract for another 3 years. Having received only silence in response, she closed her eyes and decided to make an exception especially for this squad. The woman stated that the guild would allow them to found their own squad without joining existing ones. The man sitting next to her opened his mouth in surprise. After she said that the head of the detachment would be on the same level as the members of the administration, the guy put his hand to his chin contentedly. A blush appeared on his cheeks when Listen promised to completely trust the squad leader with management and decision making. A smug smile appeared on his face. The woman announced that she would change the composition of the civilian administration. Clenching her fists forcefully, the deputy head declared that the young man would be the head of the civilian administration. Covering his mouth with his hand, he was in ecstasy from all this news. The man slammed his cane onto the floor as hard as he could, declaring that he had had enough. The hall was lit up by a bright flash emanating from the cane. Covering his mouth with his hand, the main character felt a huge amount of mana and thirst for blood. Lissal, holding a burning cane in his hands, shouted that this impudent person only talks and talks. Listen asked him to stop and stop causing chaos. Teen grabbed his throat with his hand. Having forgotten how to breathe, the man asked what he was trying to turn Sinva into. Lissal was amazed at this neglect. The woman opened her mouth wide and asked the manager to stop. Hearing the word leader, the guy looked up. Seeing the old man holding a flickering cane in his hands, he remembered that this man was the head of the civilian administration. Gritting his teeth, the young man realized that the man simply did not want to share his place with him. Knitting his eyebrows, he decided it was time to deal with him. Lissal stated that the guild did not really want to invest in this detachment. Listen ordered him to immediately interrupt the spell. The man with glasses said that they would have big problems if the other guilds found out about what was happening. The old man smiled evilly, retorting that he just needed to get rid of him without anyone finding out. The main character clenched his fists in indignation. When he challenged the old man through pain and suffocation, Listen and Lissal opened their mouths in surprise. Holding his throat, the guy called to kill him if the man was even capable of it. The man smiled slyly. Keen sat on the floor and trembled from suffocation. Frowning, he declared that Hira would not let him die, and thought that she would probably laugh if she were here. Hearing the name of the mercenary queen, Lissal interrupted the spell and lowered his cane, not believing his own ears. The young man wiped the sweat dripping from his face with his hand. Crossing his arms smugly, he once again spoke the name of the queen of the Scarlet Mercenaries. He had the opportunity to breathe again. Lissal opened his mouth in shock. The main character realized that Hira's influence on this continent is incredibly strong, judging by the reaction to her mere mention. Holding the gifted pendant in his hand, he said out loud that they have a very special relationship and that the queen missed him madly, causing a mad commotion and by giving this pendant. The old man frowned in rage, calling it all nonsense and not believing that one could have any relationship with the creepy mercenary queen. Keen replied that they could wait to see for themselves, but he thought to himself that this was really nonsense because they actually met for the first time today. Hira was so strong that she could turn anyone into dust with just a snap of her fingers. The guy, imagining their passionate kiss in his head, reminded the head of the administration about it, calling it direct evidence of their closeness. The man frowned even more and asked to answer in essence what kind of relationship he really had with the Queen of Mercenaries. The main character thought that they really had formed a connection, which would now absolutely play into his hands. He began to approach the man at the table, saying that even at that age the old man had not learned to read between the lines and that he and Hira had been connected since Earth by a relationship that was in the middle between friends and lovers, and the sign of guild, which was this time responsible for negotiations, threatened with force a newcomer who had just arrived. A dog barks the loudest when it is scared. With a sly smile, the guy said that the manager cannot allow the public to find out about this. After he said that if Hira found out about what had happened, then Sinva could have huge problems, Lissal clenched his teeth furiously. The young man thought that the old man needed to stop grinning if he didn't want to get dentures. Looking at how the leader was shaking with fear, Listen asked him to calm down. The main character understood perfectly well that Sinva had no choice but to indulge him, because he had something else with which he could calmly threaten them. Putting his finger to his chin, he asked if it seemed to the members of Sinva that the guild something very important is missing. He knew that the old people were out of control, and the deputy head was doing some kind of lackey work. With her eyebrows tightly knitted together, Listen asked what they were talking about. Lissal excitedly pressed his fist to his chin. Keen smiled, knowing that the head of Sinva could not hide his identity just like that, because even Hira from the Scarlet Mercenaries came here in person. His eyes lit up and he asked where the head of Sinba was now. Squinting with concern, the deputy concluded that he knew about the absence of the head of the guild, and asked who told him about it. The guy, convinced that he was right, thought that it was even better because this place was still intended for Hyunsung. Otherwise it was already obvious that something serious had happened within the guild. Putting his hand forward, the young man said that it was quite natural to know about this given his relationship with Hira, and thought to himself that, in fact, it was only a guess and that now he needed to get Sinba to talk in order to ask the necessary questions. Listen said that they would tell him about the details only after joining the guild, and in order to avoid misunderstandings, she clarified that their leader was alive. At that moment Lissal jumped out of his seat and shouted that the ignorant youth should not drag either the mercenary queen or the head of the guild sign-off. Listen tried to calm him down, while everyone else present watched the old man shouting that no one dare question the authority of Sinba. The guy did not understand when this old man would stop interfering in the conversation, as if he was doing it for the sake of the guild, but in reality it's just that everyone is most afraid of losing influence. The main character thought that it would not be enough for the leader to fall on his knees in front of him and beg to join the guild, and said out loud that he did not know the details and that Sinba was now in no position to talk to him in such a tone. Putting his hands in his pockets and smiling, he added that if they continued to throw away the remnants of their advantage in negotiations, the guild would lose its chance of revival and was unlikely to regret it. Judging by the leader's attitude towards this, the man leaned forward and shouted that in front of him stands a simple impudent person who is going to gnaw their guild like some kind of small rat. Thinking that Lissal was just an icon of the rotten roots of this era, Keen loudly slammed his hand on the table. He understood that it was people like the head of the administration who were gnawing the guild from the inside, and they, in turn, were only trying to collect the crumbs left after the regressor, raising his eyebrows menacingly. The guy reminded him that he came here to negotiate, not to quarrel, and said that, no matter how intoxicated the old man was with his past glory, he should be ashamed of his behavior and neglect of his own superiors. Putting his hand to his mouth, the young man asked if his interlocutor really did not know how to assess the situation, since he did not notice even such an obvious problem. Trying to hit him, Lissal insulted the guy, but he managed to dodge and say that the man had achieved great success in demonstrating the family, free, but crazy atmosphere that reigns in Sinov. In response to his words that such people only destroy organizations, the old man opened his mouth indignantly, no longer able to resist anything. Squinting arrogantly, the young man called such people stagnant and grinned. Lissal escaped from the hands of Listen, who was trying to hold him. The next moment he grabbed the guy by the t-shirt. Clutching his t-shirt in his hand, the man asked how he dared say something like that. Listen headed towards the exit from behind the long table. Frowning, the old man yelled that no one dares mock him and speak in such a tone as if he knew everything about his blueness. The main character narrowed his eyes, thinking his slip was funny. Listen ran up to the manager from behind and asked him to immediately stop the proceedings, to which Lissal shouted that he had to put an end to this disrespectful insolence. Judging by the fact that the manager called the deputy head by name, either he had completely lost his mind, or they had known each other much longer. Kiyoung, smiling, touched the hand clutching his t-shirt and asked what the old man was trying to achieve. People watched him say that he doesn't care what people think of him because even if someone doesn't like him, Hyunsung and Hayan are still true treasures for this guild. The guy grabbed the man by the hand and said that he had better know when to stop. Removing his hand from his t-shirt, the young man said that even if the law of the jungle rules on the continent, the leader has gone too far, treating a person like this who has not even become his subordinate yet. With his mouth wide open, Lissal furiously insulted his opponent. Listen pushed him away with her hand. With a menacing frown, the woman stated that she had definitely told him to stop and that this was her last warning. Looking around, the old man gritted his teeth angrily. The guy thought that the deputy head had too many worries. Waving her hand, the woman asked to take the leader out of the hall. She was definitely the type of person who was weak in the face of affection, which made her a bad leader, but a good embodiment of Sinba's conscience and the only adequate person. The man furiously opened his mouth and cursed everyone present. The young man thought that if these two continued to walk on the edge, it would be even better, because everything would end when they managed to save the righteous Listen from the usurper Lissal. Looking around, the leader threatened that his enemy would greatly regret that he had entered Sinba and dared to contradict him. The main character mentally thanked him for this template villainous phrase. Listen, looking concerned, asked if everything was okay and apologized for the manager, saying that she would never have thought that Lissal would behave so rudely. Looking down, she added that the man had always been so hot-tempered, but had never lost his temper to such an extent before. Keen assumed that his health was failing him. Earlier, the deputy noticed how everyone was worried about the absence of the head, and as it became longer and longer, Lissal became more and more sensitive due to worry, like everyone else. The guy imagined how the leader dreamed of his own face on the Sinba flag, and mentally assumed that the old man had gone crazy and became a complete headache for Listen, who for some reason was still trying to protect him. He thought that he needed to pull the woman over their side. The deputy bowed and once again offered her sincere apologies for the rudeness shown, asking not to talk about what had happened to anyone. The young man replied that he understood what was going on and asked not to worry, saying that he himself should have apologized for not thinking about Sinva's pride when he raised this topic. In his thoughts, he promised to uproot all the sprouted weeds. The woman looked up and thanked her interlocutor. The guy said that she should not worry about the contract and mentally asked to give him a leadership position as soon as possible. Clenching her fist happily, Listen asked if she could take this as a positive response to the contract. The protagonist agreed, thinking that his value had increased greatly thanks to Hira. Smiling, he expressed a desire to give him that leadership position that was mentioned earlier, and thought about what he was offering Sinva, who had neither a head, nor combat power, nor wealth, the opportunity to at least rely a little on the Scarlet Mercenaries and a treasure called the Party of the Regressor, in which case the leadership position in the guild will become part of a fair exchange. Blushing and smiling, Listen replied that she would give him a position and that they had originally planned to make his squad their main force, because creating a new squad within the guild would take 5 minutes. Imagining how he was burning at the stake, Keen thought that there were no guarantees that Sinva would not give him hell on earth in the future, so he needed power, for which he would have to participate in political games in order to at least avoid such a picture. The time has come to lay the political foundation and acquire power that can guarantee his safety. Listen put her hand in front of her, saying that they would not be able to immediately provide the squad with heroic equipment, but they would try to do everything to ensure that the points of the agreement were fulfilled on their part as soon as possible. Remembering how easily Hyunsung took out a heroic level book from his pocket, the guy was mentally surprised that heroic items were so rare, but thanked the deputy head, saying that he understood everything. Sighing and looking down, the woman thanked him for his understanding and once again apologized for what had happened. The young man scratched the back of his head and apologized for causing a commotion, because of which the deputy had to suffer. Listen offered as an apology to treat the entire squad to dinner before the induction ceremony, and asked to name the time when everyone would be free. The guy replied that this was not necessary, but promised to discuss it with the team and immediately inform her, thinking to himself that this woman is an exemplary representative of society. Leaving the hall, the main character said goodbye to the deputy, deciding to press on pity and evoke a feeling of sadness that he did not harbor a grudge even after he was treated so rudely. Lowering the corners of her lips, Listen said goodbye. Keen turned away, trying to look lonely and unable to hide the pain squeezing his heart. The woman opened her mouth in concern. She looked down in alarm, apparently thinking that something else needed to be done to prevent a similar situation from happening again. It was worrying and made her heart ache in her chest. Throwing his head back, the guy sighed in relief. Smiling wickedly, he sensed a rise in sympathy. Walking along the corridor of the castle, the young man thought that support should appear faster and that all he had to do was make the real truth out of nonsense. Hayan, holding a mug in his hands, asked what the Scarlet Mercenaries had to do with it. Hayan and Park were sitting at the dinner table. The main character said that he wanted to discuss something with the mercenary queen, so he would go away for a while. Hyunsung realized that he was talking about Hira. Hayan jumped up from her chair, asking her friend not to go to the Scarlet Mercenary Guild. Pak supported her, saying that she should not go to the woman who discredited his honor. Having looked at his friends in embarrassment, the guy replied that he just wanted to help his party. Hyunsung wanted to know why he would do this. Smiling, Keen replied that it would be nice to have a patron, and promised to tell all the details of their meeting. Hyunsung approved his friend's proposal. Watching his friend drink tea, the protagonist mentally asked if he liked that a member of their squad was getting involved with the mercenary queen. Hayan stood up from the table and began to cry, thereby attracting the attention of the entire squad. Huge tears flowed from her eyes. The girl muttered that her friend couldn't just leave her and go to this woman. The guy remembered that he had never resolved their conflict, and thought that it would be good if someone gave him instructions on how to use it. Sticking his hand back, the young man thought that he knew her better than anyone, but problems still appeared when he let his guard down even a little, so he needed to stop her. The main character decided that this was vital for their squad and, first of all, for himself, because if he was caught in a lie, he would be in trouble. With these thoughts, he leaned towards the sobbing girl. The current Hayan would not be able to protect him because he needed not only strength, but also power, which was now more important than anything else. Keen took his girlfriend by the hand and told Hyunsung that he would hit the road after their little conversation. Hyunsung wished him luck with a worried look. Park waved his hand and asked to call them if anything happened. The guy and the girl walked along a richly decorated corridor. He thought that she needed to understand and accept the fact that what is beneficial to him is beneficial to everyone and is necessary for their common prosperity. They silently held each other's hands. The young man thought that before Hayan would have blushed and blossomed, saying that this was a date, but it seems that the incident with Hira had greatly shocked her. He smiled, asking the girl not to worry, but the sorceress again asked him not to leave or to take her with him. The guy replied that nothing would happen and that it was better for him to go alone. Recently, there was really a lot of neglect on his part of their emotional connection. During the tutorial, they studied magic together and practically never separated. So now she is lonely. They continued to walk along the corridor. The main character asked her not to worry so much, hoping that the situation will improve after this walk. He looked back when he heard an articulate muttering. The girl looked at him with tears in her eyes and screamed that she would go crazy if her friend went to the Scarlet Mercenaries. Clenching her small fists and closing her eyes, Hayan said that they were not listening to her, and when someone speaks, you need to listen to him carefully. Crying with renewed vigor, she asked not to leave her. Keen opened his mouth in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Her eyes turned red. The girl again asked her friend not to leave her. Placing a hand on his shoulder, the guy realized that he had chosen the wrong method. Hayan began talking about herself in the third person, calling herself stupid and saying that she shouldn't do this, even though it seemed like a good idea. The young man pursed his lips and swallowed nervously, thinking that everything happened as he thought. The girl's expression looked insane as she continued to insult herself and condemn her own actions. Knowing what the most effective method is in the fight against this madness, the guy called her by name and pressed her to the wall. Hayan looked up at him questioningly. Her eyes lit up with joy. Blushing and clenching her fists, she looked at her friend. He originally had a plan to move forward with his relationship with Hayan in a more innocent and romantic way, but the situation forced him to lean over her ear and confess his love. The girl opened her mouth in shock, trying to say something. Taking her hair in his hand, the young man said that he would never leave her, but thought to himself that he was not crazy to abandon such a strong ally. He kissed her hair and again confessed his bright feelings, knowing that he would not have to suffer the agony of choosing between a legendary level mage, the head of one of the 3 largest guilds, a regressor or a meat shield. Smiling widely, the main character thought that he would take everything at once and that he himself should be afraid of being thrown out. Hayan began to cry again, repeating over and over again that she also loved her friend. Keen said that he would always be there to protect her, which was only half true. The girl hugged him and said that she felt the same. The guy replied that this is why he wants to maintain a good relationship with the mercenary queen, because he needs strength to protect his loved ones. Hayan pulled away from him and said that if this is only the case, she can help. She remembered the burning eyes of the mercenary queen and her words that she should learn to restrain her bloodthirstiness so that nothing bad would happen to what was dear to her. The girl's eyes, from which tears flowed, became red again. The young man closed his eyes and grinned. Leaning closer to her, he said that then Hayan would have to become stronger for his sake. The guy wiped the tears from her cheeks and added that she needed to become much stronger. Placing her hands on his cheeks, the girl thought that for the sake of her and their squad, her friend was forced to sell himself to this woman. The main character realized that she was thinking about something strange, but his intuition told him that this was even good. Unhappy Keen, forced to leave his beloved and go sell his body, hugged the girl and said that he understood perfectly well what she was afraid of, and promised that something like the recent incident would never happen again. Unfortunately, these two could not protect each other. The young man confessed his love to her, and they kissed, and so they were forced to temporarily separate. Hayan, who had to be separated from her beloved, made a decision. They continued to kiss, the girl thinking that this was her first kiss and that she needed to become stronger than Hira in order to purify her beloved. Their lips pulled away from each other. Hayan let out a short moan. Crying again, the sorceress promised herself to become stronger and protect her lover. Smiling, the guy thought that she had a good facial expression that inspired confidence. Realizing her own powerlessness, Hayan now devoted herself entirely to training, her face expressing determination to protect her friend from Hira and from any danger in the world. Now her condition should stabilize for a while. The time has come to meet the new mistress. The full moon has risen over the castle. The main character was heading to the Guild of Scarlet Mercenaries, throwing a hood over his head. A guard noticed him at the entrance to the castle. Remembering her kiss with the Queen of Mercenaries, the girl recognized the guest. Taking off his hood, Keen stated that he had come to meet with Hira. The foundation was laid, just in case he put on the donated pendant. All that remained was to offer the most attractive conditions. The guy found himself in the middle of a huge hall, admiring the size of the building. A stone gargoyle sat against the wall. Everything here was real, and not like in Sinov, the presence of a real master was felt. Convincing himself to stop being nervous and knocking on the door, the young man asked if there was anyone behind it. There was silence behind the wide wooden door. He knocked again, not understanding why no one answered. Suddenly the woman opened the door with her foot, shouting that she asked the man to sort out the documents himself. Putting her hand to her head, Hira said that she asked not to wake her up. He definitely did not expect such a reception. Squinting her eyes, the mercenary queen noticed a newcomer in front of her. Stretching her hands, she was glad to see them again and asked if he had decided to join her guild. The answer was negative. Frowning, the woman asked why then someone disturbed her sleep. The main character thought that now that they were talking, he didn't even know where to start. Hira put her hand on his shoulder, declaring that she hated lazy people trying to sit on all the chairs, and noting that the newcomer had abandoned his dear friend and had clearly not come here because he could not get the woman out of his head. Approaching his face, the mercenary queen asked what he needed. She was unpredictable, but straightforward, so it was important to get straight to the point. Keen lowered his head, turning to the queen. Pointing to himself, he asked her to become his personal sponsor. They stood silently in front of the entrance to the room in which the light was on. The woman asked incomprehensibly what he meant. The guy scratched his head and awkwardly repeated his request, hoping that he would not be refused. Hira smiled, realizing what he needed. Turning around, she invited her friend to go inside and said that until now no one had spoken to her so openly. Sitting down on the bed, the woman said that she had a weakness for such cute and cunning people. The young man smiled, noticing that his future sponsor was positive. The mercenary queen patted the pillow lying next to her enticingly. Waving her hand, she invited him to sit down and asked him to be a good boy. The guy looked questioningly at the bed. Hira sitting on it said that she needed to make sure that she was satisfied before becoming his sponsor. Blushing, the main character said that he meant something completely different. The woman closed one eye in confusion. Keen explained that they could benefit both sides if someone sponsored their squad. Imagining the magic that Hayan uses, the Queen of Mercenaries said that that was why she called them and that she would only invest in them if the Sorceress and the Alchemist joined the guild, but they did not plan to do so. Knitting her eyebrows sternly, she added that patronizing and funding a squad from another guild sounded like a joke, because it would be more profitable for her to simply have fun a few times with a young man who suited her preferences in order to pay a little gratitude for it. Smiling, the guy said that he understood her words perfectly, but he was asking her to invest in their squad for a reason. Hira smiled joyfully, realizing that the newcomer was completely confident in his proposal, judging by the loud statements. The young man confirmed this, thinking to himself that they were already having fun with him. Like a toy. Of course, getting patronage even in this way would not be so bad. If you put pride aside, it is very beneficial. Imagining how they wave a bone in front of a guy, he thought that becoming an obedient puppy would be a good option. Although serious weighing of all the pros and on the contrary, it already made him contempt for himself, he could not be content with the role of her toy, because he was aiming for something higher. Smiling, the Queen of Mercenaries asked to tell her what else, besides her body, the newcomer, who had barely left the tutorial, could offer her. Smiling, the young man replied that he would make sure that the Guild of Scarlet Mercenaries would have an alchemist, a sorceress and the leader of their squad, Hyun-sung, as their allies. Introducing Hayan next to him, he added that the woman was at the demonstration and should know that it is likely that in the future they will all be among the most powerful players on the continent, and developing strong connections with such people will be very useful, especially since that they are dazzlingly beautiful in appearance, so the queen will definitely be satisfied with them. Putting her hand to her cheek, Hira asked what would happen next. The guy opened his mouth in surprise and asked what didn't suit her. The woman repeated her question. Placing her hand on her head, she asked how she would benefit from the sorceress and alchemist becoming powerful in the future if she was already one of the most powerful people on the continent. Imagining how her comrades were fighting, the mercenary queen stated that the Scarlet Mercenary Guild could easily afford to hire mages from the Tower or the Mage Guild and that it was already overflowing with talented swordsmen like Hyun-sung. Smiling slyly, Hira added that the squad members were indeed attractively talented, but the guild did not have such an acute shortage of people that it would try to attract them at any cost, and just allies would not completely belong to it. She needed talents who would join the ranks of the Scarlet Mercenaries and be loyal to the guild. Having foreseen such a situation and prepared for it in advance, the main character lowered his gaze and sighed. If she doesn't like the other conditions, then he will really have to become her dog. The guy looked up when he heard his name. Narrowing her eyes arrogantly, the mercenary queen asked if the newcomer was going to continue talking nonsense about sponsorship. She asked him to humbly approach and be a good boy, and also promise not to disappoint him with a reward, often give gifts and, perhaps, agree to sponsor the entire squad if he did his task very well. Keen tensely clenched his teeth. He raised the corner of his upper lip with displeasure, thinking that he would have to become a dog after all, because this woman would not stop standing her ground. Clutching the pendant in his hands, the guy thought that he had no choice but to go to the backup plan. Looking at Hira, he called out to her. The next moment the young man threw a red pendant at her. Seeing her precious gift fall onto the bed, the mercenary queen asked what it all meant. Knitting his eyebrows arrogantly, the guy said that he had allowed her too much, since she began to perceive him as some kind of doormat, so he did not need any of her gifts. Stunned, her mouth open, the woman asked if her friend had gone crazy. The young man replied that he did not need either gold or similar trinkets. He only wanted a brand called the Mercenary Queen. Hira frowned tensely when she heard this. Without taking his eyes off her, the main character added that he needed her strength and glory and nothing more. He stood by the bed, thinking that in fact he needed everything, and he was offended by the thrown pendant. Hanging her head angrily, the woman asked if the newcomer realized what he was doing, forgetting his place due to the fact that good offers were pouring in on him one after another. Trying to keep a calm expression, Keen said that he remembered his place much better than anyone. Remembering Lissal's words, his status window and friends, the guy moved to Plan C, saying that anyone can erase him from this world so that not a trace will remain and no one will notice anything, because he himself is not worth anything capable and he was simply lucky to become part of a promising party. He knelt down on one knee. Plan D was a combo finisher. Bowing, the young man stated that this was why he needed a mercenary queen. His eyes sparkled. The woman's gaze remained too menacing. The charm mode was turned on. There was a chuckle. A drop of sweat ran down the young man's cheek. Hira asked if the newcomer knew that he was quite cute. Smiling, the woman said that for a child stomping his foot, the newcomer looked very funny. Because no man had ever behaved so impudently with her, the guy felt like the hero of a short story from the 2000 seconds. Gently taking him by the chin, the queen said that not many people could act so confidently in front of her and that she had changed her mind, but the newcomer clearly had something else in mind. Bowing, the main character confirmed this. Hira proposed to equalize the offer in accordance with the law of alchemy on equal exchange, because one or two members of their squad would not be enough and something more worthwhile should be offered. Crossing her legs, the woman said she was listening. Keen materialized a book in front of him. Taking her in his hands, he said that his offer included a share of the potions he brewed and the money that would appear from their sales in the future. Seeing the book in his hands, Hira asked where he managed to find such a treasure by Ramus Tucker and what was meant by a share. Alchemical recipes were written on the pages of the book, and upon hearing that only 1% would be given to the guild, the Queen of Mercenaries thought it was a joke. Opening the book and raising his free hand, the guy said that this was very arrogant of him, because it was still unknown how much you could earn from potions. But the market was as spacious as the blue ocean, so if you invested well, you could swim in gold in the future. He promised to make the guild awash in gold, but thought to himself that this bluff should make his words sound more convincing, because the collateral now is his life. Squinting, Hira asked him to continue speaking. Imagining the heads of the two guilds shaking hands, the young man said that the offer also implied guaranteed cooperation with Sinba. Knitting her eyebrows, the woman asked if this was a scam. Imagining Listen elevating him to the rank of leader, the guy said that he was not joking, because Hyunsung's squad would become stronger and turn into a new generation that would lead the guild, as a result of which Sinba would become a representative of the empire, continuing to consider the Scarlet Mercenaries as his comrades. Materializing a scroll in front of him, the young man added that sponsorship would allow the guild to be confident in close relations with Blue in the future even before other guilds had time to offer anything. The Queen of Mercenaries asked where such guarantees came from and how he knew all this, but the alchemist could not yet reveal this secret. Hira knitted her eyebrows, preparing to listen carefully to his last sentence. Having revealed the list, the main character promised to provide the Scarlet Mercenaries with the magicians they need and compile a list of names from which they will need to choose the right people. The woman opened her mouth in surprise. She reacted much better than expected. Keen stated that the list would include the survivors in the tutorial who are now under the protection of Sinma. Being much better than expected, naturally it was just a bluff that was impossible check. The guy knew that the magicians from the camp were completely hopeless. Hira asked with interest whether he would really be able to fulfill all the conditions by collapsing the list. The young man added that his confidence was based on the fact that he would soon occupy an important post in Sinov and would also participate in interviews. He did not have the opportunity to reveal the fact that he has the Eye of the Soul skill, with which one can recognize a person's talents. Hira knitted her eyebrows in displeasure, declaring that the newcomer was mocking her. The protagonist recalled that the basic principle of alchemy is equal exchange. Smiling, he said that this concerned him too, and thought that he would not say anything more until the offer was accepted. Closing her eyes, the woman thought about the proposal. Imagining her happily agreeing, the guy thought it would be great if the queen were a cliched frivolous Manhwa character. Her intense eyes burned with a bright flame. As the sweat flowed, Keen understood that right now his potential sponsor was carefully weighing all the losses and benefits of the offer. It seemed like there was nothing around him. He thought that he might have gone too far. The woman was thinking so furiously that her eyes actually lit up. Putting his hand to his forehead, the guy thought that both here and on Earth the world is a complex thing, and the person who knew this truth best of all staged this whole show. He covered his eyes with his hands, imagined the faces of all his friends, and mentally said goodbye to Yulha, Hayan, Park, and Hyunsung. Hira said the number 3. The young man questioningly removed his hand from his eye, from which a tear had fallen. 3 fingers were visible. The main character covered his face with his hand. Tears appeared in his eyes. A woman's voice was heard. The stranger said that her share of the profits from potions would be 3% instead of 1, and the list of magicians should be accompanied by a list of neighbors. The woman with long red hair crossed her arms and added that she would choose which method she would use to carry out her patronage. Hira twirled a lock of hair around her finger and swore on her name that no one would dare lay a finger on Keen, but in return the woman wanted her to decide the method by which this would be accomplished. The main character thought it was somehow suspicious. He was wearing a dark cloak. Keen asked if he could find out what the method was, and Hiro replied that he would find out about it today, and then asked if he agreed. Keen thought that the woman was trying to make him disabled, but he still didn't see any reason to refuse the deal or miss out on it. The main character smiled and said that he agreed, and Hiro laughed, saying that they would talk later. Her cheeks turned red, she waved her hand and affectionately called Keen. The main character turned away and smiled silently. He walked up to the massive door and wondered if he had made a mistake. A crowd of people in red clothes could be seen. Keen leaned against the door and heard someone being shocked that Hiro had accepted his proposal. The main character's eyes opened wide when he heard someone shout that he was ready to risk his life just to protect him. The main character thought with a grin that everything was ready. He then straightened his black cloak and walked away, thinking he had done it. Keen then tossed his clothes aside. He joyfully jumped into the air, making a heart out of his hands, and thought that he loved here. His cheeks turned pink, and the protagonist thought with a warm smile that he had finally been called with respect, and then laughed. Keen clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that Hayan, Park, and Hensung should wait for him to return with the insurance. Suddenly, the system notified me that I had received a new rank. The main character read that he is now the lover of the mercenary queen. Keen stopped, silently looking at the golden screen in front of him. His mouth dropped open in shock. Sweat appeared on his face. His eyes widened. He realized that this was the method that Hiro was talking about. The main character imagined himself next to a woman surrounded by flowers and thought that the romance of the century begins now. Keen turned pale with horror and put his hands on his head, opening his mouth wide. The main character came to the conclusion that he had become the lover of the Scarlet Tyrant, and this was his first title. He walked across the tiled floor, thinking that 2 weeks had already passed since he met Hiro. Inside the gilded room, people stood in identical white clothes, while Keen reflected that the entry into Sinda had gone like clockwork. He entered through the open doors and thought that he received a payment immediately after opening his personal account, and he also received the promised management position shortly after that. The main character greeted Young-hee with a smile, thinking that today they were finally moving to the main headquarters, which means they only had to wait for heroic things. He came to the conclusion that until the last moment he doubted whether to stay in Sinov, but the more he explored the situation, the less sad everything began to seem. Keen thought that, unlike other guilds, where all power is concentrated in the hands of the leader, Sinov has a special management system. He introduced the head of the organization, Ju Seung-jun, and the deputy head, Listen. The protagonist then introduced the Sinva system, which had a management department, a health and welfare department, and a strategic operations headquarters that dealt with clearing out dungeons. Keen came to the conclusion that it was easy to act without regard to senior management. He remembered Henson's face and thought that a separate 7th squad had been created for them, and Keen liked it, and the leader of the squad, of course, was a regressor. The main character sat with a smile on a red sofa with a stack of documents and thought that it was not even this that was important, but the fact that he was a special civilian officer of the administration. Keen remembered Listen's smiling face telling him to do whatever he wanted, and thought that he felt like everything was organized in a hurry, and that his position was about the same as Lysol's, so the main character was even glad that he got the places so fast. A man in uniform stood at the door. Keen thought that usually members of combat units do not sit in leadership, and that the path to this was thorny, but now in Sinov everyone is very courteous to the main character. The main character touched the door when a man with dark hair called out to him in alarm. Keen turned around and looked at him in surprise. The reason for this attitude was perfectly clear to him. Keen fell to the floor and thought about why the room was so packed. Envelopes and pieces of paper flew into the air. The main character thought that he was still the lover of that very queen of mercenaries. Henson leaned towards Keen, who thanked him, but he himself thought that he was very embarrassed. The boxes contained many items, including various herbs and an alchemical potions kit. The main character expected that Hiro would take it out on him for acting so impudently, but the woman, apparently, decided to invest generously in him since she was already involved in this. Henson, with a bunch of boxes in his hands, said that he and Keen had not seen each other for a long time, and the main character dropped to one knee, answering that he had a lot to do. He thought that, of course, Blue, who had become very close to the Scarlet Mercenaries, had risen significantly, and since Keen was the main reason for this rapprochement, his authority within the guild itself had increased. The blonde woman crossed her arms, discussing with the boy next to her the relationship between Hiro and the main character, and how they felt sorry for Hayan. The main character thought that because of the rumors spread by Hiro, they began to slander him. The young man raised his index finger to his lips, and the woman said that she did not understand how Keen managed to do this immediately after leaving the tutorial. The main character thought that, of course, he had achieved what he wanted, and that in the entire Sacred Empire one could not find a person so sick who would dare to contact Hiro and her lover. Keen thought that there was still one such person, and introduced the smiling Hayan. The girl turned away, putting her hands behind her back. She held a bloody knife in her hand, her gaze stern. The main character remembered Hayan's worried face and thought that she looked as if her whole world had just been destroyed when Hira began bombarding Keen with gifts and spreading rumors. The girl began to sob and run away, covering her eyes with her hand. The main character thought that he was still seeing this scene before his eyes, and assumed that Hayan was under great stress due to the fact that she could not do anything for Keen. The main character thought that he was trying to convince the girl that there was nothing between him and Hira and that he only loved her. Keen put his hands on Hayan's shoulders, who thought that she would definitely become so strong that she could protect him and not give him to anyone. The main character thought that the girl began to spend all her time training alone. Suddenly Henson turned around and called Keen. The man asked to tell him what they talked about with the mercenary queen, and the main character answered with a smile that he should have told him earlier, but there was a lot to do. Keen looked at the letter from here and said that he just asked the woman to sponsor them and that it was just some kind of bad prank. Henson remembered the mercenary queen raising a sword to his face and telling him to get out of their hunting grounds if he didn't want to get hurt. Henson raised his eyebrows and said that when he looked at all these gifts, he was filled with confidence because the main character clearly made a good impression on here. The man smiled warmly and Keen laughed, thinking Henson was a scoundrel. The main character came to the conclusion that Henson was both confused and happy because the mercenary queen is now not the same as he knew her. Keen looked at the system notification about his new rank and thought that if he did well and formed an alliance with the Scarlet Hunters, then it would be a jet boost and a great benefit for them. Hayan and Park were by the lake behind the headquarters. The girl closed her eyes, concentrating on practicing with the water element. Puck was wiping sweat from his face as he built a boat. The young man winked. He decided to build a boat after Hayan said that she would like to ride on it, and they left together. The main character trembled in horror, imagining Hayan and Park smiling, touching each other's hands. Keen then looked at Henson, asking what was new lately, and the man replied that recently at a meeting of squad leaders, clearing the dungeon was discussed. Henson added with a serious face that it was called the Garden of Terror, and that it was a rare level dungeon that their squad would most likely be sent to clear. Keen took the mug in his hand, and Henson said that they still had a lot of time before leaving, but it was better to start preparing in advance. Besides, they should look for people they could include in their squad. The main character brought the blue mug to his mouth, thinking that Henson was referring to his allies from a past life. The man asked if Keen was doing well. The main character closed his eyes and replied that he was having a hard time with the meetings, but he was starting to get comfortable in the guild and on the continent, and was also looking forward to the upcoming transfer market for survivors in the tutorial from other regions, and fears that in the future he will not be able to join their guild more than 1 or 2 people. A drop of sweat appeared on Henson's cheek. He asked if it was because of them, and Keen confirmed it. The protagonist said that he wanted to use part of his finances to invest in those who would join their squad in the future, and Henson asked if Keen was really okay with this. The main character replied with a warm smile that this was all for the benefit of their 7th squad, the guild, and Henson himself. The man thanked Keen with a slight smile and said goodbye as he had to go to a meeting. The main character turned around after the departing Henson. Then he looked into the cup, laughed, and thought that it had been a very fruitful conversation. While Henson, touching his face, pondered and took steps to set the course of their squad, Keen decided with a smile that he would support him in everything from the inside. He put the mug on the table and thought that he needed to find out about the newcomers for their squad, and after compiling a list for her, he would need to take part in the development of a training program for newcomers to the guild from the administration. Keen adjusted his white glove, presented a long list of tasks, and came to the conclusion that he was living in difficult times. He remembered the face of the smiling girl. The light fell on Henson's dark hair. The main character came to the conclusion that he would do better than anyone could have imagined, and that the man was now too busy looking for people from his first life, while he entrusted Keen with the role of leader of this entire enterprise. The main character lowered his head and thought that this was still not enough for him. He decided that he needed to earn Henson's trust even more. Keen looked after the leaving man and thought that now he could be abandoned at any moment, because there was a chance that the Regressor would throw him out since the main character had not yet achieved anything worthwhile. Keen turned away and, with a serious face, concluded that it was better to ensure that Henson saw him as an all-round useful person. The main character decided that he would send the list to Hira and see if he had missed anyone. A wooden door was visible. Listen sat at the table, asking Lissol if the troops had contacted them further, and the man replied that there was only news that they had penetrated into Area C. The woman lowered her head and said with a sigh that they had already gotten far enough inside, and food was probably running out, and then ordered Lissol to tell the head that they would send the troops everything they needed. Suddenly the woman frowned and loudly called Lissol. Then she fell silent and looked away. The man was surprised when Listen called him uncle. He leaned towards her, saying that she had not addressed him like that for a long time, and Lysol said that she needed to take the newcomers to Lindel, asking the man to take care of everything here during her absence. Lindel turned away with a smile when the woman asked him not to lose his temper and control himself. He said that this was all for the sake of Sinba and Listen herself. He put his arm around the woman's shoulder, reminiscing about himself and her from the past, and said that although they were not blood relatives, they were in fact a family that had not been separated since the tutorial itself. Lindel remembered the smiling head's face and added that this also applies to Seungjun. Listen closed her eyes and frowned when the man promised that he would take care of everything, so she shouldn't worry. The woman got up from her chair and replied that in that case she would go to the meeting, and asked Lindel to inform him immediately when the answer from Seungjun arrived. The man grinned. He then placed his hand on the red chair. He sat down on a chair. Someone said that the deputy head had asked for additional food, and Lindel replied with a smile that they should just pretend that they had done it. He arched his gray eyebrows and said that they needed a puppet like Listen to make the plan go more smoothly. Lindel then said that the most important thing now is to ensure that Seungjun doesn't get out alive, otherwise everything will end. The man's eyes widened in horror when he heard that one newcomer was causing a lot of trouble. Lindel smiled and asked if he looked like he was letting some newbie do whatever he wanted. He remembered the back of the main character and added that Keen would probably die himself if Lindel threw him into the dungeon, so there was nothing to worry about. The man put his fist on the table and told his interlocutor that it would be nice for them to have dinner together, and then said goodbye. Next to the table was a large wooden shelf. Lindel's face twisted with anger. A huge crowd of people was visible. The young man with blonde hair turned around and saw the main character. He immediately bowed in greeting, and Keen raised his hand, thanking the young man for his hard work. The main character smiled and said that he was not yet a leader, and the instructor replied that very soon Keen would become one of the main pillars of Sinba. They laughed at the same time, and the main character came to the conclusion that this guy is perfectly adapted to society. The instructor asked what brought Keen here, and the main character put his hand on his waist, saying that he had some time before leaving. Keen remembered the many faces with a smile and said that he decided to personally check on the survivors who became trainees. The main character closed his eyes and added that he wanted to show everyone a sign of how hardworking he was since he was given a very raw position. The man with long brown hair screamed loudly, his mouth wide open. Keen turned around, saw people in black and purple uniforms and came to the conclusion that this was the Black Swan Guild. The instructor shouted that the trainees needed to either propose their candidacies to the guilds or receive an invitation from them. The young man in the black sweatshirt and the man in glasses sighed heavily. Someone was walking on the ground. The young man with freckles on his nose turned around. The crowd froze in shock, their mouths wide open. Keen put his hands behind his back as the two instructors loudly introduced him to the trainees. The young men began to sweat and began to shout that they had only seen Henson and two other people here before. When one trainee shouted that he needed to join their squad, the main character thought that these newcomers were not even capable of starting a fire on their own, much less joining the squads. Keen bent the thin objects and thought that only he and Henson were the leaders. Suddenly he looked down. A man with glasses and a girl in pink clothes looked at the main character admiringly. Keen's brown eyes widened. Then he smiled and put his hand on his face and thought it was wonderful. The main character thought about power. With a confident look he concluded that following the right people is truly the right decision. Keen thought that they were called here together, but the difference between him and these people was like between earth and sky. The main character imagined how a crowd of people was reaching out to him, as if in the painting The Rebirth of Adam. Keen looked at the colorful sky and thought that it was a wonderful feeling, and that the current one was proof that his past decisions were correct. The girl with the short hair crossed her arms while the main character mused that the interns might look for their own regressor if they were jealous. Suddenly, Keen's face looked stunned. Jihye's gaze expressed contempt. She then smiled, not taking her eyes off the main character who recognized her. He remembered someone holding a bag saying that Keen had decided to take desperate measures. Jihye said that the main character is going to get rid of Jinho and his squad in the dungeon. While Jinho chatted with Suk with a smile, Keen said that he hated taking risks. He then added with a grin that, despite this, he was not so stupid as not to take part in a game with a 100% chance of winning. The main character invited Jihye to join, and the girl turned away, saying that she also does not like to take risks and that gluttony is a direct path to death. She said with a smile that the tit should not fly with the storks because the tit can fly in its own way. Keen looked at Jihye's grinning face and came to the conclusion that he needs her because she is smart. Then the main character thought that he has so much to do lately that he would like to have someone like her, who could help with the work. Keen turned around as Listen approached him. The woman said with a smile that they would allow the main character to bring anyone he wanted into the 7th squad. People crowded in front of the dais, and Listen added that Keen could act freely and not worry about anything. The woman frowned and shouted loudly that she thanked everyone for the great work they had done so far. The trainees listened in shock as Listen said that they were now near Lindel, the city of freedom. A flag with different patterns could be seen, and the woman said that 3 main guilds coexist peacefully in this city: Blue, Scarlet Mercenaries, and Black Swan. A fountain was visible. Listen said that perhaps some of the trainees would be able to contact one of the guilds, and some might even found their own, or simply live a civilian life. Keen stood behind the woman and wondered if she planned to take one of them. Listen said with a serious look that the trainees must survive. The main character opened his mouth in shock when the woman turned around sharply. With a smile, he thought it was very heartless. They went down the stairs. Keen expected Listen to choose someone out of pity when suddenly one of the interns called Henson. The main character and the man turned around at the same time while the young man said that it was very selfish to go off alone. His face began to sweat. He shouted that Henson promised to be with them and take care of them, but at the same time he joined the guild and was now ignoring them. Keen's mouth opened in shock. While the intern was shouting in displeasure, the main character turned away and said that he had neither shame nor conscience. The young man raised his eyebrows and asked if Henson would leave them. Keen thought that the regressor was distracted from his affairs in order to create a shelter for the trainees and share food, so he was not at all obligated to continue caring for them. The intern, beads of sweat running down his face, said that promises should not be broken. Keen raised his hand to his face and thought that this young man was acting like Henson's pet. The man clenched his hand tightly into a fist. The protagonist's eyes turned white in shock as the entire crowd screamed, attracting Henson's attention. Keen grimaced, mentally asking the man to do at least something. Suddenly the young man with brown hair froze and fell silent. He then called Henson with a smile, who spoke his words of apology. The man with a serious face said that this was the end of their acquaintance. Keen covers his mouth, thinking how fresh this is. The boy worriedly grabs Henson's clothes, asking if he's joking and asking him to explain himself, to which the boy replies that it would be better for them to go out into the world and live on their own rather than continue to follow him, and thank them for being with them, even if it didn't last long. The young man clutches his head when he says that they will be safe in the city. The phrase sounds like he is saying something so irresponsible. Henson stands with his head down as Keen thinks about how that boy has now definitely crossed the line. He mentally invites Henson to switch positions. He puts his hand on his shoulder, insisting that they don't have to take responsibility for them at all. He approaches the irritated young man, saying that they will be safe in the city. They may not have the most comfortable life, but at least they will be threatened by monsters, to which he asks who he is so that this is to say. The young man is mentally indignant. The boy is in despair when Keen claims that they do not have to take care of them, because, in fact, they are strangers to each other, and asks who built the wall in the camp. It sounds like it was Hayan who built it. The young man smiles, declaring that he understands that he is so offended. The boy is surprised when a bag flies to the ground and says that there are 5,000 gold pieces there. His face darkens when he says that this is all Keen can do for the last time, and this is his parting gift to all of them. Not much, but enough for a while if they divide everything among themselves. He reportedly had a great time with them, so he hopes to see them all again next time. The young man decides that he doesn't even need to use the eyes of the soul. It is said that their nature is crystal clear. Someone reaches for the bag, thanking him, but the boy grabs it. He smiles at Keen, thanking him. Smiling back, the young man wishes them luck in their survival and to take care of themselves. The boy grins evilly, telling him to take care of himself too. The young man just sighs at this. He remembers his parting words and believes that dreaming is not harmful. The boy bows with a bag in his hands. The thought sounds that they will gnaw each other's throats. Keen thinks that he lied about the amount. When the girl grins, Keen turns around in surprise. He looks at her in bewilderment, wondering what's wrong with her, why she's copying his poses, why she's looking at him like that and saying that he's the same and wants to go with him. He's debating whether to confess right now, since he's actually been missing her all this time and wanted to meet up to discuss his new venture. Jihye, smiling, straightens her hair. The phrase sounds like she doesn't really need them. They look at each other and Keen thinks that he knows that he is all she has, so he does not understand why she is acting so self-confident, as she already contacted another guild. He admits that he misses her, so he asks her to promise that the next time they meet, she will pay attention to him and will not neglect him. Listen smiles, extending her hand, and says that Keen is so kind, now she has hope in her heart. The young man smiles awkwardly, asking if they are going to Lindel now, but he immediately asks her not to offend her, because due to their circumstances, they will have to walk there, although it will not take that long. He asks her to inform if doing something will bother her on the way. The young man's face darkens when he notices that first they trained his body to ride in a carriage, and now they ask him to walk. A greeting sounds. Puck waves at him happily, and the girl blushes. The question is, what are they doing? Hayan is in the boat, and it is reported that the guy was hoping that they could ride this boat on the lake if they had some time left. He would be sorry not to use it since he built it, so he decided to take it with them, and the question is how he managed to do it so well. There is a phrase that without this no one would doubt that he is strong, but how does he plan to carry this huge thing all the way? because he will have to carry other things. Puck says he'll just drag it along the ground, so no problem. He smiles, claiming that this is also useful for pumping up his stamina if he gets tired while walking. He can just go on a boat with the girl, so his training will be twice as effective. Hayan smiles intimidatingly, offering him a ride later. Keen looks down tensely and thinks that he doesn't know why, but he doesn't want to ride. He sighs when Henson says that they'll have to leave soon, so they should load the boat with the rest of their luggage, and claims that he's right, they'll stop being stubborn, they just need to load it. Keen turns his head when Henson calls him. He waves his hand when they thank him for his help earlier and states that it was nothing. It sounds like he accidentally earned a bonus point. Henson smiles sweetly. The young man wonders if he is beginning to think that without him it's like being without hands. He tells him to continue in the same spirit. The man's legs are shaking. The young people go forward when it is reported that they said that the path is not long and even the sun is setting. And the girl reports that today she tested a new spell. She tried to combine the elements of water and wind, to which they answer her that she is amazing. Then it is reported that the guy saw this spell with his own eyes. When she cast it, the lake suddenly began to boil and split in half. It even seemed to him that someone had returned, to which Keen mentally asks him to shut up. The man believes he was talking about Moses. Keen cries thinking about what kind of leadership this is. They need to teach them how to earn enough so that they can afford to ride in carriages anywhere. Hayan cuddles up to Kiyoung as he reflects on the fact that she looks better than expected, so apparently Park has found his way to her. The area is shown, and the thought is heard that it is not so bad for him to spend time with them like this after a considerable period of time. Henson notices something when Keen looks at him. The guy looks down when the magician notices that he looks puzzled and the world from the first attempt could be dystopian, but he thinks it's better to leave him alone with his thoughts. The girl looks ahead in admiration when the boy notices that she looks like she is on her honeymoon. Smiling, Listen reports that they are almost there. Keen smiles, thinking that he sees a clock tower there, and he believes that it is Lindel. It talks about the place where Earthlings live in the Holy Empire. Lindel, the city of freedom, is depicted as Puck declares that he has come to conquer the world. The tower is shown, and the idea is heard that this is the front courtyard of their dear Regressor. The young man begins to laugh mentally. The thought sounds that the guy will build him a house in this courtyard. It is shown what will happen soon, and everyone is told to enjoy Lindel not only in sight of. Keen's adventures are reported to continue. Henson remains silent while the young man laughs behind him. The tower and the clock on it are shown again. Guy, look carefully in front of you. A burning tower is depicted. Henson covers his face with his hand. He opens his eyes. He looks at the joyful young people. He smiles, sighing with relief. Suddenly he lowers his head. He believes he can. The thought sounds that he will not allow that nightmare to happen again. He looks ahead thoughtfully. It is reported that he was tightly attached to someone. Hensung is serious and the others are cheerful, and the idea is that they are going home to Sun. A fountain is shown. Young people look at this in admiration. They are reportedly finally here. Henson looks thoughtful. We are talking about the stage on which their cute regression will move on to the main part of the production. Keen narrows his eyes as he considers the name. They look at Lindel, and it is again reported that this is the city of freedom. Everyone looks around happily when the thought is heard that the young man feels almost like he is on a trip abroad, and around there is talk of selling items and finding someone to hunt. They tell people to accept quests to hunt monsters. Listen turns around, claiming that she didn't seem to have time to tell them yet, but Lindel is mostly inhabited by Koreans, and Keen reports that she said that people are usually called into this world from all over the globe. The map is shown when the phrase is heard that Koreans, Japanese, and Taiwanese are being called into the Sacred Empire. The majority of Koreans live in Lindel, and the Taiwanese live in Davon, the Japanese live in Celia. Suddenly they talk about a republic. A lot of people are shown, and a phrase is heard that Russians and Chinese are usually called there. Of course, there are also a lot of regions that are inhabited by people from various countries. People continue to look for those they need, for example, a priest. It sounds like there are so many people looking for priests. Keen smiles when he is told that this is a very rare specialization, so the guy wants him to have it too. Suddenly Henson notices something. Keen also looks away in surprise. The girl runs away with bread in her mouth when she hears the thought of where his wallet is. Keen sighs with relief when he notices that everything is in place, and he is asked if everything is fine with him, and he believes that there are slums everywhere, to which the girl reports that such things are found everywhere. You can see a man with his head down when the phrase is heard that the city has a social welfare program for the poor, but it is not particularly effective, and the young man thinks that, most likely, they are only hiding behind this program, and the gap between the poor and the rich in this world is also serious. Henson suddenly turns his head and Keen thinks hard about why he's looking there again. He's starting to get nervous about whether he's going to go there and set up a volunteer camp there. Puck points forward admiringly, believing that Sinuka is there. The back ones are shown and it is reported that it is just a blue building, to which Listen states that they are in the right place. She turns to the young people, informing them that they have arrived, and thanks everyone for the journey they have made. The young man smiles, noting that it looks better than he expected. Listen turns her head, smiling. The building is shown and they are welcomed into the sign of guild. Puck repeats the name admiringly. Henson looks up, frowning, as people cheer that the guy finally learned the name, and he apologizes for how he kept pronouncing it wrong. Keen is shown smiling as the people walk forward, and he asks Henson to take care of him. A shining room is visible. A certain bar is shown. Puck looks at all this admiringly, asking the young man to come here for a minute. He points to the side, noticing that there is even something to drink here, so he suggests doing it later. And Listen says that they can still eat there, and this is also the hall in which they receive guests from other guilds. At the dinner table they really like it's convenient to make connections and share information. The thought sounds that here they will clearly be better off than on the continent. The young man does not feel that this guild is on the verge of falling. Keen looks away, smiling. He notices that he still doesn't consider it his home. The girl points with her hand, claiming that the guild's restaurant is located in the basement and they can go there freely, and then they say that it is on the second floor. Hayan and Park look on in admiration as Hensung smiles at them. A room is depicted, and it becomes known that there are personal rooms there. There are many free rooms, so they can choose anyone to their liking. Keen smiles, thinking that this is definitely his home. Hayan blushes as he reveals that it's almost like their honeymoon suite. The phrase is that there don't seem to be many free rooms here. It is reported that it is better for guys to stay in the same room. Keen puts his hand on the girl's shoulder, inviting her to live in the next room, because this way they can be close. Puck wants to get a word in, but he is not allowed to do so. Pushing him away, Keen asks if Hayan agrees. He thinks that he will be in great danger if they live in the same room. The young man turns out to be somewhat embarrassed. He understands that he is not ready to do this even to save the world. Hayan is surprised when the young man whispers to her that they say that they cannot get tired of each other if they spend the night separately. The girl smiles, looking down, and the young man wonders if he really just saved the world. Listen stands in the doorway, announcing that the training rooms and training area are located at the back of the building. There is a phrase that, although they are intended for group training, they can use them for individual training. The most important thing for them is to sign up at the reception and do not hesitate to use them. The girl smiles, claiming that they have prepared a room especially for Keen. It is located at the end of the corridor. He follows her. Everyone looks ahead in surprise. The room is shown, revealing that this is his personal alchemical laboratory at his complete disposal. Everything sparkles, and it is said that this is where he will work from now on. They even provided him with cleansing artifacts so that no contamination would disturb them during research. Clocks and flasks are depicted when the phrase is heard that a basic protection spell has been cast on the room in case of unforeseen situations. When the question is asked whether this is a dream or reality, the girl reports that she wanted to do this more, but this was the first time they were preparing something for a civilian. Keen looks around in surprise, claiming that this is more than enough, and he notices that they also laid out all the gifts from Hera. It is reported that he has a completely new feeling. He has never had personal space even on Earth. He looks in admiration when Puck declares that this is a real laboratory. The laboratory is shown, and the young man wonders if there is at least one other alchemist on the continent who would start in conditions better than his, and he himself thinks that in fact the gifts from Hera are much better and more expensive than anything here. Keen sighs with relief, noting that he does not feel neglected and in such conditions he can do anything. Holding a cauldron in his hands, he decides that it is time for him to work. He looks away, thinking that all this will be a waste of his whim if he doesn't achieve anything in the end, and Puck now offers him something to eat and drink. Looking down, the young man apologizes, saying that for now they can go eat without him, because he wants to experiment with something, so they need to eat. The young people look sad when Keen thinks that he finally has a chance to reveal himself in the alchemical path. How can he just miss it? He now wants to try so many things. Henson and Listen smile as the young man mentally promises that he will get 100 points on this test. The girl closes her eyes, saying that she wanted to have dinner together this evening, but it seems that she'd better postpone it, in which case she'll also go up to her place. Everyone leaves, and the remaining young man thanks Listen, and a request is made for the girl to take care of her. Park flexes his shoulder, claiming that then he'll just practice or something, and he also needs to unload his luggage, after which he asks what Hayan is going to do. The girl smiles, saying that she also needs to study something. Henson seriously declares that he will go to the slums. Keen looks at him dumbfounded, questioning. He calls him a martyr. He decides he needs to stop him. They can't waste their precious resources like this again. He smiles when Henson says he has some work to do there. He asks what business he has. He is at a loss, asking whether Henson is serious about becoming the savior of the slums and throwing them into hell. He figures that since he has time for something like this, it would be better if he took care of his comrades instead. park, smiling, says that it's even bad that Henson is so kind that he denies. Keen smiles when it is reported that there were many people in that square and mentally curses. Henson stands with his head down when the guy claims that he, too, saw the majority of people gathering in the party. He smiles, saying that that's why he wanted to go to look for people who could join them. Young people are surprised by this. Puck excitedly states that he is very hopeful. The young man's mental laughter sounds. A smile blooms on his face. Removing his hand from his face, he wishes Henson luck as the others cheer him on. He understands what the guy is up to. Henson smiles, thanking them all. Turning around, his expression immediately changes and he announces that he will go. The young man understands where he is. He turns his head, sighing. They talk about the pipes they saw earlier. A shabby man appears. One can be seen flying in the sky against the background of the moon. It turns out that this is a girl with bread in her teeth. The thought of what is now is heard. A man is depicted holding a plate in his hands. This man looks up, noticing something. A girl is sitting on the roof behind her. A fifth participant in their party is reported. Keen is practicing alchemy when word gets out that he has discovered a new recipe, and he thinks about the importance of caution in alchemy. He reflects that before undertaking experiments, he first needs to understand countless theories and conduct thought experiments. When a young man mixes something, the system advises him to try another combination, and he says that the materials themselves are rare and expensive and the gold ones fly away at once. An object can be seen falling into the liquid. Keen covers his hand when the new recipe fails and the items are destroyed. The idea sounds that, no matter what kind of alchemist he is, he needs to be extremely careful. The young man raises his hand to his face, thinking that this applies to ordinary alchemists. He waves his hand to where a very expensive component is located. He pours something out of the container, declaring that it is time to spend the money. It is reported that since Keen is a special case in principle, he does not need to worry about the cost of materials as much as other alchemists do. He takes everything, deciding to just mix all the ingredients first. He doesn't need imaginary experiments when he is told that he has discovered a new recipe. He is given a reward for his success. The young man believes that he just needs to focus on the result. It drips some liquid. He thinks that this way he can skip the theory step and jump straight to the conclusion. Leaves float in the liquid. She sparkles, and it is reported that he has successfully synthesized an emotional enhancement potion. It turns out that the intelligence stat has increased by 1. Keen is happy, holding the potion of emotional enhancement in his hands. He thinks that he brewed it for fun, but is sure that one day it will come in handy. All of his experiments are shown, and it is reported that he has successfully synthesized a potion of stamina and a potion of a new catalyst. He places the flask on the table when it is announced that he has successfully studied Introduction to Alchemy, and he decides that he can now make most standard store-bought potions on his own. It sounds like his mana and intelligence have grown significantly. It's like buying stats with money, only this week he's already spent 2,000 gold. He smiles, concluding that money really does solve everything. A joyful Park and Hayan enter when a question is asked about whether they disinfected the artifact before entering, which they confirm. The guy scratches his head when Keen asks why he constantly carries packages for him, since a special person has already been appointed for this job. He closes his eyes, claiming that this is the only way he can see him. If he hadn't done this, he certainly wouldn't have met him. After which he wonders why it's so hard to cross paths with him, although they live in the same building, and it's possible should he put it here, to which the young man thanks him. Keen looks at the girl when she asks if he's had lunch yet, and he says he hasn't yet. He thinks that he completely lost track of time due to the fact that he was so immersed in experiments. Blushing, Hayan hands him the container, informing him that she actually prepared him lunch. Appetizing food is shown. The boys are delighted by this when the girl reports that she tried to cook meatballs, but does not know whether they will be tasty. She sheepishly claims that she cooked them while thinking about Keen, and he notices that she now also cooks for him. He thinks that even she can be very charming if he closes his eyes to her crazy looks. He happily tells Hayan that he will happily eat. They sit as Puck falls to the floor. They look at him in surprise. The question arises as to why he suddenly fell. The guy is shaking all over. Keen wonders what's wrong with the meatballs. He looks at the meat in fear, asking what kind of meat it is. Hayan, with an intimidating look, asks why he doesn't eat, although even Pack ate, if he didn't like something. He immediately begins to deny it. He thinks about whether he has screwed himself up now or whether now they also smell somehow strange. The girl asks what's the matter then. She invites the young man to feed him herself. He informs him that it is time for him to go. He trembles when Hayan reaches out to him with food, thinking that they are just like newlyweds. He wonders if these are even meatballs and what she made them from. The girl smiles horribly. There is a question about what she did. She calls him. The young man's eyes open. The phrase says that he woke up. Hayan, smiling, brings a handkerchief with blood to him. Raising the corners of her eyebrows, she says that he fell asleep so suddenly, so she was scared. An almost empty box of meatballs is shown as the girl thinks about how tired Kiin is, and he himself thinks that he should not ask. The idea is that if someone from the outside saw this, he would be very interested in what she made these meatballs from, but he is too afraid of Hayan to elaborate, so he suggests closing the case of the meatball mystery. He just will be grateful that he woke up at all. Hayan suddenly notices that Park is not waking up. Kiin looks at him, realizing that it was not a bed, and tells the girl not to worry. He reports that they have a potion for his preparation. He pours the liquid into Puck's mouth, thinking that he hasn't tried this on people yet, so he's a little nervous. Suddenly the guy opens his eyes. The room is shown and he finds out that he has passed out, after which he thanks Kiin, and he tells him to stop this performance. He states that it was delicious. A fire burns around him as he states that he feels absolutely wonderful, energy and strength filling his body. He sits down, smiling, and says that he knew that Kiin would succeed. Lately he has been doing so much. Who would have thought that he could brew such potions? It can bring a person back almost from the other world, and the young man remarks that it is not so effective, but only heals minor wounds and restores energy. Scratching his head, Puck claims that he doesn't really understand, but it sounds cool. Now it's only a matter of time before the young man becomes wildly rich, to which he replies that it's not for nothing that he focuses on potions that can bring him money. Kiin thinks that he also made a promise to Hira. He decides that in order to continue to receive the support of Sinba, Hira and their dear Regressor, he himself needs to earn an income. The question arises about what Henson is doing now. It is reported that he usually trains with him in the training room. A guy is shown with a bag over his shoulder when it becomes known that as soon as he finishes, he immediately goes into the slums and takes away a lot of food with him. Henson is shown sitting at a card and he is told that while he is a nice guy in his own right, he is so kind to the people from the slums, although he seems to be bothered by something because the guy notices him frowning periodically. Kiin reacts calmly to this, thinking that the recruitment is not going as well as expected and there might be some problem. He thinks he should go there. Puck is surprised, asking if he will go there too. The young man reports that he thinks it would be nice for him to look around there for himself. He puts his hand to his chin, thinking that he is already starting to wonder what kind of person he is looking for there, and Puck notices that this could be dangerous. The girl resolutely declares that she will go with him. Kiin decides that no one can protect him better than Hayan, even though she recently almost killed him. Puck waves his hand, saying that it would be good if the girl went too, and then he would go to his place, but it could still be dangerous, so he asks him to be careful, and the boy tells him not to worry about them. Suddenly Kiin notices something, thinking that he will help Henson. He takes the potion, deciding that it will be better this way. A moving carriage is shown. The young man looks away while Hayan lies on his shoulder. He remarks that it's like a city tour. A landscape is depicted, and it is reported that at first he was fascinated by the architecture, but the longer he looked, the faster he got used to it. Suddenly the coachman asks what such young people have forgotten in the slums, to which Kiin replies that it's nothing special. They, in fact, have not been in the city very long, so they just decided to take a look. The carriage moves, and the man notices that they got to the guild on very good conditions and usually tries to avoid this road. The young people look away when the coachman reports that the slum area is somewhat dangerous, and the environment there is harsh, and the atmosphere is really very different from that in the Western Square. Poor people appear, and Kiin thinks that he does not know whether they are afraid to beg or have lost all will to do so, but he sees only lifeless bodies on the ground around him. He decides that they probably act this way for a reason, too, but he feels stupid for worrying about his safety. He sighs, concluding that their stats are also bad when it is reported that thanks to the saint, this area is not as dangerous as others, but there is nothing for them to do here anyway. The young man thinks about what he is talking about. The sacred power is shown to be 69. Kiin looks at this in surprise. He notices the legendary level. He is amazed, concluding that these are the stats of that woman. He sees Hayan using the eyes of the soul. He is immediately taken aback. It is reported that he should not approach her as she is too pure. He notices her legendary sacred power. It talks about the prayer of the saints. The thought immediately sounds that she is a priestess of the sun. Kiin realizes that it is her. Grabbing the coachman by the shoulder, he hastily informs them that they will get off here. He runs towards Hayan. He hopes that she is a priestess. Hayan looks at him questioningly. He thinks that if his eyes do not deceive him, he is confident. The thought sounds that it is her. Hayan is shown with her hands folded as the coming of the legendary priestess is spoken of. We are talking about the very talent that their regressions were so diligently looking for. The thought sounds about how good it is when there is a reincarnation, and in his first life he was familiar with the legendary priestess, and Kiin also wanted a priest in the squad. He and the girl run to Hayan when he thinks that he will definitely help Henseong. He is surprised when someone calls Hayan. A man in glasses approaches her and tells her that their guild can provide for her not only with donations, they also promise to save all the poor people in the area. Closing her eyes, the girl claims that she will gratefully accept the help, but has absolutely no intention of leaving the slums. She wants to continue to personally take care of these people, to which the man replies that in this case they will create a charitable foundation that she can independently manage. Hayan is asked not to agree to this. The young man looks at them thoughtfully, noticing the battle for the candidate and that Henson's girlfriend is quite popular. The girl stands with her back turned when Hayan thinks that priests themselves are a rarity, and she is a priestess with unimaginable stats and without a guild. Obviously, not only Henson is hunting for her, they are generally at each other's throats for her. The idea is that everyone is trying their best to look at least a little more pious, so the question arises of how the young man can even get close to her. The girl extends her hand to Hayan, asking her to give them some of this porridge so that they can help her distribute it, to which she replies that she would be grateful and thanks them for visiting them again. The girl covers her nose while telling people to eat. Hayan frowns, thinking that at one glance it is clear that they are only pretending. It would be better if they all just left. He will do everything better than them. He admits that what infuriates him is not that they overtake him with their deflections. He thinks that he is simply amazed at how they are, from which it is clear that they have not participated in any charity in their lives. Various personalities and laughing people are shown. It sounds like they are just ridiculously pretending to be friendly just to make a good impression on this priestess. A poor man is portrayed when the young man claims that he cannot be told that these poor people are poor and unhappy, and people ask the priestess for food and a newspaper. Hayan mentally tells them to just do it themselves, because they are asking for the most insignificant little things. They all have their hands and feet in place. Looking at the fussy Hayan, the young man thinks that it seems to him that he is now looking at the final stage of the evolution of the survivors' camp. The thought sounds that this priestess reminds him of one specific person from their squad. The girl closes her eyes, noticing that the newspapers are all worn out, so she will buy them new ones. And the man asks if she will return tomorrow and asks her to serve him some porridge, to which she replies that she will come to help them tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Hayan looks at this, raising the corners of his eyebrows. People are all reaching for the big bag. Hayan smiles, looking down. Hayan thinks that all he sees here are grunting pigs who don't want to work. It is reported that he was initially going to join in this clownery to recruit the priestess, but changed his mind. He decides to start with the fact that he simply will not stand for what these fools are doing here. The young man expresses admiration, thinking that even if he does everything the same as representatives of other guilds, it could turn against him. He crosses his arms, wondering if this is the slum that the girl notices. He understands what will be most effective in such a situation. Hayan smiles, noticing that she still has visitors. She hurries to greet them. She looks worriedly at Hayan, who states that everyone here looks like pigs. It's about aggression. The girl is at a loss. Arching his eyebrow, the young man repeats that everyone here is pigs. Hayan frowns and Hayan asks how many more times she plans to make him repeat it. He reports that he doesn't even see a single person here. The girl's eyes sparkle. The young man understands why Sanu has not yet managed to recruit her. That's the real problem. All the people are amazed, and Hayan claims that this is rude, so he needs to immediately apologize to them. None of those present deserve to be treated like this. The phrase says that he is from Sinda. Hayan just sighs when the question is asked what the Bending Guild is doing here. Everyone around begins to be indignant. He thinks about what's wrong with them. Their minds have already become collective. The girl folds her hands, talking about how the goddess would say. She spreads her arms to the sides, saying that everyone needs to share food with those who are hungry, share clothes with those who are naked, listen to those who are poor and give them honor and peace. These are weak people who find themselves on the margins of life for a variety of reasons, but they are good people who deserve help. Hayan arches the corners of her eyebrows, saying that as a priestess, it is her duty to look after these lambs. She will not allow such inhumane treatment as the young man is now showing. She claims that if he is going to say something offensive again, he should know that she will not act, so she asks him to apologize and leave the place. Hayan just looks at her intently, thinking about what is her priority. It turns out that her priority is saving the outcasts. Hayan is shown to be at his most serious when it is revealed that she is obsessed with helping the poor around the clock, so there is no way she would have time to join a guild and help there, so he wouldn't be able to convince her using the same methods that other guilds use. The young man only smiles when Hayan asks why he is silent, because she demands an apology. He tilts his head, wondering what will happen if he refuses. He decides to see how strong human perverted nature is. He puts his hand on his chest, saying that the message is good. But does she really believe that all these people need her help? These scum who won't lift a finger on their own only expect free food from her, and while they themselves are lazily lying around on the ground, and all these good people are only pretending to be such in front of her, weak does not mean good. The phrase sounds like they only use her because it is more comfortable for them to live this way than to go out into the open world. Otherwise they would not ask her even for such little things that a child can handle on his own. To this, Hayan, frowning, tells him to shut up, Because what does he even know about them? What right does he have to talk about these people like that? They only found their only refuge here, because the world left them no other choice. There is a statement that no one chose this life and no one would want to continue living like this. Keen mentally states that he doesn't think so he wonders why the girl doesn't just stop being stubborn and go with them. Heen sighs, claiming that a person like him would never understand them. This country holds strength and talent in high esteem, and those who don't have this are simply considered trash. The phrase sounds like he is someone who is very lucky to be born with a special talent and who could easily get into a good guild. The young people are surprised when she declares that he will not be able to understand those who live without such advantages. The young man looks at her in shock when she reports that, based on the fact that he only walks around raising a booth, he clearly has not found any useful activity for himself. It seems that he is the real scum of society. The people behind her tremble as she calls him a pathetic man. Keen wonders what she just said. People suddenly start laughing. The young man looks at them irritably. Moments of him are shown when it is reported that his performance is low. It is said that almost all indicators are disappointing. He just grins. He thinks that the priestess made a mistake here. He claims that she has no idea how difficult his life was, and with such words there is an opportunity to hurt him. Closing his eyes, he decides that he has nothing more to say, to which he calls her a breeder. She turns her head in surprise. Keen, smiling, declares that now he understands who is to blame for the fact that they became like this. He immediately points his finger at the girl. He is perplexed when he claims that pigs are pigs, but she is the pig breeder who domesticated them. She suddenly asks. Keen, smiling, notices that now she is making pathetic attempts to justify her, although she knows very well that he is right, and she replies that she did not notice before. But it seems that Sinba is just a disgusting guild. Poverty exists only because that such rotten elites are in power. She claims that this is because they ignore other people who, in their opinion, are below them, caring only about those who can benefit them. The young man asks if she wants to say that it is because of such people that Lindel is in poverty, and finds this simply ridiculous. The idea sounds that charity is primarily aimed at satisfying one's own ego. Looking down on the girl, Keen asks if she wants him to reveal the true reason why Lindel will soon rot. It talks about the truth that she so avoids. The young man declares that he will take this chance to help her realize this. Throwing his arms to the sides, he claims that from now on he is hiring everyone present. Heen is surprised, asking what he is trying to pull off, since this hire is sudden, and the man behind asks what right Sinba has to make such inappropriate decisions. Keen reports that he can offer positions as a builder or test subject. He looks away thoughtfully, saying that the work may be hard, but since they are not disabled, they can cope. She will even pay them 30% more than ordinary hired workers, and will also provide them with free lunches, and will also provide them with sleeping places, will settle everyone in an inn in the very center of the city. He places his hand on his chest, wondering if the lights will continue to live like cockroaches, relying only on others for survival, living in a rat-infested place for the rest of their days. People hang their heads when he asks if they will take advantage of the opportunity he gives them to become productive members of society with a roof over their heads, a warm meal, and a place to sleep. He confuses the girl when he tells them to make a choice, because it is time for them to start an independent life. People just silently look at each other. Hayan looks at the young man in bewilderment. She starts smiling while he thinks he loves her. Pointing a finger at him, Heen decides that he is just a fraud. She is surprised when someone asks if he will really pay 30% more and if the lunches will include meat. She states that it could be a trap so they don't need to believe him. Keen smiles, realizing that everything is going according to his plan, and tells the priestess to hold on. He thinks that the time has come for her to wake up from the illusion in which she has been living until now. The question is whether he will actually hire them on these terms. Keen takes the man by the hand, informing him that they, Sinba, will never betray their efforts if only they receive the proper return in return. He states that if he does not believe him, he can appoint their saint to the position of advisor to Sinba. Heen is amazed at this, asking what he is talking about. The girl clenches her hand into a fist, declaring that the priestess will go to the Black Swan. People look up at the young man, indicating that they agree. Others raise their hands, saying they're in favor if he's serious about hiring them. The girl looks around in confusion as the agreements continue and asks what is going on, and Keen remarks that in that case she should also go to Sinba, because she needs to keep an eye on him. Heen awkwardly says that this is outrageous and she is not going to join Sinba, to which the young man replies that it seems that she really dislikes him. He turns his head, smiling, and claims that he has no dislike for altruists like her. He himself thinks that this is because she is his healer. He claps his hands, inviting people to start work from tomorrow. Tomorrow they only need to come at 9 in the morning, and now they can be free. Heen places his hand over his forehead, claiming that she still doesn't trust him completely. Keen ruffles the girl's hair as Heen thanks him for providing jobs for everyone. There is a phrase that says that nothing will change anyway. The girl looks at him in confusion when he asks how long she has been working here. She only answers that 3 years and asks why this question, to which Keen, smiling, wonders how many people were actually able to change and return to society. He throws up his hands, saying that he knew it. In fact, no one wants to get out of here. In fact, I have such thoughts when she looks at them. He smiles, calling them pathetic. The question is whether they are really worth serving. The young man believes that she was wondering if she should look for a better calling for herself. The question arises as to whether there is really any point in volunteering if it cannot help even one person change. Heen only looks away when the young man notices that she is full of doubts, and he himself thinks that he likes her look. He mentally tells her to suffer more, to doubt herself, to question everything. Only then will she wake up. Looking at the poor people, Heen reports that she, as a simple person, admits that such thoughts have crept into her head, and yet she simply cannot bring herself to silently watch abandoned people suffer. No matter how they behave, it doesn't change the fact that they are rejected by society. She just wants to turn Lindel into a wonderful place where the weak and kind people won't have to suffer anymore. The young man claims that she is naive. He considers it a great loss that a priestess of her level wastes her time on such garbage. He waves his finger, thinking about how she doesn't even realize how valuable she can be as a healer, and she warns that if he tries to sabotage her work, she won't stand by. Keen thinks about why she always repeats this or whether she is a battle healer. He smiles, deciding that he's still quite happy with the look on her face right now. The question arises as to why no improvements have yet been seen. The girl trembles, lowering her gaze. There is a guess that she has been mistaken all this time. It sounds like he's right. Keen thinks that he's actually already halfway there, just by planting seeds of doubt in her soul. He points his finger at her as people talk about why they should work hard because Heen will take care of them even if they are just lying around. The young man thinks about what is easy to guess will happen after they start kicking the bulldozer, and he shows her the true face of the world. Heen reflects on the fact that this is cheap labor in the awakened Heen. Also Henson's trust. His plan is ideal, it is excellent. He dreams of all this, believing that he killed 2 birds. He looks at him questioningly. The thought sounds that good people only pretend to be so in front of her. A smiling young man appears. They are reported to only use it. Heen lowers his head nervously, holding the cross on her chest. A trembling man is shown who says he is hungry. Other people are portrayed when she believes that her faith is simply not strong enough. She prays to Beniger to lead these lambs along the path of light. She clutches the cross with both hands, wondering if Lindel will ever be beautiful. It is said about Keen's name and that he is the leader of the Sign of Guild. Little Keen appears. The thought sounds that he came to the slums with his beloved, the delightful sorceress Hayan, to marry the 5th Len of the detachment instead of their cute Regressor. People are shown running towards Heen, and it is reported that this is how they met her, a legendary level Ritsu known as the Saint of the Lost. People are shown laughing evilly, and it is said that he was heavily focused on studying her stats and did not recognize that she was trapped by the people from the slums. So he decided to expose the hypocrisy of these poor people and hired them as lab rats for his experiments. It turns out that he suddenly woke up. A young man is shown with his eyes open, and it is reported that 3 days have already passed. The message is that his body may be fragile, but his brain is strong. He strikes a pose, declaring that he is a fraudster for whom nothing is impossible. It is reported that the truth is always behind agitation and fabrication. It speaks of the scum of Keen and the quagmire of undogmatism. A bird can be seen sitting on a piece of wood. The young man covers himself with his hand, thinking that he slept better in his bed, and this may be due to the fact that he sleeps in a new place and feels exhausted. It is reported that Henson has not shown his nose for 3 days. The young man can understand why he is gradually getting tired of all this. He covers his head with his palm. He thinks that he spent more time here than planned, because some people really work tirelessly. Happy people appear. The potions test was reported to be successful, so he can't say he didn't achieve anything. He's sure these guys will be trash again soon, so he doesn't have to worry. He just smiles. He thinks that no one can suppress the pig's nature. They will probably soon get tired of hard work and want to come under the wing of their breeder, and then he will blame Heen for spoiling them. He mentally tells Henson to wait, because he will soon bring the girl. The Lindel slum construction site is shown. A scratched sheet with a portrait of Keen is visible. It flies into the young man's face. He just grins seeing this. He thinks that everything is going according to his plan. He squeezes the paper in his hands, reporting that their predictability is very commendable. He decides that nothing is impossible in this world. He will become a ray of light for this world. He walks down the street, deciding that this will convince Heen. People ask each other about work. They are shabby and decide that they would rather lazily lie around every day and get food from the priestess instead of working for this white-handed woman. The young man calls them good and innocent poor people, unfortunate lambs relying on the saint. People hand the plate to the girl when the young man notices her. Drunk people appear when Keen is sure that doubts have now settled in Heen's soul. Everyone behaves inappropriately, and the young man thinks that even these drunkards will help him and the girl will not silently look at them, she will scold them. One of the drunk men notices who has arrived. Keen looks at him when he is called white-handed. People laugh at him, saying nasty things about him. Keen clenches his hand into a fist, declaring that they are driving him crazy. He walks towards the girl serving food to people. He notices that the fools are offending him, although he didn't even do anything to them, so he hopes that she will stand up this time. He calls out to the priestess as she looks at him questioningly and states that he has something to tell her, so she needs to come with him for a second. She calmly asks what it is, and he replies that she will find out on the spot. She just looks at him sadly. A drunk man shows up as Keen tells her to look at them. He reports that they are shirking work and only pestering him and the women. Only 3 days have passed since they started working, but they have already left. He points downwards with his hand, claiming that it is in their nature she is kind to them, so they pretend to be unhappy in front of her. He understands that they are trying to pretend that they don't know him. The young man reveals that the reality is that they are just perverted alcoholics, which raises the question of who is really causing Lindel to rot. The girl just looks in front of her in confusion. He asks if it is because of him or because of such scum. People smile and cry, complaining to the priestess. They say bad things about the young man and good things about her. Smiling, Keen argues that she shouldn't believe their deception, to which she reports that it's PTSD. The young man smiles, snapping his fingers. Suddenly he realizes something. He finds himself confused. Keen folds his hands, closing his eyes, wondering how much pain they were forced to endure, how much they suffered that they became addicted to alcohol, and Keen mentally asks if she is drunk too. He claims that she is not protecting her now. She declares that he was the first to insult them, calling them pigs. He is surprised when she claims that people like him in power will not understand this until they go through this themselves, and asks why she continues to behave this way. Because she knows the truth very well, she heard their recent conversations. He hastily reports that these people are dragging Lindel down. They are criminals who are presented as victims, and the girl does not understand this. He realizes that he was too careless and forgot the most obvious. He is dumbfounded when she claims that they are simply unprivileged people who are simply opposed to him, the man in power. She does not justify all of the mistakes, but he is the last person who has the right to understand anything. Keen is buzzing when the girl reveals that he is a man of privilege, and he realizes that he was frivolous. It turns out that her non-dogmatism is too strong. Dogs with wings are shown. One of them is a demon and the other is an angel. The question arises as to why Heen draws such a strict line between good and bad. The idea sounds that if a person lives in an abandoned place, he is a good person, but if he lives in a decent house, he is immediately garbage. He puts his hand forward, asking what about the poor woman they recently harassed. Since he is a man in power, what will she say about a person of equal status with them? Will she continue to justify them even in cases where they harm the same weak? Heen sighs, declaring that he is just telling them off. Smiling people are shown and she says that everyone here is one big family. The Loa knows them very well, even if they are a little uninitiative and immature. They will never harm each other, even though she may sometimes doubt the benefit she brings here as a volunteer. She would never even doubt this fact, so he should not try to lie to them. The young man grins, believing that what they have here is only what is visible from the outside. She really only sees what she wants to see, so he asks if she wants to check how real it all is. Heen just looks down, saying that she has no reason to want this. If he wants it so much, let him check it himself. He definitely has too much free time. She turns away, declaring that what he expects will never happen. Keen notices that she continues to be stubborn. He raises the corners of his eyebrows. He decides that it is time for him to take decisive action. The girl claims that if he plans to continue to behave this way, she will be forced to ask him to leave here. He clenches his jaw nervously, wondering who would have known that convincing Heen would be so difficult. Suddenly he is hit on the head with a bottle and he spits out blood. He gets annoyed when the man asks how he dares complain about them to the priestess, and decides that it is because of him that the saint has lately looked at them differently than before. He asks if he thinks that, since he is from a big guild, he can do anything. What else did he tell her? The young man wonders what he should do, since he has used up all his potions. He raises his hand, telling people not to hit him, while he thinks that he has no choice but to bow down to these losers, while they declare that today he will die. He asks them to stop. He folds his hands, thinking that the mode of insincere repentance is turned on. He asks for forgiveness for calling them scum and pigs. They tell him to shut up. Raising his fist at him, the man declares that it is because of him that their comfortable life is ending, so now he must answer for it. It is reported that even the pig called it self-defense, so there will be no problems. They beat up Heen. It starts to rain. The idea is that Heen turns a blind eye to the hypocrisy of the poor because he believes he is in a more privileged position. As she leaves, the girl thinks that he deserves it. The wicked will eventually sink into the abyss because of their own evil. Heen of Sinva is reported to be unsuitable for this mission. People continue to laugh and humiliate the young man. He mentally begs for help. Henson looks up, noticing the rain. The beaten Keen is seen, and the thought is heard that it must be someone crystal clear, only such a person Heen will want to protect. It is said that it is desirable to also need such a person so that he can bring to light the true essences of these garbage rats. The young man decides that he has no choice. He lies on the wet ground while he is called a salabk. People smile, believing that he is effeminate not only in face, but also in body. The phrase says that he is in a male disguise. It is reported that he would have made an excellent slave. Lying on the ground, Keen just thinks about what nonsense this is. He thinks they are clearly about cross-dressing. He remarks that he was quite good at this. A young man in a woman's suit is shown, and he says that this was not his hobby, but he did it out of necessity, but it happened that he took prizes at the university. He thinks about how sometimes they harassed people or made indecent offers of some kind of damage, and he did everything to ruin their lives. He looks at the pervert, smiling. It is said that the harsh reality is that it is fundamentally difficult for weak victims to get even a little help, so the question arises as to why such scum have not yet died, either on Earth or here. He smiles, thinking that he never liked coming forward himself, but it is because of losers like them that he can survive. The question is whether he has gone crazy. The men, frowning, decide that it would be better for them to beat him as harshly as possible so that he would definitely not be able to wake up. They are standing near the young man when one of them asks if they really want to just lose everything. They can't sell him to the slave market. They decide that they could get some good money for him, but they will still spend it all on gambling. Suddenly it turns out that Keen has already disappeared. He runs, covered in blood, thinking that after all, a small indicator of dexterity turned out to be handy, an unfortunate, but good man from the slums who does not tolerate injustice, dressed as a woman. He concludes that he doesn't even need expensive cosmetics to transform. He remembers that he has a magnificent magician at his disposal. The building and tents are shown as it rains. He is shown kneeling in front of Hayan and crying, asking her to wake up. She stands up, rubbing her eyes. She is amazed when she sees the shabby young man. She asks worriedly what happened to him. Smiling, Keen asks if she can cast a transformation spell on him. The girl raises her eyebrows, saying that there is a time limit, but she can do it. Pointing to himself, the young man asks her to turn him into a young girl, as beautiful and slender as possible. He thinks that if he is going to do something, he needs to do it right. He needs to add as many details as possible that these scumbags will be delighted with. Hayan, blushing, asks why this suddenly, and says that she loves him in any way, but she has not yet had experience in such games. He wonders what she's even talking about. The girl blushes when he asks her to make clothes like the locals wear. He folds his hands as Hayan begins to cast a spell and declares that he entrusts himself to her. He believes in her. The girl decisively waves her finger. The young man looks at her in surprise. Suddenly he starts to lean back. His body is shining. His transformed hand is shown. His hair becomes long. Finally, he became a girl. He is wearing a long dress. He winks, declaring that in the name of justice, he will punish them. He thinks that everything worked out. Hayan rejoices, saying that it is delicious. The young man looks questioningly into the mirror. He sighs, claiming that it's just him, and he wanted the girl to turn him into a beauty, to which she replies that he is the beauty. He turns away, thinking it makes him look weak enough, and tells Hayan to go. The girls start to follow him when he says that they are going to watch the priestess teach these lustful fools a lesson. Keen smiles sweetly. He turns, asking if she will call him by name. The girl smiles joyfully, answering in the affirmative. The young man decides to use Heen to teach them a lesson and use them to get her to their side. It's literally like killing two birds with one stone. He grins contentedly while a joyful girl walks behind him. He reveals that he is a teenage girl from the Lindel slums who does not tolerate injustice. The girl looks at the sky. The question is what Heen will say about a person of equal status with them. One wonders whether she will continue to justify them even in cases where they harm the equally weak. Smiling people appear. The phrase is that they would never harm their own. It is reported that the girl behind her hears them quarreling with each other, but this is in human nature, and therefore naturally, there is not a single law that would prohibit them from being angry. The young man stands with his eyes closed and his head bowed. The idea is that as soon as a girl stops them, they go back to their usual kind-hearted behavior, so they can't just take advantage of her. She reportedly believes in them, which is why she still hasn't given up on this place. The phrase sounds like she will never fall for this man's tricks. Suddenly a scream is heard, which he notices. It says what happened 10 minutes earlier. A bottle can be seen lying on the ground. People are shown taking shelter from the rain, wondering whether the young man will report them to his guild, and deciding that before that they either need to capture him or kill him. A girl is depicted holding out an umbrella to a man when the phrase is heard that the most important thing for them is to make sure that she does not suspect anything. A person is shown smiling when asked what he just said. A girl in a cloak appears in front of them and repeats her question when they ask who she is. Keen smiles, noticing that they have now insulted the saint. Keen turns around worriedly when he hears a scream. A frightened girl runs up to her, reporting that there is some kind of quarrel among the poor. Several men were harassing one girl. Hayan asks in surprise what she just said. She reveals that she initially thought that they wouldn't harm each other as she and Hayan are shown running to the scene. She thinks this is some kind of misunderstanding. She remembers smiling people and the words of the young man. She thinks about what she said then. It turns out that she constantly convinced herself of this. She closes her eyes as blood is visible and asks that it not be true. Suddenly she opens her eyes in surprise. She admits that she refused to see until recently. Keen is shown standing sideways. He turns around, smiling, and conveys that weak does not mean good. The harsh truth is spoken. She sees a man beating a girl and swearing at her. Reality is reported. Keen looks at what is happening tensely. The girl touched the hair of one of the frozen people. She didn't understand what was happening. A voice appeared in her head that said she was on a stage of madness. She closed her eyes and screamed for someone to save her when she heard the main character's next phrase. He asked that she had never seen anything like this before. He also stated that he thought he would rip her throat out while she was coming here. The man, flushed with anger, raised his hand and shouted how dare she forget her place and piss him off. An inner voice told him to continue rowdy louder, so loudly that the girl could hear his every word. He asked him to speak in such a way that she would go into a rage. The man pushed the dark-haired girl off her feet and hit her with it. He stated that she might not expect to leave here alive. The voice asked if she saw all this, these demons tormenting the weak. The girl continued to ask for help. A girl ran up and shouted for them to stop immediately. Raising her legs, she exclaimed indignantly what they were doing. Having received the blow, she fell to the ground. Stretching out her hand, the girl screamed loudly as the saint was knocked down. The girl lay on the ground in tears. An inner voice said that everything may sound simply absurd, but this is the reality. There is no need to worry about the cost of cleaning your clothes because it can give you much better. Several people in cheap clothes asked why the saint was here. One of them noted that he pushed her in vain. The priestess looked at them coldly. The thought appeared in the head of the girl lying on the ground that the saint was looking at her, after which she began to pretend that she was in pain and also cry a lot. Crawling up to Hayan, she extended her hand and began to say that she was too stupid and because of her selfishness, while she avoided facing the truth, a lot of people like the girl could get hurt. The thought appeared in the girl's head that everything had worked out. An image of a dark silhouette of the city appeared. The thought appeared in the saint's head that she wanted to create a beautiful Lindel where everyone would be equal. He mentally stated that Lindel and the Holy Empire, no, this entire continent was too rotten. An image of the king appeared with his army behind him. The authorities justify all their actions only for the sake of profit. An image appeared of a child lying in front of the feet of the man who had crushed his thing. There is no way to protect the countless people who suffer under their oppression. An image of a happy child holding flowers appeared. The priestess stated that she wanted to protect them. Grabbing the dark-haired girl by the hand, the saint said with tears that this was what she wanted and declared that she would heal the girl right away. The girl mentally said that she had no idea what was happening, but it was time to read her best lines because it would be great. Holding the saint's hand, emitting a trembling, the girl said that she was very sorry and she simply could not stay away when she heard how they insulted her. The saint, looking at the girl with tears, told her not to talk and everything would be fine. The girl thought that it was wonderful that the girl was shedding tears because of her. Coughing a little, she stated that it was not all over and the only important thing was that the saint could leave here. The girl looked up, and her inner voice asked if he needed to hear her answer. The saint stood silently over the girl. Turning towards the three men, she declared that she was seriously disappointed in them. Sincere tears continued to flow down her upset face. She said she felt sorry for them and how they could do something so evil. She asked them to leave immediately. An image of a girl appeared who, looking at the saint, rejoiced at her acting abilities. She danced and laughed. The girl's inner voice said that she knew that this plan would work perfectly. He stated that she should understand how people were from the beginning and should now trust her. The surprised men, with small smiles of disbelief on their faces, said that this was some kind of misunderstanding. The girl, covering part of her face with her hand, tried not to laugh. The saint said that she did not want to hear any excuses. She ordered them to leave these slums, for there is no place for fallen souls here. The three shocked people opened their eyes wide. In the girl's head there were thoughts that she was magnificent, inimitable. An inner voice asked what she would evolve into and told her to turn to the dark side. He told her to come into his brilliant life and declare that they had finally perverted the priestess. Closing her eyes, the saint treated the girl, holding her in her arms. The girl thought that she did not need to be healed, because she should look as suffering as possible. The red-haired girl created a ball between her hands. The girl mentally asked her to stop the priestess to make sure that her holy power did not penetrate her body. The girl standing around the corner used her ability, directing a stream of energy towards the girl. The saint's eyes widened. She declared that the holy power was being rejected. Placing her hands on her face, she asked how this was possible. She assumed that she was in such a critical condition that even holy power had no effect on her. Starting to cry again, the priestess said that it was all her fault and all because she did not want to learn the painful truth and avoided it. The girl said that the man was right and constantly told her the truth. It was she who turned away from the one who truly suffered. Slightly closing her eyes, imitating loss of strength, the girl extended her hand. The thought appeared in the girl's head that he had always told her, and now that she realized everything, she should look at him. The girl spat out a huge amount of blood. An inner voice said that he had prepared something else especially for her. Putting her hands to her face, Dritza screamed. Nuna mentally stated that good-natured people are surprisingly weak in the face of such things and she should try it on Henson next time. He stated that he was sincerely glad that his reliable Hayan was here. If he had gone with the boar, everything would have been lost. The red-haired girl, wiping her tears, said that she did not want to use this spell. The three upset men turned their heads away. An inner voice declared that she had awakened and these villains were waiting for her. He noted that something was missing. There is no crusade in which heads were cut off with a book. Clutching her fingers, the saint cried out that she could not die. Stuttering and coughing a little, Nuna said with a tired smile that although she had not lived here for long, she had learned a lot here. The thought appeared in her head that she would still pretend that she was in pain to death. An image of a long-haired girl appeared presenting a wooden plate to people. Nuna said that the girl is very noble. She woke up earlier than everyone else in the morning and picked up trash from the ground. The bottles that rolled on the ground were someone's rags, and she cooked porridge for everyone. She distributed porridge every day, never missing anyone. Whether it's raining or snowing outside, every single day. She gave her all. She gave up fame and fortune to serve us all. Other people also helped. The major guilds turned their attention to the slums, while she stood to protect the peace in Lindel. Nuna stated that she remembers the time when she, with a smile on her face, handed her bread while she was lying on the ground. The girl thought that, of course, she had no such memories and was simply making it up as she went along. Crying and smiling, the dark-haired girl said that she respected her very much for everything she did for them. Nuna said that she was their savior and asked not to blame themselves for what happened. The girl also noted that Hayan deserves reverence. Trembling, the priestess said with tears that she was so stupid that she did not deserve to serve people. She wanted to protect the weak. Turning around, through her tears she shouted for help because there was a wounded man. An image appeared of a dark, rainy street with several houses. Hayan asked someone from the clans and guilds to help her. The thought appeared in the head of the lying girl that they had already separated by the time he came here. The priestess, looking forward, asked with hope that this was a lie. She hated the strong, who walked over the heads of the weak and destroyed the world. She lowered her head and continued to cry. One of the men, approaching her, told her with a grin that she should look at herself, and it is not they who have fallen, but she. She revealed her true self, a hypocrite. Still lying on the ground, the girl grinned. Hayan's face showed anger. She didn't realize how biased such judgments were. The men began to pull the girl away. Hayan, kneeling, extended her hand in her direction. One of the men said that not so long ago she was all kind and caring, but now she calls them fallen and drives them away. The girl mentally screamed for them to continue. Priestess stated that she simply did not want to one day find herself hated by the people she loved. Raising his hands with anger on his face, one man said that she was a hypocritical piece of trash that he didn't like from the very beginning. The second asked who she was to feel sorry for and save people. He said that she was a mean girl, and if she wanted attention, then let her dress up and go to a brothel. The girl, bleeding with tears, choked and could not say a word. The eyes of the girl looking at her lit up, and the thought appeared in the girl's head that she had finally awakened. The priestess, putting her hands to her head, screamed. She covered her crazy eyes with her hand and thought that it would be good if these people had never been born. Sincere joy was reflected on the girl's face. She mentally stated that these were honest tears and asked to go over to the side of darkness. Rising abruptly, Hayan shouted and asked them to put this child down right now. Squeezing the girl's hand, the dark-robed man shouted at her to shut up. Several men with inappropriate smiles on their faces, approaching the girl, said that it seemed that she had not yet realized what was happening now. Taking out a knife and bringing it closer to the lying girl, one of them said that if they die here together, there will be no witnesses left. The thought appeared in the girl's head that she needed to hurry. Looking at the blade of the knife with tears, the girl said the name of the saint. There were thoughts in her head that they pressed the blade to her and Keen was about to die. He mentally told her to quickly turn to the dark side. The girl mentally confirmed that it was she herself who slowly pressed herself against the blade of the knife. She saw the angry red-haired girl and mentally told Hayan to calm down, do nothing and control her bloodlust. The priestess placed both hands on his knees. A thought appeared in Keen's head about what she was doing. What kind of sudden gesture this was. Placing her folded hands on her head and closing her eyes, Hayan began to pray. The girl mentally asked in shock how she could pray when Keen was about to die. An angry man, brandishing a knife, said that they would die today. Clenching her fists, Kiyoung began to scream. There was a thought in her head that she was going to die and the priestess needed to do something. After a quick swing of the blade, the blood from the body scattered several meters. The girl lying on the ground froze. The man's head fell to the ground. Her eyes widened as she turned her head to the right. A powerful purple aura emanated from the bloodied Hayan's body. The two frightened guys backed away. Surprised Hayan, with glowing eyes, looked at the unfolding action. An information window appeared stating that the Hayan player was changing his specialization. She stated that she did not think that everyone was worth loving. The girl's hair fluttered. She looked down coldly and said that if they died here, there would be no witnesses left. The girl received a specialization, Priestess of Darkness. Kiyoung's face showed genuine horror. Lying on the ground and looking at the power of the former priestess, she mentally stated that she was even somehow scared. The sounds of the bell and gusts of wind were heard, which gave way to the screams of men. Several dark birds were storming in the sky. The man, who did not have time to react, was instantly cut by the blade. Looking at how Hayan cut off heads, the girl mentally said that she supported her transition to the dark side, but cutting off heads was too much. She wanted a 12+ rating, since she was going to stick with it with such rivers of blood. Moving away a little, she thought that she really didn't expect this and that she was really scared. Rubbing her chin, she mentally stated that she, of course, did not care about the lives of these bastards, but how to get rid of the bodies. She thought that there would be problems if Sanba found out, so when it was all over, she should ask her to cast purification magic. Bloody Hayan, with a peaceful smile on her face, slowly and smoothly cut people into pieces. The girl thought about what was wrong with her, why she was so delighted, and mentally stated that it seemed that she had wanted this from the very beginning. Raising her hands, Hayan watched what was happening without stopping, radiating sincere joy. Kiyoung mentally asked what could make her happy, and suggested that she was imbued with a kinship with a like-minded person. Hayan's eyes widened. Energy began to emanate from the girl. Starting to examine herself, she mentally screamed that the spell was being lifted now. The guy, trembling and looking at the bloody ground, asked the former priestess to spare him. Instantly moving towards him and cutting him into pieces, the girl with a cold voice declared that mercy does not exist. Kiyoung thought that it would be very bad if she was caught lying in front of this berserker. An image of a scene with 5 people appeared. The girl mentally stated that if Hayan found out that this was Kiyoung's deception, she would absolutely kill her too. She looked back with fear at the girl covered with a powerful aura. The girl, with distant eyes, mentally told them to stop. In an instant, she turned into a guy and mentally asked Hayan to save her. The red-haired girl couldn't help herself and fainted. An image of a girl wrapped in ribbon appeared. The spell has broken. The former priestess stepped on the man's face with her foot. Looking at him indifferently, she declared that they would see each other in hell. The guy wrapped himself in clothes and covered his face. Hayan ran up to the girl with a smile and was glad that she was alive. The protagonist looked at her with a smile. Placing her hands together, the girl sincerely cried out and asked why he was here and where that girl was. She also suggested that they both deceived her. Lowering his head slightly, he said that he would not deny, he only wanted her to see the reality. The bloodied girl clenched her fist. The main character stated that they weren't on such bad terms anyway. He asked what she thought and noted that he would volunteer with her. He said that he would also buy her new clothes and asked if she could get away with it once. Making pleading eyes and looking at the girl, the protagonist said that he was a wet, unhappy puppy. He asked if she really wouldn't forgive him. Her eyes reflected coldness and madness. The frightened main character mentally screamed that he would die. Hayan stepped around the corner. Running out and spreading her arms, she told her not to do anything. Closing it, with tears welling up, she asked that she not kill him, because if she killed him, then everything would be over. The protagonist took the emotional girl by the hand. She asked if he was okay. He replied yes. The former priestess, without changing her face, sharply raised her hand. The main character mentally said that she was attacking. Shaking and running behind the red-haired girl, the protagonist whispered to her to quickly use protective magic. Hayan told the girl not to come near. She rushed towards the red-haired girl who was hugging Kiyoung. They both looked at her in surprise. Closing her eyes and starting to treat the guy, she told them not to worry, because she wouldn't harm them. The delighted guy and girl looked at Hayan. She stated that they could even laugh heartily at her. Smiling a little coldly, she said that now she was neither a priestess nor a saint, but just a pig slaughterer. A pink system window appeared, on which it was written about finding a consolation event. The condition was to console Hayan and raise the level of sympathy. The protagonist mentally said that it felt like a dating simulator. Looking at her bloody hands, the former priestess said that it was quite funny that a wave of unimaginable satisfaction washed over her as soon as she did it. She noticed that punishing evil with one's own hands was ridiculous. She declared that she was a hypocrite and would no longer find shelter even in the arms of a goddess. Approaching the girl, the protagonist, looking at her, said that she should not blame herself so much because she had not made any mistake. With a smile, the main character said that if it weren't for her, that girl would have died long ago at their hands. He stated that she was blessed and was not to blame. Keen mentally thought about his answer. He chose the option that those nasty pigs were at fault. The former priestess, with burning eyes, listened to the protagonist. A notification about raising sympathy appeared. He said that the fault lies with those pigs who saw no mercy. The main character said that it's a little ugly to say that, but it would be more comfortable to think that she simply sorted the garbage polluting Lindel. This is also volunteering. A thought appeared in the guy's head about how this could work for her. He suggested that it seemed that she herself was not normal to begin with. Putting his hand forward, he said with a kind smile that if in the future she had to take the lives of other people in order to protect others, he would always be with her in this tenure. An image appeared of clouds with the sun peeking out. Keen looked at her with the kindest smile. She, blushing slightly, looked at him with burning eyes. Raising his hand to her, he asked her to go create a beautiful Lindel together. The thought appeared in Heen's head that this guy was definitely a messenger of the goddess, which was supposed to make the stupid one realize her. She extended her hand towards him. She mentally stated that in this case, she would follow the will of the goddess and go with him. Laying down her hand, she tearfully agreed to protect this world from evil together for the sake of protecting worthy people. Calling him a savior, she asked him to take care of her. A notification about the event has appeared. The main character smiled. The system window notified the start of checking Heen's stats and growth limit. On the window there was information that she was 32 years old, she was an ideal volunteer, a priestess of darkness by specialty. Her title is the Saint of the Restless, and below were her stats. Her overall assessment was about what this fucking scum had done to this holy priestess. In his mind, he laughed the craziest laugh. Turning around, he calmly walked into the city. He held back his laughter by covering his mouth with his hand. Squeezing the imaginary gauntlet of infinity with glowing eyes, he mentally declared that he was inevitability itself. He also mentally said that he was a genius and this was an ideal, happy life. Looking at the girls communicating sweetly, he mentally declared that this was great. They got rid of the garbage and recruited the legendary priestess. The red-haired girl talked about how much she would really like the guild. The protagonist thought that an unexpected change had occurred, but in the end everything was better than just good. The main character thought that Henson would be shocked with joy when he saw Heen. He also noted that he could already clearly see his face. An image of a dark-haired guy appeared, putting his hand to his chest, thanking him for bringing the former priestess, and also stated that, as gratitude, he would separately take him to luxury places. Putting his hand to his face, he mentally told him to see how smart he was. Turning towards Heen, the red-haired girl thanked her. Looking a little embarrassed at the former priestess, she added that it was because she saved the protagonist. She also stated that, to be honest, she was a little offended that she could not save him herself, but for some reason she was still touched. Looking back at them, the main character watched the pleasant conversation. Heen, making a hand gesture, said that she was glad that besides Mr. Keen there was someone else who understood her. She added that all this is the grace and blessing of the goddess and Lord Keen. The red-haired girl confirmed with a smile that it was all thanks to him. They clasped their hands and said that is why they are together. A little crazy and in absolute tandem, turning to the protagonist, they said that they would henceforth protect him. Looking at them a little scared, he mentally noted that they sang just perfectly. The main character looked back at the sound and saw Henson approaching them. Keen mentally said that he missed him and it was very difficult without him. Approaching the group, Henson said with a smile that he wasn't sure, but it was really him, and it was a big coincidence that they met in such a place. He said he believed he was in the laboratory. He asked if he and Mrs. Hayan went for a walk. The main character rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Keen mentally told him not to fall from happiness. The man's eyes widened when he noticed something. The protagonist mentally said that he was embarrassed by how grateful he was. Wrapping the little girl in a white cloak, Henson asked what he meant. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise. The former priestess, raising her hand to the dark-haired guy, introduced herself and stated that she was volunteering here. The guy introduced himself and said that he was pleased to meet you. The protagonist thought about what kind of awkwardness this was and the reaction was not the same as it was with Hayan. He wondered if by chance that comrade from his past life was not Heen. An orange-haired girl peeked out from under her clothes. Looking down, the protagonist thought about what kind of girl this was. He assumed that these were the eyes of the soul. Looking at Yuri, he began checking her stats and player height limits. She was 14 years old, her nature was that of a wounded thief, and her specialty was a marksman. Her agility and mana were legendary level. An information window appears with the overall rating. The title was written about the tree of hope of a brilliant assassin. It was also written there that the future large tree can be spotted from its sprout. Even if we ignore the agility and mana of the legendary level, Keen's player stats cannot be compared with her stats. She may be savvy, but you don't have to hate her for it. Be careful, but be a bad influence on a teenager of adolescence. She is a wounded but still innocent child. The main character mentally noted that this was his first time, except for Henson, she was the first to have all the stats of the heroic or legendary level. He understood why he couldn't understand how she went into the slums, even though she never crossed paths with him. The girl hid behind the guy. Heen noted that Henson's choice was Yuri. Heen turned away sadly. An image of a cheering crowd appeared. The protagonist and Henson looked at each other, and between them were two girls. Performance by a priestess of the legendary level Heen. Its central position is outlined in blood. The dark-haired girl closed her eyes and folded her hands. On an imaginary stage near her lay 3 corpses. The corpses of the men began to rise unnaturally. Making hand gestures, Heen stated that Lacrimosa had hacked and hacked. Several fans, looking at her in admiration, shouted that this was it. Looking at Yuri, she stated that she was dedicating the funeral song to her. Raising her hand up, she recited the Requiem, Darkness of Darkness, Destiny of Fate. She looked at her fans with a smile and said that only chaos would save them. The flesh people were cheering for her. She mentally declared that the ideal team was complete. Henson said he's only admitting it now, but Heen's face is completely his type. An image of a standing dark-haired guy appeared. The 5th member of the 7th Blue Squad was announced, the one who takes first place and becomes their new participant. An image of the legendary priestess appeared, waving her hand. Yuri walked onto the stage with a serious face. The speaker announced that a supernova had appeared. New member of Synda, the protagonist, squeezing the light stick, thought about how quickly she would announce the result. The winner was Yuri. The shocked girl covered her face with her hands. Heen looked ahead in confusion. The protagonist's face also showed shock. Henson gave the girl a bouquet of flowers with a smile on his face. Clutching his head, the main character with the image of the priestess mentally stated that he even changed his clothes to make Heen the center. The main character stood in front of a dark-haired girl. The protagonist was asked if he really didn't know that a genius like Heen couldn't have caught the eye of a regressor in his first life. The protagonist replied that it was possible. Smiling a little evilly, Heen mentally stated that then she was killed somewhere in the slums and was never found. And whatever the reason, we can assume that by a happy coincidence we came across 2 winning tickets at once. The protagonist also mentally noted that he now needs to get along with the child brought by their cute regressor. Squeezing out a smile, like at an interview, the main character asked if it was a girl. Turning in her direction and making a hand gesture, Henson said he forgot to introduce her. He noted that he met her in the slums. She looked capable and quite smart and had already received her specialization. She is also very wary of strangers, so it will take some time to get close. The orange-haired girl hid and looked at Heen incredulously. The main character stated that he understands everything and this is natural behavior for someone who has just left the slums. After introducing himself, he said that he hoped they would become friends. The girl hid behind the guy. The protagonist thought that getting closer would clearly not be easy. Heen and Hayan chuckled and looked at Heen. The girl's eyes lit up. She also looked at him. Well, a lot happened, but in the end everything was very good. Thanks to the new ones, you can now happily enjoy life on a regressor bus. The protagonist, Henson and Yuri went to the city. The main character asked what about clothes for the new girls. The guy replied that it would be better if he took care of it. Laughing, the main character mentally stated that the safest place on this bus was his seat. A few days later, the rays of the morning sun illuminated the roof of the small palace. The girl and boy immediately ate the food from the plate. A plate filled with soup was thrown onto the table. Rubbing her stomach, the orange-haired girl declared that she had won. Looking at them, the main character said that they had already become close, and the boar seemed to be well suited to be a pet. Henson, sitting at the table, suggested that they go clear the dungeon. The protagonist mentally noted that it was sudden. He asked if we were talking about the dungeon he spoke about earlier. The man confirmed and stated that this dungeon is called the Garden of Horror. He also noted that, fortunately, the discoverers decided to give in to them. 5 people besides the man sat at the table and listened to his speech. Henson noted there is one problem. Regardless, the purge will be carried out with other guilds this time. Therefore, he wanted to know their opinion. Looking at the guy, the protagonist asked how they would go with the other guilds. He also thought about how he hoped it would all be theirs. An image of a red-haired girl appeared next to a different symbol. Henson said that there will be Scarlet Mercenaries, a magic guild and a black swan. An image of the protagonist appeared, representing the red-haired girl and other people who were happy that they had protected Heen at the cost of their lives. The man said that, to be honest, he wanted to know more about what black swans are. He also noted that it was a pity that he would have to honestly share the reward from the dungeon, but the situation was profitable in any case. The main character looked at the guy with a small grin. He stated that he might be able to take advantage of this chance and immediately raise their position in Synda. A man with a stick approached the balcony from which the table was visible. Henson said once the sweep is complete, items will be divided based on each team's contribution. He added that the purpose of this trip to the dungeon is not objects and valuables. Folding his fingers, he stated that the most important thing for them was experience. The protagonist sipped tea and listened to the dialogue. The brown-haired man asked if he suggested they slowly raise the level. An image appeared of Keen crossing his legs in the back seat of the car and telling Mr. Henson to take care of him. He mentally said that it would be nice if the Henson bus carried them this time too. Lindel turned his head and grinned. Looking at the green-haired girl, he thanked her for fulfilling his request and said that it was a pity that the other guilds got involved. Raising her hand, Kiyoung said that nothing could be done about it, because he was discovered together, and the Black Swan strongly insisted on accompanying him. An image of a silhouette of a girl with a bob appeared. The green-haired girl asked if he knew that the new girl in the Black Swan was very influential recently, although she herself wanted to get closer to the 7th squad. Looking at the man who had left her, Kiyoung said that, to be honest, she did not expect that he, the leader, would care so much about Henson's team. She asked if he was up to anything. Exhaling, the white-haired man said that she had watched the series and he couldn't think of anything. He added that this is also that their guys get good items. He also asked if she herself had any ulterior motives. He asked if she had a crush on that guy from the 7th squad. The girl pouted and looked down. She blushed and started waving her arms. After that, she pulled herself together and said that was not the point. He said that the 7th squad is impressive. Perhaps in the entire history of the continent there has never been a single party that attracted so much attention. An image of the protagonist appeared, asking the guy if his training was going well. He confirmed. The green-haired girl said that to be honest, when they go out, it seems like they are more popular than idols. She also noted that given their beauty, this is not surprising. An image of the protagonist appeared, wiping his mouth and saying that Hero would not let his death get away with it. Rubbing his chin, Lindel said with a smile that all he could do was talk and such a boy could not do anything. He noted that he would be great at mining gold for Ito for a while and would make a ton of money there. Expedition Day. The hunters gathered near the designated building. The girl, looking at the crowd of people, said that the reporters from Lindel's newspaper should speak well of their activities, especially the Black Swan. Henson and the protagonist walked to the place. Several people admired the first one and said that he was hot. The protagonist mentally stated that he had an unpleasant feeling about the Black Swan reporters. Looking around, the main character noticed how the girl was diligently redrawing Henson. He made a mental note that she was painting a portrait because there were no cameras in this world. Incredible speed, it brings tears to your eyes. The blonde guy, making a welcoming gesture with his hand, said that they were seeing each other for the first time after the meeting of the heads of the squads. The man said that he was glad to meet Yengi from the Scarlet Mercenaries. He turned to the protagonist and said that he had heard about him from Mrs. Chihira. Looking at Henson with a smile, the man said that he was honored to go on the expedition with his son-in-law. The dark-haired man wondered when he managed to become a son-in-law. Hayan looked at the man with a murderous gaze. Henson thought that for some reason the back of his head was burning. He decided not to turn around. People looked at Hayan and Hayan passing in front of them. The protagonist looked at the information windows and assessed the stats of those present. He noted that they fit the representatives of large guilds, all of them have good stats. He noted that the skins also looked quite thick and would be ideal meat shields for their party. The girl, who spoke the language poorly, asked if he had seen the dungeon. An image of Keen appeared through the eyes of his interlocutor. He had perfect hair, glowing skin that was as shiny as freshly ironed clothes, and no weapons. The main character looked at her blankly. The girl grinned and asked what this feigned calm was. Approaching his face, she stated that at one glance it was clear that he was a thief who had come only for experience. He looked at the yellow-haired girl who was assessing him and immediately recognized everything. A check of Apraz's stats and growth limit has begun. She was a calculating strategist, specializing as a bandit. She was 29 years old and her title was Queen of Arrogance. The main character mentally stated that he knows this type of people well. Now she's deliberately bullying him. Tilting her head and grinning, she asked why he shut up and stated that he had undoubtedly separated. She asked why such a child was brought on the expedition. Looking at her angrily, he thought that she had a strange name. She said that that's why she invited Mr. Yengi to go himself, but everything went wrong because of the blue. The protagonist noted that the nature was so absurd that it smelled of something familiar. He mentally asked who even conducts politics like this. A system window popped up, announcing a rare level dungeon and warning about entering the Garden of Horrors with a confirmed composition of 24 out of 30 possible participants. A huge number of toothy monsters filled the garden. Instructions were heard from everywhere to pass or not to stop cutting as they advanced, because the tanks began to advance, and at that moment Keen thought of Pra. He thought about their meeting and the fact that she is under the leadership of the Black Swan. Her specialty is robbery. Her nickname is the Queen of Arrogance, so perhaps she wants to get rid of the newcomers of this party in order to increase the contribution of their guild. In this case, of course, they should respond with the same strategy. Keen smiled slyly and thought that he, too, had not counted on a friendly atmosphere when Pac was attacked by a plant. He was hit by a green sprout. Youngie cut the plant with one blow, saving Park. Youngie grabbed Park's hand, helped him up, and asked if Park was okay, to which he thanked Youngie, and Keen thought that his friend had relaxed. He exhaled, remembering Youngie's name. He mentally thanked him and thought that he could be relied on, when he heard from the side that the people who came from the blue weren't real members of the guild. Petra stood with her hands folded on her chest and mocked that they were definitely some kind of mercenaries whom she ordered to bury all the leaders here. She covered her mouth and said that otherwise they wouldn't have made the setting so dangerous, to which Keen annoyedly thought that this was some kind of concept of showing off while studying abroad. Moreover, her vocabulary is not that big since she only uses easy English. In the tower, someone asked the girl to be quieter, to which Petra said, "Let me listen." Would such trolls listen if they spoke well about them? To which Keen thought that let the girl not think that finished them off. Park leaned on Youngie and apologized that the situation happened because of him, to which Youngie tried to calm him down, saying that this happens when you just start, so he suggested that he fix the equipment a little and shouted to the others to prepare the camp. Keen heard Petra turn to Youngie and suggest that they return to the safe zone since they are too inexperienced, to which the guy covered his grin and thought, let him laugh while he can. Henson was tensely silent. Keen handed Youngie the potion, saying that he had spent a lot of effort trying to trick them. He beamed with goodwill as he handed out the health potion he had brewed, which was of a better quality than the one sold in the store. He was grateful to everyone, so he wanted to give back somehow. He looked at the furious Peter and thought that the basis of politics is not the creation of allies before a collision with enemies, so first you need to increase your forces and then attack. She can speak with facts alone, but if no one listens to her, then the game is over. Youngie was happy with the gift and said that he would be happy to use the potion, because, as the master said, Keen turned out to be kind. Youngie imagined Hira and Keen holding hands, and said that Keen was a benefactor, the only one who remained close to the master when it was especially difficult for her on Earth, so fate itself allowed them to meet again on the continent and reunite. So this is truly a beautiful story, to which Keen confusedly thought what kind of rumors Hira had spread there. And at this time Youngie was admiringly saying that the master's benefactor was also a benefactor for him, so until his death he would not forget the mercy shown to him. Keen smiled politely, realizing that if the Youngs could be moved by such rumors, then the job would be easy. They sat by the fire, and Keen laughed awkwardly, saying that he should be the one who was grateful, and decided to tell him something. Youngie was interested, and therefore Keen pretended that he was not sure that he should say this about Peter, and then hesitated. Youngie was afraid that something had happened, to which the still supposedly embarrassed Keen said that it was nothing. Youngie said that the master ordered him to ensure his protection, so he must tell what was wrong, so Keen agreed to tell since Youngie insisted. Keen told the recent situation a little in his own way, that when Apra was bullying him recently, she said that the bad hero would not be able to protect him here either. Youngie was shocked by such words, to which Keen complained with tears in his eyes that she said that they're guys from the guild who were hired by Hira, are killers who want to kill everyone here, and he tried to make his speech confusing and his gaze alarming so that Youngie noticed. He wiped away his tears and pretended to justify the girl, saying that she didn't say it all out of malice, and he blurted out too much. However, Youngie was already angry because Petra dared to call his master that. Keen could barely contain his glee, as expected of a loyal Yanga. He was thinking about how to accumulate more anger and lure other people away during this time. Some time passed. Not long ago he was talking to the nerds from the Magic Guild, pretending to be smart, and they just all went over to his side and asked him to definitely call a sage for the next study of the stone, although there was no such study at all. Petra approached him from behind and sarcastically told him to stop being friendly, to which Keen replied that the girl had a barbed tongue, to which she asked if he couldn't see that the party was collapsing because of him. She looked around and asked if he didn't see that he was slowing down the cleanup, to which Keen bluntly said that the girl was simply thirsting for the treasure that Sinva would take possession of. Petra got angry, to which Keen made a malicious face and said, if this is not at all true, then he doesn't understand at all why she clings to his Sinva. Petra began to swear that Keen doesn't know who she is in Black Swan, and at the same time ordered the artists not to sketch their quarrel, to which Keen, happy with the situation, replied that he couldn't know, since she was a miser who wanted to take a piece of bread from ordinary people. Newcomers. Petra stopped following the words and said that Keen is now showing his true nature, and that he is counting on Here, so he is in trouble for being Here's lover. To which Keen thought that it was time to reap the benefits of the recently thrown bait, and said out loud that to be honest, he is not afraid of her, and if something happens, he does not count on Here's protection. Youngie clenched his fists, listening to Petra say that Keen thinks that this strange dick will protect him even here, and they have a dungeon here, even if he thinks that at least someone outside will find out about it. She grinned into his fist and said that he could consider her recent statements as a threat. Now he understood why the Black Swan, who had such high hopes for this outing, deliberately sent Peter here. He whispered in the girl's ear that the leadership of the Black Swan wanted her to die here, and mentally asked her to start the performance. He continued to tell the girl that they were disgusted with the fool, who, being incompetent, constantly shows off, stains the name of the guild, and thought to himself that she already needs to hit him. He looked at the furious Petra and said that, Besides, he heard that initially she was also in the leadership, and was she really overthrown? To which Petra said through gritted teeth that he wanted to die with her, and Keen replied that it was a pity. And be that as it may, those killers she was talking about are her own subordinates, who will secretly kill her after the dungeon is protected and everyone has dispersed. He covered his malicious grin with his hand and again thought to himself that she should already get angry and hit him. Petra swung and raised her fist to strike, swearing at Keen and asking when he would shut up, to which the guy replied that he forgot to say something. Although he was happy in his heart, in reality he pretended that he was crying, and said that, to be honest, he did not rely on her, and out loud began to cry, apologize and say that it was his fault. Someone stopped Peter. A serious Henson came up and said that there was no need to apologize. It was he who stopped Peter's hand. The girl blushed and asked what was the matter, to which Youngie asked if Keen was okay. Keen thought about relying on his sweet, precious cards. They started scolding Peter, talking about how she dared to touch her and their masters, at the same time asking if Keen was okay, also ran to the rescue and asking if Keen was injured. Although the guy did not continue to pretend that he was crying, he thought that this is why one usually needs to behave, and he thanked Henson out loud for his help, and he asked what happened. Keen, with a sad expression on his face, said that Peter should stop being friendly. The journalists continued to make their sketches. They began to fuss and say to draw faster, to which Petra said that now she is a victim, so they need to draw faster, and the journalists thought that they could go crazy from what they saw, since Mr. Henson really protected Mr. Kiyoung, and they were happy that the door to this wonderful world was opened for them. As expected from the Black Swan reporters, the atmosphere during the execution of Peter's orders and when Henson appears is noticeably different. Keen smiled and didn't know if he had fans, but at least they were friendly to the Blue, which couldn't be said about their attitude towards their employer. I thought I'd check it out once. He continued to pretend to cry. When he turned to the Kaizen, he apologized and said that he was constantly making him worry, to which he replied that Keen had nothing to apologize for. The response to the large-scale operation demonstrating the camaraderie and love of Blue was quite positive. Journalists continued to make notes that Henson from the Blue would never allow a Black Swan to attack his man, and Keen was probably a manipulator of public opinion. They were interested in his intention. Petro turned to Lindel News, asking if they planned to do their job properly, and asked Henson if he wanted to let her go. But he replied that he could say with full confidence that Mr. Keen was not guilty of anything, and even if there is some problem, she has no right to interfere with him. Henson calmly said that without appeal there was an abuse of power, because of which she had problems with someone because of their squad, and she should let him, the head of the squad, sort it out completely. Youngie said angrily that it was Petra who was harming the group now. The cleanup was definitely delayed a lot, but the fact that Mr. Keen enlivened the atmosphere, on the contrary, it was only better. Petra gloomily said that she was feeling sick right now, and she wouldn't behave this way if the Blue Party were normal, but they deliberately put a spoke in their wheels, and she had to endure it. Keen thought that she continued to pretend that she had taken on the role of villain for the sake of the group, as if the Blue had no external authority at all if she belittled them so much. But that Youngie asked angrily who was putting a spoke in the wheels here, and frankly, if she had shown even the slightest interest in the battle, she would not have said such things. Youngie said that almost all the magic was done by Mrs. Hayan. All the little things were done by Mr. Henson, and almost all the healing was done by her mistress. He continued to say that, moreover, for the sign of guys, this is the first expedition. He endured for a very long time, but everything has a limit. At this time, Keen thought that their dear Youngie was great. Great, he would like this to not happen again. If you have complaints about their party, let them express them to the leader. Petra got angry and said that I was very sorry, but she was annoyed by the comma and did not add stupidity. Keen thought that she had no place in politics, since she turned others against her as soon as she opened her mouth, and if she wanted to rise, she needed to enter carefully. He looked at the crowd of people, and would prefer that she just leave the group now, and apologized out loud for the mistake. To which Curson said that everything is fine, let him consider this a lesson, next time he will handle the comma, and if he can, then that's it they can. Henson apologized to the guys. It was heard in the room that Curson had nothing to apologize for, it was Keen who should apologize, to which they said that they were going to make the main goal of this expedition experience. Henson tensed up and said he didn't expect us to be treated worse than a normal mongrel. Such terrible neglect, it was all his fault. He apologized again and he thought it wasn't that bad. Henson glowed blue and took out his sword. He stood up and said that from now on everything will change. Those around were amazed at this scene. Warrior Henson, who was hiding his power, also finally decided to show it, and the sword sparkled in the light of magic. Keen felt sorry for the one who did not know the charms of lies. He asked himself whether in this case he could sit with his hands folded. The fact in his head twisted like lightning and asked him to shut up. Keen slyly thought that because Petra dared to touch him, he would make her pay. The squad decided to make a second pass, and everyone took their positions when the flower monsters attacked again. Hansen cut through many flower monsters at once as fast as he could. Slime flowed from behind the stumps onto the rest of the squad, so Youngie and Park were surprised. The green tentacles of the roots were reaching towards Petra due to the fact that Hansen burst in willfully, so she decided to blow up the roots. Petra hoped he would be more wrong, and the spruce raised her magic bow, and many magical arrows pierced the flower monster. Petra ordered the black swan not to hover or stand aside, so they should shoot faster, to which Keen thought that she was now going out of her way. At this time Hansen ordered to use the spell on his signal. If they follow the instructions of the regression, they will definitely come out into the light. Keen decided to call upon a force that could protect. It was flame. Hayan decided to call upon a power that could not be taken away, and it was the wind. The flames and wind merged into a tornado, to which Keen said that they liked combining magic, and it was cute, and at that time he exclaimed and drew their attention. Monsters were approaching them from all sides. Hansen called the pack behind him. He asked for the small change, if possible, to bring the comma closer to the boss, and Youngie also asked for this, to which the others said that they understood him. As expected of Hansen, he was a true leader, and his chest swelled with pride. Keen looked at the warriors destroying monsters. He thought that he assumed that the bus of their cute regressor would be comfortable. But it is so comfortable that you want to brew ramen. Petra cursed, asking what kind of techniques they were, and that he was definitely a beginner. It seemed as if he had already lived one life. On the stock he thought that she was a real savvy. This is the correct answer, and she chose a completely unsuitable opponent, since they are the unusual apathy of newcomers, she thought. The room became filled with smoke as she continued to think that perhaps she was going to take away their contribution by playing on what kind of purge was completed even with the newcomers, only thanks to the fact that she took on the role of the villains. And at this moment Petra shouted to her subordinates that if they don't want to be taken advantage of by the newbies, then they should wake up. Keen looked at what was happening with malicious satisfaction, and thought that now this plan had gone to the crayfish, and she would not be able to use it. One of the reporters gladly adjusted his glasses so that he was caught. He considered Keen from the blue to be two-faced, since he had an ear for sensation, and he wrote in the notes that Keen put Petra at a disadvantage, since he had a mean smile. Reporters pushed each other and asked to step aside to see everything that was happening with their own eyes. However, in panic, they began to scatter as the monsters were advancing and they needed to leave quickly. The next monster was enveloped in blue lightning when Hansen ordered to strike further to the left, then to the right at 45 deg, then straight ahead, and continue to advance, but that the pack asked to dictate more slowly. The next green monster was advancing, and so put his shield forward when Hansen ordered to hit at that moment. They managed to collect all the monsters in one place. Green slime rolled over the next monster as Hansen was warned to be careful as poison was oozing. Hansen said that they would deal with him faster and called Keen and Hayan. The guy and the girl jointly used hurricane flame spells. The entire room around was engulfed in golden flames, and that was what was needed. Hansen praised them for their level of driving. Hansen swung his sword and was engulfed in blue lightning. The sword was pointed straight into the mouth of the next flower monster, and a deafening blow was born. Scarlet juice stained Hansen. These he thought were impressive, but the face of their handsome Hansen continues to stain something, so the picture is spoiled. Suddenly the guy became clean. Heen used a cleansing spell. The huge monster fell defeated. The tip of Hansen's swords glowed in mine. This is the blue that looked at the defeated monsters. The rest of the wars were delighted with what was happening, and they called Hansen a brilliant sword master. Hayan also received praise that she was simply incredible, yet they were unnecessarily worried about her age, so he was called cool. Hansen, looking at Youngie, said that it was excessive praise. They just repeated after them, to which Youngie said that they were still modest, and Keen thought that with these they scored the final wedge. There was a thought in the room that maybe this was a little too much, but it was possible that they were the future leaders of Sinov, and he thought that now, no matter how Petra would rage, she would not be able to expose them as a flawed party. He stepped on someone's notebook. He picked it up and began to read when the wind apologized for ruining the joyful atmosphere. She put her hands on her hips and asked to explain that recently they suddenly jumped out without prior approval. To be honest, they are true, and if they behave as they please, what will happen to them who are not warned? She looked at the discouraged fighters and said that if the expedition is the first, then still not everything is forgiven. Because the more first you are, the less you show off and are by careful. This is the basis of the fundamentals and whether it is understand. Youngie wanted to interrupt her, but Curson apologized for not being able to say in advance, but he did not think that it was so unexpected that he could not prepare from the rear. Petra said that in any case, the mistake was a mistake, and she would need to file an official complaint so that they would listen to me, to which the blue participants stood with an expression on their faces as if they were waiting for help. And he thought that now it was his turn and asked Peter to carefully express his opinion on something, arrogantly asked what else he wanted to say. Queensley is a mercenary. He looked around and said that, to be honest, Before coming here, they thought a lot about whether it was worth taking part in clearing this dungeon, since the original goal was experience, but they thought that their inexperience could only hinder the group. Henson was tensely silent. Keen continued that he also tried his best to help somehow, but he really lacked a lot. That Petra folded her arms on her chest, and which ones he continued, that he still decided to make even more efforts. He said that, however, after analyzing the recent situation, he finally understood what the problem was, to which Petra became very angry, thinking that he was blaming her. Keen put his hand to his chest and said that he was the problem. He sadly said that, more precisely, there is a feeling that their party is wreaking havoc on this expedition. They honestly did not come here for this, although he thought that they ruined this entire expedition. Keen looked embarrassed and sincerely apologized, although he still couldn't continue to inconvenience them anymore, so he turned to Henson. Petra thought to herself that they had ruined everything. They had ruined this nervous expedition. Henson said that as the leader of the detachment, he could no longer watch his members suffer, yet it would be better for them, the blue ones, to leave this dungeon, and his face expressed sorrow, to which she thought that he assumed that their soft-hearted leader he will say so. He thought that there was one person here who would stop them, and at that moment Youngie put his hand on Henson's shoulder and asked what they were talking about, because it was not Sanba who should leave. Youngie said that he was the leader of this expedition and a member of the Allied Sleeve. He stubbornly endured until this moment, but this could no longer continue. He turned to Petra and said that they should leave the dungeon, to which Petra was very surprised. In anger, she asked what he just said, and then said that now she understood, and could not understand why he always sides with Keen. The queen of the mercenaries, from the very beginning, she assumed that his master would treat him well if Youngie treats his son-in-law well. It was hard for Keen not to smile, but now he had to stand his ground as a victim. Petra continued to be angry and said that as soon as this matter was completed, she would make him a concubine, or they were already in a moral relationship. To which Keen said that Petra was going too far. He himself thought that it was like a broken 8-ton truck rushing towards the blue house. It is enough to throw the right bait to the right person at the right moment, and then everything will go by itself. And he said that Hira had nothing to do with this, to which Petra continued to swear, call everyone crazy and shut them up. Youngie swung and hit the wall near Peter's head, along which cracks immediately appeared. He angrily asked her to repeat what she said about his master. Youngie leaned towards Petra threateningly and said that he was warning her for the last time that she must leave now. Many people supported him because Petra has recently been making 2 unfounded statements. If they continue to make a fuss, their magic guild will also refuse to cooperate with the Black Swan. Petra called Keen bad names. She was thinking that he would never forget what happened today. Petra turned to the news. Lindel asked if they had now seen that the blue mercenaries conspired and threatened the Black Swan, and if they do not want to die, let them write down what happened verbatim. A system window popped up indicating that the rare level dungeon for clearing the Garden of Horrors had been completed with the help of 18 of the 30 participants. After the Black Swan left, the clearing of the dungeon ended in a peaceful and friendly atmosphere. He stood next to the defeated monster and said that Youngie could give a little more of Peter's contribution, because what happened was really Sino's fault. To which Youngie was surprised that they were asking for such a thing even after what they had gone through. He was now ashamed to even read into her the benefit of at least one item, for which he thought that this was the calculation. He grinned when he thought that giving more contributions was a lie, even if they took the entire reward for clearing the dungeon. It would not be enough, so why would they share it? So not only will Peter not provide contributions, he will also later compensate him. One of the reporters seemed to be looking for something when Keen called out to him. The reporter turned out to be Mr. Kim Song-young from Lindel News. Keen decided that this reporter needed to be won over to his side. Mr. Keen and Song-in crossed paths in the corridor. In his hand, Keen had the book Song-jin was looking for. He recognized Keen and indignantly asked if it was him. Raising his hand with the book up, Keen said, "Don't worry, I won't say anything." After a short silence, he continued, "I can imagine how hard it is to freely write articles where everything is suppressed by force." In the dungeon itself there was a dim light, only a couple of torches illuminated it. Keen continued to say that the continent's newspapers themselves were not very good. One day he looked at one, and there a whole page was filled with the breakfast menu of the head of a large guild. The thought came into his head that reporters were oppressed not because power ruled the day on the continent, but because reporters themselves were powerless. Keen walked closer to Song-yeon and said that whether such circumstances could satisfy people like Song-yeon, of course not. "But we can fulfill your wish," he said after a short silence. Song-jin was too surprised by this and did not know what decision to make. Keen wasn't going to stop and asked why from now on. After being silent for a few seconds, he continued, "You don't work for the Black Swan, but for Sanba." Keen stood and thought that the bad guys had taken the wrong side. Fixing his gaze on Song-jin, Keen continued to ask if he wanted to join their guild, a provocation so strong that it would turn this stagnant continent upside down. And authority, Keen said with a malicious smile on his face, coming close to Sanjin. A few days later, Tetra saw a newspaper that reported that there was an abuse of power from the Black Swan side. Keen, I will kill you, she said, reading the newspaper. Grabbing her head with her hand and closing her eyes, Petra said that now they would kill her. She sat and was afraid all the time and talked about how they would kill her. I see you failed, Mrs. Petra, a voice was heard from behind. Fear was visible in her eyes. Let's talk for a minute, the voice continued. The guy was walking down the street and reading a newspaper. He despised the Black Swan and say, heavenly punishment should fall on them. By the way, Sinva is truly incredible. The newcomers did not falter under the pressure of a large guild and confidently fought back, especially this guy named Keen. Very brave. Keen sat, laughed and read the newspaper. That's right, Mr. Keen is a symbol of resistance, Keen said. In his thoughts, Keen praised himself and thought that the main points in the newspaper about him were perfect. Keen's thoughts were interrupted by Heen, who knocked on the door and said that they had come to Keen from the leadership of the Black Swan. Are you okay there? She asked. I was waiting for you, Keen told the girl from the management. Hello, Mr. Keen, our leader will come soon for an official introduction, the girl said. In his mind, Keen thought that Petra would come and said that she should have come herself to bear responsibility. I'll introduce you, the girl said. Seeing the leader, Keen was surprised. What the heck? He thought in shock. Opposite Keen stood a red-haired girl. It was reported that she had recently joined the leadership of Black Swan. Long time no see, the girl said with a smile on her face. With her arms folded across her chest, the girl introduced herself. The deputy head of the Black Swan Guild is Jihye. Keen looked at her in surprise. He thought it turned out to be Jihye, and what is this? The deputy head. Keen and Jihye were sitting opposite each other and talking, with Petra sitting next to them. In Keen's system window it was written that he had met his soulmate, but it was not recommended to continue this relationship. It's so nice to see each other again like this, isn't it, Appa? Jihye said boldly. Keen asked her how it happened that Jihye became the leader. Keen and Jihye were in a pleasant candlelit environment. I could not imagine that you would become deputy head of the Black Swan, Keen said. Just look at how you changed the topic out of embarrassment, said the deputy head. Laughing, Jihye said, if it's all about the girl next to me, you don't have to worry, she has relieved herself of authority. Keen looked at the girl next to her and said embarrassedly that she did not withdraw, but was demoted, a coup in such a short time, and you are good, turning to Jihye. I don't understand what you're talking about, the girl said flirtatiously. After a short silence, she continued, you think I don't know. Folding his arms across his chest, Keen said, everything that happened by you was clearly a setup. He sat and thought about why the position of Petra, who was in the top leadership, and Jihye, whose entry had been nothing, suddenly changed dramatically, which means that there was a conflict within the guild. It was you who sent Petra to the dungeon with me and provoked a scandal? Keen asked indignantly. Jihye remained silent in embarrassment. You expected that I would deal with it myself instead of you. With anger in his voice, Keen said that the headache under the name of Petra became a sacrificial lamb to strengthen the position of Jihye, and he became a convenient tool for eliminating Petra. Jihye playfully said that Keen is very savvy. Falsely praising Jihye, Keen said that he could not help but recognize her abilities. In his thoughts, he wondered what he had done wrong, why Jihye used him. With a wink, Jihye said that that was why she came to pay tribute in the form of an apology. Keen saw very well that Jihye's nature of a selfish cynic had not changed and her apologies were not sincere. In no case should we let our guard down. This girl even used me, her former affection, to satisfy her own insatiability, Keen thought. First, you need to prove that you are not my enemy. I will decide whether to believe you or not in the future only after I hear your decision, said Keen Jihye. The girl nodded and responded positively. Jihye turned to Petra and said, well, Petra, please tell me what my Black Swan has to offer Kiyoung. Petra had tears in her eyes, she hid them behind her hair and whimpered. She pointed her fist towards Keen to hit him and screamed how they could treat her with such impunity. Jihye managed to stop her with a slap in the face and Petra quickly flew back to the floor from the blow. Keen covered his mouth with his hand in horror and looked at the girls. Sorry, Keen, our Petra lacks discipline, Jihye said. Petra sat on her knees and begged for mercy, saying that she would no longer interfere, while whining at the same time. Her entire body was riddled with torture wounds, her life as a seeker was over, her loss of everything was enormous. Keen talked about how he didn't want things to go that far. In his thoughts he was pleased with himself and laughed with happiness. Good girl, you're a good girl, Jihye told Petra. Sinva will also join the union of large Lindel guilds, Petra said reluctantly, and the entire contribution that went to me and Black Swan will be given to Mr. Keen, she said through tears. Everything is according to plan, Keen thought. After happily sending Petra away, Jihye said that this would be presented to the public as compensation. In addition to this, her share of the dungeon or paper on the land also goes to you, and we promise patronage to Henson's squad, Jihye continued, telling Keen. With a wink and resting her head on her hand, she asked if that would be suitable as evidence of sincerity. Well, not bad, even good, especially joining the union of the main guilds of Lindel, a huge achievement that I did not expect, Keen thought. But in fact, the main thing here is different because, yes, Keen continued in his thoughts. After thinking a little, he continued that this would continue to torment him in the future. Too much? Keen answered Jihye's question. What? This is too much? Jihye asked displeasedly. Without trusting her, Keen said, suspiciously. In between words, Keen thought about everything. Speak, a thought flashed through my mind. Trying to shame Jihye, Kiyoung said, why are you going to such lengths? And not only I am involved in this, but the Scarlet Mercenaries in the Magic Guild? He asked. First of all guilds have to deal with their internal power struggles, so making enemies from outside the guild is not the wisest option, Keen said. After a short silence, he began to ask Jihye why you used me despite such risks. Why, you, he thought regretfully. Don't you, like me, hate gambling? Keen asked. Thinking, he continued, I don't know how it would be if you had personal feelings for me or a hidden grudge, but you're too rational for that. Why did you play with me? An exciting thought flashed through Keen's head. With a trembling voice, he said, honestly, I want to believe that after giving such generous gifts, you won't stab me in the back later, but I would prefer that you now consistently explain what you are actually trying to achieve. He continued. Are you an enemy or not? Keen thought. And if so, Jihye said embarrassedly. What? Keen asked in surprise. Blushing a little, Jihye said, what if it was a matter of personal feelings? What are you doing? He asked, feeling Jihye's hand on his shoulder. It's a shame, you don't remember our first kiss? The girl asked. Hugging Keen's neck, she said that she was greedy for ambitious men. Don't joke, and what's the connection here? Keen asked. So you really needed my body? He worried in his thoughts. Jihye looked at the guy with loving eyes and asked if it looks like I'm joking. Which is true, Keen was surprised. If you want, I'll tell you something interesting, Jihye said. When I came to Black Swan after completing the tutorial, it was a complete mess, the girl enthusiastically said. The previous leader of the guild was in cahoots with Petra and tyrannized with might and main, she continued. With the current head of the guild, Jihye staged a coup d'etat. In the process, she wanted to contact Keen, but the very thought irritated her. The girl thought that Keen was not looking for her, so why would she look for him? Although, of course, it could be because she was busy. But in the midst of events, I constantly heard rumors about your new girlfriends, Jihye reproached the guy. What is she? Keen thought. And yet, I believe that our meeting was a kind of fate. And you valued more those people with whom you tumbled at night, Jihye said indignantly. After thinking a little, she asked if something like that would upset you. This is some kind of misunderstanding, Keen thought excitedly. It's written on your forehead that this is a misunderstanding. Of course, don't lie to me. Hayan wasn't enough for you, so you also became the lover of the Queen of Mercenaries, Jihye said offendedly. While during this time you have never shown your nose to me, you don't think that this is too much? The girl continued dejectedly. Keen wondered if she was serious. To put it briefly, she behaved this way because she was offended. He continued his thoughts. Keen thought about how he didn't want to become her enemy and he never wanted to make her his enemy. Do you think I'll be satisfied with a simple position in management? No. I need to become at least a deputy head, Jihye thought. Keen, who didn't send a single message, but only jumped from bed to bed. Yeah, here's the role of a play horse for you. Deal with the consequences yourself, the girl continued to think. To do all this because of resentment and ignorance, Keen thought. And yet you know, Keen, Jihye began to say. Honestly, I don't give a damn who you sleep with, so much so that I'll be glad if it helps me rise to the top, she continued. You know why? She added. Because I know that in the end you will choose me. Keen, such a cowardly and greedy piece of ambition, will ultimately choose that person, she said. Placing a finger on his chin, she turned his head towards her and continued, who can place him on the safest throne in the world, and that man is me. After these words, Jihye kissed Keen passionately, to which he simply looked at her with an indifferent gaze. She doesn't even consider the possibility that I might not take her side? Yes, Keen thought. She is well aware of her value and how to put it to use, he thought through his head. Now I finally understand, Keen thought, remembering Jihye earlier. Why did our regressor make Jihye the manager of the camp? He continued. Well, now, Jihye said. Jihye really is a capable and useful card, Keen thought sarcastically. Holding Keen's cheek with her hand, the girl asked, mutual understanding between us has been restored, Keen. Of course, please take care of me, the guy said. I'll trust her and go with the flow, Keen thought. Getting ready to leave, Jihye said, next time be sure to contact me, of course, even better if it's a personal matter. I'll just ask one thing, Keen said, confused. Why me? It's somehow a pity that such a capable person chose me, he said embarrassedly. And you have a lot of questions? Well, if some specific reason is needed, she said coquettishly, I liked you. Opening the door, Jihye saw Hayan standing in front of her. Seeing the girl, Keen was shocked. Keen, why is Mrs. Jihye here? Hayan said with tears in her eyes. Why are you together? She continued stuttering. There were only curses in Keen's head. He asked himself in horror how he could justify himself. At this time, Jihye, with a wide smile on her face, asked him if he really refused her because a girl was waiting for him. "It's sad," she said, looking at the confused Hayan. Teen screamed in his head that Jihye was very savvy and sensitive. Hayan put her hand to her face, sweating profusely. She asked herself if she had understood everything wrong. Without hesitation, Keen told Jihye to forgive him, when suddenly he hugged Hayan to himself, saying that for him there was no one but her. Hayan was beaming with happiness. Jihye pointed her finger at the shoulder straps, after which she said with a dead face that it is not customary to show intimacy in public. Keen looked at her pitifully, asking how anyone could resist Hayan's charm. She, in turn, pressed herself close to her beloved, giggling contentedly. Jihye looked at Keen with a slight smile and kindness in her eyes. He reciprocated her feelings. "Let's be together until the end," Jihye said, and then imagined them shaking hands. She turned away from them, her eyes closed and her smile warm. Then she added, "My soulmate." It was reported that in the past, no, or rather, in the future that has not yet come, the army of humanity stood on the battlefield against an army of monsters and demons. It was reported that the entire continent was engulfed in war. Archmage Hayan, whom everyone envied, left behind incomprehensible words and hanged herself. The shaman who led Celia was killed. It was unknown whether the mercenary queen Hera, called the goddess of war, was alive. Many heroes and civilians died. Corpses lay everywhere covered in their own blood, and Sinda's coat of arms was drowned in it. Henson, with tears in his eyes, said bitterly that those who were his family lost their lives. "And it's all his fault," Henson said to himself. A guy in a cloak and mask, covering his face with his hand from the sunlight, he recognized the general. On the ground, not far in front of him, leaning on his sword, Henson sat, asking his opponent why he sided with the external god, to which he replied that he only went where the chances of victory were higher. Looking at the remaining soldiers, who no longer had any strength, Henson told the guy that many people died because of them, to which he replied that their extermination was still part of the plans of higher-ups. "You betrayed humanity," Henson said after these words. The guy replied that it was obvious. The general, still holding his sword, shouted furiously, asking if he was really not tormented by remorse. Looking at his hand, holding the scepter in the other, he said that they were torturing him because he was a person like them, after which he added that his soul hurt so much when the archmage who loved him died. He remembered Hayan with a kind and wide smile on her face, after which he said that a smile appears on her face just by thinking about her, adding that he would prefer to use her longer, but did not expect her to meet such an end. Imagining the tear-stained and blood-stained ruler of the empire, the guy in the suit said that he was sorry when she exterminated this people with her own hand, because it seemed that until the very last moment she thought that she was betrayed to them. After a short silence, the guy grinned and said that they should all try to avoid such misunderstandings. Then Henson couldn't help himself and screamed, asking the guy in the suit who he was. Lowering his head a little, the guy said that they didn't need to know this, then said that he didn't think they would react so passionately. After thinking a little, he said that apparently even they react differently to the death of loved ones and to the death of strangers. "Isn't he a hero?" the guy asked Henson, adding that he was a regular hypocrite and a fake hero. Henson was sitting on the ground with his head bowed and listening to all this, beads of sweat running down his face, when suddenly he told him to just kill him. Suddenly a girl from his army called out to the head. The guy in the raincoat chuckled and said it was disgusting. Looking into the eyes of the tired and disappointed Henson, the guy said that it was no good for a hypocrite to pretend to be a saint, and then asked whether the hero sincerely considered himself a guardian of justice, or was he simply seeking personal comfort. Then the guy looked at the two girls remaining from his army and said that he would also give Henson a chance to defend his meager conscience. After thinking a little, he told the hero to kill the girl next to him. Hearing this, Henson was shocked, as was the girl next to him. Otherwise, the guy said, looking at the other girl, his beloved will die. Hearing this, the girl clenched her teeth in rage. The guy said that the hero has no option to save everyone. At that same second, Henson grabbed his sword and rushed at his opponent. In less than a second, the blade of his blade was above the enemy's head. The guy immediately raised the staff in front of him, when suddenly a huge barrier protected him and demolished Henson. Blood sprayed from the shocked hero's mouth. He flew back to his lover, rolling across the ground. "Ed," the girl screamed in fright. Suddenly she was enveloped by a strong dark force. She took off, and a guy approached Sungchaj, in whose hand was a glowing staff from which this energy emanated. He asked the hero why he was hesitating, adding whether the life of that girl was more valuable to him than Hayan. Henson frantically shouted for the guy to let his beloved go now. The guy calmly replied that he was a man of his word, and if he wanted to protect his adjutant, then he should quickly kill the man standing next to him. Henson, on his knees, begged the guy to stop, then offered himself in their place. The girl who was the victim submissively bowed her head and said that she did not mind. She said that she was sorry that she could not fight with them to the end. Henson interrupted her, shouting that he would definitely come up with something so that everyone would survive. he shouted that they could definitely survive. The girl, laughing, put the sword on the ground, saying that she could well die at the hands of the respected head because it was an honor for her. The guy in the cloak, squeezing the general's beloved tighter, immediately said that suicide is prohibited, adding that if she does this, Hyojin will be torn into pieces, adding that it is Hansung who must commit this murder. The head sobbed, cursing the enemy. At this moment, Listen handed him a sword, asking for the head. With tears in his eyes, he looked at the sword that she was almost poking at his face. With all her might she begged him to survive. Henson closed his eyes, tears flowing from them, rushing to answer. Suddenly he took the blade and pointed it at Listen. Blood sprayed. Hyunjin screamed in horror at what she saw. A pool of blood formed on the ground. Henson stabbed Listen, who had a slight smile on her face, right through. The guy immediately let go of Henson's beloved and started clapping his hands, saying that he didn't expect him to actually do what he said. Then the guy said that this was an excellent job, adding that thanks to him, he was able to destroy the deputy head of Sanba. Henson was terrified, his comrade's blood was on his face. The guy in the raincoat continued to say that he was an inimitable piece of trash, asking why he shouldn't learn to value the lives of his subordinates more. Has she already died? The guy asked after a pause. Then, he said, after which he struck the ground with his staff. Under the cover of night, under the illumination of the red moon, dark energy enveloped him, after which he bowed. The guy, raising his head, on which the mask glowed ominously, said, "See you next time." There was only primal horror in Henson's eyes, when suddenly he jumped out of bed. Looking around, he recognized his room. Putting his hand to his forehead, he exhaled heavily and said that he had returned. But am I really back? He asked himself at that very second. Sweat poured down his face and fear appeared in his eyes again. After which he said that he asks himself this several times a day. Getting up, he walked to the window, passing by ominous energy, corpses and bones. He said in his head that instead of dark and bad mana, it was being poured out. He opened the curtain covering the window, behind which there was a bright light. The whole room and Henson's face were illuminated by a pleasant and bright light. Looking at his hands, he said in his head that he had not had such dreams for a long time, especially ones that are so realistic, he added, remembering how he killed Listen. That same primal horror appeared in his eyes again, and his stomach could not stand it. He remembered the guy in the mask and cloak from his dream. Wiping his mouth, Henson said he would definitely find him. At that same second, Puck knocked on the door, inviting Henson to go have breakfast. Henson sat on the floor, his hands shaking nervously. "I'm coming," he shouted back to Puck. Calming himself, he said that everything was okay because now everything is different. Henson was depressed, there was confusion on his face, he did not look up at anyone. Seeing this, Puck tried to cheer him up. In his head, Henson said that there was no incident during the tutorial, they saved a lot of people, adding after that he corrected past mistakes as much as possible. Remembering the image of Jinho's killer, Henson said that the most important thing is that he was able to get rid of him early, and now this group of crazy maniacs will not appear in the world. Remembering the images of Hayan and Yuri, he said that he was able to bring them much earlier than expected. After thinking a little, he said in his head that everything went much better than he imagined. There was no emotion on his face, he walked to breakfast with his head hung sadly. And, he said in his head. Puck turned his attention back to Henson's condition. Hesitating a bit, Henson said that no matter how you look at it, he is at the center of all these changes. Suddenly a joyful Keen appeared in front of them, holding a bowl of rice in his hand. Then Henson, looking at him, continued, "Keen, that's him." To be honest, Keen's fighting abilities leave much to be desired, but his true value lies elsewhere. Hensung apologized for oversleeping, and they served him rice porridge, and Kiyoung said that it is good for people to remain human and suggested that they fill themselves up with rice. Henson believed that Keen was a capable strategist. He thought of Keen as the one who had a hand in allowing them to enter Seinville on good terms, befriending the mercenary queen, facilitating an alliance between the three major guilds, and what's more, he brought and now takes care of such talents, like Mrs. Heen and Mr. Park. Plus he always gives him the best direction and leads them to success, so the little connection he found where he didn't think he could find it had a butterfly effect, changing the second life. Puck was devouring rice while talking about bulgogi from Lindel, to which Yuri asked him not to eat Henson's share, and Park was immediately asked to remove his hands from the dishes, to which he was indignant that he did not eat Henson's share. Keen said that he was joking, smiled, and asked him to eat slowly, otherwise he would get indigestion, to which Henson thought about why he had not met such people in his first life. He thought that in his first life Kiyoung was also drawn into the war and died. He looked at the guy sitting next to him, to which Kiyoung thought intensely that something was happening to Henson again, and was he really offended that they didn't connect to fun. Henson wanted to start their morning meeting while everyone ate in peace, but at that moment the deputy head burst into the room. Everyone sitting at the table looked at her in surprise. Hensung remembered how in her previous life, Hyung said that she could very well die at the hands of a respected leader, and that this would be an honor for her. This time he would never let anyone die. He looked at the girl who came in and thought that he would not let anyone die, neither he nor Hyejin. Listen looked at those sitting and said that there was an emergency regarding the head of the guild, and that an urgent meeting of the leadership had been called to take action, so Mr. Henson and Mr. Keen urgently needed to go to the meeting hall. Henson thought that from now on every step was important. Keen asked Listen how critical the situation was, to which she replied that the situation was critical since he was locked in a cursed dungeon and she would tell the details inside. Keen thought that he was a princess in trouble or something and was very scared when Henson addressed him. Henson told him not to worry too much because everything would be fine, to which the guy agreed. He thought that he didn't care what would happen to one or the other since their dear Regressor said that everything would be fine, so everything would be resolved somehow, and he looked at the back of the departing leader. Keen thought hard that he could completely cope since this is the most important moment at the beginning of the journey. During the period when Henson becomes the head of the guild, you need to be much more careful. He remembered the blood moon that night and how he stood before the masked killer. He wanted to change the future in order to protect everyone from masked people. Henson thought that if this way he could atone even a little, he would do anything. He looked up and thought that this was the reason for his rebirth. A long time ago, when the goddess Beniger was not yet born, in the same village lived Saint Jedrick, serving the god of blessings, and Saint Juliana, serving the god of curses. One day, as if by fate, they fell in love with each other, but this love was doomed. As a result, these star-crossed lovers angered the gods. To protect each other, they created a small temple and hid in it together, but the gods built a wall between them and imposed a curse, because of which they were forced to make noises of anguish all their lives. It is said that even after death they will still leave there in search of each other. Listen put the book aside and said that it was in this place that the cursed temple dungeon was located. She placed the book on the table and said that the head of their guild was currently locked there. Kiyoung wondered irritably why he even went there. He asked why the head entered it after being discovered in a solo adventure, because at the moment of opening the door he fell under the influence of a curse, and he imagined how the head, because he was interested, irresponsibly decided to go there alone. Listen said that as soon as they found out about this, they immediately came up with a rescue plan, but since last night, communication with the rescue team was suddenly cut off, so she is also going to go to the cursed temple to save the head, to which Kiyoung did not know what to answer and just looked at the satisfied Lissal. He thought that a smile was asking for a smile on the man's face, and the disappearance of the head could be his doing, and Listen at that time said that all combat units, including Mr. Lissal, would go with her. This came as a surprise to Lissal. He slammed his fist on the table, and in bewilderment asked who would run the guild in this case, because there was no talk about this, to which Listen hastened to answer. She said that Mr. Henson's squad would be responsible for sign of, to which Kiyoung beamed with happiness. He was contently thinking that this was a unique opportunity and their chance to rise to the top when he heard from Listen whether she could ask the two of them for this favor. Lissal said displeasedly that they would do anything to help her. Kiyoung thought that this was expected of their mommy when Listen asked them to take care of the guild, to which Kiyoung agreed. Lissal rubbed his chin and said that this was unacceptable since she could not trust these green boys, and besides, since they have every person counting, shouldn't the 7th squad go with them? Listen got angry and asked the man to watch his language. She would not take the 7th squad, since it was too dangerous. The damn temple was a dungeon of the heroic level that the Garden of Horrors could not hold a candle to it. Lissal lowered his head and asked if they had wasted a lot of money to recruit the 7th squad, to which Kiyoung irritably thought that he was going berserk in order to drag them away with him in any way. Lissal rubbed his beard and said that they brought them to add at least a little strength to the guild precisely for cases like this, and as far as he heard, they have been very popular lately, so can't they help them this time too? Help? He looked at the Comkeen and said that he was still sitting in Sinov without special abilities, so shouldn't he at least pay for food in such a difficult time? Keen imagined a target over the man's head when he said that he was very old and weak, so he would be of little use there. Kiyoung mentally imagined himself shooting Lissal right in the forehead while he was trying to convince Listen that he was right. In his thoughts, it seemed that if he fired, he would say that the man was truly useless. He thought about how he could tell him to just die. He wanted to say this so much because he would not let him capture Sinov, because Sinov was theirs, or rather Henson, and at that time Lissal smiled sweetly. Kiyoung thought that everything that Henson is his, so Sinov is his, and he smiled slyly. But Henson will now say otherwise, and the guy really tried to calm the deputy head with calm in his voice, saying that their squad would also take part in the expedition. Kiyoung assumed so, since he has always been like this. Henson was a fair, straightforward man who would lend a hand if he saw someone in trouble, which is why he seemed so wonderful to him. And he also had an overwhelming aura and a charismatic face that was difficult not to bow to, even when he was spouting such nonsense. Because he is so outstanding, Keen never regretted that Henson won as a bus driver, but to be honest, at such moments it was hard for him. He turned to the guy and asked him to repeat what he said, to which he apologized to Keen. Henson turned to him and said that he should have said earlier that he was also thinking about the expedition, since it was time to discover the next specializations of the squad members, to which Keen did not understand what next specializations he was talking about. A dungeon may be suitable for opening the next specialization and is not so dangerous. Are there really any good items that can be obtained as a reward only there? And he said out loud that he understood and smiled. Keen thought that if he rejected such a good chance, perhaps the temple contained a very important item from his first life. Keen folded her arms across her chest and thought that in this case she would let him get away with it once, and Lissal agreed with them. Lissal said with satisfaction that their newcomers wanted to go so much, so why not take them with them? How noble they are, since they want to add strength to their guild. It was heard that Lissal was right, and it was really not in vain that they invested in them. There was laughter, and then Listen loudly hit the table and told everyone to be silent. She turned to the elders and said that she was sincerely disappointed with their behavior now, and they should be ashamed of acting this way in front of the newcomers. She lowered her head and asked how upset Uncle would be if he saw the current signed upon his return. Layson got up from the table and said that in this case she trusted the guild to Lissal, and she asked not to disappoint her anymore. She also said that she trusted Lissal, to which he said that you can rely on him, and Kiyoung thought about what there may be trust in this person. Kiyoung looked at how Lissal scratched his chin contentedly, and thought that he was sorry to say. But Uncle Listen would obviously soon go to a notorious country. Of course, during this time he needed to get rid of the old man in any way. But as soon as he involuntarily turned his head, he realized that this time he and the Regressor were thinking about the same thing. The girl read a letter from Keen, where letters were highlighted asking her to kill Lissal. She looked at this letter with surprise. Hira went into her room, the doors of which were stained with blood. She found a glass vial with red liquid and exhaled with relief, because, fortunately, there was something left in it. Hira shook the bottle and said that this liquid was her sweet melting blood, and therefore thought that Keen is not a good person, and it is necessary for him to know that she is helping him out of the kindness of her heart. Through a megaphone, a voice said that a sound check was underway and it was necessary to prepare quickly since there was not a bit of time. Keen thought that he had a lot to do, and he himself, through a loudspeaker, first told Yuri not to lie down, but to take her bag, which he had packed for her. Then he asked Pack why he was dragging this boat again, and let him quickly put it down on the spot. Then he turned to Heen and asked her if she could check everything again so that they did not forget anything. At this time, a servant came and brought a letter to Keen, which said that the doctor's report had arrived. Keen began to carefully read the report from the doctor, whom he had not visited and about whom he had no idea, so while reading he immediately noticed some highlighted words, including health problems and medications. Kiyoung covered his face with his palm, arched his eyebrows and smiled, looking at the envelope in his hands and wondering if Jihye knew that he really loved her, and it was truly an amazing decision to sign the letter for the medicine. He thought that he was full of anticipation. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The hero had a strange feeling. The guy turned around and saw Hayan. She was emitting a terrifying aura. She arched her eyebrows and asked with concern what kind of pen pal this was. The hero was ready to do everything so that she wouldn't notice. Keen nervously put the envelope in front of her and pointed at it with his index finger, saying that this was a doctor's report. The girl frowned, asking if something hurt him, to which the guy immediately began to deny, saying that recently there had been some kind of cold. The girl raised her index finger and frowned. Her ring lit up. Keen thought with horror that she should not touch the healing ring. He hugged her, putting his hand on her shoulder, asking if she had packed her things, because very soon they would be leaving. The girl said that she had done everything. The young man accompanied her to the door, thinking that he had survived again thanks to Jihye's instincts. Hayan raised her eyebrows and a blush appeared on her face. The moon shone brightly in the dark sky, illuminating the bare treetops. The shoe fell straight into a puddle. Listen asked the heroes for forgiveness, lowering her head, saying that she did not plan to put them in danger. Henson stood next to her in a white cape, followed by Keen. The man, knitting his eyebrows, said that it would be a great relief for them if the guild helped at least a little. The main character, smiling sweetly, said that the guy was absolutely right. The deputy head turned to them. King said that many people had helped them since the day they entered the blue, therefore they consider it completely fair to help the guild. The girl addressed them by name. Strange sounds were heard among the trees. The main character thought that the reason for their coming here should satisfy him as much as possible. A skeleton in a dark cape appeared in front of them. His eyes glowed brightly, and there was a bright sphere in his mouth. The girl hid under Henson's cloak, screaming loudly that these were the walking dead, and besides them, most monsters have the attribute of darkness. The guy wondered in surprise why she was hiding here. The deputy had asked the priests to be especially careful. Hayan and Hayan smiled sweetly and chatted. The girl was thinking about how great it was to finally go for a walk with her appa. The boy was thinking about how they looked like they came to some kind of Halloween festival. Lissen's eyebrows furrowed. She said that if she had been a more capable leader, this would not have happened. She felt like she was hurting everyone. She apologized for that. The hero thought that everyone, on the contrary, was enjoying what was happening. The girl turned to them, clenching her hand into a fist. She seriously stated that she, who had provided great assistance in saving the head of the guild, would definitely give them an appropriate reward. The girl began to list them by name, but Pac was missing. Everyone turned around in surprise, not understanding where he had gone. Keen called his name loudly, thinking about where this boar could have gone. The girl adjusted her glasses, the light of which covered her eyes, saying that the gentleman was following them late due to the search for luggage. The main character's eyebrows arched. He looked at the girl in front of him, asking who she was. She smiled sweetly, noticing that she forgot to introduce herself. She knitted her eyebrows and, pointing at herself with her thumb, smiled, introducing herself as Yeon, a magician scientist and part-time girlfriend of Mr. Park. The heroes opened their eyes in surprise, looking at her. Teen opened his mouth in shock, not believing it. A blush appeared on Henson's face, and Hayan screamed with delight. Puck himself appeared, scratching the back of his head. He, smiling, asked for forgiveness for being late, saying that this girl was his soulmate. Again, being late with the performance, the main character, looking at them, did not understand what was happening here. The deputy had noted that she should have introduced the girl earlier, because Lady Yeon had joined the expedition to help them. She smiled sweetly, saying that she couldn't attend the meeting due to circumstances, but she was part of the blue leadership and hoped that she would get along with everyone. Puck lifted her by the shoulder, smiling brightly, telling her not to let any of the heroes offend her. Keen thought dissatisfied that this was the development of a minor couple that no one asked for. The girl, closing her eyes, hiccuped and turned to the guy. He looked at her in surprise. She, looking at him embarrassedly, asked for forgiveness, to which Puck, squeezing her palms, said that it was still better for her to stay closer to him and hold her hand tightly. Henson, looking at the main character in surprise, asked if it was she who opened the passage to the Garden of Horrors, to which he received a confirming answer. A status window was open in front of the guy. He frowned, thinking that the love of a man and a boar at the present time, even this is completely unnatural. He did not notice how Hayan, standing next to her, closed her eyes and blushed, saying that she also wanted it that way. The guy looked at her stats, realizing that they were damn good. Her intelligence was estimated at 90 in the heroic status and mana at 80 points in the heroic status. The young man mentally asked her to take care of their unworthy boar all her life. Someone watched what was happening through a magic ball, furiously wishing the lovers to die because a curse would soon fall on them. A warning was sounded for everyone to be careful and strange energy was noticed. Keen didn't understand what kind of strange voice that gave me chills. He decided that it was Julian who was angry because of the cooing next to her. All the heroes looked around worriedly. Listen stood in front of the path across the river, holding a book over her palm, saying that they would make their way inside, so everyone should take up fighting positions. To the main character, every breath seemed as if he was inhaling something dark through his nostrils. A bright light appeared from the girl's hands and wrapped the book. It swung open, emitting a red aura as a curse was cast upon them. Keen, covering his head with his hand, opened his eyes wide. Hayan froze in place. The hero was horrified. The status window notified that the heroic level dungeon had begun. The heroes entered the cursed temple. Red smoke dissolved everything around, leaving the young man in a white space. He looked around, not understanding where he was. The guy heard the words that he was a slippery guy. He tensed, knitting his eyebrows. Keen recalled how, as a child, he listened to adults talking about how his parents abandoned him because he used his smart head. It was all creepy. The woman, grinning, noticed that he heard everything, to which the man smugly said that it didn't matter, because they, one way or another, would find a use for the money that would come in for their maintenance. The guy pressed his hand to his forehead, sighing heavily. He did not understand whether this was really the curse, and he was also not able to assess where the others were. Suddenly, a trembling hand reached out to the guy. A young man with blonde hair appeared in front of him. He was crying and shaking, saying that he hoped for the help of the hero, but he only stole his food and ran away. Keen crossed his arms over his chest. Looking down at him, he said that he was ashamed, but he also wanted to live, reminding the guy that he could not do anything. The hero reflected that perhaps this is the magic of psychological impact that puts pressure on injuries. If you continue to go deeper, the damage will be more significant. But it's fake anyway, so there's no harm. A girl appeared behind him and asked if he really believed in this, because he killed her. Despite the fact that he could have saved her with a ton of abilities, he helped the killer and burned her. The hero's eyes widened. The girl arched her eyebrows at the guy, screaming that in the end, it was he who killed her, a cowardly and pathetic killer. Words reached him that he was again trying to rationalize his own actions, but this could not save him from remorse. Keen, surrounded by fire, stretched his hand forward, asking the lady to calm down. During their parting, her tongue became sharper. He did not understand what was wrong with his rationalization. Because people are designed this way by nature, whether they like it or not, the brain is structured this way to obtain something for personal benefit. Yes, his actions were inhumane, but nothing can be done about it, and besides, the guy is far from an altruist. He addressed the girl, saying that he did not have any personal enmity towards her. He simply always chose what was most likely to ensure his own survival. A man looked at his back, saying that the guy always justifies himself like that. Jinho, arching his eyebrows, smiled, saying that the hero's words that it was a reasonable choice or nothing could be done about the situation were perfectly clear to him. Because he knows this feeling when you don't care about the rest of your lives, the man said that they are birds of a feather with him. Keen turned to him displeased, shouting that now a psychopathic killer had come out of nowhere to talk nonsense. He stated that they were not at all alike. The hero mentally reassured himself that it was just a fake. The man called him a selfish scum, and a scary smile appeared on the young man's face. He raised his eyebrows, raising his palm to his chest. He put his other hand to the side, saying that they could all talk as much as they wanted. But in the end he was alive and standing here, while they were all already dead and biting their elbows from envy. Even if he returned to the past, he would do everything the same. He turned to them, asking if they knew why this was so, after which he said that he would survive until the very end, be it in a ditch or somewhere else. Keen bared his teeth and, showing his fact, said that he would live in the greatest safety and richest of all. He wanted them to understand all this and not grind their tongues. He told them to get out. The guy ran forward through the flames, loudly calling out his friends by name. His head was spinning. He was just asking for help. A voice behind him said that one day he himself would stand here with everyone else. He touched his hands to the floor. The hero was breathing heavily. Drops of sweat were rolling off his face, and mentally he answered caustically that they could only dream about this. He raised his hand to his mouth in alarm, realizing that the damage was worse than it seemed. A gloved hand reached out to him. She lay on his shoulder. Keen turned around, frowning, and loudly shouted for them all to get out, but a calm voice asked if he was okay. It was the soul-soothing voice and face, their charming regressor Henson. The guy sat down next to him, without taking his eyes off the hero. He apologized if he scared him, because he just wanted to replenish his mana. The young man, having calmed down, said that he was fine. He asked what happened to the others. There were heroes in front of him. Hayan huddled in a corner, asking her mommy to help her. Kiyoung grabbed her head with her hands, screaming for her dissertation to be returned. Park fell to his knees and leaned his hands on the floor, asking for forgiveness from Keen and Hayan. Hayan furiously beat the floor with her fists, saying that God's punishment awaits the insignificant lambs. They will definitely be punished by heaven. The hero did not understand why they were in this state. He looked at the girl sitting far away from everyone, thinking that he expected her to cry and rage at the top of her lungs. Keen turned to Henson, asking if he was okay and how he could wake them all up. The man, without turning around, replied that everything was fine with him, saying that first of all it was better to wake up Mrs. Heen, and he asked the hero to wake up Hayan. First it was better to give her first aid by restoring her mana. The girl sat hugging her legs and looking at the ceiling, surrounded by a red aura. She remembered Kiyoung's kiss with Hira, how she noticed Jihye and the guy chatting sweetly. The young man approached her, calling her by name. She looked forward with wide eyes, talking about what she needed to kill. Keen raised his eyebrows in concern upon hearing this. Hayan's gaze darkened. A red aura enveloped her. The girl said that she needed to kill everyone, because this way she and Appa would become one. She agreed with her own words, saying that this was right. The first thing she was going to do was cut off someone, then the legs. The young man used the eyes of the soul, summoning a status window. He furrowed his eyebrows nervously. The guy did not understand why her nature was not defined. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to the side in fear. A smiling Hayan appeared in front of him, holding a knife in front of her. He turned in the other direction, but the girl was there too. She stabbed him in the neck. The hero's eyes opened wide. Two girls dragged the guy by the arms. Hayan apologized to Appa for choosing such a rude method, but she cast a painkiller spell so it wouldn't hurt him. She was going to restore as much blood as he lost. The girls hugged Keen from both sides, saying that they will always be together here because she loves him very much. Hayan chopped carrots while humming a song. She picked up the tray, looking at the guy, asking if he slept well, saying that even today she loves him very much. For breakfast, she prepared a light soup that the hero would like. She smiled awkwardly, raising her index finger to her cheek, saying that an apron like the one she was wearing was usually worn by newlyweds. Nothing like that, but the girl doubted whether she had put it on correctly. For some reason it embarrassed her. Keen's hands were chained. The girl worriedly asked what was wrong with him. Was he really afraid that other people would see him? She asked not to worry about it. The girls' heads were visible on the floor. Their hair was stained with blood. Hayan said that now no one will come between them, so Appa can be calm. Besides Pack, she decided that the hero would be completely sad without him. The girl raised her eyebrows, noticing that the young man was still not in a good mood. Her eyes glowed bright red and she exuded a terrifying aura, asking if he was like this because she cut off his legs. She fell to her knees, raising a shaking hand to her mouth, her eyes opened wide, tears poured out of them. The girl did not know what to do, because he was too uncomfortable. She began to blame herself for everything. Keen raised his eyebrows and looked at the displayed status window, not understanding how this was possible. After checking Hayan's player's abilities and height limit, a summary was presented in the window, which stated that her nature had changed to that of a fallen protector, and the hero would have to work hard to prevent her from becoming the boss of the cursed temple. The real boss of this place was not Julian or Jedrick, but Hayan. The main character raised his head up, shedding a tear, thinking that she would not become fallen so suddenly. Henson, looking intently at his stats in the status window, imagined Julian, with a sword in her hands, thinking that the owner of a heroic level dungeon is very strong. Not only are the conditions for passing very difficult, but she also uses a problematic technique, clearly not the kind of enemy that can be defeated with basic specialization. He stood behind listening to her words that the purpose of their coming here was to save the survivors and the head of the guild. However, if they could not find a way to lift the curse, they would have to abandon the expedition, but the guy did not think so. He furrowed his eyebrows and pursed his lips. She said that their lives were now a priority, but the hero thought that they could not return here because his main goal was a sword of the legendary level owned by Julian. Its tip was unusual and the hilt was decorated with wings. Henson, despite the main character, was thinking about the need to upgrade the members of the squad without fail, not taking into account the swordsman. Suddenly, he decided that Keen was probably thinking about the same thing. The young man looked to the side. He furrowed his brows, thinking that his goal was completely different. His gaze fell on the smiling Hayan, who broke into a smile, raising her eyebrows, saying that her eyes met with Appa, which means he feels the same as her. A blush appeared on her face. She asked God that only the two of them would remain in this world, wanting to gain the power to exterminate humanity. This made her laugh. Keen raised his eyebrows in displeasure and opened his mouth slightly, thinking about how this would not end in genocide. His goal was to stop Hayan from exterminating humanity. The young man opened the book, looking through the notes, saying that the purification can be carried out as follows. According to the algorithm he wrote, there should be no difficulties. He entrusted this to assistant Hwang. The hero entrusted everything else to the excellent magician scientist. The girl raised her hand, saying that he could rely on her. Now Keen needed to keep Hayan close to him, because now the most important thing was to instill in her the belief that he would be there all the time. He sat down next to the girl. Her gaze was directed into emptiness. The hero asked if she was all right. She raised her eyebrows high and opened her eyes, creepily saying that Yon is Appa's new girlfriend. The hero did not understand what she was saying. He nervously reminded her that Ms. Hwang introduced herself to them all as Park's girlfriend. She lowered her eyebrows, saying that the young man was right. Hayan drooped. She grabbed her hair with her hands, saying that she was very uneasy because there were so many girls in the world, so she was going to kill them. Listening to all this, the guy thought that she was worse than he had expected. The girl screamed loudly that only she could be with Appa. A luminous fishing line appeared on the hero's wrists, and he frowned in surprise. Hayan floated in the air with her arms outstretched, creating a cubic space around them. The guy frowned, trying to understand what was around him. It looked like a glass cage. He asked her to get him out quickly. The girl smiled terribly, opening her eyes wide, saying that they would be together forever, right in this nest for them. Her eyes shining brightly and beads of sweat dripping from her face, she spoke of how just the two of them would spend eternity here to achieve the ending they so craved. Keen, horrified, realized that talking had no effect. She called for a knife, turning to the young man, asking if he thought the same. The guy grinned displeasedly. Hayan endlessly asked him this question, wanting to get the answer yes, but the main character, piteously knitting his eyebrows, looked at her, asking her to let him go because she promised not to use such magic again. He imagined the image of a smiling girl, saying that this was an ordinary Hayan. In fact, she cast strange tracking spells on his body, using his tooth as an intermediary, which she had picked up a long time ago. He recalled how he stood in front of Henson, and the girl held her hand behind his back. She also cast a bunch of spells in his room at will, but he didn't stop her because this was a sense of her desire to protect the guy, even if it was scary to the point of goosebumps. The main character imagined a girl in a white cape and hat walking into the distance, thinking that he considered this a good exchange for the opportunity to control the brilliant magician, but now everything is not so. Hayan looked at him, smiling, saying that she would release him when only the two of them remained in the world, otherwise she would kill everyone. Her eyes widened in horror. The main character began to shake his hands in a panic, thinking that everything had gone wrong, because if everyone died, then his soul's eyes would be of no use. He needed to finish this urgently. He screamed for Listen and Henson. The heroes talked on the sidelines, discussing the head of the guild, and the young man shouted from the created cage, asking to look here. He thought that first let them save him, and then they would go in search of the head. It was necessary to escape and save humanity at any cost, so that he would not end up alone on this continent with Hayan. The girl, leaning her head on her hand, joyfully watched Kiyoung, who was sitting in a cage in her palm. She abruptly looked away when she heard voices that didn't understand where Kiyoung was, because dinner was supposed to be ready soon. A pink ribbon appeared on his mouth, making it impossible for him to say a word, only to grunt. The girl looked at him with her eyebrows raised high, telling Appa to meekly wait for her here. He closed his eyes, tears came out of them. He did not understand what to do, because no one could see him here. Yen watched the young man in surprise. She, squatting, asked what he was doing here and what kind of soap opera he had created here. The main character turned to her. Henson was walking down the stairs, talking about how he and MS Listen would find Jedrick first, but suddenly he remembered Kiyoung. He turned around when he heard a sound behind him. His eyes went wide. He nervously wondered where the guy could have gone. He had a bad feeling. He looked at Park, who was preparing food, Heen holding out bread to Yuri, who was sitting on the floor. Henson's eyebrows arched and his mouth opened slightly. He realized in horror that he did not see Hayan among them. He immediately ran forward, calling them by name, thinking that this was a dungeon, which meant they were definitely in danger. This voice seems to belong to a father looking for children lost in a breeding park. Kiyoung introduced Henson with cotton candy in his hands and a headband with dog ears, who called to him and Hayan. The hero closed his eyes, thinking that he needed to get out of here as soon as possible. He looked up at the girl in surprise, not understanding how she could see him, because even Henson couldn't see anything through this glass cage. She said that she had finished and brought the potion that the young man asked for. The girl did not expect that he could be so clumsy. Yeon smiled and adjusted her glasses, which were heroic level, and their ability was that they allowed them to see hidden curses or barriers. The guy was surprised that it was the magic glasses, but there was no time for that now. Hayan, holding a knife in her hands, looked around. Kiyoung began to frantically beat his hands against the cage, muttering something. But the girl sitting opposite realized that he was saying that Hayan had a kitchen knife with her, and no one but him could give her medicine, so he asked to remove the barrier. Hurry up. The light from the window fell on the cage. Yeon asked in return, when they were done with this, to buy her and Park some food at the restaurant they had their eye on. In response, the guy said something incomprehensible, but she understood that he agreed to everything. With a sharp movement, something cut through the bright pixels. Only the gag was removed. Yeon said that removing the spell did not work, and her devices did not help either. This was all very consistent with a heroic level dungeon. She didn't expect that there would be such an intricate magic trap here. The hero, leaning on the cage with his hands, looked away to the side, offering to destroy it with physical force, asking to call Pack. The guy immediately appeared in front of them, happily holding the plate in his hands, asking the girl why she was here, offering to eat together because he put his whole soul into this soup. Young pointed his finger in the direction of the cage, saying that there was Kiyoung inside. Puck's eyebrows arched and her mouth parted in surprise. He saw a guy sitting inside, whose hands were cuffed. The guy sat down on his knees by the cage, starting to hit it with his fists, loudly asking him to answer. Through the magical device installed by Mrs. H. Wang, he frowned and heard Kiyoung. The main character gloomily lowered his head, saying that he and Yeon started dating not so long ago. The guy raised his tear-stained eyes, saying that about 100 days had passed since the beginning of their relationship. But what did this mean for the hero? The young man said that they must save the world. He leaned his back on the magic cage and lowered his head, saying that they should live a long and happy life together, happily and wonderfully. Puck, kneeling down, did not remove his hand from the barrier, listening to the young man's words that if he succeeded, he will do what he told him about before. The guy's eyebrows furrowed. He shouted loudly that he could do even better so that they could save the world together, because he was disgusted with a world without Kiyoung. The hero was very touched by this. He raised his fist to deliver a mega punch, shouting that he would definitely get him out of here. The young man silently looked at the guy, realizing that this had no effect. Tears flowed from Pack's eyes, a blush appeared on his face. He shouted that his strength was not enough. Kiyoung asked to name their child Dokkan, although they could keep the mother's surname. He leaned his hand on his knee and, looking into the distance, smiled, saying that it would be great to see a house in which the heroes would all live together, thinking that the boar would quickly repay him for his soul. Puck clenched his hand into a fist, shouting his name loudly. Yeon couldn't hold back her tears behind him. He said that he would definitely save him. Kiyoung, covering his head with his hands, thought that the guy was obliged to save him. He shed a tear, saying that he would like to see at least their wedding, but still, here he will meet his end. The guy's face darkened. He asked the main character not to talk like that. He stood up with his arms outstretched, shining like a bright fire, shouting that the guy should live until he grows old with Hayan. Kiyoung, seeing this, decided that his plan had worked. With tears in his eyes, Puck raised his fist, saying that even after saying goodbye to Henson and everyone in general, the young man should live for a long time without giving a reason to grumble next to them. The hero wondered if he really grumbles at them so often. The guy screamed loudly to see if Keen understood him, slamming his fist into the cage, causing bright cracks. Puck joyfully raised the main character, who, smiling, was convinced that the guy was weak to such things. Yon happily clasped her hands in front of her. Melodrama may be old-fashioned, but it works well for him. The girl handed the boy a pill. He looked at the heroes and smiled, saying that he would not only pay for their date, but also make a plan for it, choosing the best places on the continent. Hayan turned around in horror, calling out to Appa. Her eyes shining brightly, she rushed at the girl, screaming about why she couldn't keep her hands off him. She screamed for the hero to move away from this girl. Keen took the pill with his lips. Hayan approached him with furrowed brows, shouting that only she could be near him. The main character took her chin with his fingers and kissed her. The girl opened her eyes in surprise. Thus, he managed to give her the medicine. The girl closed her eyes. She reached out, hugging his neck. Keen thought that she was right, because for her, there is only him. Henson approached Park and Yon, who were looking at this, who smiled without holding back their tears. The man smiled when he saw everyone safe. He wanted to know what happened. But Keen, raising his index finger to his nose, stopped him. Hayan, buried in his chest, cried and said that she had returned back and would be obedient. She thanked him for saving the hero. Henson was taken aback, knitting his eyebrows, thinking that the girl had been reborn like that. The magic tablet was surrounded by bright light. The main character organized a medical center and, with the help of the medicine he created, saved the guys. Thanks to this, the cleanup was greatly simplified. However, during the process, Lady Listen felt guilty for not being able to properly protect the squad. Standing in front of Henson with her eyes downcast, she asked him to take care of the rest. The man, looking forward, pulled the sword by the base. Thus, he received the right to lead this expedition. He raised his sword high above his head. Behind him stood Park, the deputy head, and Hayan, who was hugging Keen. Syndra reached the boss's room, where Juliana is located. Swinging his sword, he struck the door lock. The status window notified that the heroes had encountered the cursing Saint Julian, mistress of the cursed temple. There was a forced activation of a heroic level quest. The girl was sitting on a chair with her head bowed. She thought that Jedrick had returned. Because she had been waiting for him so long, he finally came. But suddenly, she threw her head back and screamed that it wasn't him. Juliana moved towards the open door, shouting about how dare they all come here. She was going to bring everyone to death. Keen, with his hands to his ears, coughed up blood, caught by such strong damage from the shockwave. A bright shield appeared. The deputy head ordered everyone to prepare for battle. This monster is high level, so it is impossible to aggro it. She raised her sword, telling everyone to split into two groups, those who would go in front and those who would remain behind, adhering to safer tactics. Listen asked Henson to lead them. The guy with the sword rushed forward, saying that he would lead. Puck followed him, asking to wait for him. Holding a shield in his hands, the rest of the heroes remained under the protective dome created by Heen. Dark energy grabbed the guy by the leg. Juliana said displeasedly, how dare they do this? Puck looked down, horrified. The girl screamed loudly, saying that they would be swallowed up by darkness. The guy was thrown back by the shockwave. Henson was about to raise his sword to strike. His gaze was focused. Keen, frowning, thought that now all hope was on him. Henson flew over her head, ending up behind her, holding the sword above his head. Juliana, frowning, raised her gaze to him, concentrating dark energy in her hand. The tongues of magical power cut his face and blood sprayed out. The guy's eyes opened wide. He knelt on the floor, supporting himself with his hands. Henson closed his eye, breathing heavily. Keen fell into a stupor, his mouth wide open. He and Puck looked in surprise at the guy cleaning the blood from his face. The main character arched his eyebrows and pursed his lips, not understanding how this could happen. Of course they have a significant difference in levels, but he did not expect the hero to be wounded so soon. He looked at Julian, around whom a black magical barrier had formed, emitting streams of dark energy. The guy thought that not only were they unable to predict the pattern of attacks, but they also couldn't approach him because of the barrier. Keen, frowning, put his hand forward, thinking that if he completely concentrated the protection and strengthening spells on Henson, the situation could change. But if he threw all the healing on him alone, then their protective barrier would become useless, and the rear group, in which the hero enters, does not differ in particular endurance. The girl raised her hand, holding a spinning magic sphere, screaming that they were not the one she was looking for, conjuring them to drown in the darkness of the abyss. Magical energy loomed over the protective barrier. The main character opened his mouth in surprise and frowned, not understanding why this thing was flying towards him. The sphere rotated, resting against the barrier. Henson and Park, seeing this, shouted his name loudly. Hayan, holding a weapon in her hands, screamed in fear. The guy lowered his head, breathing heavily. He fell to his knees. Keen looked up sharply, shedding a tear, calling Julian his beloved. The girl opened her eyes wide in surprise. Her dark protective sphere collapsed to the floor in front of the hero. A bright light illuminated the hall through the windows. Henson looked at everything that was happening in surprise. Park fell into a stupor. Hayan opened her eyes with displeasure. Listen looked at this with arched eyebrows. Heen raised her eyebrows in surprise. Keen frowned, thinking that if he angered her, he would die. Her barrier was removed. The girl looked at the young man with big blue eyes in surprise, calling him Jedrick. In his head, the guy congratulated actress Julian for signing a film contract, telling her the name of the show Married at First Sight. The guy bowed, saying that everything was right. His name was Jedrick. Keen raised his eyebrows and smiled slyly, calling the girl his love. They ran up to each other and held hands. Portraying Jedrick, the main character said that he missed his only one, and that Juliana was his immortal love. He smiled and looked at her. She could not believe that she was able to reunite with her lover, but he tried to dispel all her doubts and said that he was her only betrothed. She lowered her head, looking gloomy, and said that he was not Jedrick. She looked at him angrily with red eyes, opened her mouth and exclaimed that Jedrick was a golden-haired handsome man, against whose background all the flowers of the world lost their attractiveness, but Keen had both eyes and hair of a different color. Streams of dark energy began to creep from her. He spread his arms, realized that since her lover's name was Jedrick, he must have been a European, and said that he had been reborn. A system window appeared in front of him. When he activated the Eyes of the Soul, the love story of Julian and Jedrick was told there and quotes from their conversations were given. The main character found useful information. He grabbed her wrist. The monster called him a dirty swindler and promised to kill him for pretending to be her lover. He said that even her embittered face pleases him immensely. He opened his mouth slightly and said that he wished she were just a little happier. He introduced Jedrick, tried to portray his shy smile and said that he loved her smile more than anything in the world. Then he forgot the words, looked through the system window, and added that he was even happier when she smiled because of him. She pressed her palm to her tear-stained face in confusion and said her lover's name in shock. Their hands reached out to each other. Juliana again incredulously called the name of her lover. Keen decided that it was time for them to get a divorce. He looked at her in alarm, opened his mouth and told her to run because he felt like someone was suppressing him. He grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back. Yen told Julian that their beloved Jedrick was in their hands. Puck added that if she wanted to return him, then she needed to obediently follow their instructions. She looked after him in confusion, screamed and asked if they were really members of the Knightly Order of the Temple. She looked annoyed at Hayan, who raised her hands, summoning magic, and said that Jedrick belonged to her. Keen thought that he liked this scenario. He raised a glass of champagne to his face and smiled when Juliana said that she would definitely save him. From the dark crater appeared a red sword, which she summoned. She waved her weapon. Many red swords appeared behind her. She said that she would never forgive them and they would all die. He turned around, looked at Heen, said that now the rear group was not in danger, so she should focus on the Henson group, and at the same time thought that Juliana had completely gone crazy and her husband would die from her actions. He grabbed the sword. The system window said that the player's legendary skill, Henson's Prayer of the Saints, had been activated. He looked at his opponent indifferently. He swung his sword. The system window said that the Blessing of Light temporarily increases all stats. The other window said that the player Henson is moving to the heroic level specialization of a sword master in training. He ran. He swung his sword, watching how gracefully he did it. Keen proudly thought that even under the buff Henson was a legend. He attacked her from above. The main character thought that he believed in his dear Regressor. They clenched their fists happily. Keen thought Henson was doing a good job. A red glow emanated from her sword and she called her opponent a stupid insect. Streams of power surrounded her. She grabbed the sword with both hands and said that now it would come to an end. He opened his mouth in surprise at the sudden appearance of an overwhelming level and thought that his dear Julian needed to calm down. She rushed towards the enemy, shouting that he would die. Keen mentally told her that Henson should not be killed because he was a good boy. He raised his head up, carefully watching the jumping enemy. The main character did not understand what they were doing and was very worried about the Regressor. He closed his eyes, tears welled up in his eyes. He called the monster dear and asked for his life. She turned around and looked at him confused. Her face darkened and she looked down. He jumped up and stabbed her with his sword. Blood splashed on his indifferent face. Juliana called to her lover. She coughed up blood and her face darkened. Her fingers trembled and the sword fell from her hands. Her blonde hair was covered in blood. Keen walked towards her. He lowered his head, looked at her longingly and said that he would never forget her death. He pressed his hand to his eyes, trying to hide the tears from the emotions overwhelming him. Her eyes turned blue. She smiled slightly and said that she, too, would always be by his side. The system window said that the heroic quest was completed and 4 random stat points were given as a reward. He closed his eyes, pressed his palm to his face and thought that he was a bad person after all. She ran up to them and said that they both did well. She turned around in confusion, noticing some light. surrounded by radiance. The sword floated in the air. The system window said that this was Julian's cursed sword of the legendary level. Someone said that the ceremony of choosing a new owner had begun. The sword continued to float. Someone explained that legendary items choose their own owner, and since Henson killed the boss, he will certainly become its new owner. He squinted contentedly and smiled. Looking at his expression, Keen thought that this particular weapon was his goal and suggested that in his first life it was his favorite sword. The main character was even slightly jealous of him. He turned around and looked at his comrade. The protagonist closed his eyes, smiled, and congratulated him on his acquisition. Henson modestly thanked him. He pursed his lips. He hesitantly extended his hand to the sword and thought that he had finally got it. He imagined a hooded guy with a sword in his hand and thought that this sword was Jinho's favorite weapon in different lives. He lowered his eyes and thought, now he will lead the weapon along the right path, and it is a great relief that this scoundrel did not get it. He smiled slightly and reached for the sword, calling it by name. The sword released streams of power as a warning. They huddled close to each other, closed their eyes, and screamed in fear. He closed one eye, covered his face with his palm, and wondered in confusion why the explosion had happened. He frowned, but did not lower his hand. Listen, standing behind his shoulder, asked everyone to remain calm and asked Henson to try again. He looked at the blade of the sword engulfed in flames and heard Julian's voice asking him to take her hand. He looked in confusion at his hand, which was enveloped in streams of power, and it of its own accord reached for the sword. He clenched his teeth and reached out to his sword, praying to Julian that she would not reject him. His fingers tightened on the hilt of his sword. Keen, who had grabbed the sword, and Henson, with his hand raised, froze in confusion opposite each other. He waved his hand with the sword. He saw Juliana. She said that she had become this weapon and now they would always be together. Keen did not want such a fate. He lowered his eyes. Looking at him, the main character mentally asked him not to make such a face, because he felt guilty. He clenched his teeth, looked at the sword with irritation, and thought that he was not putting on this show in order to take possession of the weapon and lose Henson's favor. The system reported that the sword moved on its own to protect the owner from danger. A new window popped up. It said that wounding an enemy with this sword imposes a curse of the highest level, causing mental damage. Many system alerts appeared in front of him. He licked his lips contentedly, looking at the system's messages that incredible power would be available to him, and decided to accept the sword, although magical skills were useless to him, but he could not refuse automatic protection. He scratched the back of his head in confusion and told Henson that he was very sorry. The swordsman replied that it was the will of the sword and Keen contributed more to the cleanup than he did. Keen thought that he was right and that he would take good care of his sword. He closed his eyes, smiled, and said that he would do well to learn the basics of fencing, said that he would teach him, and asked him to visit the training ground 3 times a day. All 3 smiled contentedly. Henson said that he was looking forward to the day when they would spar. The main character thought with irritation that this boy had learned to be sarcastic. She turned around when someone called out to her and said that they had found the head. Henson's face was hidden in shadow. They approached the steps leading to the coffin. Someone said that now everyone could say goodbye to the head. He lay among the flowers with his arms crossed over his chest. The head of the Blue Guild was dead. Her body trembled with sobs. She wiped her tears with her hand and said that he promised that he would live to the very end. He looked sideways at Henson and thought that, judging by his calmness, this was a foregone conclusion. He watched emotionlessly and wondered if it was murder. He looked at the smiling man and thought why Lissol was smiling at the funeral. Because the head mysteriously disappeared a few days after returning to the guild. So the elders had plenty of time to carry out their plans, because the promised reinforcements never came. He pressed his hand to his face and thought that everything looked pretty good and he would be interested in figuring it out. He covered his smile with his hand, thinking that Lissol was not the only one who was having fun at the funeral, because he, too, had a hard time holding back his laughter. There were 2 mugs with a hot drink on the table. He asked where Henson was. The interlocutor replied that he was with Listen, and Yon went to take care of Yuri. He entered the room. They looked in bewilderment at Lissol, who entered, who said that they were miraculously able to return alive. He pressed his hand to his face and said that these words were not intended for Park and Hayan, but for the one who managed to get out at the expense of others, Mr. Keen. He clenched his fists, opened his mouth, and asked how he dared talk to their older comrade like that. Lissol replied that he understood their sadness and anger. He looked at them sympathetically, opened his mouth, and said that they were able to save the head of headquarters with such difficulty despite the fact that they had to drag this stupid alchemist throughout the dungeon. He pressed the handkerchief to his eyes and said that despite their efforts, the leader still died a few days later while everyone was sleeping, but he was glad that they were able to return unharmed. Keen thought that he looked ridiculous. He put the mug on the pig and asked the old man whether he really expected them to believe his words. He looked at him arrogantly and said that the guild leader died due to his fault. He was wondering where this could lead him. He frowned, opened his mouth, and said that they hired help to save the head, worked hard to take care of them. Useless idiots. Keen interrupted him by saying that the reinforcements never came. He looked at him intently, opened his mouth and said that they simply could not find the right people. He answered him with an indifferent look, opened his mouth and asked if he was really proud of this, and then added that they didn't even try to help them. They looked disapprovingly at Lysol. Keen said that he himself had just told them that the head died alone while everyone was sleeping, but it was strange because the old man spoke in such a way that he personally saw all this. He grinned with satisfaction. The elderly man frowned and asked what he was getting at. He rested his chin on his hand, smiled slyly and said that he insisted that the head died alone, trying to hide the fact that he himself killed him. A vein appeared on his forehead from anger. He asked him how dare he bark at him and asked if he was tired of living. He looked at him with feigned surprise and barked. He looked questioningly at the guy and asked what he was doing. Keen replied that he showed what barking sounds like, and what he did is called a statement of facts. He intertwined his fingers in front of him, smiled widely and asked why he was so nervous. Was he really to blame for something? He clenched his fist and said that Keen was in trouble and he would be glad to help him die. Behind him, Hayan slammed her hand on the table and stood up. She and Park tried to reason with him, but the main character only smiled mysteriously. His fist was enveloped in a purple glow. His eyes flashed menacingly, intending to hit the guy. Looking at him, Keen thought that he was just a fragile alchemist, which means he would be hurt. He froze in fear when a sword blade appeared before his eyes. He awkwardly waved his hands and recoiled in fear from the weapon, asking what it was. He smiled, raised the cup to his mouth, said that dear Juliana shouldn't worry about it, and thought that he loved the automatic summons. Tears welled up in her eyes. He looked sideways at her and mentally asked her not to be jealous of the sword. The blade of the sword was next to his neck. He was sweating from tension and trembling in horror. Keen said that this sword, which has a couple of useful skills, was accidentally obtained in the dungeon and asked Lysol not to touch it with his hands, because Juliana likes to bite. The old man was rude, swore. He straightened his jacket, looked arrogantly at the old man and said that he had a lot to do, asked the old man to fill out reports and send them to listen and noticed that judging by his behavior, his guesses were not groundless and asked him to pretend that he was at least something does so as not to be completely useless. A tense Hayan opened her mouth but didn't say anything when Keen told her and Park to get up first because he had to run errands. With a satisfied smile, he walked past the disgruntled man, thinking that it didn't matter whether Lysol was actually guilty or not. The main thing was that he wanted to make him guilty of everything. He showed him the middle finger and grinned, thinking that the world is ruled not by truth, but by incitement and manipulation. He clenched his teeth in displeasure, looking after him angrily. He frowned, still clenching his teeth, and thought that there was no way he was going to get away with this. The sun's rays illuminated the walls of the castle. Someone greeted Keen and said that he had heard about him from the deputy head. He quickly looked through some papers. Jihye said that the Yamada Guild was a major guild in the independent city of Xillia, and according to the information received, they were collaborating with Lysol. She imagined the old man holding out a bag of money to someone and said that most likely, in exchange for help, he was going to let them absorb the blue. Perhaps spending funds intended to finance the detachment. Keen decided that this was why they were taking their time with the heroic objects. She sat down in a chair, crossed her arms over her chest and said that independent cities cannot start a war against each other, so it is unlikely that anything will happen in the near future. He replied that we cannot let our guard down, because right now it is completely blue chaos, and if Yamada plans to absorb them, then this would be the perfect moment, and I thought that this is exactly what I would do in their place. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said that she found out about Seung-jun, but did not find information that Lysol was involved in his death. Keen thought with delight that she had done this even before he asked. He looked ahead thoughtfully and did not react in any way to her words that it seemed to her that the death of the head occurred due to natural causes. He looked again at the piece of paper in front of him. He smiled slyly and said that if there was no evidence, then it was necessary to create it. She narrowed her eyes suspiciously, opened her mouth and asked what he was talking about. He looked at her in confusion and wondered if she was really not such a bad person as he thought. She smiled insidiously, showed him a bottle of red liquid and said that she always tries to do everything in advance. She put her hand on his shoulder and pulled him close. Looking at her, Keen wondered if she was his lost twin. The bottle floated in the air, surrounded by black petals, which Jihye said was the same prescription medicine she was talking about. She propped her face on her hand, smiled and said that she had ordered her subordinate to spray Lysol's uniform with this medicine, and Keen could dispose of the rest as he saw fit. He hid the bottle under his jacket, thinking that sometimes it seemed to him that she could read minds, although her skills did not say this. He looked in confusion at the blushing Hayan, looking at him with undisguised delight. He asked her why she was here. If he asked her and packed to wait for him at the guild, the girl replied that she was very worried about what happened with Lysol. She closed her eyes, smiled widely, clenched her hands into fists and said that now he doesn't have to worry about anything, because she will protect him. He looked sideways at her and smiled slightly. They held hands. Keen thought that he had already finished with all the important things, so everything was fine. He slightly bowed his head and invited her to take a walk. She laughed happily and would happily go on a date with him. He patted her on the head and offered to have dinner in the city. She asked him what he wanted to eat. She noticed the hands of a man casting a dark spell. Her eyes widened in fear. She raised her index finger and summoned a wind barrier. He wrapped his arms around his chest, shielding him from the explosion. People ran away in panic. With a bead of sweat running down his face, she narrowed her eyes suspiciously and thought about what was going on here. He raised his head, looked at the people with weapons who had jumped out, and realized that these assassins or terrorists were aiming right at him. He thought about Lindel, remembered his words that they were somehow able to return alive, and uncertainly suggested that this attempt could have been organized by this crazy old man. Green streams of magic emanated from the girl standing in front of him. Hayan again activated a wind explosion. He watched the angry girl in confusion. Tears of frustration appeared in her eyes. She set her teeth and asked how they dared to disrupt their date. Keen thought that this was a third-rate villainous line and launched a check of the player's stats and height limits. The system window said that Hayan's specialty was a heroic level archmage. The main character could not believe that she changed her specialty just because she was angry. She took his hand and asked him not to worry about anything because she would protect him. He looked into the crying girl's face, wondering why she was so wounded. She turned away and asked him to follow her. Keen thought that she must have gotten hurt protecting him. Sweat dripping down her face, she opened her mouth wide, summoning a wind blade and a wind blast. He tilted his head and watched her with displeasure, thinking that she was wasting too much mana. She tripped over a stone. Her eyes widened in surprise. His hand grabbed her waist. He asked her not to overexert herself. He hugged the confused girl to him and suggested that they try to get out together. He thought that he would prefer to get hurt instead of her. He tilted his head and looked at her with a sly smile, thinking that Hayan was one of his most valuable cards and he was not ready to lose her here. Blood sprayed, the enemy's head was separated from the body. Keen hoped to hold out with the help of his sword until help arrived. A man sitting on the roof with a sword watched as they walked away hugging each other. The main character thought that if he stopped, they would die. He swung his hand and threw the knife. She opened her mouth and screamed. He frowned and clenched his teeth, praying that Hayan would sort it out. Streams of green power appeared around the sword, and she summoned a wind barrier. He watched what was happening sideways and irritably thought that this was not working because the difference in levels was too great. She covered him with her body, opened her mouth wide and shouted at him to be careful. He opened his mouth wide, looked at her gloomily, thinking that no matter how great a magician she was, she had a human body and summoned a sword. She clenched her teeth in pain. She pressed her whole body against him. He panicked when they started to fall. He asked her what she was doing. Blood sprayed from under the sword. He opened his eyes wide in shock as he continued to call Hayan's name. There was a sword sticking out of her back and blood was coming out of her mouth. She asked Keen if he was okay. She narrowed her eyes, smiled with relief and thanked God that he was safe and sound. He grabbed her hand, asked what she was doing and called for a sword. She asked him not to call Julian. She leaned over him, her tears and blood dripping onto his face. Hayan asked him to say her name. He demanded that she come to her senses and called her by name, amazed at the thought that she had really been jealous of the sword all this time. He noticed another knife flying. He raised his hand with the glowing ring and summoned a mana shield, glad that he had another backup. The collision with the dagger caused cracks to appear on the shield. His eyes widened in surprise. Hayan's body went limp, with 2 daggers sticking out of her back. She opened her mouth slightly and asked him for forgiveness. She closed her eyes, smiled widely and said that she wanted to stay with him forever. He could not understand why she was saying goodbye to him. He grabbed her clothes and asked her to move. Hayan refused and activated the wind barrier. They were surrounded by streams of magical energy. He winced and shouted at her, saying that he didn't need any wind barrier or anything like that, and asked her to just move. She closed her eyes and smiled. He could not believe that Hayan was dying. Tears flowed from his eyes. Her death was not part of his plans. It seemed to him that wings appeared behind her back. He could not believe that she died for him, and he simply used her. He clutched several daggers in his hands. Daggers flew at them. Keen asked her to move. She squeezed him in a tight hug and whispered that she loved him. He frowned. Tears were streaming down his face. He opened his mouth wide and shouted that she couldn't die because she had already planned their entire life together. He again asked her to move, to get off him, because it was too dangerous. The red-haired girl kicked the killer. He clutched Hayan's body to himself, looking ahead in confusion. She stood with her back to him and was indignant because as soon as she went on a short hike, idiots immediately appeared who did not take her seriously. She grinned and asked who dared to lay a hand on the lover of the mercenary queen herself. Keen recognized her. Behind him stood the killer with his sword raised to strike. Blood sprayed from the blow. Keen, Pack and Henson ran to their aid. Keen thought that he was very glad to see the swordsman. He pressed Hayan to his shoulder and greeted his comrades. He frowned, looked displeasedly at the main character and asked who dared to do this to them. He pursed his lips, looked at him thoughtfully and said nothing, thinking that Lindel was 100% likely behind the assassination attempt. Continuing to hug Hayan, he replied that he didn't know, said that he had business with the Black Swan Guild, and on the way back they were attacked. He bent down, held his sword in front of him and interrupted his explanation. Blood splashed onto the red-haired girl's face. Keen thoughtfully watched the swordsman's battle, thinking that Lissal was crazy and he would like to tell Hira and Henson about everything right now so that they would kill him. He stroked her face, begging her to wake up. He decided that after everything he had seen, he would destroy this old man with his own hands. He leaned over her, opened his mouth wide and shouted a declaration of love, thinking that she wanted to hear it from him so badly. He uncorked the bottle. He pressed his lips to hers. His eyes widened in surprise. He continued to kiss her with his eyes open, realizing with surprise that she was responding to his kiss. He pulled away from her lips. Tears flowed from his eyes again. He held her close to him, relieved that she was still alive. There were people standing by the cart. Pac was carrying Hayan in his arms, who told him that they understood his desire to deal with Lissal on his own. She turned her head slightly, looked at him intently and said that she had restrained herself for so long that they dared to attack her lover right in the middle of the city, and if he killed the old man, then who should she let off steam on? He lowered his gaze, opened his mouth slightly and named her the Yamada Guild from Cilia. He raised his mug, looked intently at her and explained that they had some kind of deal with Lissal, so he was going to just blame what happened on them. The Queen of Mercenaries suggested that what worries him most is that the Blue member was involved in the assassination attempt, because if this becomes known to the public, the reputation of the entire guild will suffer greatly. He raised the mug to his lips and said that she was right. So the most important thing now is to enlist the support of the city, and for this it is necessary to make everything look like Lissal was a Yamada spy and make the alien guild a public enemy of the entire city. He chuckled and said that when they come for revenge, Hiro will be able to destroy them despite the fact that they are from another independent city. They will have grounds for attack because the Yamada Guild is the instigator of this terrorist act. She tilted her head, smiled widely and said that he was great at entertaining her. She hugged him, holding him close and tenderly called him a precious piece of trash. He opened his eyes and thought that if he gave in, he would lose the battle. Alarmed, Listen ran towards him. Lissal, standing behind her, said that the bandits probably did it by aiming the legendary weapon, and since he was able to return to the guild on his own, it means everything is not so serious. He opened his mouth slightly, said that it was definitely a group of professional killers and he knew exactly why they attacked him. Mentally, he told himself not to be nervous and to keep the corners of his lips raised. They looked at him confused and asked what he was talking about. He ran his hand through his hair, showed a bottle of red liquid, asked if she would believe him if he said that he found out that Lysol killed the head of the guild with the help of this potion and thought that it suited him better. His body trembling, he bent down and said that he was attacked because he had learned a secret that he should not have known. They looked in shock at the bottle he showed them. Keen said that he was talking about the potion that Lysol used to kill the head of the guild. She turned to the man and demanded an explanation. He opened his mouth in indignation and asked how she could listen to this charlatan. He sweated with excitement, bowed his head, looked at her intently and said Keen must have messed something up because he would swear to heaven that he didn't kill Seung-jun. The guild members watched in confusion as the guy bowed to listen and said that there was no misunderstanding. Lysol said that this was some kind of mistake and asked her to leave, but she refused. He looked at the guy with displeasure. She bowed her head, pursed her lips, said that there were really a lot of strange things in the death of the head and asked Keen to tell her everything he knew. He bowed his head slightly, lowered his eyes and said that he would tell her the whole known truth about what happened. He presented the chapter and blood spatters and said that his death seemed strange to him, because after returning to the guild he was slowly recovering and then died so suddenly. During the investigation he found out that while Seung-jun was in the dungeon, it was discovered that supplies were being stopped in the middle of the journey. He imagined how he stood behind the smiling men and said that the elders were happy about something after the death of the head, and from that moment he suspected that a murder had occurred, which could have been committed not only by someone from the guild, but also by someone from outside. He remembered how they stood at the coffin and told her that Lysol told him that the head died while everyone was sleeping, but this alerted him, because the old man talked about it as if he had personally seen everything, and then he found out that only he remained with head that night. He imagined himself and Jihye shaking hands and explained that he had turned to the Black Swan Guild for help because he suspected the right hand of the guild head and Listen's deputy of the crime. He thought of a man with a bottle of red liquid in his hands and said that during the investigation, it turned out that Solo had recently purchased a dangerous potion from Zilia. He frowned, opened his mouth wide and tried to dispute these accusations, but she told him to shut up. She looked at him carefully, opened her mouth and asked him to continue his story. Keen thought with satisfaction that Listen always defends justice. He imagined how he raised his hand to Seung-chun, called on magic, and said that after the funeral ceremony, he and Yon examined the body as the deputy head had asked. They pressed their palms to their faces in fear. He told Listen that they had found traces of the potion that Lysol bought in Cilia. She frowned and opened her mouth wide, unable to believe what she was hearing. He presented the bottle and the box and said that after examining it, he immediately went to the old man's room and found the same potion there in an enchanted box. He remembered how he and Hayan fell to the ground during the explosion and explained that since he got into his affairs, Lindel sent his people to deal with him. He pressed his hand to his chest, passionately declared that Hayan risked her life to protect him, and added that the old man was no longer the kind man Lindel knew, but a terrible criminal who not only killed the head of the guild, but also staged a terrorist attack in the middle of the city. The shadow hid his eyes, he bowed his head, opened his mouth and called Keen a storyteller. The main character thought that he once really dreamed of becoming a writer. She pursed her lips. Lindel tried to reason with her. He said that if this were true, then the guy should have told her about everything immediately after examining the body. He frowned, opened his mouth, said that Keen could also bribe Yon in order to make him look like a murderer, and swore to listen that he was in no way connected with the death of the head or the terrorist attack. He looked at him intently, thinking that even if the old man was not involved in these crimes, he would make sure that evidence of his guilt was found. He put his hand to his face and said that he really should have reported everything earlier, but this sudden attack affected him greatly. Lindel told him to shut up. He looked questioningly, his eyes wide with surprise. He bowed his head, pressed his hand to his face, laughed quietly and thanked her for her trust. He turned his head towards the guild members and told them to throw Keen into prison, but the woman interrupted him, saying that she told him to shut up. She turned around and looked at him with anger. Lindel saw Lindel clenching her fist in anger, saying that there were a lot of suspicious things about him and that she shouldn't have trusted him at all. The man shouted that this was all a lie and slander, but the next moment the tip of a sword flashed in front of his face. Holding the blade in front of her, the deputy head asked who gave him orders, because such a cantankerous person certainly could not have done all this for so long alone. Her expression on her face was very serious. The girl said that she would really like to kill him, but decided to limit herself to only cutting off one hand in memory of her past affection and repeated her question. The main character was impressed by such a wise decision. Standing behind them, the guy apologized for interfering in the conversation and said that the Black Swan investigative department was able to find out who was to blame for all this. Thanks to the magic of floating, an open scroll with an image of the coat of arms rose into the air. Keen said that he had evidence provided by the Black Swan, indicating that the Yamada Guild, a large guild from the independent city of Cilia, was behind everything. He was upset that holograms had not yet been invented in this world, but Lindel was still amazed to see many papers confirming his connection with the head of Yamada, Sauda. Synba found herself in a financial hole due to the fact that the former leader gave 80% of the funds to the Yamada Guild. The guy opened his mouth wide and shouted that this man was a disgusting traitor who drove them into the damned temple, hoping that everyone would die so that together with Sauda take over the guild. Lindel clenched her teeth bitterly. Tears appeared in her eyes. The girl called her colleague ungrateful, because of his greed the head suffered. Placing his hand on his chest, Lindel shouted that he did indeed have connections with the Yamada Guild, but only for the sake of the future of Synba, who was on the verge of falling, so he had no choice but to seek help from someone outside for the sake of resurrecting the guild. Raising his eyebrows pitifully, he repeated that he did it solely for the benefit of Synba. The main character thought that this was called treason. The sword in Lindel's hand trembled. With tears in her eyes, she listened to the speech of the former leader that he had nothing to do with the death of the head, if only because the young man did not support his accusation with anything. The man smiled, noticing how much the sword trembled. With tears in his eyes, the old man decided to put pressure on his emotions, saying that the deputy and the head had become a real family for him. He remembered how the three of them sat by the fire during the tutorial. Then Lindel did not have a single close person, so these two became his family, his only home. In them he saw not only comrades, but also his own children. He was especially pleased with the smile and laughter of the extremely optimistic Seungjun. Even despite the fact that the head was younger, the man always admired him and would never harm him. Imagining what he looked like during the tutorial, the old man begged him to believe him. Lindel silently sobbed, watching as Lindel tried to convince her that it was all a lie. The main character stood aside with a calm expression on his face, thinking that it was time for the deputy head to get rid of the old man, abandon his family and go over to Hyunsung's side. Putting forward his hand with an orange flask, the young man said that direct evidence and proof of Lindel's involvement in the murder of the head of the guild was in this bottle. The man asked what kind of nonsense this was. With his mouth wide open, he shouted that all the evidence was fabricated because his hand had never touched this potion, and that they would not exhume and open the head's body to check this. Keen said that this was far from a perfect crime and that there is no point in continuing to insist on falsification, because the truth will always be revealed sooner or later. The red-haired girl was holding a bottle in her hands, saying that she ordered her subordinate to spray the old man's uniform with this potion. Remembering this scene, the guy said that just as a person cannot cleanse himself of his sins in any way, in the same way such potions leave their mark, and the moment the bottle was opened, shiny particles of the potion should have settled on the clothes and body of the killer of the head. The man opened his mouth in shock, not understanding what was happening. They could get an answer if they sent his clothes for examination. Snapping his fingers, the young man declared that even this would not be necessary. The next moment, Lissal's entire body and clothes began to glow. Frowning, the old man tried to justify himself. Holding a glowing bottle in his hands, the guy said that until the last moment he hoped that the man would not actually be the killer of the head. Kneeling down in front of Listen, the former leader grabbed her hand and tried to convince her that he did not commit this crime and that she should believe him. A smile appeared on the young man's face when the man once again repeated that he had not killed anyone. The stunned old man turned around, noticing this. The main character opened his mouth. Then he pouted, after which he smiled. From the movements of his lips one could read the word fool. The guy whispered that he knew the old man was innocent. Veins stood out on the man's tense face. Looking at how his enemy smiled insidiously, Lissal shouted that no one dares to make him look like a fool and deceive Sinba. His body was covered with dark energy. The former leader walked forward, shouting that the one who deceives the guild with his lying tongue deserves heavenly punishment and death. Wishing him to burn in hell, the man raised his fist to strike. Blood sprayed in the air. His hand was cut off. Listen dealt a crushing blow with her sword. Lissal, whose face was spattered with blood, tried to pronounce his colleague's name. Keen looked at the flying severed hand. The girl cried bitterly. Gritting her teeth, she called the old man a useless animal. The man grabbed his shoulder, spitting blood onto the floor. The deputy head ordered the arrest of all those involved and throw them into prison. The man with glasses and the young man opened their mouths in shock, declaring that they did not suspect anything and were simply following orders. Lissal extended his shaking hand to the girl. Listen said that she believed him all this time. Her tear-stained face stained with blood, she said that it was stupid to believe that the three of them could go back to the way things were before, and that trusting him was as stupid as trusting a cat with a fish. When the old man tried to convince her that he had been framed, the deputy tearfully asked him not to say her name with his dirty mouth because he was no longer part of Sinba. Knitting his eyebrows pitifully, Lissal repeated that he had been set up. Listen called him a vile traitor. An underground torture chamber of scarlet mercenaries, handcuffs and torture devices hung on the wall. A wooden chair swayed on the floor. The main character sitting on it greeted the prisoner behind bars and was glad that Listen did not kill the old man, because he really wanted to deal with him personally. A girl in a black dress came down the stairs. The former leader said that his enemy would not be able to do anything, and asked why he was dragged here and what they were going to do with him. Hayan went down to the dungeon. Turning to her, Hayan asked how Hayan was doing. The girl replied that the sorceress had not woken up yet. Then the guy said that it was time to start. The old man opened his mouth questioningly as he saw his arm grow back thanks to the healing magic. Observing what was happening to his hand, Lissal asked what they were trying to do and said that the recovery would not be enough for him to forgive them. After these words, the man screamed in pain. Light sparks rose into the air. Blood sprayed. Light energy rose to the ceiling. Blood spattered the floor. Calling up the volunteer's journal above her, Hayan menacingly said that in front of her was a useless scum of society with an evil mind and a rotten soul, who must repent and die. Lying on the floor and dying of pain, the former leader asked to save him and promised to do whatever he was told. The guy said that until recently the old man behaved as if he lived one day at a time, and now, on the verge of death, he began to value his life, but it was already too late. Putting his head on his hand, the young man said smugly that he was very cruel and merciless towards his enemies. But this time the guy was lenient and a little imprudent, because he should have rid the old man of his teeth even at the moment when he first bared his teeth at him. Raising his eyebrows, the main character stated that he almost lost someone dear to him because of this, and promised to forever remember Lissal, whom everyone would forget. He looked at the bloody enemy and said that he would definitely keep in his memory every little thing like screams, a face distorted by pain and a voice begging for help. Remembering Hayan's joyful face, Keen added that he would learn this lesson in order to be more ruthless in the future, and would dedicate the nightmarishly painful death of the leader to his precious person, who risked his life for him. While behind bars, the old man tried to convince his enemy to spare him and make a deal, promising to do whatever he wanted. To tell everything he knew about the Yamada Guild, he understood that they were not on the best terms, but he considered murder too cruel a punishment. The guy with an indifferent expression on his face did not say a word. The man burst into tears, calling his name. The young man's eyes lit up. He was ready to kill anyone who dared to touch what belonged to him. A huge wave of blood swept through the dungeon. The walls of the castle were illuminated by the bright moon. Puck was sleeping, leaning against the bed, on which Hayan was lying. Suddenly the girl woke up, thinking that she had dreamed about how her lover gave a generous gift, making her happy. The young family tearfully thanked the Archmage from the Great Magic Tower for saving them from death. Hayan, dressed in a white sorceress robe, waved to the peasants. Smiling, the girl said that it was worth it. The knight standing next to her thanked her for accepting their invitation, because it was a difficult decision. Henson, looking at her back, thanked her for the fact that the sorceress chose the side of blue, and therefore the side of humanity. Hayan, without turning around, said that her conscience would not allow her to simply sit in the tower. The smiles of the townspeople who were grateful for her salvation gave her joy and strength. The girl looked up at the sky with a smile on her face. Lowering her head, she closed her eyes. Turning around, the sorceress joyfully declared that with her power it was possible to end the war and make everyone happy. Henson smiled back at her. Suddenly his face began to look more worried and even scared. He stood in the office in front of a girl hanging in the air. Blood sprayed in all directions after his crushing blow. Scarlet liquid flowed down the blade of the sword in front of the dead body of the enemy. It was night. Standing in front of the corpses, Hyunsung declared that there was no one left and said that he was too careless in allowing terrorism to flourish right in the center of Lindel. Wiping the blood from his face, the guy thought that there was definitely nothing like this in his life before and that he should have been more careful so that what happened when he left on business with Mrs. Listen did not happen. Remembering the smiling Hayan, the young man thought that he had almost let her die again by losing his vigilance only for a moment. In just one moment, the squad almost lost the strongest archmage in history. Hayan said that it was not his fault. Sitting at the table, the head of the guild replied that he dragged her to the battlefield without permission, because of which the sorceress experienced a terrible shock. The girl said that the sorceress could not harm even a tiny ant, but not only the guild needed her powers, but the entire continent. Imagining Hayan using her magic, the girl added that if the fragile but extremely powerful sorceress wanted to escape, she would do it in such a way that no one could find her. And yet she went to the battlefield, saving countless people and having brought victory in battle. The girl every time gave everyone her bright smile and was proud of everything that she managed to achieve. Maintaining a calm expression on her face, Hayan added that this is precisely why Hayan would not do something like this solely because of the burden of guilt, so the leader does not need to blame himself for what happened. Gritting his teeth and holding back tears, Hyunsung asked why, then, the investigation had not yet been completed. The girl silently closed her eyes. She handed the head a letter that she found in Hayan's bedroom in the Magician's Guild right before her death. The guy realized that the letter was sealed with magic. The girl explained that they could not study the contents, but found many similar letters in the office of the magic tower. Imagining the sorceress frightenedly reading the letters, Hayan assumed that the circumstances indicated that the girl had become entangled with an enemy or was constantly being blackmailed. Standing in front of the head's desk, the girl said that Hayan left only one short sentence in her suicide note, which included words of apology. Hyunsung frowned seriously when he realized that, judging by the magic on the letter, a powerful magician had a hand in it. The girl said that people from the magic tower were somehow involved in Hayan's death. The explosion outside the window did not allow her to finish her thought. The windows were broken by the shock wave. Hayan screamed that it was an attack and that they needed to leave quickly. The guy looked out the window excitedly. What he saw made him open his mouth in amazement. On the street, at the site of the explosion, there was a man with a staff. The masked wizard looked around. The head of the guild looked at him tensely. His mask had a smiling face carved into it. The robber stood on the street with a sword in his hands. In Hyunsung's first life, they began to actively exterminate the human race. After the biggest threat in the person of Hayan was eliminated, now Hayan and Keen became their target again. The guy assumed that Lissal and the Yamada Guild were just a cover, and in fact controls all the garbage in the mask. The bandit swung his sword to strike, likely killing the Hayans. They are already gathering their forces somewhere in Lindel to take over the continent. Hyunsung cut the enemy's body with a sword, thinking that in her second life the enemies had noticed the sorceress's potential early and decided to get rid of her, since she had already decided not to join their ranks. The masked discard put his hand forward. He dealt with Hayan in the same way as the head of the guild had previously dealt with Jihye, a former comrade of the mask. Imagining the smiling Hayan and Keen, the guy thought that this time even his friend almost died because of his relationship with the sorceress. But if something happened to him, the girl would refuse to stay in Sinov, so the head of the guild should keep them with you to keep an eye on them. Squinting, the young man thought that the problem was precisely in those moments when they were far from each other. He was sorry that Hayan could not stay with them at such times. The girl, who was nicknamed the Divine Spear, cut through the air with her weapon. She received this title for her superiority over the enemy on the battlefield with just one spear. Her body was pierced by arrows. The girl gave her life for the head of the guild, although it was he who should have saved her. The moon was bright in the sky. Hyunsung needed someone to look after everything in his absence. But the head could not trust anyone except Hayan. The ceremony of appointing the new head of Sinva was soon to take place. Imagining the girl next to him, the guy was determined to find her after he dealt with all the matters. Lowering his eyes, he promised to save her this time. The young man clenched his teeth. With an angry expression on his face, Hyunsung decided to find all the dark magicians on the continent and kill them, especially the masked scum. The main character opened the door to the room. Hayan lay sleeping on the bed by the window. Looking at her, Keen asked why Park left. Yuri, standing nearby, turned around and said that she would go look for Pack. The guy asked her not to go too far. Yuri waved her hand. The young man leaned over his friend, thinking that the girl decided to leave to give them time alone, which was quite expected since she is a legendary level 100 assassin. The sorceress's face looked peaceful. She was wounded so seriously that she lost consciousness while protecting her lover. The sword pierced her right in the back. The main character promised to keep his friend close to the very end at all costs and asked Hyun-sung, who should very soon be appointed to the post of head of the guild, for a warmer place. Patting the girl on the head, the guy asked her to wake up quickly. The girl blushed and seemed to move a little. Looking at her, Keen realized that the sorceress had woken up and asked her to look at him. Closing his eyes, he said that she was not sleeping and that pretending would not get her anything. Hayan didn't even move. The guy coughed, putting his hand to his mouth. Without opening his eyes, the young man called her by name. The sorceress pouted her lips in anticipation of the kiss. Bending over her, the main character sternly declared that if she did not wake up now, she would not be able to see her beloved at the ceremony of appointing the head of the guild. Blushing and opening her mouth, the girl imagined her lover in various seductive images, wanting to see it in reality as soon as possible. With these thoughts, the girl excitedly jumped out of bed. Turning around, she saw her friend. The guy looked at her carefully. The next moment a smile appeared on his face. The sorceress's eyes lit up with happiness. Hayan rushed at him with hugs and shouted that she was very glad that everything was okay with him. The main character replied that it was mutual, but asked not to hug him so much. A smiling Puck appeared at the door. Before him was a scene of lovers lying on top of each other in bed. Without ceasing to smile, Park was amazed at such passion. Yuri said that she was no longer a child and she could look at this. Heen, covering her eyes with her hands, said that she should not denigrate her gaze. Hayan was very shy. Keen covered them with a blanket, thinking about how long they were being watched. Park said that he came back too early. Although he knew that this would happen and decided not to interfere and leave again, Hayan embarrassedly called him bad. Behind the door stood a man in a bloody cloak. The main character noticed this and looked at the door. A bloodied Hyun-sung entered the room, noticing that all his friends were gathered together. Keen wondered why his friend was acting as if the end of the world was about to come. Looking down, the future head of the guild stated that he had checked that there were no assassins left in the area. He was glad that his friends survived and promised to be more attentive as the head of the squad. Hayan smiled. The main character turned to him and asked him not to worry because everything was fine, but he thought to himself that the atmosphere was becoming too oppressive. Puck gave a thumbs up as a sign that everything was indeed okay. Hyun-sung scratched his head. Relaxing and smiling, he stated that it was time for everyone to return to their guild together. Puck said displeasedly that the sun had not even risen yet. The guy corrected himself, saying that they should not go there right now. Yuri noticed his confusion. Putting his hand to his chin, Keen chuckled and thought that this man was definitely the perfect protagonist for a shounen. The bright sun illuminated the blue sky. A few days later, Hyun-sung walked down a long hall wearing a blue cloak as the guild members watched him closely. His face looked restless. Keen smiled. Crossing his arms over his chest, he thought that he had been waiting for a very long time for the day when they would be able to get their hands on Sainba. Listen, with a serious expression on her face, asked all the guild members gathered that day to pay attention to the fact that the time for change had come for Sainba. Yuri sat on Pak's shoulders. Other members of the squad and Heen stood nearby. Listen declared that she would relieve herself of the heavy burden of authority as the deputy head of the guild and would happily witness the birth of the new Sainba. Moving her hand to the side, the girl looked at Hyun-sung and introduced the former head of the 7th squad, who had shown his best many times. The new guild head lowered his gaze. There was a sword between his legs. The guy looked up, holding his sparkling weapon in his hands. The expression on his face was as serious and confident as possible. Standing in front of his friends and guild members, Hyun-sung said that he was honored to receive this post because Sainba had to endure a lot of pain. However, despite all the hardships, the guild did not fall. With his mouth wide open, the new head of the guild proposed to consider this moment a new start and start everything from a completely clean slate so that Sainba would change and that these changes would begin right now. Hearing how the young man decided to start by introducing the new officials and outlining plans for Sainba's future course, the protagonist mentally clenched his fists in anticipation. When Keen heard that he had been appointed as the new deputy guild master, he raised his hands up in victory in his thoughts. Seeing Hyun-sung looking at him and smiling, the guy thought that the wait was worth it and that he was worrying in vain, because their beautiful regressor had seen him as number 2 all this time. Hayan and Park joyfully hugged their friend. The young man thought that now money, power, security, and fame await him as the person next to Hyun-sung, so he can easily cling to the reincarnation and fully enjoy all the advantages of his position. Keeping a serious expression on his face, the new head of the guild appointed his friend as the general secretary of the guild and the head of the personnel department. The guy thought that now he could do anything with the help of the forces entrusted to him, for example, take care of the distribution of money or hire anyone into the guild. Hyunsung stated that the guild would also create a new strategic squad for clearing dungeons, and appointed his friend as the leader of this squad, responsible for distributing the loot. The main character closed his eyes, thinking that despite the fact that he would have a lot to do, this was the beginning of his golden era. He was very pleased with the acquired titles and positions. Smiling, the guild leader said that he would create a guild development department and a damage control committee with his friend as the chairman. Opening his eyes, Keen thought that this was too much. Hyunsung said that his friend would also become the head of the administration, responsible for regulating all major issues, and the manager of the pension fund. The friends opened their mouths in shock. The main character squinted, noticing the catch. His eyes seemed empty, mentally asking him to shut up. But the new guild master continued to list his new positions, which included the head of the new public relations group, the chairman of the Department of Health and Welfare, and the head of the supply committee. The guild members looked at the guy with concern when Hyunsung appointed him temporary deputy head of the Fantasy Griffins Research Committee. The guild master smiled as he said this, and his eyes sparkled. He said that his friend would also take care of everything else, and Mrs. Listen would remain in the guild as an advisor. After these words, he looked at the main character and turned to him. Smiling, Hyunsung expressed his hope that they both would succeed in the future. In his thoughts, Keen rolled his eyes and shouted, but in reality he said that he did not deserve all these positions. Having bowed, the guy promised to try his best, and in his thoughts he insulted his friend with the most obscene words. Hyunsung smiled joyfully. The young man asked himself if his friend was really going to drive him for the sake of Sanba, and thought that he should have expected this from the moment he was asked to become an alchemist, because now he would have to earn money with his left hand by brewing potions, and with the right one to rake through all the work in Sanba in order to die from overwork, like some kind of dog. The guy tried to smile sincerely, but he couldn't. He thought that if he was someone's dog, it would be a dog with limitless power. The smile disappeared from his face. Since this happened, it was time to change the whole of Sanba. Hayan ran around a room full of women's dresses. The main character decided to start by introducing a new uniform. Puck put on sparkling armor. The sorceress put on a white dress with gold patterns. Keen put on a white shirt. Over it he pulled on a black jacket and a red tie. He had black gloves on his hands. Black shoes glittered on his feet. He decided to make sure that there was not a single place in the guild that his hand would not touch. Puck looked at the sparkling sword. Hayan held a sparkling staff in her hands. The trio entered the hall. Their life was similar to life in an alternative world from scratch. It was necessary to discard all the old orders. The guild members looked at the squad in bewilderment. A young company, a young guild begins renovation. Listen looked at them, smiling. The main character raised his index finger up. There was an explosion in the palace. Hayan and Pak joyfully watched the explosions. They had to demolish all the rooms in which the old people lived, repaint the walls using magic, and recruit cheap but capable people to give birth to a new Sanba. The guy smiled. Standing in front of the explosion, the guild was supposed to spread its influence to all continents and become a workplace of dreams and hope to finally rise from your knees. The video showed the coat of arms and the name of the guild. The new, richly decorated hall was shining. People were supposed to head to Sanba for their dream job. The guild members hung portraits of the guild head and deputy head on the wall, and this is where the success story began. The soldiers stood in a row in white jackets. Here everyone was equal. A girl with blonde hair saw a flyer falling from the sky. The girl with glasses carefully read its contents. The main character narrowed his eyes seductively, expecting that now everyone would know about their guild and want to join it. Standing on stage with Park and Hayan, he sang a song about the importance of joining Saika. The girl with glasses watched in amazement. Her status window said that Mion was a hard-working lawyer and a responsible head of the family. Hayan and Park danced, inviting people to repeat after them. Puck stood on one hand, inviting new employees to the guild. Continuing to hum the song, Keen stood in a very seductive pose with his hands behind his head. Seeing this and feeling jealous, Hayan embarrassedly covered the camera with her hand. There is noise on the screen. The squad stood by the pool in beach suits. Masculine guys appeared in the frame. The video was accompanied by a new song about the advantages of Sanba. Everyone pointed at Hyunsung, making him feel embarrassed. The filming was completed. The main character waved his hand and asked his friend if this was really his maximum, because Sanba's future depended on him. The head of the guild replied that he would definitely improve. The credits rolled on the video. It should have turned out much better the second time. Hyunsung looked dazzlingly handsome in a beach suit. He had huge muscles and prominent abs. Mion admiredly imitated the camera lens with her fingers. Hyunsung, standing in the pool, held Keen in his arms. The girl said that these two were just a wonderful couple. The guild members danced by the pool, singing a song about how much they wanted to join Sanba. A carriage passed by the palace. Jihye, who was sitting in it, looked around. Sanba had two best friends. The woman grinned slyly. Black Swan from the three largest Lindel guilds was one of Sanba's friends. The second friend was Hira, the queen of mercenaries in the entire Lindel kingdom. The woman held her blade on her shoulder. The three of them, together with the main character, raised glasses of wine over their heads. Every evening they had dinner with champagne and cheerful tunes. The guy with the wine bottle thought Sinva was completely crazy, but found the event quite fun. The banners of the guild fluttered in the sky. The glory of Sinva became wider and wider, which was difficult not to notice. Sauda fiercely clutched the news flyer in his hand. The protagonist smirked, stating that they weren't worried about anyone being unhappy with their success. After that, he, Park and Hayan raised their hands in the air while standing on stage. Continuing to hum a cheerful propaganda song, Heen joyfully took the hands of a disgruntled Yuri. Hyunsung twirled Listen around, holding her hand. Park held Yon in his arms with a bouquet of flowers. Heen held Hayan by the waist and leaned her back. Mion watched the dance in admiration. In her status window it was written that this is an absolutely adequate person who will be completely loyal to the company if they show him at least a little attention. The guy pointed his finger at her, saying that everything is possible if you want it. He asked the girl to give him her resume and the next second he tore it up. The woman looked at him in shock when she was told that she had been accepted into the guild. Extending his hand to her, the young man called her the head of Mion's team and invited her with him. The sun was shining on the castle walls. Someone shouted that the response to the promotional video was so positive that the guild was asked to open the recruitment again. Someone said that they needed to discuss some issue. Someone said that they had been contacted again from the auction. Someone said that Lindel's news is asking for a report on the dungeon. The exhausted protagonist, putting his hand to his forehead, ordered to adjust the schedule and publish a report on the Cursed Temple and information about the incident with Lissal so that everything would look as inspiring and heroic as possible, and also check the auctions if there were any of the items handed over to Lissal. After with these words, the guy thought that Hyansung had overwhelmed him with work that had no end in sight. He remembered how his friend joyfully offered him a remedy that would help him stay awake for 3 nights in a row without consequences, and thought that an energy drink alone would not be enough for a person who had been sent through all the circles of hell. Keen invited the recruits, whom he considered capable, to enter the office. Mion, holding a folder in her hands, said that she had brought a report on the case. Junki stood next to her with a sheet in his hands. The deputy head thanked them and asked if they liked working in the guild. The recruit replied that he was glad that the rank and file members of the guild finally had a chance to work normally after such a long suppression by Lissal. Saluting, Mion said that her children really liked the housing provided by the guild. Junki said that he would never forget everything they did for him. The guy laughed and decided to continue their work together, thinking to himself that his S-class slaves were just wonderful, but even with them his work does not decrease. He thought that he should try to write an essay called Don't Be a Beggar, earn all the money in one, or called I Want to Quit, but I can't because I want power. Irritably, holding a piece of paper to his chest, the young man asked himself how he had offended Hyunsung in his past life, that now he had so much work to do, and with these thoughts, he asked the head of the guild for permission. Hiro was sitting in the office, whose appearance the main character had never expected. Keen confusedly asked what brought her here. Waving his hand, the queen stated that they were just talking about him. The guy became wary after her words. The guild leader looked very depressed, so his friend immediately realized that something had happened. When asked what happened, Hyunsung replied that nothing had happened yet. Hira chuckled, closing her eyes, and called the situation nothing. Smiling, the woman asked if the Alchemist would like to join her attack on the Yamada Guild. The head of the guild asked if his friend knew that the Yamada helped Lissal in the attack on Sinva. The guy smiled and replied that he knew this information, but thought to himself that this particular part was fabricated. Hanging his head, Hyunsung said that this is why this idea is very dangerous, because even despite the support of the mercenary queen, Yamada may once again target his friend. Hira asked if the head of Sinva had forgotten who was standing in front of him and asked he had to watch his language. The main character did not understand why they were quarreling if he had to make the decision. The young man clasped his hands and asked them both to calm down. The woman asked him to skip the formalities. And then the alchemist asked if the Scarlet Mercenaries were going to go to Celia, and thought to himself that he did not really like this idea, because he was embarrassed to leave so much unfinished work and because there is almost no information about the Yamada Guild. Hira replied that they were going to the Empire. To be more precise, they were going to a luxurious ball. Keen imagined waltzing couples and was ready to agree. Hyunsung clarified that the ball meant an annual social event in the capital. The woman said that this time Scarlet Mercenaries and Black Swans were invited there. The main character clenched his fist. Hira added that the heads of the largest guilds from all over the Holy Empire are usually invited to this annual event, so Yama, the third largest guild, is also invited, which means Sauda will also attend this event. The man at the ball was holding a glass of champagne. Hearing that Sinva was not invited to the ball this time, the guy pursed his lips tensely, thinking that they were not invited because the guild had just begun its development, or because Sauda might have had a hand in this. The Queen of Mercenaries said that this is why she would like to go to the ball with the Alchemist. Hayan overheard their conversation, standing outside the door, and was surprised that her lover would go with this woman to some kind of reception. Sitting in a chair, Hira explained that their main goal was the Yamada Guild, but still offered to give her friend a break from endless work and ask him to ask the head of the guild for a few days. The young man mentally asked to get him out of this hell. Hyunsung lowered his eyebrows, asking who would then do all the work in Sinov, and asking his friend not to be embarrassed to refuse, because he was absolutely not obliged to go to this ball. Smiling, the main character said that the head had no reason to worry, but thought to himself that it was karma that the head would have to do all the dirty work for him while he was away. Taking him in her arms, the Queen of Mercenaries jumped out the window with him. Keen said goodbye to his friend, saying that he was throwing off the shackles of this guild in order to seek his own happiness. Hyunsung extended his hand in his direction and asked him not to leave, but the deputy head was determined to escape from this working hell, escape from the tenacious clutches of your boss and regain your freedom. Sacred Empire of Beniger, the setting sun illuminated the capital's clock tower. The guy extended his hand to Hayan, who had arrived after them on a griffin, and asked how she ended up here. The girl replied that she simply managed to sneak here unnoticed. Then her beloved thought that her methods were becoming more and more bizarre. A man with an eye patch stood in front of them. Hira asked how long ago he had come, to which he replied that he had been here quite recently. The old man was glad to see the woman safe and sound. Pointing at him with her hand, the mercenary queen introduced her friends to Victor Hart, her godfather. The young man was surprised how such a grandfather could have 99 strength, and thought that it would be good if Puck had at least half of this number. The man apologized for the late introduction and said he would be their chaperone this year. Putting his hand to his heart, the main character introduced himself as the deputy head of the Sinva Guild and said that he would be Lady Hira's assistant at this event. Hayan grabbed him by the cloak and declared that she would soon become the wife of the deputy head. Victor Hart thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and looked at his guest. Frowning, he said that in front of him was a very flighty young man, whom her goddaughter should definitely leave. The woman asked not to meddle in her heart's affairs. Wrinkling his eyebrows, Keen thought that he no longer had the opportunity to leave a good impression. But not drawing too much attention to himself was also a good idea, so he decided to give Hayan some attention before her obsession got out of control. Suddenly, the guy widened his eyes, hearing someone's voice in his head. Everyone else went towards the castle. The young man looked back, realizing that no one heard anything. The voice said that, apparently, he managed to find someone who could hear him. The main character did not understand who was talking to him. Hira, walking ahead, saw someone in front of her and was surprised by the appearance of the person who usually arrives last. The girl in the clog said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The shaman stood in front of the company. Kasugano, the head of the Night Sky, one of the 3 largest guilds, folded her hands in front of her. The guy thought that it was she who had just spoken to him using telepathy. The thought of the eyes of the soul sounds. The target's characteristics are reported to be resistant to the soul's eyes. The young man is amazed by this. He realizes that the eyes of the soul are not working. He thinks about whether this could happen. He looks away nervously. The thought sounds that she now realized that he was trying to open her characteristics window. The target is reported to allow viewing of the characteristics window. It talks about checking the stats and height limit of the Uno player. A girl is shown with her eyes closed as a question is asked about why she suddenly decided to open up. It turns out that she has eyes that see through existence, the past and the future. She is reported to be a legend-level shaman with eyes that are stronger than the eyes of the soul. However, perhaps due to the desecration, her general condition is about 0. They advise staying away from her. Tears appear in the girl's eyes when the question is asked about what is wrong with her condition. The young man finds himself confused, mentally asking why she suddenly burst into tears, and Yuno reports that she was looking for him for so long. He thinks that he has no idea what's going on here, but she clearly made the wrong addressee. Yuno calls out to Keen, poking him, and he claims that she messed up. Her hand is removed, telling her to stop. It turns out that it is another girl when she reports that her dear one is not happy about it. The phrase is that due to the recent incident, Lindel is not particularly positive towards Celia. She does not know what Yuno needs from her dear one, but she advises her to refrain from rash actions. He looks at her calmly, declaring that she should do this if she does not want to die. The idea sounds very cool. Yuno wipes away her tears, asking for forgiveness for her disrespect. It's just that the deputy head of Sinva really reminds her of someone. She believes that she just misspoke. If Celia did something else differently towards them, she apologizes for that. She asks the mercenary queen to forgive her for today's mistake. Crossing her arms over her chest, the girl says that the apology is accepted, and Keen thinks that she is his only one from June, and Yuno claims that in that case she will leave them and wishes them to have a good time. Hayan looks at her leaving sadly as Keen mentally tells her to be a good girl. The girl's face darkens, and she calls the young man, and he thinks that he knew that she would do this again. He looks at her awkwardly when she asks him to visit her at her home in the east of the capital. When he has time, she will be waiting for him. Butterflies are flying in the air, and Keen is walking down the street and thinks that he has finally come. Hayan is shown crying and is told that it was very difficult for him to get rid of her when she looked at him with the eyes of an abandoned puppy, but he asked Hira to look after her for a short time, so there should be no problems. He remembers what she learned about his soul eyes. He thinks about that moment. It is said that for him, that ability is like oxygen. It turns out that this is his only weapon that allows him to survive in this harsh world. Yuno is shown crying, and it becomes known that the very fact that someone knows about this is very annoying for him. It turns out that this priestess is also able to see right through him. The thought of her behavior sounds as if indicating that she has known him for a long time. The burden looks serious when he thinks about the fact that this could very well be a trap, but he has Hayan, Hira, and Juliana enough protective measures if the worst does happen and he is in danger. It turns out that then he will have to get rid of this shaman. Keen looks away when the girl says she was waiting for him. There is a blue butterfly sitting on her finger. These butterflies surround her, and she asks if it is possible that the young man knows about the first attempt. The question is how she found out about this. It is reported that he is probably surprised. She can also call it a past life or a world of pitch black illusions. A blonde girl appears when it is said that her time has come. She needs to find the player Keen, the deputy head of Sinda, and tell him the truth about the continent. She confuses the young man, saying that she received a revelation from the goddess Beniger, according to which she called him here, and he thinks about why the goddess suddenly needed him. He is shocked when he receives a notification that his soul eye skill has been forcibly activated from the outside, and it turns out that the girl's ability has no effect on him. He notices that the eyes of the soul act on their own. The girl has dark eyes as she reveals that she is the one whose eyes see through existence, the past, and the future. Keen stares at the butterflies in wonder as she asks him to let her show him not the past, not the future, not the present, but a dissolving dark dimension. He finds himself surrounded by butterflies when she asks him to remember. She folds her hands, talking about something they shared. The young man thinks about his vision. Rain can be seen falling. Keen looks around questioningly, believing that this is the first attempt, and notices some ruins in his invisibility. The question arises about who this is. It turns out that he seems familiar to him. A young man appears covered in blood. He understands that it is him. He realizes that he survived the first attempt. He wonders what period he is in now and why he looks like a dead man. He stands opposite himself. The question is about what's wrong with Park and Hayan. He looks at his body in surprise. He finds himself confused. He realizes that he is dead. Suddenly, a girl with an umbrella appears next to him. She is standing near the young man's body when she realizes who it is. She calls him unhappy with her eyes closed. Keen opens his eyes when she reveals that she was worried about him not waking up for days, so she tells him to get some rest. He's lying in bed when she notes that he might be uncomfortable being in an unfamiliar place, but she hopes he can feel at home here. She turns her head when the young man asks why she saved him. Lowering her head, she claims that she saw the future, her future with him. She will explain the details later, but for now she asks him to know that she is on his side. The young man looks ahead indifferently, asking what future she is talking about. A black cat is seen when Yuno reports that for some reason she feels like an owner who picked up a stray cat. She immediately declares that she is just joking, and then asks him to eat before the food gets completely cold. She is shown extending her hand towards Keen in concern as it is reported that time has passed. There is a wreath on her head, and it turns out that spring has come to them. They are in the same bath. Their kiss is shown. They sleep in the same bed. The weapon is shown pointing forward. It turns out that he is being held by Keen, who declares that he tells her to hell with her alcoholic existence and that they are all the same. He asks himself what came over him all of a sudden. He has a scary look in his eyes as he asks if she seriously thought he would forget, and if she thought he forgot everything just because he smiled differently. The young man thinks that he is a complete fool to threaten his savior with a knife. The girl cries, raising her head, and talks about the unfortunate soul. Suddenly words of love sound. Keen suddenly widens his eyes. He covers his face with his hand, noticing that his eyes look like they're about to burst. He closes his eyes. Keen and Yuno's wedding ceremony is shown, and the question is raised as to whether this is a side effect of the influence of higher level eyes. The girl blushes, noticing that her love has awakened, and offers to conduct their wedding ceremony. She grabs the boy, telling him not to give up, because he saw for himself they were already lovers, and he believes that she contacted him for this, and claims that he thinks that this is just a side effect of them being too deep plunged into a dark world. Besides, they are current and they are from the first attempt. People are completely different. Yuno raises his eyebrows when he asks if this is exactly the first attempt that Goddess Beniger wanted to show. If they think so, there were only scenes of their relationship, and she believes that somewhere in the middle the vision might have become a little distorted due to her the egoism used, to which he thinks that this is an imposition, whether she tried to make him cry. The girl lowers her head as he thinks about how it's not so bad. He thinks that this is even good. He smiles as he looks at Yuno. He calls it his first life handbook. Henson and Hayan are portrayed when the idea is heard that connecting with Yuno gives him the same benefits as connecting with a regressor. His life will become much easier if he can learn about the upcoming events, although there are still problems. A butterfly is seen when the question is asked whether she can plunge into the dark world at any time. Does this mean that she is almost a regressor? To which she replies that this is not so. The dark world opens to her only when revelations come Goddess Benigger or when her fortune is at its peak. A butterfly sits on her finger as she reports that without the revelation of the goddess, several memories come to her at the same time, playing in random order. In addition, the use of her eyes significantly consumes her characteristics, to which the young man thinks that, even if this comes with risks, they are not as scary as he expected. He still does not understand what Goddess Benigger was trying to show from the first attempt. It is reported that this shaman is already more than enough useful for him. He smiles, thinking that from the very beginning she is head over heels in love with him. This is simply absurd. He is truly a bad person. There is nothing he can do about it. Yuno smiles when he asks if that's her name and she thinks he's finally acknowledging her, to which he asks her to let him get straight to the point. It is said that in the dark world that she showed him, she was his savior. He mentally thanks Keen number 1 and asks him to borrow his concept. He looks down, claiming that in the end he betrayed her and even tried to kill her, although she was still kind of ready to accept him. But what about the current attempt? She is in a position where they could kill him at any moment, so he asks what guarantee is there that she doesn't harbor a grudge because of his betrayal in the first attempt. He reveals that he is not the illusion from the dark world that she saw. The same goes for her. He thinks that the time has come for utter nonsense. He looks at the girl, asking if she should have brought a leash that he might like if she, despite everything said, wants to be with him. He thinks it's a cool line. Yuno bites her finger, stating that even this is what she truly adores about him. She calls him affectionately and talks about what if this is what he sincerely desires. She waves her hand, announcing that she will gladly give him her flesh and blood. She apologizes for the inconvenience, but informs him that he needs to add his blood to the magic circle. He trembles, asking if his blood is really needed and asks her to wait, after which he believes that he shouldn't have said that. A drop of blood falls into the water. The girl asks if they can hear her. She kneels, claiming that from now on she becomes the spiritual servant of this man and devotes herself entirely to him. No one can break this blood oath, no one can come between them, and the young man thinks that she has 8th grader syndrome. She smiles, informing him that everything is ready and calling him master. He asks who else is the owner. Yuno awkwardly reveals that for some reason in the dark world she called Keen her master. This brings back some kind of nostalgia, so she decided to take advantage of the opportunity when the young man asks what Keen number 1 did to her. He frowns, calling him trash. He approaches the girl, thinking that he feels bad, taking advantage of the sincere feelings of this woman, but in this way he acquired a legendary familiar who will be loyal to him alone. He runs his hand through Yuno's hair, asking her not to call him master in public, and he himself thinks that he will be finished if Hayan finds out. He smiles, figuring it's too late to say it, but he thanks her for everything she did for him in the first try. Yuno blushes as he states that he will take good care of her from now on. He closes his eyes, noticing some noise outside. Someone smiles and says that he came to meet the shaman for a minute, but in the end he came across an unusually large catch. Keen tenses up when he states that he would never have thought that he would meet him like this, the famous lover of the mercenary queen and deputy leader of Sainba. The young man thinks about how much he misses Hayan now. The man hands over a newspaper with Lindel's news. The thought of the head of the Yamada Guild sounds. He has a scary look on his face and asks who is behind the terrorist attack in Lindela. The young man notices that he really looks like a villain. Ito is revealed to be the villain who tried to absorb Blua along with Xiaoho, the prime suspect in the terrorist attack on Lindel. It turns out that the latter was faked by Keen. He understands that the man found out about this. He stands in front of the two men, revealing that he actually financed Xiaoho, who was responsible for the attack, for which he is asked for proof. Ito indignantly asks how he dares to accuse their uninvolved guild, whether he really thinks that the congregation will spare him for this. Yuno appears behind the young man, asking what is going on here. Ito sighs, saying that it's nothing special. He smiles evilly, claiming that he is trying to catch the hidden rat before it gets deeper into the house. The question arises as to why the hell he keeps getting into trouble. It turns out that he has the nature of a meticulous strategist. Keen is surprised to note that they have the same nature. Now he understands that he is trying to provoke him. He believes that this is just like how he provoked Soka that time. He remembers that moment, thinking that it was so that he would get rid of Jinho's squad. He sighs, thinking that he's not just angry that he set him up, he's definitely plotting something against him, exactly what he would do in his place. Deciding that he is dangerous and it is better for him to retreat, Keen looks away and invites the man to discuss this later because he has already left. Smiling, Ito asks if he is afraid. The young man looks at him pointedly, declaring that he does not know what he is talking about. He mentally insults him. He leaves, wondering if the man really thinks such childish provocation will work on him. It sucks. He grins at him and thinks about how he's on guard. He squints, noticing that he doesn't know he has soul eyes. Ito has an intimidating look. The young man thinks about the lust for murder. Keen turns around in shock, stopping Juliana. The sword flies at the man as he informs her that she is not allowed to attack him. The guy appears covered in blood. He looks lifeless, coughing. He falls dead as Keen looks on dumbfounded. The sword turns out to be bloody when it is reported that Salo did not agree about this sword. Ito covers his face, claiming that he just lost one of his favorite subordinates to the youths. He slyly begins to scream for help because Keen has gone crazy. The young man frowns when men run up from behind and ask if something happened. It is reported that Keen suddenly launched his sword at them. The young man is seized after the appropriate order, and he declares that this is a misunderstanding. Ito crosses his arms as Keen considers whether or not he should grab his weapon and cut himself. He's every bit as good as him at hurting himself to prove it. He wonders if he should stick his sword in his stomach right now and then say it was self-defense. The blonde frowns and asks if the man is okay and how someone like him dares attack him. It is said that he is a candidate to be the next bishop. Ito is shown handing the bag to the blonde, and Keen believes that the congregation is covering for him. It is reported that in the Holy Empire of Beniger, the bishop is in no way inferior to the emperor in influence. The young man frowns, realizing that if he is not careful, the truth may lose his head. A girl appears and tells them to stop. She casts a spell, saying that this person is her guest. She does not ask those who dare to touch him. Ito smiles as he grabs his sword. She claims Keen is innocent. Lowering his head, he reports that everything is fine. Yuno is worried, and he says that he will help with the investigation, but before that, he asks if he can ask her for something. Something is visible in his hand. He approaches the girl, informing her that everything is fine with him and she needs to contact the person whose name is indicated in this note. It's about Ito. It turns out that he is not only behind the terrorist attack in Lindel. The young man's hands are shackled. It is reported that the man framed the innocent and saintly Keen. The sword is confiscated. The young man decides that he can still turn this situation to his advantage. Ito smiles as he thinks about how he looks like he's serving the devil himself. Keen looks to the side, offering to see who will be the winner in the end. They smile wildly at each other, and the young man claims that he will make sure that from now on he knows the true hell. He is behind bars. He licks his lips, noting that it's quite cozy in here. The girl cries, declaring that she will definitely kill everyone who imprisoned him here, asking how they could put him behind bars like that. The young man thinks about what if he ignores her presence. Hira crosses her arms over her chest, saying that she didn't bring him here so that he would be embroiled in such a story. She looks down, claiming that she is ashamed of herself, and she also assured Henson that he would be fine as long as she was there, to which Keen replies that it was an unforeseen situation, nothing could be done about it. Covering his smile with his hand, the young man tells her not to worry about him so much. He reveals that he has a great idea for revenge. Autumn leaves are seen when it is reported that several days have passed. Jihye looks down, noticing that the young man in this cell is so comfortable that she cannot even feel sorry for him. She crosses her arms over her chest, asking if he has something in mind for the meeting and how he plans to get out, to which he replies that he and Hira came up with a plan, but he can't tell her the details yet. It's a secret. The girl only notices that she is offended, but she is sure that she will understand everything at the right time. She is interested in something else. The meeting is already today, so how does he want to get out of here? To which he replies that Hira said that she resolved this issue. Nice have power. The problem is that even if he breaks out and comes to the meeting, people's opinion of him will not be the best. Jihye stands opposite the young man, telling him that he doesn't have to worry about this. She will try to change this negative opinion, and he claims that it won't be easy, but Ito has a lot of support. The girl just grins at this. She calls out to the security guard who is waking up. She rudely tells him to bring Keen to Julian. The young man is all sparkling, and the guard reports that the rope has now been confiscated. Pointing her finger at him, the girl asks if he wants to say that he is ready to take full responsibility if the Yamada Guild mercenaries come for her client's head. She points at the young man, asking if he sees how he is suffering from terrible psychological trauma, and in such a situation, him taking away his only means of self-defense is simply outrageous. She will sue them all for discrediting. The guard gets scared when she reveals that the weapon is legendary level. It is too valuable for them to trust someone like them with it. She asks how they are going to pay compensation if it suddenly gets scratched. The phrase is that Juliana is under the strictest supervision. Jihye indignantly declares that she told him to bring the elder, so she asks who is in charge here. She believes that it was certainly not Beniger who taught them such behavior. She asks the goddess to punish these devilish sixes who humiliate an innocent soul. The guard hesitated and said that he would immediately bring the authorities. She needed to wait a minute. The girl smiles, and the burden notices that she is an excellent negotiator. Management reportedly said they would return Juliana. It turns out that this will only happen after the meeting for security reasons. In return, they promised that Keen's safety would be ensured by Victor Hart personally, so the man asks for her understanding. Kiyoung smiles, thinking that Jihye is good, and she praises the guard. He thanks her for the reward. She sighs, asking if this is normal, because they promised to return Julian even though he is suspected of murder, and besides, he will be under the protection of the strongest warrior of the empire. She is sure that many people will be convinced of his innocence just from this fact alone. They smile at each other when she says that this way public opinion will begin to tilt in a positive direction, to which the young man thanks her. Her face darkens as she states that the main problem is right here. She cups his cheek, telling him to look at him, and asks if he was serious about going to the reception looking so shabby. She claps her hands for the girls. She arches an eyebrow, telling them to make sure he looks as innocent and fragile as possible. Anyone looking at him should think he's a victim. Luxuriously dressed people can be seen. The young man takes a step forward. The girls are surprised by his appearance. He walks down the stairs with here as people wonder if this is the man accused of mercilessly killing a member of the Yamada Guild. He holds hands with the girl when it is reported that he was actually framed, not for nothing that he is protected by the mercenary queen and Victor Hart. There is a phrase that says that just looking at him makes you want to protect him. Shows a handsome young man when others declare that he simply cannot be a murderer. He smiles, realizing that everything is going according to his plan. People have fun and communicate with each other. Lindel News exclusive article on freedom for Keen is reported. It is said that rumors quickly spread throughout the empire that the young man had become a victim of false accusations due to a lack of evidence. Today he was released from custody much earlier. Jihye is shown when it becomes known that she made a serious criticism of the actions of the Yamada Guild. She stated that such cases of abuse of power by a large guild should never happen again. Meanwhile, Keen shocked the public by declaring that he regularly receives threats from Ito. The phrase says that the portrait came out good from that day on. Looking at the newspaper, the young man asks how long they will have to use physical newspapers, and thinks that even Hayan says that they cannot create something like TVs or smartphones in this world. And Jihye replies that nothing can be done, they will say thank you, then they can post any images at all. She adjusts Hira's necklace, informing him that she has been given the opportunity to come to this meeting with Keen and the beautiful mercenary queen in a magnificent dress. The girl smiles, claiming that flattery will do her no good. But she can't help but admit that she greatly helped in getting him out of prison, and she replies that she has no other reasons why she wants to be friends with her. Sounds like she's really good at talking to people in power. The young man looks away when Hira asks how his hand is, and he replies that it's tolerable. He himself thinks that he is in great pain. He looks away when Jihye asks if he got some kind of injection. Keen smiles, saying that now the mana of Hira is raging in him. At the command of the mercenary queen, the power of the powerful dragon of the Scarlet Mercenaries will explode. The question is whether this is true. Jihye smiles, asking if his hand is a bomb. He decides that she really is a psychopath. The question is whether this is the plan they were talking about. The answer sounds affirmative. Jihye lowers his head, closing his eyes. When the young man asks them to keep this a secret from Hayan, she will be horrified, to which she tells him to focus on taking care of him. He could lose his life in a split second. Keen thinks that his only concern is the possibility that Hayan will shred Ito. A joyful Hayan immediately runs up to him. He smiles at her, asking if she sent the letter, to which she replies that she sent it straight to Samba by express mail, and Henson may have even received it already. Keen praises her and wants to compliment her. The girl blushes when he calls her pretty. She looks down shyly, tucking her hair behind her ear. She happily turns away, and the young man notices that he was able to distract her. The question arises as to why he needed this. The girls smile, saying that they are much more beautiful in person, and one of them remembers that he is an alchemist and says that she needs some potions. It is reported that all this is because of the pretentious noble ladies who do not take their eyes off him. He smiles at them, thinking about smiling with his eyes. He kisses the girl's hand, calling them sisters. He looks down when the blushing girl notices how cute he is. He suddenly falls to the floor. He opens his eyes slightly, reporting that he had a little to drink and was feeling dizzy. The girls are surprised that he fell from such a small amount of alcohol, and notice that he is a fragile and handsome young man. One of them offers the other to adopt him. He notices that he is their type. The man sighs as he watches this and claims that he can barely even hold a knife when the other thinks it doesn't look like he's a murderer. Keen is happy to hear the voice of his image improving, and he asks Ito to come out soon. He asks if he can continue to make him out to be a criminal. He looks around, noticing a man. Ito smiles when the girls reveal that they love him and tells them to prove it and die. The young man frowns, noticing that he has his own army of fans. He thinks that, despite the fact that everyone knows about the threats, his support rating is not even close to falling. He hates to admit it, but he is a good opponent. The girls say in disappointment that they thought the man was kind, but in reality he slandered Keen and also threatened him with violence, but they don't yet know exactly which of them is telling the truth. Public opinion is reported to be split down the middle. A man is shown who crashed into another. The waiter is already crashing into her. He spills all the champagne. Ito immediately rushes forward. He makes several quick moves. He immediately catches all the champagne and the girl when it turns out that he has 99 agility. He makes the girl blush when he asks if she's okay. Everyone notices that he helped a person in trouble. It is reported that such a person cannot be a terrorist and a murderer. The young man watches this sadly. He considers it an abomination. The girls just frown while the others call out Ito. The man covers his face, smiling. He has an evil smile and thinks that the young man has put a lot of effort into coming here, but he is just a squirming worm trying to win the sympathy of the public. No matter how much he squirms, he is still a newcomer who has no more than a year of experience. His efforts are meaningless, because his image has been built and strengthened over the years. Suddenly he waves his hand. He looks ahead, communicating that he wanted to take advantage of the fact that they were all here today and make a public proposal to Keen. Depending on the answer, their empire would either continue to live in peace or be shaken by the outbreak of war. The young man looks at him calmly. The man points his hand at him, claiming that he is extremely upset that he killed one of his subordinates. However, as a candidate for bishop and a patriot of their great empire, he does not want to escalate the conflict between Celia and Lindel. He smiles, asking how he feels about forming an alliance with the Yamada Guild. Keen frowns, wondering if he is threatening to start a war if he refuses the alliance. Ito smiles, claiming that these are offensive words because he proposes that they conclude a peace agreement. This is the simplest way to preserve peace in the empire. The young man thinks about what kind of nonsense this is. This is, rather, the simplest way for him to get his hands on Sainba. The man extends his hand to him, declaring that it is up to him whether to shake his hand or not. He slyly asks what the citizens of the empire will think of him if he refuses the hand of the world extended to him. Even he does not know the exact answer to this question. The young man clenches his hand into a fist. The girl's face darkens. Keen extends his hand to the man in response, informing him that he agrees to the peace agreement. They shake hands. The thought sounds that he was caught. Ito narrows his eyes, thanking him for his wise choice. Keen grins intimidatingly as he looks at him. Hira has the same expression on her face and Ito wonders what it is. Suddenly blood gushes out. The man is dumbfounded, thinking about what he did to his own hand. He understands that this is a trap. The young man immediately begins to scream while the splashing blood covers him. Jihye, barely holding back his laughter, declares that Ito blew up his arm. He attacked him. The young man breathes heavily, claiming that the man has now shown his true colors and talks about who he really is. He is reported to be a minion of the devil under the guise of a bishop. Keen is completely covered in blood. He notes that it seems like it's time for him to send him to the bottom with the help of agitation and falsification. A letter is shown that says that the young man is doing well with Hayang and asks how Henson is doing. It is said that at the moment they are trying to resolve the conflict with the Yamada Guild as peacefully as possible. The girl rushes at the man, and Hayan runs up to Keen. It becomes known that the false rumors about the war between Lindel and Celia will soon disappear. Ito gets hit in the face and questions are raised about whether they are serious about starting a war. Henson is asked not to worry about their safety. In case of an emergency, the Scarlet Mercenaries and Black Swans guilds will protect them. The young man begins to foam at the mouth. Jihye fearfully notices that he is having a seizure and tells the people to quickly call the priest. She and Keen wink at each other. The question is whether everything is fine with Park and Yori, how Heen, Jeongyeon and Min are doing there. Henson sighs, smiling. Keen says goodbye to him. He breathes out a sigh of relief. Park is surprised that they are okay, to which Henson replies that it looks like they are. It doesn't look like there is a need for a rescue mission. The young people leave, saying that this is really great news, but the girl doesn't care at all. The guy just smiles, thinking that now he is convinced that they are okay. He places his hand on the card, deciding it's time for him to begin. People look dumbfounded, asking what is happening. Ito trembles, claiming that they have finally arrived. Suddenly, Hira kicks him in the face. He flies to the side as his blood gushes, and the young man thinks that the girl is magnificent. He smiles, deciding that it would be nice if she killed him like that. However, his gaze becomes thoughtful. He understands that there is a risk. The man's face is covered in blood, and the thought sounds that he is not counterattacking, but only defending himself, protecting himself minimally, just enough to stay alive. Now in the eyes of others he begins to look like a victim much more than the young man. If she kills him now, when the suspicion of an attempt on his life is not yet certain, he may later find himself in a disadvantageous political position. Keen thinks that Hira should also realize this. She has an intimidating look and he tells him that it's a pity, but they'll have to leave it at that, wondering what she's so upset about. He mentally tries to stop her when she strikes again. Two fists collide. The girl frowns when the man says that enough is enough. Keen pretends to be half dead, and he himself wonders who the old man is. Victor Hart appears when it turns out that it is him, and the young man thinks that he was not visible at all and then suddenly appeared. The most interesting place ended. The man closes his eyes when Hera claims that she is not finished yet and says that she is too nervous. This is not a training ground for her. He is not her godfather now, but the commander of the Imperial Knights. Everything must be in accordance with the rules of the palace. She looks away, tisking when he states that if she breaks the rules, he will draw his sword. Ito has blood all over his face, and Victor Hart orders him to be taken away, but he claims that he didn't do it. He lowers his head, saying that he will fully cooperate in the investigation, but he really did not harm Keen. The truth will definitely be revealed. The phrase sounds like it was all his plan. The young man covers his smile. Victor Hart only remains silent, looking away to the side. The question is about what's wrong with Hayan. Kiyoung sits on the bed when Hera reveals that Jihye said she will stay with her until she calms down. Suddenly he bursts into loud laughter. The girl just looks at him emotionlessly. There is a question about what's wrong with him. The young man has tears of laughter in his eyes when he asks if it's funny and if she saw the look on Ito's face then. He claims that if it weren't for politics, they would have killed him right there, but they still have a lot for him. There are gifts in store. It would be a pity to kill him like that. The girl tells him to calm down. He smiles, asking why he needs to calm down. She frowns, asking why he neglects his body so much, and the young man wonders why she is doing this all of a sudden. He calmly asks what's wrong, because when she understood, she should have understood that this is how everything would happen, and everything ended well. He was treated on time. They said that his arm would soon grow back, so he doesn't understand why problem. To which Hera replies that she didn't know that he would tear off his entire arm. He could have died. She only agreed to use her mana for intimidation. She closes her eyes, frowning, and claims that she herself is a fool for trying to talk to such a psycho. The young man just looks at her in bewilderment, not understanding why she was so angry. He reaches out with his palm to the girl's face. He smiles, asking if she was worried about him. He believes that she has feelings for him. Hera awkwardly tells him not to be familiar because she was not worried about him, but about his reputation. Suddenly Keen kisses her forehead. Smiling sweetly, he thanks her and mentally congratulates her on joining his fan club. Hera immediately blushes, surprised. She looks away in embarrassment, claiming that he is acting risky. She leaves, saying that if he wants to die, he can say so at any time. She will personally kill him, and now she has work to do. She covers her face when he says goodbye to her and thinks that he has no idea what she likes about him, that he even managed to tame her this time. He closes his eyes, sighing. He lowers his head and tells the girl that she can leave. A butterfly is shown sitting on a flower when Yuno's name is called. She takes a step forward, surrounded by butterflies. She folds her arms, calling him master, and he thinks that she is his personal summoned animal. Turning to her, he asks if she has done what he asked, to which she replies that the process has been started. To date, the net profit from the items released to the market alone has exceeded 20,000 gold. He praises her. Keen smirks, asking if Ito thought this was the end, and remarks that he's probably dreaming of killing him right now. He thinks that now that the man is behind bars and cannot move freely, this is his chance to prepare to strike before he does. A bird is shown sitting on a branch as the young man says that Ito must not find out about this and the girl must not let her guard down. A certain pendant sparkles on the raven's neck. Looking at the beautiful statue of the goddess, someone turned to his comrade asking him if he thought what Keen said before losing consciousness was true. Two comrades passing by the statue of the goddess discussed Ito, saying that now his candidacy for the honorary position of bishop was in question, and rumors that he was the lord of the underworld were spreading too quickly. Keen, who was passing by, smiled as he heard one of the men say that people were saying that Sauda was involved in the black market trade of suspicious substances and slaves. Everything went according to Keen's plan. He recently attended a ladies' tea party and, sitting at a table with the ladies, spread rumors about Sauda. He kept slandering him, and now rumors about him spread throughout the empire. The protagonist grabbed the door handle. The cardinal sitting inside raised his cup of tea to greet the newcomer. Then the gray-haired old man looked at the protagonist, saying that he had been waiting for him for a long time. Keen put his hand to his chest, saying that he was pleased to meet the Cardinal of Basel. A wide smile stretched across the protagonist's face when he named the title and name of his interlocutor. At this time, the necklace on the crow's neck shone brightly, reproducing the recent conversation between Keen and his summon. Someone told Sauda that although there were interference, the essence of the conversation was crystal clear. Standing in front of the cell where Sauda was imprisoned, his subordinate said that Keen was earning huge sums through illegal trading through Yuno, and this information had already been confirmed on the black market. Sauda smirked upon hearing his subordinate's words. A moment later, he stood up sharply and ordered that he be informed that he was Ito Sauda, submitting an application to the Inquisition. A creepy grin appeared on Sauda's face. At this time, Keen was pouring wine into a glass of basil while he asked him if he himself made the wine. Because it was very tasty, Keen, having heard the Cardinal's question, confirmed the fact of production and feignedly expressed his joy. Sitting opposite each other and drinking wine, Basil asked Keen what he wanted to talk about. The protagonist, holding a glass of wine in his hand, decided to get straight to the point and asked the Cardinal to stop supporting Sauda because such a person did not deserve unconditional trust. While drinking wine, Basil said that this was problematic because he had done a lot for their congregation. As Keen began to convince Basil, the door to the room suddenly burst open and a paladin entered, asking Basil for forgiveness. Keen looked at the paladin, who said that Sir Sauda had filed a complaint against him with the Inquisition. Upon hearing this, the protagonist mentally called the enemy's actions predictable. The protagonist shouted sharply, asking the Cardinal to help him, when the paladin grabbed him, saying that from now on he was under emergency arrest on suspicion of heresy. The glass of wine fell to the floor as Keen screamed, warning Basil about Sauda's true nature, calling him a devil. The protagonist shouted sharply, saying that the Empire was in danger, after which he began to call the Cardinal. Basil, without opening his eyes, shouted, asking Keen to repeat his words. Suddenly, Basil bowed his head and cried out, feeling great pain. The Cardinal fell to his knees and clutched his head in severe pain. The Cardinal's consciousness became clouded. He began to see flames and fire everywhere. Basil, clutching his head, screamed, asking him to stop. Events moved to the courtroom where Hayan and Yuno were sitting. In another part of the courtroom sat a frowning Basil. The judge asked for silence and then looked at all the representatives standing and sitting in front of him, saying that they were starting a hearing in the case of the defendant Keen, accused of heresy. Looking at the grinning Sauda, the judge asked him if the plaintiff and special heresy investigator Sauda was ready. Looking at Jihye, the judge said that under this charge, lawyers are not allowed, but with the permission of the imperial family received by the mercenary queen, today the defendant has a lawyer, and this is Jihye. Next came Keen, sitting in a white shirt on a chair. The judge asked him if the defendant accused of heresy, that is, he was ready. Sauda nodded his head when the judge, hearing the readiness of everyone, asked him to begin with the testimony of the prosecution. Touching the brightly glowing bottle with his hand, Sauda called it a devilish drug created by Keen. Two ladies sitting in the hall opened their mouths in shock. Jihye sharply raised her hand and pointed at Sauda and began to protest, asking if they had evidence that it was her client who produced it. Holding a sheet of analysis in his hand, Sauda smiled and said that if you study the archival records of the raid on the Cursed Temple, you can easily see the similarities between this potion and the medicine created by Keen. Also, after research, they found out that the potion contains many unidentified catalysts, and only Keen was so smart and advanced in alchemy. When Jihye began to protest again, the judge slammed his gavel down on the table, saying that that was enough. Keen closed his eyes and confessed to creating the potion when the judge asked him about it. The energy attack hit Keen's head harshly, causing him to cry out in pain. The protagonist clenched his teeth, denying his guilt, saying that it was a potion of illusions and it was not a drug, but a medicine. Jihye again pointed her hand at Sauda and began to protest when he said that the protagonist's words were an ordinary disguise to spread among the people. Sauda sighed as Jihye screamed and told him that the potion was a medicine that was sold for its intended purpose. Hearing her ask Jihye why it contained hallucinogenic ingredients then. Putting her hand to her chest and smiling, Jihye said that this was not an ordinary potion, but a medicine to combat psychological problems. Moreover, even some painkillers sometimes contain hallucinogens. Pointing his hand at the potion, Sauda began to protest, saying that there was no reason to add them in such a huge quantity, because the content of hallucinogens in this drug is even higher than in ordinary drugs. A bead of sweat ran down Keen's face as he realized that Sauda had done a good job of investigating in such a short time. Looking at Yuno, who was covering her eyes, Sauda said that now Keen's accomplice was present in the courtroom, and it was she who, together with Keen, distributed their hallucinogenic potion. Yuno bowed her head when the judge asked her about the veracity of Sauda's words. She answered the judge by saying that she and Keen only met recently, and she missed the meeting due to illness, so she did not understand what they were talking about. Sauda, with a grin on his face, took out a recording artifact that could record sound for a limited amount of time. While everyone in the courtroom was amazed, Keen frowned as he listened to his recent conversation with Yuno, which turned out to be recorded. The judge opened his eyes in surprise when he heard Yuno call Keen her master in their conversation. Remembering the scenes of the past terrorist attack, Sauda began to blame Keen for the fact that all criminal organizations opposed him because of the sale of a hallucinogenic potion, and as a result, a murder occurred with the help of Juliana. Even that recent assassination attempt at a social gathering was the result of his drug cartel. Sauda shouted this to the entire audience with a serious face. Frowning, Jihye again pointed her hand at Sauda and began to protest, saying that the plaintiff's words were made up only to cover up her own crimes, and especially this could not be connected with the murder of his subordinate Yuliana. Suddenly Sauda remembered his subordinate and told the judge that his subordinate had 2 lives. He was a member of the Yamada Guild, but he was also a member of the secret organization Shadow, and it was led by Solo, who was a member of Sinva and the culprit of the terrorist attack in Lindel. Pointing his hand at Jihye, shouted, saying that in other words, these 2 incidents were just a confrontation between 2 leaders, and if the truth about this incident was revealed, Sinva's image would have completely deteriorated. So Keen set up an assassination attempt to make himself the only one guilty who knows the truth. Jihye slammed the table, accusing Sauda of slander because he didn't even have evidence. The judge looked at Ito and asked how he knew about all this. Putting his hand to his chest, Ito said that Yamato were not on the side of justice and they could not continue to watch the forces of evil destroy the sacred empire. The judge's eyes sparkled with happiness when he heard Saut's words, after which he said that the charge had been proven and now he would ask a question to the defendant. When Keen asked the judge if he admitted his guilt, he looked straight at the judge and called it all nonsense. A moment later, electricity enveloped the protagonist's body, causing him to scream in pain. Hayan, concerned about Keen's condition, screamed. The protagonist raised his head and screamed loudly, mentally asking himself how they dared to make him suffer so much. He decided to give Ito 10 minutes, after which he would personally finish him off. The protagonist clenched his teeth as he began to cry due to the intense pain caused to him by the electricity. Sauda closed his eyes and, smiling, asked the judge to give him the opportunity to conduct the interrogation on his own. Having received Saut's consent, he took the spear offered to him. Standing in front of the exhausted Keen, Sauda bowed his head, asking him how he was feeling. Approaching the protagonist's ear, Ito said that thanks to his actions, he was able to achieve his goals because this chance gives him the opportunity to get rid of Kasugano, who he has not liked for a long time. Ito's pupil glowed brightly as he demanded the protagonist give him the blue. Sauda smiled widely, saying that a better start could not have been found for their Yamato Guild, for their dominance in the empire. Sauda gritted his teeth sharply and straightened up when Keen began to laugh, saying that he had a similar way of thinking. Keen smiled, looking at Sauda, and then said that his eyes did not deceive him. He asked him if he was sure that everything would be fine after he told him about his goals. The spear in Ito's hand began to emit electricity as he screamed, accusing Keen of being insolent. The protagonist was enveloped in electricity, which is why he began to scream loudly in pain, but mentally he was glad that his plan was almost fulfilled. A distraught Sauda screamed, yelling for Keen to fall on his face. Hayan and Jihye began to scream in horror, asking the judge to stop this immediately, but he refused them, saying that they already allowed him to have everything only because of the mercenary queen, and now they had all the evidence. The judge's eye lit up brightly as he frowned and said that from now on, anyone who protects Keen will also be punished. After some time, the protagonist's legs were tied. They tried to calm down the saddened and terrified Hayan. Another moment later, the protagonist's hand was chained. Jihye and Yuno bowed their heads in helplessness. Keen himself kept coughing up blood, mentally telling everyone that they would regret it. Hayan cried seeing her lover in such a state. Tears streamed down Keen's face as Sauda told him that he was asking for the last time if he admitted that he was a heretic. While hanging on a cross, the protagonist bowed his head and confessed. A malicious smile appeared on Saut's face as he thought that Keen had finally given up. But suddenly the protagonist raised his head and, looking at Ito, who was standing nearby, began to scream. Tears streamed down the protagonist's face as he screamed, accusing the congregation of being heretics. Sauda smiled upon hearing his words and told the angry judge that Keen really wanted to die. The protagonist snapped his fingers as Sauda and the judge began discussing his execution. Suddenly, a magic summoning circle formed in front of the protagonist, from which a goblin-like monster wrapped in chains began to emerge. When the goblin began to growl and twitch, Keen asked everyone in the room to calm down, saying that it was just a low-level monster summoned using bioalchemy. A system window appeared in front of the protagonist showing his specialization, bioalchemical interrupter. Since in the world only the protagonist had such a specialization, it was unique heroic. Keen, whose face had many wounds, parted his lips, saying that by pouring a potion of illusions on the monster, they would understand why he accuses the congregation of heresy. The judge and Sauda began to scream after the protagonist's words, saying that he should be executed and should not be listened to at all. Suddenly Basil, sitting with his fingers clasped, told everyone to just try it, because nothing would get away with it. Saut's face twisted with dissatisfaction. Looking at Basil, he didn't understand why he suddenly stood up, but he was still sure that 99% of the potion was drugs, so he wasn't too worried. Ito sprayed the potion directly onto the monster. Sauda crossed his arms and grinned as the monster began to fall. A moment later, the protagonist mentally says that this is his victory, but his thoughts were interrupted by a scream. People looked at the monster withered to death. Ito did not open his mouth in shock. He did not understand how this could happen. The potion, poured onto the floor, glowed brightly. People in the hall shouted, calling it a sacred glow. The protagonist's lips curled into a smile when he said that it was actually holy water that healed people and killed monsters. While suspended, Keen smiled as he looked at his enemy. Keen had thought of everything in advance. The subordinate who visited Sauda in the cell was actually his subordinate embedded from the Black Swan. And even though he almost died trying to convince everyone that he was at a disadvantage, it was worth it. Jihye's lips curled into a smile as she listened to the protagonist. Keen bowed his head a little, saying that the reason Sauda couldn't recognize the holy water was because only a good person could recognize the goddess's holy water, and Sauda not recognizing it was clearly a sign that he was a heretic. The people standing in the courtroom shuddered and were horrified when they heard the words of the protagonist. Many in the hall began to discuss the fact that they felt sacred energy. When Sauda began to dissuade people and try to blame the protagonist again, he looked at him and said that they were the ones who treated people for mental disorders. A moment later, Keen shouted sharply, demanding a hearing for the slander of holy water against the devil follower Sauda, who was unable to recognize it. Sauda clenched his teeth, feeling fear. Basil shouted sharply, telling Sauda that he was a follower of the devil. Sauda turned to the frightened judge, asking him to say something, but he only called him a heretic and was more frightened than before. Sauda stood with his mouth open in shock, listening as many shouted, demanding his execution. Sauda managed to jump back when the chain, coated with a huge amount of energy, hit the place where he had just been standing. Hayan, around whom the chains formed, clenched her teeth looking at her enemy. The paladins and knights standing aside began to shout, demanding Sauda to stand and not move and depriving him of all his titles. Looking at this, Keen was happy, although it was predictable because their favorite turned out to be a subordinate of the devil. The paladin's sword fell on the magical shield formed by Sauda, who shouted, listing all the things he had done for the congregation. Basil forced Sauda to jump back, hitting the ground with his mace and crushing it. He was furious with Sauda's attitude. Keen had foreseen everything in advance. He had recently slipped his hallucinogen into the cardinal. The illusion potion was a potion that healed injuries by showing desired illusions. It consisted of hallucinogens and holy water, but was not addictive, so it was not a drug. However, he recently poured a potion into the cardinal's glass of wine. Because he could instill in a person those hallucinations that he needed, the wine he gave was a special hallucinogenic potion called holy wine. Then Basil hallucinated how the demon Sauda burned the entire empire in fire. And the hero who had to stop the devil's minion was himself, because even his specialty was called a righteous priest. And after drinking wine, the cardinal considered this hallucination a revelation of the goddess and decided that only a chosen hero could save the empire. The Inquisitor approached the protagonist and, asking for forgiveness, began to treat him. Keen accepted her apology with a smile on his face, saying that just from her words he felt much better. A moment later, the protagonist raised his hands and shouted, asking everyone to try to cleanse Sauda of the devil's power. Sauda to the face that the sword was approaching, and the mace clenched his teeth, mentally swearing. Sauda suddenly extended his arms and summoned his heroic class wind sword. With one swing of his sword, he created a strong gust of wind that drove all his enemies away from him. Keen could not believe how Sauda decided to start fighting in the hall of the sacred court. One of the paladins raised his sword high as Keen shouted, saying that they must execute Sauda according to the rules. Fighting off the chains flying at him, Sauda approached Keen, threatening to kill him. But suddenly the Inquisitor, Yuno and Hayan stood in front of the protagonist, blocking Sauda's path. The raid by Devil Ito South's follower has begun. The first test of the battle priestess of Inquisitor Hlen was passed without problems with the help of the goddesses Lightning and a strange pose. The second test of the universal damage dealer of the priestess and shaman Kasugano Yuno, who used the butterfly dream, was somehow also passed. And finally, there was Hayan, who took turns using the wind blade, magic chain, wind blast, and mini meteor. Keen thought that, as expected from Hayan, there was not even a triple attack, but a quadruple attack, forcing Suot to slow down. Keen was surprised to find that Suota had dodged everything, which was impressive, to which Jihye asked if they should run away or at least call the mercenary queen, since this was not a trial, but a mess. Keen replied that she had gone looking for Julian, and in the end, because of Suot, he was unable to pick her up. Besides, he didn't think they needed to run when Suota flew up to the ceiling, surrounded by a green glow. The man raised his blade, and Keen immediately changed his mind, calling him a devil and ordering the girls to run. Suota attacked with his blade, wishing the guy death, and almost plunged the sword into his head. At the last minute, the blade was stopped by another sword. Keen grinned with relief, thinking that he had already believed that Juliana had arrived on time. Suota turned around because he was very surprised. Juliana attacked, kicking her lower back. Suoda arched in pain, and Keen was surprised at the location of the blow. Everything in the courtroom was covered in lightning. Discharges pierced Suot's entire body. Lightning began to multiply. Finally, Suoda fell to the floor, and another foot pressed him down. Hira arrogantly said that she was wondering where this fly flew. Now was the very chance when Suot could be arrested. While the girls were amazed by the coolness of Hira, Keen thought that he was in a lot of pain, although he continued to smile. The courtroom was so bright from the bright sun that it seemed as if the statue of God was smiling because of the triumph of justice, and at that moment Suoda cursed, asking what they were going to do with him. They led him under the arms of the Latins, and he said that they had gone completely crazy, and called Keen a swindler who had fooled everyone around his finger, and what had he got to do with it. Footsteps were heard, and he was asked why he decided to follow the disgusting devil, and he was called a heretic. Suoda continued to say that they were talking nonsense and Keen built everything, and he did not understand why they were doing this to him and what he had done to him, to which Keen thought that all this was because he committed murder, tried to finish him off, steal sign of, and so on, and said out loud that Suoda should not speak like that because he could be misunderstood and he simply should not have made the goddess Beniger his enemy. Keen folded his hands in front of him benignly and said that Suoda had gone too far for him to repent now, and he could not bring himself to lie by saying that after death he would go to the best of worlds, since he had committed too many sins, so won't be able to go to heaven. Therefore, Keen asked his permission to cleanse his soul with holy water. Keen looked like an angel when he said that he hoped that the holy water of the goddess Beniger would wash away the sins from his soul, and in his next life he would not make the wrong choice. And he chuckled contentedly to himself. Suoda continued to shout that this was madness, that he should be released, that everyone around him was barbarians and he was innocent, and that he would definitely kill Keen, and at this time his legs were chained. Cardinal Basil called everyone to order in the name of the goddess Beniger and said that heavenly punishment would befall this devil worshipper. There was a splash of water. Suoda found himself under a stream of holy water. Keen watched this scene with indifference. If he left him alive, Suoda would definitely get in his way sooner or later, so he has no choice but to get rid of any, even the slightest, potential threat, the only way he can survive. Keen covered his face with his hand, hiding his true emotions, as he was sorry that he had to get rid of such a capable person like that, and it was because they were the same. Only he was desperate, and Suot wasn't, so he lost. Keen shouted something about sayonara and showed his middle finger, and then laughed evilly. Suot's hand appeared from the stream of water, who gurgled the name Keen and curses. In a solemn atmosphere, Keen expressed gratitude for protecting their country from the devil worshipper Ito Suot. Keen, standing in a cassock and holding a cross in his hands, was appointed an honorary bishop, the first foreigner to earn this title. The cardinals began to clap their hands, asking him to say at least a few words. Ken smiled and said that justice will always prevail. Victor Hart looked at this action and thought that Keen was creepy. The weather was good over the guild. Keen looked at the box, and I think it was not in vain that they decided to rob the warehouse of the Yamada Guild. Puck flew towards him at full speed, drawing attention to himself, to which Keen thought that he was a wild boar. Pack began to circle him, saying that he missed him, to which Keen asked him to calm down and asked how they were doing here, to which Pack replied that he and his guildmates were having a good time. Pack said that if Keen had not sent the letter, he would definitely have gone after it, and then looked at the boxes and asked where so many gifts came from, to which he replied that it was all taken from Suot. So let him consider it trophies of war, since the black griffin was for Henson, and the white griffin was a gift from the Imperial Palace, to which Puck decided that Henson would definitely like it. Keen thought that it was literally the same as if on Earth he gave him a personal helicopter, to which Pack noticed that Henson was just coming, and Keen asked him to look quickly, since all this was his merit. He raised his hand up, drawing attention to himself, and thought that in the whole world, probably no one else cared about him as much as he did, and that it didn't hurt them to continue and further settle so well what he had stopped short, since he saw that Henson is walking and laughing next to an unfamiliar girl. Keen looked at the laughing girl and thought about who she was, why they were walking so close to each other. Henson looked happy, to which Keen thought that he had never smiled at him like that. He was interested in what happened in the guild during his absence. Henson approached Keen and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, thanked him for everything he had done. To which Keen said that they really had not seen each other for a long time, and thought to himself that he had brought so much good there, but what does he see? Keen decided to ask about the one who was walking next to Henson, to which the girl replied that she was very glad to meet Keen. She introduced herself as Ki Hai-jin with a serious expression on her face and said that she had recently been appointed as the chief secretary and assistant to the head of Helium, to which Keen thought about her words in confusion. Jiang thought in bewilderment that the girl was now Hensung's right hand. Keen wanted to swear because he felt deceived because he did a lot of things for Henson, but he said out loud that he saw that during his absence Henson managed to find a good person, to which Henson replied that she was really good and Keen thought she had taken his place. He didn't understand how Henson dared to cheat on him while he was busy on a business trip. Henson explained that Ms. Hayan is from Castle Rock, but for personal reasons she moved to Lindel and they met not long ago, but she is extremely talented, so he invited her to their guild. Keen looked at the girl and thought about what this nonsense on vegetable oil, since it is obvious that she was his subordinate in his past life, and it was not clear where Keen should go now. He didn't understand why he had tried so hard until now. Keen looked at her characteristics. The girl was 25 years old, her nature was extremely principled, her specialization was the skill of the heroic raiding spear, the title was stubborn from Castle Rock. He understood that their regressor would like them to get along with her and establish complete harmony in the guild, but alas, since he wants to be the favorite of their cute little regressor, he doesn't really like her, and besides, they have opposite natures. Henson continued to praise Hayan, saying that she was very helpful during Keen's absence, and also that she was very kind, capable, and, most importantly, extremely strong, to which the upset Keen thought that Henson was tactless and did not understand why he was praising her here. He thought whether she was really magnificent and whether she was really so capable, and why he didn't make her the head then, since in order to impress him, he literally became a potion factory and even brought in a griffin, but in the end he turned out to be a backup option. Keen was extremely upset, since all this time Henson already had another one on her mind to replace her right hand. He was disappointed in his boss, since at this rate all his work would go to waste. He thought that if Henson continued like this and they suddenly found themselves in a dangerous situation in which he could save either him or Hayan, he would definitely choose her, and at that moment he imagined the perfect day to die. Frustrated, Keen imagined himself asking his friend for a cigarette if he had one, but he asked if he had quit, and Keen replied that 1 or 2 cigarettes before his death would not make a difference. He thought he would smoke with sadness in his eyes, thinking about how much fun it was. He will die with the hope that Henson will live for his sake, and then he stopped the flow of these thoughts, since it is not Hayan or even the world that must save his cute little regressor, but Keen. A knight who cannot protect his king is useless. He begins the instructions for rebirth. Keen decided that of course we should start digging up Hayan's past. He handed the letter to Mion, asking him to deliver the letter to Lady Marlene of Castle Rock, and said that she would pay 700 gold holiday pay for this trip, to which Mion said that he would do anything for the deputy head. Keen walked through the guild courtyard, where there was a sign congratulating him on his return. He looked at Hayan, who was sitting on the bench all alone. He watched her drink tea and thought that it would be better for him if she couldn't fit into the guild. He approached the girl and asked with a smile how she was in Sinba. She was surprised at the unexpected conversation, and Keen suggested that she speak more freely, to which she agreed. Hayan looked around the courtyard and said that she thought that Sinba was better than she expected, since where she was before did not receive such a warm welcome, and Keen thought that maybe something happened to her in the previous guild, so he thought she would be reserved, but she turned out to be more sensitive. Hayan closed her eyes and said with a smile that it seemed that Kiyoung had special confidence in Henson, and this greatly surprised the guy. Keen listened in surprise that even when they went to meet him, Henson talked about him non-stop. She was even surprised, because usually he doesn't laugh that often. Keen thought his heart was melting because it was all about him when Henson smiled. He looked at Pack, who was carrying the plates and talking about the excellent taste and offering soup to everyone, and then Keen ordered himself to get ready since it was too early to forgive Henson. Keen didn't understand what kind of soup it was. An unfamiliar feeling suddenly pierced him, and Hayan looked at her plate in surprise. Their receptors seemed to be pierced by lightning when they thought that they had pleased their taste buds. Keen was very tasty, and he asked who was cooking. They put a large pan behind them with the words that he hoped they would like it. Henson lit up with joy and said that Hayan had not yet had time to really join the team, so he hoped that this would help them all get closer and asked if they would like some extra food. Keen became jealous of the girl for the head and thought to himself that Henson only cares about her and that maybe they are more than the head and his assistant. He thought that he would not let them get away with this happiness. Henson will leave him immediately as soon as love blows his mind. No matter how close he and she were in a past life, in this life Keen is the one who is hunchbacking the most. The bowl of soup fell to the floor as Keen became angry. Pack asked if he was full. The Huts looked at him in surprise. Keen replied that he did not feel well and that they should not pay attention to him, let them continue having fun. In fact, this is incredibly tasty. Why is this bad man also good at cooking? He wanted more, but he still cannot forgive him, because he believed that friendship is more important than love, so he left the street sadly. He believed that Henson should put friendship first and just do what he's told. He turned to the head and thought that he should understand how valuable his true friend Keen is. The guy gave off a negative aura and thought about how Henson didn't understand why he was angry. Henson was very upset about Keen leaving. Keen, wearing a New Year's hat, asked for everyone's attention and said that he would now give out gifts to everyone, to which it was heard that the deputy head was the best. Keen said that the shield and sword were for Park, new glasses for Chenin, a pendant for Mrs. Listen, to which Chenin said that now she could see Park's muscles even better and thanked Keen. He brought daggers for self-defense for Hayan and Yuri, to which the satisfied girls thanked him and said that this would greatly simplify their volunteer activities. For his love Kiyoung, he had a new staff and he kissed the girl. However, Kiyoung was embarrassed as he said that he couldn't prepare anything for Hayan, but he asked permission to give this blue seal plush from the Yamato Guild warehouse, to which the girl said that it was very cute. He thought that if he didn't give her anything, it would become clear that he was jealous, so he grabbed a toy on the way. Henson looked at Kiyoung and glowed with joy, expecting a gift. Kiyoung turned around, saying that that was all, and called his girlfriend, leaving Henson in bewilderment. Kiyoung turned around and said that Henson was carrying something, but he couldn't give it anymore since he lost it on the way. He apologized since Henson would have to wait for the next time. He said he went, leaving the head even more perplexed. Henson didn't understand why Kiyoung was acting this way. These thoughts were written on his forehead. Kiyoung mentally rejoiced that his leader felt remorse. He wanted the guy to think carefully about what he could have done wrong today. There was a lively conversation in the guild cafeteria about how Castle Rock is currently experiencing the preconditions of a wave of monsters, so right now they are hiring adventurers. Maybe they should go there too. Everyone was thinking that because of the wave of monsters, it looked like there would be a lot of experience. At this time, Hayan stood up and apologized, saying that she felt uneasy, so she would go to the restroom for a while. Henson asked if she was okay. She said that she would be back soon. Kiyoung thought that she felt sick just from the mention of Castle Rock, and that she was like an open book. Kiyoung was wondering what happened to her in the last guild and that Lady Marlene would answer as soon as possible so that he could understand what was wrong with this girl, and he looked at the thoughtful Henson. He turned to Kiyoung, who was leaning on his arm. He asked if the guy was angry with him because of something, to which Kiyoung was glad that he finally noticed and wondered out loud why this was happening all of a sudden. Henson said that it was because he appointed Hayan as secretary without consulting him, but that Kiyoung waved his hands and said that it was nothing like that since everything was in perfect order. Because what Henson decided in his absence, accepting a newcomer and immediately appointing him to an important post does not bother him at all. Because he is the head of the guild, so what does his opinion matter? Because Henson has every right to do so in the future. Henson felt pressured and said he felt there was some kind of misunderstanding between them. Kiyoung smiled, although in fact he felt depressed, and said out loud, "What a misunderstanding. Does he look like a person who would be upset about something like this?" And then he himself thought that he was exactly like that, so he needs to be understood and forgive. Henson wanted to say something, but Kiyoung interrupted him, saying that everything was fine, but he continued to make Kiyoung look strange. Kiyoung stood up from his chair and said he'd better go. In parting, he said that he had prepared everything necessary for sending to Castle Rock, so Henson did not have to worry, to which Henson tried to stop him, since they had not yet agreed. Henson very loudly asked him to stop, causing everyone in the dining room to look around. He grabbed Kiyoung's hand and said that wasn't what he meant, to which Kiyoung was glad that he followed him and rejoiced himself. Kiyoung thought darkly that he was a bad guy. He mentally admired how good the sound of his steps was. Henson still held his hand when Kiyoung thought it was straight out of a teen drama. Henson called him again, at which time he thought that this was a classic of the genre, when the main character plucks up the courage to be the first to ask for forgiveness. Hayan watched as Henson apologized for something she had been hiding until now. Henson blushed and tried to explain that he had actually been wanting to say something for a very long time. Kiyoung was discouraged in this situation, because he did not understand what kind of improvisation had begun. And doesn't Henson understand that in their genre it is dangerous to joke with such topics? And at that time, somewhere near the door, Hayan fell to her knees. She thought despondently that this was the kind of relationship they had, and scolded herself. Henson continued to say that in fact all this time he wanted to say something, but Henson covered his mouth with his palm and dragged him to another place, thinking that the surrounding ladies would stop squeaking so shrilly. He turned to Hyunsung and asked what he wanted to say, since even the guild members and Hayan had misunderstood everything, to which Hyunsung apologized. He seriously said that he had long wanted to start recruiting people as capable as Hayan, since he constantly burdens and complicates Kiyoung's life. And when he accidentally met Hayan, he thought that she could get along with him, to which Kiyoung thought how they could get along. Henson continued to talk about how the duo of Kiyoung and Hayan would definitely bring a lot of benefits to the guild, so he didn't even think about the fact that it might cause him discomfort, so Henson felt very sorry. Kiyoung looked intently at the head of the guild and thought that this puppy was even more of a rag than he thought. Well, even if he is a wuss, the fact that he immediately fell in front of him proves that he trusts him more than he thought, so now that he is convinced of this, he is calmer, and Kiyoung exhaled. At least he doesn't have to worry about being thrown out immediately because of Hayan. Sad Henson said that he was not trying to neglect Kiyoung at all, to which he hastened to assure him that everything was fine, but he himself thought that Henson had gone so far. Kiyoung asked to go somewhere with him for a while. Kiyoung stood next to the white griffin and looked at Henson's delighted face. The black griffin spread its huge wings and was incomparable. Henson stood with tears in his eyes and joy on his face, then turned to Keen, to which he said that he had completely accidentally captured him on the way. Person said in surprise that he had prepared such a gift for him, he would not have even thought of it, but that Keen replied that it was nothing, because in the end, thanks to him, he had also received a lot of things, and he himself thought that he had rammed he is a real Mercedes-Benz and now Henson should be ashamed in front of him. He glowed with happiness when he stroked the black griffin and thought about what a good bird it was. Henson thought that even though Keen might act strange sometimes, he was actually kinder, friendlier, and more reliable than anyone else. Keen thought that all this was being written down as his debts, let him continue to pay them off with interest. Henson thought that if only he had met Keen in the first attempt, and if he had had someone like a guy like him help him, he was sure that he could have prevented the destruction of the continent. Keen gave a thumbs up. Henson said that Keen reminds him of one of his brothers, and that there was one person he met in the tutorial, but that's all not important. To which Keen thought that he wanted to say that there is someone else like him. At this time the evening was sunset. Henson extended a friendly fist to Keen. Henson explained that it was in honor of reconciliation, to which Keen was surprised as he didn't think that was the style of the chapter. He poked his fist at the guild's head in a friendly manner, and thought that that was why he had no friends. Their fists hit each other. Henson admitted that he was really relieved that he could rely on Keen, to which Keen replied that he could say the same about him, and he himself thought that this was indeed the case. It was the dead of night when Keen thought that he was done with it, and that since Hayan personally chose their regressor, then it must be outstanding, especially after he had a good time with the regressor. The system notified him of the reward. Keen was checking his stats while his girlfriend was sleeping. The system window said that his soul eyes had reached the legendary level. The description said to continue to be friendly with the player Henson. Then they will continue to give gifts, to which Keen thought that he understood and accepted the task of the respected stat window. Keen opened the characteristics window and wanted to see what was added there. Checking the quirks of players was added to the eyes. Now Keen is able to view information about the quirks of both his own and other players. Innate quirks take their roots solely from their personality and do not depend in any way on the system. Therefore, quirks can only be learned using a legendary level soul eye skill. And he thought that this was very good, since it is not so easy to judge people only by their nature and characteristics, so checking quirks will allow him to more easily find an approach to others. And he immediately decided to check the quirks of the player Hayan, whose quirk was love, drenched in blood, and Keen thought that this was quite eloquent. A raven knocked on the window with a letter. Keen yawned and took the letter from Lady Marlene about Hayan, and he didn't really like that the introduction was so long. Suddenly something greatly surprised him. On this day the weather was simply wonderful when the first, second, and third detachments were preparing to depart. Puck walked with his hands behind his head and talked about how they hadn't gone on outings for so long, that he was really excited, and he asked how Keen slept that night, since he looked like a watered panda, to which Keen added hands on his chest and asked him not to worry, since they would travel in carriages, he could eat whatever he had. Keen himself got into the carriage with Hensung and Hayan. There was an awkward silence in the carriage. Many carriages were driving along a country road. Hayan rested on Kiyoung's shoulder while Hayan turned away from each other. Keen remembered a line from the letter where it was written that Hayan was known in Castle Rock due to a corruption scandal involving the head of the Small Rock Guild. Lady Marlene wrote that in this situation it was she who was the whistleblower. Since she was not a bad person, she just could be called even too correct. And because of her, the image of her former guild was almost completely buried under accusations of corruption. And all this, she ended up not being able to win this war. In the end, she was even kicked out of Castle Rock. And in any case, this will not affect their honest and innocent honorary bishop. Keen covered his face with his hand to hide his intense thoughts that were driving him crazy. Everything he did himself can hardly be called correct or at least legal, since he perverted the priestess, inducing her to kill the inhabitants of the slums, got rid of evidence with the help of Hayan's cleansing magic. He also conspired with Jihye to kill Seolo and framed him as the murderer, the past head of the guild. He controlled and manipulated the press. Keen framed the Yamato guild by accusing them of a terrorist attack in Lindel to protect Sinov's image. He mixed only 0.3% of holy water into a potion of illusions, and so on. If someone decides to expose him, everything could turn into a complete disaster. He thought that it would be easier for him to simply separate them, and if the truth came out later, Henson would personally kill him, so this was not an option. He decided to test Hayan's personal quirk. Keen thought that first he should calm down, since there must be some way to win her over to him. The personal quirk surprised him greatly. He tried to hide his grin behind his hand. Hayan squinted her eyes at him, not understanding what was happening, and Keen found a tactic to get closer. Castle Rock was bathed in its splendor and sunshine. Heels clicked on the pavement. Marlene Vera Castlerock, daughter of Lord Castlerock, a native citizen of the Empire, who madly adores Keen, who saved the Holy Empire from a devil worshipper whose quirk was obsessive fanaticism, ran out to meet them. She chirped about how long it had been since they had seen each other, since the tea party, and he couldn't even imagine how she was waiting for him, so she didn't sleep a wink for 3 nights in anticipation of this fateful meeting. Keen smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, but he thought to himself that they were not connected in any way, so that Hayan would no longer look creepy. He walked up the stairs and hugged Hayan, thinking that his girlfriend should know that she was the only one for him. There were a lot of hearts floating around Lady Marlene when she said that if His Eminence didn't mind, then after all the work she could have a cup of tea with him, to which Hayan replied that she didn't think that was possible. She smiled sweetly and said that she didn't know who Lady Marlene was, but Keen was already a slave to her love, and he thought that now it was rather sweet than threatening, as long as Hayan was satisfied. Lady Marlene was very surprised by this news, and also by the fact that Hayan was also here. Hayan was embarrassed since she was thrown out of Castle Rock. Negative aura emotions were coming from Henson, to which Lady Marlene apologized and said that she did not mean anything like that. Lady Marlene said that she just didn't expect to see her here so soon after the incident and apologized again, to which Hayan said that everything was fine, and then there were chuckles from somewhere on the side. The girl flushed and said that no matter how the residents of Castle Rock criticized her, she was rather proud of it because the guild was to blame here. Lady Marlene was called out and Hayan's eyes widened in fear. A man's voice asked if she had already come to meet his guests. Keen thought to himself who this is. Lady Merlin introduced this gentleman as the one in charge of cases involving monster attacks, and he turned out to be the head of the Small Rock Guild, Song Jongwook. He thought to himself that the first impression of him was disappointing, but it was better to greet him. He introduced himself and expressed hope that they would get along when the head simply walked past him. Keen, he thought angrily about what he thought of himself and how dare he ignore him. Jungkook over Hayan and said that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Hayan clenched her fists as she listened to the fact that he kept wondering where she could have gone, but it turned out that she joined Sinba because she betrayed them in order to join a bigger guild. Jungkook smiled sarcastically and called her a traitor, to which the girl clenched her teeth. Henson asked him to refrain from insulting him, to which he apologized and said that he did not mean to say that in front of them. Keen decided to check the stats and height limit of the player Chenuk, who was 32 years old. He was a hypocritical sycophant with the specialty of entrepreneur and the title of Small Rock Casrock, and these stats turned out to be incomparable with the characteristics of the members of Sinov. Even his quirk was not good and consisted of the Great Janus. He wanted to look into this because Hayan's guild had kicked her out after he was able to cover up his corruption scheme. Hayan fought for justice, but failed in the process of exposing Jungwook, and now for everyone in Casrock she is the local Vol on H. Mort. And now Hayan would most like to take revenge on the villain who transferred the burden of his guilt onto her, preferably by burying him up to his head in the ground. Keen thought that this was already becoming interesting, since for Hayan Chenuk he was a bigger bad person than Keen. He once again introduced Chenuk, who was buried in the ground, and said that he was choosing him as the villain of this arc. And he imagined how Hayan was burying him in the ground, and Keen himself was waving a white flag at that time. Kiyoung thought that she loved Jungwook because he would be an easy way to become best friends with Hayan, so it was time for a bloody revenge story. Keen smiled slyly, since darkness could never defeat light. Chenuk greeted and said that he was pleased to meet you. He was the head of the Small Rock Guild, a representative of Castle Rock. It was his lord who personally appointed him to the role of organizer of suppressing the wave of monsters when they were sitting in the office, and Keen thought about what Chenuk constantly emphasizes on this fact. He could understand everything only because he glances at Lady Marlene, and is trying to climb the social ladder at the expense of the Lord's daughter. But Keen prevented him, because, after all, she likes him, and not this puppy, and this was evident from the tense expression on the face of the guild head. And he asked, since Chenuk is a responsible person, then he is also a commander, but he replied that not yet. Keen smiled sweetly and said that, be that as it may, they have a little time before the intelligence returns, and he would really like to discuss the possibility of selling his potions on the territory of Castle Rock, so the guy put the jars on the table in front of him. Chenuk smiled and asked what to do, since they had absolutely no intention of doing business with Lindel. He put his hands in front of him and said that he would rather become a contractor for the Republic than do business with a provincial village like Lindel. He put his head in his hands and said that besides, weren't their potions gaining popularity solely due to the name Sinov, so he assumes that Keen can expect the same success in Castle Rock as in Lindel. But in life everything is not so easy, and apologized, to which Keen thought that he could forgive him, but did not want to. Chenuk continued to mock, saying that it seemed like their honorary bishop had absolutely no understanding of how things worked in the world when pink lightning flashed. Chenuk did not understand what was happening. He fell as the table and chair suddenly moved away from him. Keen seemed calm as he drank his tea from his cup when Hayan angrily asked who didn't understand anything. She began to glow with purple magic and once again asked who it was that didn't understand anything here yet. Keen wondered if the girl would forgive the guild head. Hayan began to strangle Chanuk and say that Keen is a genius who knows everything in the world, and Chanuk is a stupid idiot who wanted to die. With a smile on his face, Keen asked the girl to stop. He sat like a peacemaker and continued to watch the scene, then said to Chanuk that he seemed quite ambitious, but didn't he think he should have rubbed his eyes better before assessing people. Keen suggested finding out who he was first, and Chanuk replied that he was the deputy head and honorary bishop, as well as an alchemist. Keen shook the jar of potion and said that he is the most famous alchemist on the entire continent, who owns 70% of the potions on the entire market. That's who he is. His face became arrogant when he said how Chanuk thinks such a person really cannot repeat the success of Lindel and Castle Rock, or he seriously thinks that alchemy is simple. But alchemists can be called lucky ones who hit the jackpot and cannot deny themselves anything, and not work for the rest of his days. But I thought to myself what nonsense he just said, since it sounds so absurd that it's even convincing. Lady Merlin admired the actions of Keen, who said that getting so far without a business sense is also a kind of talent. But this is not the point, and whether Chanuk is in business, to which the surprised head of the guild replied that he is in business. Keen offered him a contract and told him to put his fingerprint next to his name, to which Chanuk thought that his life would be over at that moment when he did this. But there was no choice. He tapped his fingers on the table. Zedam Chanuk pretended to cry and said that he was very sorry. He was just nervous about the incident with Hayan, so let him forget his rudeness. Chanuk handed Keen a black scroll and said that he had a good business proposal for him, maybe he would be interested. Keen looked at some app and asked what it was. Chanuk covered his mouth with his hand and whispered that this was something called the black market. Hayan stood in an evening dress and looked around the room. The hall was windowless and illuminated by artificial light. When Hayan asked where they were, to which Keen replied that they were on the black market. Hayan covered herself with her hand, blushed, asked what he seriously thinks, that since Hansung ordered her to protect him, then he is allowed to do this to her. What is he even going to do? But that Keen asked what she was talking about. Hayan asked him not to make a fool of himself, because the black market is a playground for adults. She knew that his romantic life was complicated, but she would never have thought that it was so complicated, to which Kiyoung put his finger to his lips and showed a sign where they wrote the word ears. The surrounding girls began to laugh at them, saying that apparently this was her first time here and it was very cute. She looked at the stage. A couple was dancing somewhere and said that she had misunderstood him, to which Keen replied that she should not tell him that she had thought about something indecent. Hyojin replied that she had not thought of anything like that, and Keen thought she was pretty funny. Kiyoung, he blushed and said that it was reasonable, considering that his relationships with women are quite complicated, and he can understand why she has such an opinion of him. To which Hyojin apologized and said that she doesn't think anything like that, to which Kiev told her don't apologize because he's already used to it. He asked the embarrassed Hyojin if she was really sorry. He smiled slyly. Keen extended his hand to her, called her Alice, and told her to follow him. She was surprised by this treatment, to which Keen explained that it was hers today, and today his name is Kuro's Toma and they are best friends, to which Hyojin called him strange. Kiyoung looked focused as he asked if she wanted revenge on Chenook. Hyojin stopped, since he already knew about what happened in Malaya Scala, to which he replied that Chenook told him everything, and he was serious about trampling her, although all the blame was on him. Hyojin said that she understood everything, but nevertheless she did not intend to take revenge, although she looked quite sad. She said that revenge only entails a new round of revenge, and yes, she is angry, but she does not want to participate in a pointless confrontation anymore, to which he turned around, because he did not like that she did not want to take revenge. The sudden change of topic to the right to trade on the black market may seem like a too hasty decision, but it's even better so that he can become friends with Hyojin, so Chenub must die. Keen became serious, since he will have to put a little more pressure on the girl. Keen asked what Henson thought, to which the girl replied that he thought she did the right thing and looked at the beautiful chandelier nearby. Hyojin said that he praised her, that her action earned him respect, to which Keen thought that this girl really likes Hyunsung, just look at her face. And he said that he knew that Mr. Henson would say something like this. He waved his hand, and he thought that he wanted to make her fall in love with him, but the friendship branch also suits him. He became gloomy and said that personally he would not call her action correct, but rather quite stupid. Hyojin and Keen stood in a row with each other and the girl said that she did not understand why the hero was deliberately provoking her. He just thought that it was because friends become closer after a quarrel, and he asked why she decided not to disclose all the information. Why didn't she get rid of the garbage? Hyojin looked towards the hero and said that he may not be the nicest person, but he's not trash. Keen replied that she now also protects him and called the guy complete trash, noting that she just doesn't understand how bad he is. He turned around and said that he had not been able to find a job for 30 years. Hyejin turned around, and the hero said that he had been living in the slums of Castle Rock with his mother for 45 years, and for 28 years he threw himself off a cliff because he could not pay off the debts for his treatment. Hyejin listened with unpleasant surprise that these were all former members of the Small Rock, which was reorganized due to her exposure, who found themselves on the brink between life and death. Hyejin said it was all a lie. She asked hysterically if the hero was really mocking her. The hero said that this could soon become true. They were in a large room together. Keen said that there could be no guarantee that their decisions would not harm someone else, and yet the girl allowed the trash to escape when she should have eliminated him. He noted that the girl was enough for this strong and smart, but she just couldn't get over herself. He asked why. He imagined Hyejin smiling with her friends and said that it was because the Small Rock was founded by them and her precious comrades. He asked, since she went through the tutorial with Jungkook, did they become almost family? He approached the girl and called her the former deputy head of the Small Rock. He smiled. He smiled evilly and looked her straight in the face. He said that she did not want to compromise her principles, but she was also unable to let go of the precious memories of her former comrades. He said that in society such people are usually called hypocrites. Hyejin grabbed the hero by the collar and anxiously said that she was not a hypocrite, and it was certainly not for him to tell her about this. She asked if he really thought that she didn't know anything and called him by name. Keen looked away with a smile, thinking that he was caught, while the girl herself called him a hypocrite, since his true personality is the opposite of his public image. They pressed their faces to each other, and the hero asked how she would prove that he was a hypocrite, and she replied that she would prove this by the rottenness of her soul. And the hero asked which of them donated a tidy sum to the congregation and is building help centers in the slums. Hyejin fell silent, and the hero attacked, asking if she really had nothing to cover this up with, and asked if she really had nothing to refute this fact with, sarcastically, and asked what she would do to him now. She shook and asked what he even knew about her, and the hero retreated awkwardly. Someone in a fluffy blue dress appeared in the hall. The hero said that he was not at all going to try to quarrel with her and said that he was on her side. The newly arrived girl was touched by how cute the angry face looked. Hyejin turned around, and the hero was still trying to figure out who it was. Two unknown girls in red and blue dresses. The red lady smiled and asked, "What is this guy like in bed?" The lady in blue said she was the first to see him. The hero and the girl turned around and asked each other who these people were, but no one knew, and then Hyejin said that more and more of them were gathering here. More and more unknown people came in, and the hero saw through the eyes of the soul that they were all sadists and masters of pain. He looked in surprise at other people's quirks, and suddenly he became interested in what kind of quirk he had. The hero's quirk was a temptation for a liar, which increased the chance of attracting a dangerous person. The hero exclaimed in disbelief, rereading the essence of his quirk. Another girl appeared and exclaimed that she had found her ideal. A girl in a tight dress and with a whip in her hands greeted the hero and asked if her cute little brother would give her a minute. Forest, the sun breaks through the foliage. Henson felt the tracks of the beast. He looked sternly at the trail and thought that the monsters had arrived earlier than expected and asked why they had come right now. A huge black dragon flew through the clouds. He was a black flame dragon named Dialuja. He looked ahead calmly. The hero spread out his cloak, trying to figure out who she was. He used the soul window and saw the characteristics of a girl named Xiaolin. She was a sadist, a master of the whip. Her quirk was the romantic strangler. The hero thought that the title was strange, but his nature was surprisingly normal. The shocked hero immediately changed his mind. He chuckled, and Hyejin looked at him displeasantly, asking what he needed. The hero nervously asked him to help. Hyejin looked at the hero with disgust and wished him good luck. The hero asked her not to be like that. Xiaolin smiled, while the hero was telling the girl that he was very guilty and was talking all sorts of nonsense because he was nervous, and said that she understood his feelings. He again asked for help and said that he was senior in position and therefore she could not leave him to be torn to pieces. Xiaolin asked what they were whispering about and asked if they were lovebirds. She leaned over to the hero and said that it was even better and suggested that the three of us play together. Keen apologized and said that he was a little busy right now, and Xiaolin thoughtfully asked if she had just been rejected. She licked her lips and said that it turned her on even more. Keen turned to Hyejin like a dog and asked for help. She was silent. She grabbed her forehead in irritation. Xiaolin suddenly looked seriously at the heroine, who said that she had enough. She blocked the path to the hero with her hand and said that people were making her master comfortable, and said that if they continued to bother him, she would call the guards. Keen was surprised that she called him master, because she would rather die than pretend to be his girlfriend. Xiaolin was suddenly surprised that Hyejin was a subordinate and not a mistress, and asked what kind of possessiveness is this about her master. Does she really not want to share with anyone? Hayan said that her relationship with him is none of their business and she says her words out of politeness, not out of possessiveness. Xiaolin approached the heroine and Hayan sternly said that if she did not understand, then let her not interfere, because unlike all the individuals who have set up hunting grounds here for themselves, her master has a lot to do. She led the hero by the hand and asked him to go. Keen thought how cool she was. Shocked, Xiaolin asked for a second. She held out a business card and asked him to take it, saying that she would definitely regret it later if the hero just left now. She said that she was going to stay in Castle Rock for a few days and asked for this reason to contact her at any time if he changed his mind. She covered herself with a fan and, smiling, said that you might not be able to tell from her, but she is a very important person and therefore the hero will not lose friendship with her, and said to remember Xiaolin from the Republic well. Keen sighed with relief, saying that he was saved. He thought that it already seemed to him that he would be eaten alive right there and decided that such perversions did not appeal to him at all. Hayan stood with her back to the hero and said that he was popular and asked if he accidentally doused himself with some kind of perfume. Keen said that he wished that was the case and asked her to stay close to her. He looked forward with displeasure. The girl said that she didn't want this, because in that case everyone would think that they were close, and he replied that he himself was not eager. But this way people would at least think that he was busy, and said that he is uncomfortable with attention from all sides. She looked at the praising hero and thought, how this vile psychopath became the deputy head. She asked herself if the head really had no idea who he was and did not understand at all how he gained the trust of the regressor. She looked gloomily into the void and remembered the hero's words about garbage and that she was a hypocrite. She thought that no matter how unpleasant it was, in a sense, the hero was right. She never thought that her actions could cause harm to third parties. She gritted her teeth and thought that when she was thrown out after the boss was exposed, she was devastated and therefore did not even think to dig deeper into Youngwook's case and gave up. She decided that she shouldn't have given up so irresponsibly. She caught the hero's attention and said that he brought her here to show Youngwook's real face. She readily turned around and said okay, asked him to show her everything he knew about Youngwook. Keen smiled and noted that he was glad that she grasped everything on the fly. Various animals were sitting in cages. Keen and the girl looked at them. The hero said that if his memory serves him correctly, she originally exposed the illegal trade in monsters and asked if he was mistaken. He looked at the cells indifferently and said that in fact the trade flourishes here on the black market. Hayan looked ahead in horror. Keen said that the freak was making real profit from this. Men in jackets beat the elves with whips and forced them into cages. They were talking about the slave trade. The beaten elves cried and sat, looking at their tied hands. Keen said that they were also selling representatives of a rare race, namely elves. The heroes stood in the middle of a large room full of cages with people. A representative in a black suit came out and asked if he could find out who the hero came from. He replied that it was from Youngwook. The girl thought that this was exactly the case that Youngwook was trying to drag her into. The mustachioed man smiled, recognizing the owner's clients, and said that it would be nice of him to warn the customers in advance about the visit. The tied-up girls cried and begged to be saved. The man said that, however, the couple arrived at the perfect time. The man shouted at the girls and asked when they would shut up. Hayan clenched her fist. Kai looked in surprise at the girl, shaking with rage, who was calling her friend names. Keen smiled and silently called the girl smart, saying that he saw how much her anger scale was filling up and mentally asked if she thought it was necessary to kill Youngwook. The satisfied man pointed to the cages and asked if this was the first time they had them. He said that he gives VIP clients a special right of priority before the start of the auction. If they like any product, they can safely tell him. Furious, Hayan ran towards the man with her fist, thinking about what kind of creatures they were. Keen hugged her as she asked how they could treat them like things. Keen started crying and screaming that he wanted an elf. The girl was indignant. The hero hugged her even more, begging her for the purchase, thinking how beating the manager could help them. He looked the girl darkly in the eyes and quietly told him to play along if she wanted to save them. The man watched silently as Keen hugged the girl on his knees and asked to buy him elves. The man asked in surprise, did Hayan just call him names? She, burning with shame, now began to call the hero names and ask when he would stop whining, and in the end told him to buy. The main thing is that he calmed down. Nervously, she pointed at the cages and said that they would just take all those slaves. The coachman said that the carriage was leaving for Lindel soon. The carriage arrived and the man told the customers to sit in the carriage in front and they would place the slaves in the carriage at the back. The elf family tearfully thanked the people for their help. The girl looked at the coin in her hand. She silently looked out the window of the cart and thought that elves are capable of joy and sadness. She said that they cost only 50 gold for one. The hero asked if this upsets her. He said that the price did not seem low to him. He looked out the window and said that he would pay for the slaves because the girl did not have that kind of money. Keen calmly looked out the window and Hayan asked why the hero was getting involved in this matter. She noted that, unlike her, he and Youngwook should not have problems. Keen smiled and turned to the girl. Hayan looked at him in surprise when he said that he was going to take control of social evil. The coachman looked at the road with a calm face, and Hayan asked if this was too presumptuous of an idea. She noted that she would never have thought that he would inform her of his intentions so openly. Keen said he just wanted her to know about it. The cart slowly continued to move, and Keen said that control is especially needed where there is lawlessness. He said that he wants to buy up all the black market points and destroy them. After that, he would build a new, legal auction house that everyone could use with peace of mind. He thought it would be beneficial for him. The girl lowered her head and pondered what she heard, trying to understand whether the hero was really trying to bring order in his own way. She looked at him again, because he said that this is the reason why Jungkook, as the owner of a black market outlet, is a thorn in his side. He moved to the girl's seat, which confused her a little, and said that as she knows, Jungkook is tenacious like a cockroach, and said that if he is not eliminated. He looked into the girl's eyes. The coachman listened gloomily as the hero talked about how she would probably regret it again. He approached her and calmly said that this carriage was literally taking them to the next world. The coachman smiled grimly, and Keen quietly said that they probably wanted to get rid of them so they could take the slaves back. Keen thought that Jungkook had originally sent him here to kill him. Hayan looked in fear at the hero, who asked why else give him an invitation to such a place. The carriage braked sharply. The slaves asked in fear what was happening. The coachman stretched his shoulders and said that they would make a short stop before the heroes. He picked up the sword. He hit the hero and ended it all before they went to the afterlife. The slaves screamed in horror. The coachman held the hero by the neck with a smile. The girl stood opposite. She took off the mask from her face in fright, thinking that the hero was right. She picked up a spear. She swung her weapon in a jump. Screaming, she flew at the coachman. The coachman ran away in fear into the depths of the forest, shouting that they would still pay. Hayan ordered him to stop. She looked at the shaking hero and addressed him as the deputy head. She approached him. There was blood on him. She asked in fear if everything was okay. He replied that yes, and ordered to check the elves first. Keen cuffed. She looked fearfully at the hero's suffering. Blood ran down his leg. Hayan clenched her teeth. She looked into the void and thought that because she had allowed Jungkook to slip away. She looked at the suffering elves, remembered the cheerful members of the small rock. She looked at the wounded hero and even thought about him. The memory of friendship with Jungkook shattered like broken glass. The Jungkook she knew no longer exists. She clenched her fist out of resentment. She offered help to the deputy head. She led the hero into an embrace. They walked and the hero smiled imperceptibly and insidiously. He looked at the girl with a weak smile and thought it was good that he had bribed the cab driver in advance. The driver ran away through the forest with a smile. He was blowing off steam as he ran. Suddenly a blue light appeared in front of him and he froze. His severed head rolled down the slope. The hero thought that he would die anyway, because he would not allow his plan to become known. Hayan and Heen stood in front of the corpse. The hero thought that the coachman works for Jungkook on the black market and is a former prisoner, so his conscience does not particularly torment him. The girl continued to lead the hero while he continued to think that now he had finally won over Hayan. He smiled and looked away, deciding that he needed to move on to the next stage. A few days later in the garden of Lord Castlerock's castle, garden petals flew through the night garden. Keen stood and looked into emptiness. A girl ran towards him and called him. Lady Marlene looked at the hero with a smile and asked why he called her to meet him alone at such a late hour. Keen languidly took the girl's hand and addressed her by name. He said that he wanted to wish her good night. He kissed her hand and wanted to add something else. He looked into her eyes with a smile and asked for a favor. The next day in the meeting hall of Castlerock Castle, everyone was sitting at the table. Lord Castlerock looked ahead sternly and asked if it was true that the monsters would soon go on the offensive. Henson calmly replied that yes, he expected the first wave to start next week. He said he didn't know why, but it was happening earlier than expected. Jungkook frowned when Henson said that dragon tracks had been found around the area. Hero looked at him incredulously. She looked questioningly. Castlerock didn't waver in his face and said that this happened much earlier than he expected. He said that from now on Castlerock would be put on alert. The situation was an emergency, so they would declare martial law and close the city. Jungkook sat with excitement and tried to hide it. Castlerock said that now he would announce the name of the commander who would lead their troops on the decisive day. Jungkook thought with a smile, deciding that his time had come and welcoming his era. He imagined military fortifications and thought that the power of the commander in wartime was absolute. The heroes silently waited for the announcement of the result. Jungkook looked at them and thought that he would not be able to command these people as he wanted. He looked at the Regressor and the hero drinking tea. He remembered the views of the city and thought that he could also give orders on behalf of the Lord if necessary. He decided that he could use all this power to become the new Lord of Castlerock. He smiled insidiously, covering his face with his hands, and thought about how much he had sweated to earn the Lord's trust, that he could become a responsible person, and it was completely natural for him if he now made him a commander. Castle Rock looked forward and said that he had decided to appoint an honorary bishop in the person of the protagonist as commander. Keen looked at the Lord in surprise. While Jungkook behind him was going crazy, he asked if they had really turned to him now. He innocently began to say that this was too much responsibility for him. He remembered flirting with Milady Marlene and asking her to promote him to commander. He noted that everything is going according to plan. Hira looked at the Lord with a smile and said that no one else could be so good at the role of commander. Yangi also congratulated the hero. Henson looked at the hero with a smile and said that he understands that this will be a big burden for the hero, but they entrust themselves to him, and Keen exhaled in irritation. Jungkook looked at the hero with envy. He looked away. Keen suddenly looked at Jungkook, congratulating him. He looked at him with a fake smile and said that nothing less was expected from a hero, and said that he knew that he would be the light and salvation of Castle Rock from the moment he first saw him. He laughed. The hero looked at his two-faced Janus quirk and marveled at how he went out of his way to rise up. Jungkook said that he would support him with all his might and asked the hero not to be shy about giving orders. Keen said that since he says so. Keen, with a smile and a whisper, asked the hero to position the small rock safely in the rear. Keen smiled slyly. He placed his hand on the man's palm. He squeezed his hands and said with a smile of course and addressed him by name, adding that he would not hurt him and asked him to entrust everything to him. Jungkook smiled shyly and thanked the hero. Sunset. A girl entered the room and addressed the deputy head. The hero wrote with glasses and turned to the girl. She stood in front of the hero's table and asked if he wanted to see her. He told her that, as she should already know, he had been appointed commander. He handed Hayan the paper with a smile and said that he had decided to put her in charge of organizing the troops. She looked at the paper in surprise. Keen stood behind her with a smile and ordered her to place the small rock and Jonguk on the front line, where the main concentration of monsters would be, and he asked her to scatter the rest at her discretion. He turned to her with a smile and said that crime must be followed by punishment. He became gloomy and asked if Kijun agreed with him. The girl looked at the map silently for a while. It outlined a plan for the destruction of the small rock. She agreed with the order. Jungkook slammed the table so that the tea spilled. He asked what this meant, turning to the hero. He stood and looked at the calm hero and said that the small rock was on the front line. He asked if the hero was mocking him. He asked if Keen had not promised to place them in the rear. The tea leaked out of the cup and flowed down the tablecloth onto the floor. Keen said that he made this decision for their own good, but Jungkook didn't understand. Keen held a cup of tea in his hands. He said that, of course, being located in the rear would guarantee their safety, but in this case they would remain in the shadows and would be instantly forgotten by people. Jungkook tensed when the hero asked if he really wanted this. Jungkook looked down and said that if that was the case then fine, but said that he still wanted the hero to warn him in advance. Keen said that he had been quite careless until now. He looked at the head of the rock and said that after watching him enough, he simply could not get rid of the thought that he had never met such an incredible thing before. He said that Jungkook was true. Jungkook opened his eyes in shock when Keen called him a hero, for which is the future of Castle Rock. He looked embarrassed at the smiling hero and said that they often tell him this, but asked why the hero thinks so. Keen mentally called him a pain and decided that he would blurt out something. He said that this can be seen at one glance, saying that everything about the head of the rock is wonderful, from the aura to the business acumen. And, of course, we shouldn't forget about his charisma because it's not for nothing that he is the face of the small rock. He presented the head of the rock with a flag in the square, which everyone admires, and asked him to prove himself on the front line and then he would definitely become a hero of Castle Rock. Jungkook thought about a wedding with Lady Marlene, which the hero noticed that after the victory she would definitely fall in love with him. Keen added that he would do his best to make their relationship work. Jungkook agreed with the stated conditions with a serious face. He smiled smugly and asked on what basis should he trust the hero. Keen remained silent and folded his hands. He said he knew it wasn't much, but he was willing to lay his life on it. He smiled slyly and said that if he breaks his promise, then Jungkook will be free to kill him, to which he replied that this is too much. Keen addressed his interlocutor by name. The brooding leader of the rock's face reflected in the puddle of tea. Keen said that he only rolls the dice when victory is guaranteed. The sunset illuminated the dark room. Keen said that he was completely confident that Jungkook would emerge victorious from this battle. He smiled and said that he would definitely make him a hero of Castle Rock. Jungkook looked at the hero incredulously. Time has passed. Barrels and boxes of supplies stood near the tents. People commanded, indicated where to take food and supplies, gave orders to all guilds to wait for the commander's orders. The dissatisfied man with a scar on his face exhaled. He sat down on a barrel and displeasedly asked why their guild was on the front line. Someone hit him on the head. Jungkook looked at him angrily and asked what he said about the front line. He asked if he had any complaints. The man turned to the outgoing head and asked whether he should trust the hero. He said that he doesn't inspire him with the slightest bit of confidence. Jungkook said that his comrade is too suspicious and asked if he really thinks that the hero will put them on the front line without reason. He hugged his comrade and said with a smile that this was part of his big plan. He asked him to wait, and after the battle they would become big shots. He also thought that he would get Lady Marlene and he should not miss the opportunity in this case. The barrel stood illuminated by the sun. Jungkook asked where it was and the man replied that he had hidden it well on the black market. Hansen walked past the tents and the soldiers saluted him. Jungkook asked if the man was sure, because his heart almost stopped when Hansen mentioned dragon tracks at the meeting. Jungkook sternly leaned towards the hero and ordered him not to burn, because he went through all the circles of hell to steal it. He asked if the man with the scar knew how much it was worth. He replied that he knew. Jungkook suddenly looked away and asked, "Isn't this?" He looked at the red-haired girl on the bridge. The mercenary queen hero watched the preparations for battle. Jungkook thought about how incredibly beautiful she was. He frowned and thought about her looking at him. He asked himself, is this really a green light? Hira frowned darkly. Keen stood behind her, and she turned to him and said that the guy was kind of shady, to which Keen asked him not to worry about it, because he's always like that. She frowned at him and said that was not the point. She watched as Jungkook looked around and said that for some reason she had a feeling that he was somehow connected with the onset of monsters. The soldier blew a horn, the sky was dark, many portals sparkled in it. Keen touched his neck and used volume magic. The soldiers silently listened to the hero. Armed monsters jumped out of blue portals. Keen spoke in a loud voice that disgusting monsters were attacking their great castle rock. They simply had to drive them away in order to return peace and quiet to their lands. Jungkook listened silently as Keen said that Little Rock would lead the troops on the front lines. Hira stretched her hands with a smile. Keen said that the Scarlet Mercenaries were protecting the inner wall. Hansen stood and looked at the sky. Keen said that Seindel was providing support from the rear and protecting the center. Hayan calmly held the staff in her hands. Keen ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The monsters ran to attack with a wild roar. Keen shouted with a serious face. The cannons began firing at the advancing monsters. Keen ordered everyone to defend Castle Rock. A huge snake attacked people. Yuri cut her into pieces. She turned around and asked with a serious face, is this really all? She looked at the bubbling stumps of the snake. Suddenly, 2 snake heads appeared from the stumps. The girl turned around in surprise. She winced. Someone quickly cut the snakes that appeared. She opened her eyes embarrassedly. Hansen chopped the snakes into pieces. He smiled. They stood opposite each other, surrounded by a crowd of snakes. Yuri smiled back at him. Together they began to destroy the monsters. Hayan destroyed monsters with huge magic circles. Hira killed her enemies with insane passion. Keen looked at what was happening through binoculars with a smile. He suddenly became gloomy. He looked at Jungkook killing monsters and was annoyed that he was still alive. Keen hoped that the monsters on the front line would simply kill him. He thought that it was not in vain that he had prepared a plan with Hyojin in case Jungkook remained alive. Jungkook turned sharply towards the hero, which confused him. Keen pointed with his hand and ordered reinforcements to be sent to the outer wall. He demanded to help Small Rock with all his might. He saluted and smiled. Jungkook saluted with a smile. The armies ran to attack, Jungkook happily leading his soldiers into battle. Keen thought that Jungkook would still die, no matter how much he puffed himself up. Behind the hero stood Hyojin with a spear. The hero said that she was ready. She looked ahead gloomily. Jungkook puffed and cut the monsters into pieces. The one-eyed monsters were approaching the man. He kept thinking that there was no end in sight for them. One of his soldiers had his head bitten off. He looked around anxiously and asked if reinforcements hadn't arrived yet. A guy ran up behind him and called him. There were corpses lying around the speakers. The guy said that they would all die if they just waited for reinforcements. He said that they needed to retreat to a safe zone. Keen called the soldier to him. Jungkook looked at the hero and mentally said that he relied on him. At the outer wall of the castle, the bridge was down and the area around it was empty. Jungkook and his soldiers looked around. He asked if the monsters had really left. Several monsters were hiding in the smoke. The man with the scar pointed at them and asked what kind of reinforcement they were. He began to shout that Keen was just trying to kill them. Out of emotion, he began to shout that it was not too late to escape, but Jungkook decisively interrupted him. He lit a cigar and asked his subordinate to calm down. At such moments you need to be especially careful, doesn't he know? He said reinforcements were probably just delayed. He opened his eyes and said that they would come. He believed the hero. He thoughtfully remembered the hero and thought that they simply had no reason for enmity. He asked himself why the hero needed to get rid of him now. Footsteps were heard in the smoke. Jungkook and his subordinate turned around. A woman's silhouette was approaching them in the smoke. It was Hyojin. Jungkook looked at her and asked what she was doing here. She asked why he was so scared. Does he really think she has come for revenge? She looked down and said she was kidding. She said Keen sent her to help. The subordinate began to show that he did not believe it. but Jungkook interrupted him and said that he was glad to see her. He laughed nervously. He said they just didn't expect her to come to their aid. With a smile, he extended his hand to her and said, "Whoever remembers the old, look out." He invited her to fight together. The spear hovered a centimeter from the man's face. He looked angrily at the girl and asked what she looked gloomily at the head of the rock and asked him to let her finish. She looked at the men sternly and said that she had come here to help not them, but the monsters. Hayan said that a few minutes ago, the deputy chief recalled the reinforcements sent to the outer wall. Hayan held the spear to the man's face. Jungkook was shocked to remember how Keen communicated with the soldier and thought that at that moment he was really calling off reinforcements. He couldn't believe it. Jungkook thought that he had no reason to suddenly betray him. Hayan said he looked like he didn't understand the reason. The girl looked gloomily at the man and asked if he really thought that they would not find out that he organized an assassination attempt on the deputy head. Jungkook looked at the girl dumbfounded and asked what she was talking about. She told him not to pretend to be an idiot and said that she and the hero recently went to the black market and saw everything with their own eyes. Hayan remembered the slaves and said that a complete nightmare was happening there, but the worst thing was the elf slave trade, which he was behind. She remembered herself and the hero and said that they freed the unfortunate people in the hope of giving them a life that would be at least a little better than this. She remembered how the coachman attacked the hero and said that soon these hopes were trampled because a train driver tried to kill their deputy leader. She hit the ground with her spear. Jungkook looked at the girl in disbelief, who said that this finally convinced him, even if they were once close comrades. She grabbed the guy by the collar. She angrily approached him and said that it was simply necessary to get rid of such incorrigible garbage. She added that this was her answer and her justice, which would allow peace and tranquility to return to Castle Rock. The subordinate head called the head. Jungkook angrily grabbed the girl's hand and said that all this nonsense about justice. He threw the girl away and said that she was focused on justice and said that she made him angry. Hayan looked at him while Jungkook said that her methods were very wild for a righteous woman. He put a shield in front of her and asked if he really ordered the hero to be killed. He suddenly shouted that it was she who told the hero this lie and drove a wedge of discord between them. He raised his hand and angrily asked if she really thought she could take revenge like that. Keen in his head suddenly said that of course she would succeed. Jungkook opened his eyes wide. He began to shake his head, recognizing the voice of the hero, who laughed at his phrase about the wedge of discord. Keen smiled and with the help of magic said that the girl was telling the truth he wrote, according to which he tried to kill him. Jungkook froze in shock. His subordinate asked in fear what was wrong with him. Keen said that thanks to this spell, only he can now hear him, because it would not be very good for him for others to hear this conversation. Keen walked and Jungkook asked why he was doing this to him. Did he really do something wrong? Keen said that he couldn't hear him well and said that it would really be a pity to watch this scene through a spyglass. He laughed evilly. He appeared from the wall and said that he had decided to come here. He looked down at the heroes and said that in the end. Jungkook looked angrily at the hero, who said that he would definitely kill both Hayan and him. Jungkook thought that the hero dared to deceive him and began to call him names. Keen smiled insidiously, and Jungkook looked at him with alarm, realizing that the hero had guessed his intentions. He fell to his knees. Turning to the hero, he thought that since he did not know what trump cards he had up his sleeve, he must first somehow get out of it. Keen looked with boredom at the man who asked him for forgiveness and said that if the hero asks, he will give him the black market and said that he will do anything. Jungkook cried and said that he killed a lot of monsters today. He begged the hero to change his mind and condescend for his merits. Keen straightened his tie and said that he really tried and was useful. Jungkook smiled and nodded his head. Keen said that in this case, he, as an honorary bishop, should show him a special favor. Keen smiled wickedly and said that, as he had been promised, he would become an honorary hero of Castle Rock posthumously. He said Jungkook would be celebrated as a hero who died tragically while protecting them in Castle Rock. Jungkook grabbed his sword in rage. He pulled out his sword and shouted to the hero that he really thought that the rest of the warriors would turn a blind eye when they found out about his essence. He said that the hero went all the way to the outer wall only to dig his own grave. Jungkook laughed hysterically and said that now everyone will be able to see his real face. Keen asked not to worry, saying that they were in a blind spot. Hayan looked at the hero and said that she had positioned the troops so that only Jungkook and his small rock remained here. Jungkook and the subordinate turned around sharply at the crash while Hayan said that in other words. She said it was just her and them. Jungkook began to cover himself from the healing debris, followed by the monsters. Hayan added that they also have monsters running behind them. She silently looked at the man and thought that it was all over. Cyclops fired an energy beam. He pierced his subordinate and he screamed in pain. The subordinate screamed and said that he warned. Jungkook with pain on his face watched as his subordinate died, who said that he warned not to trust the hero. Keen asked with a laugh, does Jungkook regret now? He smiled and looked at the man and said that in that case he should have behaved well from the very beginning. He asked if he was curious as to why he chose him to play the villain. Of course, in addition to the fact that he is a dirty and vile pig who ended up connected with Hayan. He remembered the first time they passed each other and Keen said that he just didn't like him from the very beginning. A wreath swelled on the hero's face and he said this is where his bad ending begins. He laughed hysterically and said that you need to know how to greet people if you are Korean. He burst into hysterical laughter. Jungkook looked angrily at the hero and began calling him names. He ran to the attack with his sword, shouting that he would not allow everything to happen the way he wanted. He ran to the hero and shouted his name and said that he would not die. He jumped. He flew up to the hero and swung his sword, shouting that only the hero would die here. He flew at the hero in an attack and called him a demon. Keen smiled madly. Jungkook was getting closer. A huge monster fist appeared behind him. He turned around. The huge monster slammed the man into the wall. A bloody shield and sword fell to the ground. Liters of blood poured down the wall. Jungkook remained slammed into the wall. Keen smiled and mentally said goodbye to the head of the rock. Hayan was touched by a faint smile. The hero thought that he would take care of his black market. Keen started crying and ran towards the man's body and screamed his name. Meanwhile, at the inner wall, Hayan fought monsters with magic. The girl's staff was surrounded by a blue magic circle. She ordered to freeze enemies. All the monsters were covered with a thick layer of ice. The soldiers joyfully watched the ice blocks fall to the ground. They took off their helmets and began to rejoice that they had become a little calmer. Suddenly, there was an explosion behind the soldiers and debris flew. The soldiers exclaimed in surprise. Keen ran. The soldier asked everyone to look. Keen stood on top of the wall and the soldiers looked at him in surprise. Keen cried and asked everyone to listen. The soldiers looked in shock as Keen said that the outer wall had fallen. He said that Jungkook died a brutal death defending Castle Rock. Keen raised his hand and said that the man's last words were only you demons will die here. Keen shouted that they must kill all these demon-like abominations, just like he wanted. With tears in his eyes, Keen waved his hand and shouted so that the soldiers would not let the sacrifice of Small Rock be in vain. He shouted for their hero, for Jungkook. The soldiers screamed with tears in their eyes and began chanting the words of the hero. Everyone shouted that they must protect Castle Rock in these lands. To protect Castle Rock and the honorary bishop, as Jungkook wanted. At this moment, all that was left of Jungkook was a wet spot in the dent on the wall. Everyone was shouting, "Protect our home, protect Castle Rock." The swords rushed into the sky. Kiyoung smiled and thought that motivating his teammates, gaining experience, and getting closer to Hayan were all thanks to Jungkook's noble sacrifice. Hayan appeared behind him and he told her great job and asked if she felt good about finally getting revenge. Hayan told the hero not to be mistaken. She looked at the floor and said that whatever his intentions, she did not let him die for the sake of revenge. She only considered that the death of this asshole was the only correct solution to prevent further damage. She sadly lowered her head and said that she was still not sure that following his advice and eradicating evil only with greater evil was right. Keen said that it was a necessary evil, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, evil for evil. This is his favorite expression. He turned to the girl with a smile and asked why justify the methods of achieving the goal. He said that this world itself is unfair and instead of thinking about what is right and what is wrong, it is better to just accept it. In the end, this choice was made for the sake of peace and quiet in Castle Rock. Ash and wind flew over the castle. Keen said that, of course, it would be nice to reveal Jungkook's true identity, but this method was the most reliable and more importantly. Keen looked darkly towards the girl and thought that if they revealed the truth, it would become more difficult to use the black market in the future. To hide the truth, it was easier to make Jungkook a hero and connect Hayan, who knows everything, with her. Mentally, he asked the girl to stay in Sinbo forever. He extended his hand to her and said it was a pity that in the end it was not possible to remove the false charges of slander from her, but he invited her to think of it as payment for promoting evil. He said that he would also bear responsibility for this. Keen smiled and said that at the end of the day they are complicit and even with necessary evils they need to look out for each other. He blushed and suggested continuing to argue, but finding compromises. Hayan said that he always tries to leave the last word and yet she wants to say it officially. She shook the hero's hand and said thank you, calling him deputy head. Keen looked in surprise as she said that even though they had different values, the hero believed her and entered into the fight with her. She looked away embarrassed. Keen smiled and thought that the girl was a tough nut to crack. He asked why she was being familiar with him then. Confusedly, Hayan replied that the hero started first. The hero thought that her quirk was true. The girl's quirk was that she had friendships that blossomed in quarrels. The corpses of monsters and blue blood lay on the ground. This is how the hero successfully got rid of Jungkook and lured Hayan to his side. Most of the monsters had already been killed. The hero was illuminated by the setting sun. He thought it looked like the busy list of things to do in Castle Rock had come to an end. Someone started calling for a hero. He calmly looked forward, trying to understand what kind of dog whining he was hearing. The monster's hand grabbed the edge of the wall. Keen jumped back in fear, thinking he saw a monster. But on the wall in front of him sat Hira in the blood of monsters and asked how he was doing. Keen asked in surprise, wasn't she supposed to be fighting downstairs? He asked why she was here. Hira said she had to check something. She looked at the hero and asked if the guys had seen eggs on the black market. The hero asked again in surprise, and Hira said that she was right and said as an example something like a large dragon egg. Hayan looked at the hero and said that if you think about it, the hero agreed. He remembered and said that he saw something similar in the illegal monster storage facility next to the slave market. A soldier looked out from behind the tower and said that they had a big problem. In the setting sun, a flock of monsters led by a dragon was approaching Castle Rock. A bunch of dragons were rapidly approaching the castle. Hira looked at the sky and said that she thought so, and her instincts did not deceive her. She looked at the hero and asked if he remembered how she said that Jungkook was connected with the monster attack. She said that apparently she was right. She imagined how her hands held the egg and said that the egg they saw on the black market, Jungkook most likely stole it from this dragon. And the wave of monsters began because of this. Keen thoughtfully put his hand to his face and thought that he didn't even pay attention because he was focused on something else. He thought that he should have suspected something was wrong when he saw that egg on the market. He also remembered Henson saying he saw dragon tracks. Hira straightened her hair and said to put an end to the onslaught of monsters, you just need to find this egg and return it to your mother, no matter how messy it may be. She said that damn money-obsessed Jungkook was completely beaten. She folded her arms and asked what her dear hero was thinking about. Keen said that they were changing the plan and said that they needed to protect the fortress wall and find the egg before the dragon did. Hira eagerly began to stretch her hands. Keen said that he would find the egg and let them hold off the monsters and buy him some time. He said that he understood that it was stolen from his mother and he could not give this gold in Samoro. He corrected himself and said that he could not give the egg to the creatures that had already destroyed Castle Rock. Hira leaned towards the smiling hero and called him an adorable baby and said that he was clearly up to something. She smiled insidiously. Dragons flew in the sky above her. She jumped and hit the dragon, saying that it didn't matter as long as the mercenary queen could have her fun. Hayan eagerly jumped off the wall to attack. She swung her spear and cut off the dragon's neck. Keen smiled wickedly and thought that if used correctly, they could become an excellent material. He turned around sharply and looked displeased, indignant that he was being interfered with in his internal monologue. He opened his eyes in surprise. In front of him stood a dragon egg on hatched legs. Keen looked at the dragon egg in shock until a huge dragon head appeared next to him. The hero turned around in fear, seeing the looming shadow. The huge dragon opened its mouth and began to form a fireball inside its mouth. He shot a huge column of flame into the castle, destroying the wall. The dragon looked forward with crazy yellow eyes. Bright rays of light appeared inside the flame. The dragon released a new pillar of flame, but Keen put up a protective dome, which the fire could only lick the protective dome. Nervously, the hero smiled and praised the mana shield ring. He hugged the egg and was glad that he managed to grab it. The egg was holy. The dragon inside the egg squealed. Keen looked at the egg with a smile. He wondered if the dragon really thought he saved him. The protective shield suddenly began to crack. The dragon continued to emit destructive flames. The shield cracked and the hero began to cover himself from the fragments. The floor under the hero began to collapse. The hero began to fall screaming. Keen looked up and realized that the dragon flame was much stronger than the rare type of defense, but he was glad that it helped minimize the damage. He looked at the black dragon and asked himself if the dragon was really a mother because her attacks were extremely frivolous. The hero hit the floor and assumed that she simply did not see that he had the egg. The dragon opened his eyes wide and spoke in Draconic. Keen looked at the dragon in surprise as he hugged the egg. He showed the black egg to the dragoness with a smile. The dragon screamed with tears in his eyes. Keen was pleased with the clear reaction. A green sphere began to form on the ground. The hero thought that he knew that this dragon was a mother. Keen became covered in a green sphere. Hayan stood behind the hero. She asked if the hero was okay. Keen praised Hayan and called her a cute archmage. He walked up to Hayan with a smile and put his hand on her shoulder. He thanked her and said that he only survived thanks to her timely spell. The soldiers fired at the dragon with huge crossbows. Keen smiled wickedly and thought that he would take the chance to take the egg. He looked at his empty hands and saw that the egg was missing. He nervously clenched his fists and began to ask where the egg was. Hayan asked in bewilderment what kind of egg we were talking about. Keen said that it was about a dragon egg and asked if she had seen the egg. Hayan said that she saw something like that. Keen imagined it falling out of his hands and thought that it was definitely in his hands, but it probably fell out when he fell. A terrible question arose in the hero's head. Did it really crash and die? He angrily grabbed his face and looked at Hayan and thought that she might have guessed to cast a protective spell on the egg, but quickly realized that it was not her fault. She probably didn't notice anything around her because she was focused on saving him. He decided that it was his own fault for relying on someone else. Hayan looked anxiously at the nervous hero and asked what it was and asked for forgiveness for the lost egg, but the hero said that everything was fine and asked her not to worry. He suggested that she save her mana, because the battle would be long. Puck ran behind him and asked how the hero was feeling. Keen didn't turn around and said egg. He turned around and nervously ordered everyone to find the dragon egg. He thought that for that matter, he would personally look for him. The heroes went forward. Hayan remained standing in place. She was worried that Appa was disappointed in her. He told her not to worry with a sly smile. She looked into the void with horror and asked herself, was it really because she couldn't save the egg? She called herself useless. Hayan clenched her teeth. The egg lay in an unknown place and was cracked. The little dragon squealed and burst out. 2 thorny boars approached him. They ran at him to crush him and eat him. Puck heroically jumped onto the egg to protect it. A pair of small wings broke out of the shell and the egg flew up. Puck fell to the ground. The boars tore their faces. Puck apologized and said that the egg flew away, and they ran into an area full of monsters. Keen said everything was fine and they just needed to hurry up. Keen summoned a magic sword and said that the dragon still couldn't fly far with such wings. He looked at the crazy Hayan, who repeated over and over again that she could not disappoint Appa. She raised a glowing staff as a herd of boars leaped at her. She looked down darkly and summoned the wind blade. A huge green tornado appeared on the field. The boars continued to attack. A huge herd ran towards the heroes. Puck swung his shield. The magic sword flew around the hero and cut the boars into pieces. Keen smiled and ordered to move on, appreciating what a cool thing the auto attack was. The hero's sword began to disappear. The status window reported that the hero did not have enough mana to use the legendary sword. Keen drooped. Puck fought off the attack of the boars and shouted that he didn't think they could handle it. There were too many monsters. Hayan was exhausted but said that she couldn't disappoint Appa. A huge humanoid boar appeared behind the hero. He turned around in fear. The hero's companions screamed. The monster raised a huge spiked mace. Blood sprayed. Keen closed his eyes in fear. He opened his eyes. The boar fell down dead. Someone was holding a boar's head in his hand. Hera crushed the boar's head with a bloody smile. Keen approached the mercenary and thought that nothing less was expected from her. He decided that she looked creepy, tearing apart her enemies, bursting their heads with one hand, covered from head to toe in blood. Hera stood gloomily and the blood on her evaporated. The hero decided that, nevertheless, at such moments it would be better not to find an ally. Hera growled and turned around angrily. Keen said he knew she was coming. Keen summoned the eyes of the soul in horror. The mercenary's intelligence decreased, but her strength continued to grow. The mercenary had a bloody madness, which meant a temporary transfer of intelligence points into strength characteristics. Hera looked at the heroes with a crazy smile. The general assessment stated that the mercenary's strength would exceed the legendary level for some time, and the text said that they were very happy for the hero's player. Keen promised to tear the worthless assessment into pieces. Hera attacked the heroes with a mace at the ready. The mace shattered into pieces on the big man's shield. Hayan looked at the mercenary in horror and asked if she had gone crazy and asked why she was attacking Appa. Hayan grabbed the mercenary with magical chains and barely ordered her to disappear. Keen mentally asked Hayan not to kill the mercenary. Hera looked at the magician like a rabid animal, bound in chains. She broke the chains with her bare hands. With one blow she sent the big man flying. Keen turned around in fear, asking what kind of violence had just started. Keen ran away, and Hera ran after him and called him prey. The hero kept wondering why the crazy mercenary was only pursuing him. The dragon screamed and destroyed the castle, and at its foot the hero ran away from the mercenary. Keen breathed heavily and looked to the side, thinking that at least the dragon's attacks became much weaker after he had the egg. The dragon screamed and cried furiously. Keen thought that she had greatly reduced her ardor in attacking Castle Rock, afraid of harming the egg. Keen screamed in understanding that you need to save yourself first. Keen called the white pole for help. The white bird flew at great speed to save the hero. Hera let off steam and stopped being herself. The bird flew in the opposite direction in fear. Keen pointed his finger at it and began to complain that his griffin was such a bad one. He demanded that it not fly away. Hera jumped on him and closed the distance very quickly. There was a wave. Hera stopped and looked up. Keen kept his eyes closed. Hayan asked if the deputy head was okay. He opened his eyes and saw that the girl was carrying him away. Keen began to say in a frightened voice that he thought he was screwed and asked to be taken deeper into the city. Hayan said, did she really save him so that he could use her as a taxi? She said that was not the point and asked what was going on. She jumped from rooftop to rooftop and said that she thought he was looking for a dragon egg, but instead Hera was hunting him. Keen said it was too long to explain. He asked if the command knew about this. Hayan jumped along the empty streets and said that to begin with. She said that he and Mrs. Hayan took some soldiers and went to fight dangerous monsters while the dragon was calm, and said that this was a very good cover and noted that the hero was getting better and better settling into their world. She looked forward seriously and asked if what was happening to the mercenary was really because of that skill. Keen looked at her in surprise and asked if she really knew about him, but the girl replied that she heard it not in detail, but in general terms. She introduced the Mad Queen of Mercenaries and her terrifying skill, which is activated in a special environment such as a blood-drenched battlefield. Keen looked at the girl with excitement, who said that according to the mercenaries, she had never entered Berserk mode, losing her mind completely, and Keen asked why this happened now. A bead of sweat ran down his face. He summoned the eyes of the soul. He looked at the mercenary running after them and saw her quirk, which was called Lioness Obeying Instincts. Hira smiled evilly. The hero thought in surprise that she was now so wound up because she obeyed animal instincts. Keen began to panic and ask Hayan to run faster, but the out-of-breath girl said that this was her maximum speed. The hero thought that right now during the fight, Nuna had lost her temper, completely lost her head because of him, whom she considered her mate. Hayan jumped back, avoiding the mercenary's attack at the last moment. She smiled and called her prey to her. The hero concluded that she was blindly pursuing him because of her quirk. Keen fell exhausted against the wall. Hayan stood in front of him and ordered him to hide behind her. Keen looked at what was happening in shock and remembered his quirk, which attracted dangerous individuals. He was indignant at the absurd coincidence of circumstances. He watched the girls fight each other. Hira tossed Hayan aside. Keen shouted with excitement. He suddenly fell silent in horror. Hira smiled and looked at him. With a mad laugh, she jumped on him. Keen was shaking with fear and mentally hoped that she was not going to kill him. The swing left a blue mark. There was a powerful explosion. Keen closed his eyes. He opened his eyes wide. Henson was holding him in his arms. Hira jumped up and stood opposite the heroes. Henson looked to the side and said that he heard about what happened from the big guy and said that the other guild members would soon take Hayan to the wall and there was no need to worry about her. Keen thought that Henson was shining brighter than usual today. He silently called the Regressor the best. Henson carried the hero away in his arms and asked if they would really have to run away from the mercenary queen until she calmed down. He asked where to run, and the hero replied that they were approximately there. Keen watched as the bloody madness continued for another 39 minutes, and he thought it was lucky that they were near the black market. He took out Xiaolin's business card. He looked at the business card and remembered her. He thought that since the city was closed so quickly, she must still be there. Henson asked if the hero really had a plan that could be carried out. Keen looked forward and said that he was not sure, but there was a person who could help. He added that he did not want to contact her, but Keen shouted the name Xiaolin to the entire empty street. He shouted and asked her to come out. The girl sat with her fan and smiled, surprised at how casually he shouted the lady's name. She smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, taking off her mask. Henson looked at her in shock. Keen smiled and said that it was a great honor to see her again. He called her a beautiful lady and said that without a mask she looks even more beautiful. Keen's eyes opened wide. Henson looked at him sternly. Keen didn't understand what was happening. Henson looked at the hero with a crazy look. Keen didn't understand why he was looking at him like that. Xiaolin turned to the Regressor and asked how many years, how many winters, and called him Mr. Mesk. Henson looked at the hero with a straight face. Keen asked what happened to his face. Keen looked at the Regressor and carefully called him by name. He tried to understand what he could have done wrong and suggested that he calm down first. Henson asked how the hero knows her. Keen thought that he knew the girl from the first attempt, and judging by his reaction, their relationship was not the best. He looked at the girl and thought that it didn't look like she knew him. The city was illuminated by the setting sun. Keen said he met her at the trunk when he infiltrated the black market and asked if Henson knew her. He remained silent, and Keen looked at him displeasedly, thinking that although he had not done anything wrong, he was now nervous. Henson looked forward calmly and said that they did not know each other. Xiaolin was one of the strongest people on the continent. She is Lindel's enemy, and one of the 5 great generals of the Republic. She smiled slyly with a cigarette holder in her hand. She is a dangerous person who brought them great harm in the war started by the damn mask in the first attempt. Henson looked at the smiling Xiaolin, wondering if she really met the hero at the masquerade ball. He looked at the cute hero and thought that if he deceived him and was actually the man in the mask. Henson looked at him worriedly and thought that the hero is not such a person, and what is he thinking about? Kiyoung said that Hayan was with him at the time. Keen looked at the Regressor, who asked why she too. Keen thought that he didn't know what he suspected, but decided that the girl would serve as a good alibi for him. Xiaolin called the men and asked if they would ignore her. She offered to return to the Republic, and Keen guiltily immediately began to dissuade her. He thought he sensed it when he checked with the eyes of the soul earlier. He looked at her darkly. He looked at the curled whip at her hips and judged that the tension of the Regressor meant that the girl was damn strong, and this whip was proof of that. He smiled embarrassedly and called her dearest lady. He said that he was embarrassed to talk about it. Xiaolin interrupted him and with a sweet smile offered to fight that gorilla. She leaned over with a smile and said that it was nothing and said that this was a great opportunity to get even. Hero walked among the streets and looked for heroes. Teen wondered if she really knew the mercenary. He appreciated that Xiaolin was more accommodating than he expected. She stood up and grabbed the whip in her hands and said that the hero can be grateful to her. She said that she originally came here to watch them all die. Hero ran furiously, destroying the road. Teen turned around and saw the mercenary. Xiaolin pulled the whip and said that she demanded a date in exchange for help. She jumped and swung her whip and specified that the date should be the next time they met. Hera turned around. Xiaolin waved her whip with a smile and offered to have a lot of fun. There was a huge roar and a column of dust from the impact. Henson ran away, carrying the hero in his arms, who thought that this was a real clash of monsters and asked the Chinese girl to hold out longer. Henson asked where to run now. He replied that they had better return to the fortress because they still had to find the dragon egg. Henson continued to run away. Teen looked ahead anxiously and was addressed. Henson looked forward and said that the woman was probably one of the generals of the Republic, and as he knew, the Holy Empire was at enmity with the Republic. He looked at the hero and said that he would later like to hear an explanation as to how exactly the hero managed to contact the enemy general, and to himself he thought that he sincerely hoped that the hero was not the man in the mask. Keen hugged the Regressor and promised that he would tell, internally thinking that Henson really considers him a spy of the Republic. Puck and the others greeted the arriving hero with a smile. The hero stood surrounded by his comrades. Henson was worried about Hayan's wound. Keen asked if the hero was injured. Keen looked ahead gloomily and thought that inside the fortress it was much quieter than before. Ian behind said that the dragon had left. Keen looked at the defending archers. Ian said that the monsters have calmed down and therefore now the defense of the fortress is proceeding relatively calmly. Keen tried to understand why the monsters suddenly calmed down. The hero was called out. He turned around. A soldier ran up to him and asked about the mercenary queen. Keen replied that she would soon calm down and the Scarlet mercenaries would take care of the rest. He asked what happened to the monsters. As dusk gradually fell, the soldier replied that they were all now looking for the missing egg. Keen looked at the bowing soldier and asked if they had completely lost sight of him. The soldier said that they are now searching the areas where the monsters went, but so far they are not sure that they will be able to find him at all. Keen looked away angrily, and the soldier asked for forgiveness. Keen thought that they had missed the cub. Hayan smiled wickedly. Keen looked at the magician in fear and noted that she was now beeping and her radar of inadequacy was breaking. Mentally he asked what she did with the egg. The soldier nodded. The hero told him that everything was fine and in this case he needed to continue tracking the movement of the monsters and search further. Hayan looked embarrassed at the hero, who asked to give her a minute. Castle Rock Barracks. There was a map of the city on the table. Hayan whined. She cried and asked for forgiveness, saying that Appa was obsessed with this egg and she did it because she was jealous when he couldn't hold it in his hands and was disappointed in her. Memories played out in the girl's story. She said that she realized that the egg was very important for the hero, although she did not understand why. Therefore, she decided that she had no choice but to get rid of him. Keen was shocked and tried to understand how the girl's logic worked. She said that she might have gotten caught using a spell that was too powerful, so she just put up a tracking spell. She smiled madly and said that all that was left was to wait. She said that she was ashamed, but she decided to take care of the egg a little later. Keen and Hayan were sitting on the sofa. She said that she did not intend to destroy the egg for real. She began to ask for forgiveness and began to cry. Keen began to think that in other words, out of jealousy, she put a tracking spell on the egg in order to get rid of it later. He decided that this was just creepy, but at least everything worked out well. He thought that Hayan was still lovely. Keen silently looked into the void. She asked not to hate her, and the hero said that it would depend on her answer. He leaned towards her and said that more than anything in the world he hated lying, so if she told the truth now, he would praise her. He removed the tear from her face and asked where the egg was now and if it was okay. Whimpering, Hayan pointed to the map. The egg wandered through the forest at night. Keen ordered to be as quiet as possible. He grabbed the egg. He held him close and smiled. Suddenly, a huge dragon appeared from behind the trees and roared. The soldiers looked at him in horror. Keen summoned the sword. He put it to the egg and asked what the dragon will do now. The dragon screamed furiously, and the hero thought that he had experience in Africa and asked himself how much dragon horns and skin would cost on the market. He assessed it as a rare set of alchemical ingredients falling on him straight from the sky. He used the eyes of the soul on the dragon. In front of him was a legendary monster whose characteristics were filled to the limit. He looked at Hayan and thought that he had originally planned to find the egg and return to the fortress with it, so he only had a few soldiers with him and Hayan. He decided that it was almost impossible to fight with such a composition. But he had a secret weapon. Keen stuck out his tongue and told the dragon that he had her child and therefore she could not attack him. He mockingly asked where the dragon would strike. The soldiers looked at the honorary bishop in surprise, and the hero froze, worried about his image. Hayan coughed and said that there is no need to worry, although it looks like taking a hostage, but in reality he is only protecting the egg from the monster. The hero praised her to himself, noting how easily she began to lie. The dragon roared. The soldier asked what to do. The hero thought that originally her child was kidnapped by Jungkook, and now the dragon was held hostage by him, and his conscience tormented him a little. But if you weigh the possible profits and losses, it would be more correct to kill the dragon and skin it. Nothing can be done. Kiyoung shouted and ordered everyone to charge across the mountainous terrain above them. He said that everything would be over once they got rid of the dragon, so no mercy could be shown to him. The magicians attacked the dragon and he screamed, raising his head to the sky. Kiyoung asked himself why the dragon still didn't counterattack. The dragon was crying, and monsters were flying next to him in bewilderment, which made the hero assume that the dragon was holding them back so as not to harm the cub. Kiyoung laughed, appreciating his mother's love, but still promised the dragon to die. He shouted that today's victory would be recorded in the annals of Castle Rock. The dragon growled and closed his eyes. He was covered in blood, tears flowed from his eyes. He opened his glowing eyes and magical symbols appeared in front of him. Kiyoung looked blankly at the yellow lights all over the dragon's body. He smiled, because he had received a new title, and thought to himself that although he did not understand what the hell this was, he ordered the dragon to drive his expensive skin to him. He looked in surprise at the new title. He became the consort of the dragon and received 5 additional mana. The souls of man and dragon have mixed, and now, if the dragon dies, the hero will die. Dialuja roared and screamed, covered in blood and arrows. Kiyoung pulled his sword aside and nervously ordered everyone to stop. He ordered the dragon to be captured alive and demanded that the attack be stopped immediately. He looked at the dragon in fear and hoped that she was still alive. The dragon spat out blood. He fell, and the hero thought that the spell could not connect his soul with the deceased. Kiyoung and the soldiers looked at the cloud of dust in front of them. Kiyoung frowned and decided that she had simply lost consciousness. Kiyoung moved forward and ordered everyone to wait while he went and looked at the dragon. Some soldiers volunteered to accompany him. Kiyoung tried to make out the huge carcass of the dragon in the dust and asked where it had gone. One of the soldiers pointed somewhere to the side in surprise. In the fog, the soldiers saw a girl with dragon horns. They called her a humanoid monster and demanded to capture her. A woman's voice reached the soldiers, an unknown woman shouting that she was not going to fight and asked to stop. Dialuja saw her baby with tears in her eyes. Kiyoung wondered if she was the mother dragon. The woman tried to break through to the hero, but the soldiers held her back while she asked to be let through. Kiyoung hit the soldier on the helmet and demanded that he take his hands off the lady. Dialuja looked with a tired look as the soldier asked why the commander beat his own people. He apologized and said that they now look like villains and therefore need to stop. The hero was surprised that a dragon could take human form, and the fact that she connected his life with hers. He decided that he looked down on her and therefore paid. Kiyoung hugged the egg and ordered everyone to calm down, saying that this woman is the dragon. The soldier stood up and said that then she needs to be immediately. Kiyoung did not let him finish. He approached the wounded woman and said that they would take her straight to prison. We need to check everything, and mentally asked the soldiers to be silent, because if she dies, then so will he. Dialuja opened her eyes. Kiyoung looked at her with excitement and asked if she could hear him. She reached for the egg, and Kiyoung immediately pushed it away. Dialuja begged to return her child, and the hero at that time felt like a bad person, but he still did not want to return the egg to her so that she would reincarnate back into a dragon and destroy everyone. He looked at her characteristics, which included the factors of a caring mother and a generous soul, and thought that he understood her character and decided to look at her quirk. He looked at the status window in surprise and asked, could everything be that good? The dragoness was not only caring, but also generous. He imagined how the dragoness would shower him with gold and figured that if she put enough pressure on her, she would be ready to give her everything, even scales, even horns, even a gallbladder, or even a liver. He looked at the age of the dragon with a smile and assumed that since their lives were connected, then his life expectancy should be like that of a dragon. He regarded this as excellent insurance and assumed that they were bound to get along. Kiyoung knelt down with a smile and said that he would sort out the arrest and promised to also settle all further problems, and asked if Dialuja could go with him for a while. The woman asked about the child and Kiyoung immediately interjected that her child would not be in any danger. The dragoness screamed angrily that she could not trust people. Kiyoung asked why she was doing this. He said he would never mistreat that baby. He leaned even closer and whispered that since they were now spouses, the child was now his too. Kiyoung thought that she was the one trapped here, not him. Kiyoung said that the black flame dragon is Dialuja and noted that she has no past convictions and a clean record. He said that she attacked Castle Rock solely because of the kidnapping of a child. The woman sat in the dungeon and trembled. Kiyoung said that this was understandable, but sending a whole wave of monsters was a bit overkill. Because of this, both sides suffered unnecessary losses. Dialuja began to cry and said that she admitted all her mistakes and said that her child was also not guilty of anything. She didn't care what happened to her. Her hands were shackled with a magical seal. She asked her to save her child. Keen held the piece of paper in his hands and smiled. He asked her not to worry. He was going to fulfill his duty as a father and husband since they were now married. Keen indicated that this would require fulfilling one condition. Dialuja looked at the hero in shock as he said that she would have to give him her body. She sat down in horror in the corner of the room, and the hero guiltily said that he didn't mean it that way. He said that he wanted to ask for help in his personal research because he was just an alchemist. A torch was burning in the dungeon. Dialuja hesitantly asked what kind of research we were talking about. The hero said that he would talk about this in detail later. He invited the woman to think, because they cannot live separately, because if something happens they will die at the same time. He pushed back his chair and said that in fact, in the human world, he occupied a very important position, so it would be even safer for her and the child to be near her than to run away somewhere far away. In return, he asked her for help and said that he did not see this deal as bad. Keen smiled and asked to introduce himself normally. He said his name and introduced himself as the deputy head of the Sinva Guild, and also said that he was an honorary bishop of the Holy Empire. He said that although their marriage was sudden, he was still happy to introduce them. Dialuja asked how dare Keen call this a marriage. She screamed and said that she refused to accept the hero as a husband and asked how she could trust someone who was holding a child hostage. Keen thought that she herself forced this marriage on him and decided that she could not be appeased until he returned the egg to her. He held out the half-hatched dragon and said with relief that he was sleeping and noted that he did not wake up even amid the chaos of the day. Keen smiled, and the dragoness rejoiced at her child. The egg began to crack. Dialuja looked at the egg excitedly and said, "Finally it is hatching." Dialuja smiled and talked to the baby, but he accidentally hit her in the face with his wings. The little dragon closed his eyes. In the hero's hands lay a cheerful and contented dragon. He lovingly reached out to the embarrassed hero, and Dialuja gloomily watched what was happening. With fear on her face, she called the baby to her. The hero didn't understand anything, but figured it was good for him. He remembered how the dragon burned the fortress and assumed that the fact was that the dragon saw him first or that he liked his dad better, who held him in his arms, while his mother fell into madness, spewing flames to the right and left. Dialuja looked fatally into the void and began to say that this couldn't happen, that she didn't call the baby on purpose. Keen with a smile placed the dragon on the woman's hand, laughed and promised to give his all in the marriage, because now she will not part with him for the sake of their child. He said that it was time for him to return to work. Noting that there were so many mouths to feed, he promised to return soon and laughed. The dragon in the woman's arms began to cry, and Keen laughed, called him smart, and asked if he really didn't want to part with his dad. He ordered to obey mommy while he was at work. Dialuja looked ahead, stone-faced, as the dragon in her arms cried. Tears appeared in the woman's eyes. She told the baby that she had tried so hard to find him and asked if he really loved the strange man more than his mother. A pink dawn burned near the walls of the fortress. The soldiers rejoiced that the commander had returned to the front line and reported that he was heading to the surviving eastern wall and shouted for everyone to kill the monsters until ordered otherwise. Keen climbed the stairs and watched as the goblin ate the soldier alive, and appreciated that after Dialuja surrendered, the monsters that came on the wave gradually began to scatter. He cut off the goblin's head with a magic sword, thinking that he even allowed himself to improve his image from time to time. The wounded soldier asked if everything was okay, and Keen replied that he was fine, unlike the soldier's wound. Keen walked wounded and thought he was in a lot of pain, but he decided not to drink the potion on purpose so that everyone would think that he fought with all his might. All that remains is to announce the end of the battle. He raised his blood-stained hand to the sky and shouted to his troops. He thought that commanders should be relaxed during battles and fuss only after they are over, and he asked himself why he fusses all the time. He shouted that the monsters had finally given up and retreated after their long and valiant struggle. The soldiers, covered in blood, shouted joyfully that Castle Rock had won and rejoiced at the victory. Keen smiled heavily, saying that they were finally. His eyes began to close and his head began to spin. He fell face down on a stone, thinking that this was all very bad. He looked at the sky and asked himself, had someone really killed the dragon? A status window appeared and announced that the Dragon Consort was sharing all damage received with him. Keen began to curse at the system. Remembering how wounded Dialuja was, he realized that it was not surprising that he began to lose consciousness. The heroes looked at the fallen commander with alarm. Keen thought that this was not so bad, because he, as a commander, threw all his strength into the battle and ended up fainting, and everyone looked at him with respect and concern. Keen lay there, slowly losing consciousness, and thought it was a beautiful scene. He woke up 3 days after the end of the monster wave. He managed to hush everything up, saying that it was not a matter of dialuja, but of some kind of anomaly in the dungeon. Since the congregation and the Inquisition were on his side, no one dared to question his words. Keen sat on a huge black dragon and said that a problem had begun with finances. Since taking into account dialuja, the share of Sinda had increased significantly, and other guilds began to show their greed, demanding more. But after the announcement that the hero was chosen by the dragon himself, everyone shut their mouths. He did not say that he was the dragon's consort because of Hayan, deciding that it was safer to keep it a secret. Jungkook received his hero statue. All this was done to hide the truth that Jungkook was a traitor and so that the hero could gain access to the black market. He was remembered by the unsuspecting citizens of Castle Rock as an unusually noble hero. Hayan looked gloomily at the statue. She was unhappy with this situation, but they did not try to expose the hero. It seems that because of everything that happened, she chose the path of a dark knight rather than an avenger, so this statue could very well become an important symbol for her. Hera sat on the destroyed street near the wall and Zai-Alin handed her a letter. The mercenary queen disappeared somewhere after the fierce battle with Zai-Alin. A little later, Zai-Alin gave the hero a letter from Nuna, Huge Eastern Gate, Republic. Zai-Alin reported information that the mercenary queen was in debt to her, nothing special. She said that before the black market, according to her, there was no way to somehow drop the charges against them. The man said that it was not time yet and that this was enough for now. There was tea and a book on the art of war on the table. The man said that Castle Rock is an important strategic point located on the border with them. According to him, this land belongs to the Empire, but very soon it will become Republican. Zai-Alin smiled, and the man said that all they had to do was continue observing. He noticed that the girl was in a good mood. She leaned over to the man drinking tea and said that the warrior's eyes cannot be deceived. She said that in addition to the Queen of Mercenaries, she had another debtor and asked if the man remembered the brilliant magician from the demonstration. The man remembered the bishop and asked if Zai-Alin was really talking about the deputy head of Sinba. He said that he had recently begun to gain popularity in the Empire, eventually becoming the first foreigner to achieve the title of honorary bishop. Zai-Alin said that this is funny because unlike the Republic, the Holy Empire is more wary of foreigners. The man smiled and said that he could not think that a foreigner would be granted a title equivalent to a count. He noted to himself that he could look forward to something interesting. Zai-Alin looked out the window and said that it was the first time she had seen such a sparkle in a man's eyes and added that she shared his feelings, because it was not for nothing that she sent him a letter personally written to her. She said she was looking forward to meeting him. Keen read the letter from Zai-Alin. He smiled and mentally said that he would not even think about dating her. Although the great general of the 5 tigers sounds impressive, Keen decided that this changes things, and even if she is some kind of romantic strangler, since she has decent skills, then it is worth meeting her. In conclusion, Dialuja and the little dragon were officially recognized as his property and received the right to live in Sinba. Keen is happy, noted that the baby dragon was already walking on its hind legs. Keen lifted the dragon with a smile, and Dialuja said displeasedly that the dragon's name was Dialuria. Not smart. Keen asked if it was too cruel to choose a name for a child. Dialuja intervened and said that it was even more cruel to call her daughter smart. She added that if the hero does not stop calling her that, then she will stop helping him with alchemical experiments. Keen exclaimed sarcastically that he was very scared. The little dragon said something in Draconic, and the hero began mockingly asking who he loves more, mom or dad. Dialuja called the dragon to her, and at this time Hayan watched what was happening through the crack. She looked down sadly and thought that this could not be connected in any way with simply choosing the dragon. She noted that everything looked like a real family. Mentally, she turned to the hero and said that she also wanted to be one family with him and decided that it would be better if she killed everyone back then. She interrupted herself and asked for patience because she didn't want her Appa to hate her. Keen came out to Hayan and asked if she was here. Hayan replied that yes, and said that Henson was inviting everyone to the dining room for a common dinner. She asked if the hero felt better. Keen took the girl's hand and said that he was already completely healthy and said that he simply fainted from mana depletion. He asked if everyone had already gathered in place. Hayan answered yes. Henson said that he had something important to say and that's why everyone was waiting for them. There was talk in the dining room that between 2 members of Sanda they had been elected to some 8 posts in the Empire. Hensung and Hyojin looked at the arriving hero. Keen bowed and apologized for their delay. Henson said that since everyone was assembled, they should start their celebratory dinner in honor of Castle Rock's victory. He smiled and said that first it was worth clearing the atmosphere. He asked if those present knew the name of the most favorite city in South Korea for people with lack of sleep. He said to Songnam and laughed. Everyone present looked at the regressor with a straight face. With a slight blush on his cheeks, Henson apologized and suggested moving from small talk to business. He said that they were informed that the Imperial faction had created a new system, which would be called the 8 Imperial Seats. He said that, simply put, this is a system of selecting the 8 strongest foreigners and endowing them with positions and authority. Keen asked, really foreigners and not born Imperials? Hayan replied that, apart from the appointment of the deputy head to the post of honorary bishop, this is the first such case of privileges for foreigners. Henson said that fortunately, 2 were chosen from their guild. He looked down and said that it was about him being recognized for his services during the Battle of Castle Rock. He looked at the surprised hero, saying that he was the first chosen dragon in the entire continent. Keen thought he had a feeling that the creation of the places had been rushed because of the 5 Republic generals, but he decided that it wasn't that bad. Puck asked anxiously if it was Keen. Kiyoung hissed at the big man, and he asked for forgiveness. Yeon mentally said that she knew what Park was thinking about. The big man smiled embarrassedly and said that his friend had many powerful skills even without physical strength. After all, he was able to raise their guild with such a complex non-combat specialization. And besides, he was chosen by a dragon, which means he deserves this position. Keen looked suspiciously at the big man, who said that this was to be expected of him. He wondered if Puck was jealous, but I decided that this was simple self-flagellation. Keen was a bioalchemical summoner, unique. Hayan is a heroic archmage. Henson is an advanced swordsman. Keen is a punishing priest of darkness, Yuri is a heroic ranger, and Pak is a simple warrior with a shield. Keen assumed that the whole point was that the big guy was lagging behind the others. There were plenty of drinks and snacks on the table. People celebrated and laughed. Keen smiled and looked at the sad big man, mentally telling him that he was making him worry deep down. Keen exhaled and stood up. Keen approached his friend with a smile and asked him to drink too, but Pak said that he was not in the mood and now he was a little tired. Keen exhaled dissatisfiedly and thought to himself that he couldn't tell him to just cheer up, and so he said, "How dare the boar refuse to drink with his master?" Puck laughed embarrassedly and said that he was tired and began to ask for forgiveness, saying that he would better go and they would drink another time. Keen thought it was quite unusual for a big guy to push himself like that. He looked at the big man with displeasure. He mentally said that he might not realize it, surrounded by monstrous geniuses, that he was strong enough. The girls looked at the hero in surprise. It was night. Keen smiled and walked Hayan through the night garden. He said that for the first time in a long time they had so much fun. Blushing, Hayan asked if Appa was already drunk. He replied that he was fine. He looked at the sad girl and mentally asked why she looked upset and asked what she was going to do with him drunk. He asked if she wanted to go out a little at night. In the silence of the night, Keen suddenly asked if the girl heard it and she answered yes, then he offered to follow. Curious, Keen and Hayan looked out from behind the bushes. Puck fought with a girl. Keen suddenly realized, remembering that he didn't understand where Puck was running from the feast, it turned out that he was running to train. Yuri ran into the big guy's shield and said that it had opened again and said that he had a lot of blind spots. Keen thought that until now he had not seen more than a couple of times that they trained together. Yuri jumped and hit the big guy in the face, and Keen thought that just one glance showed that the big guy was no match for her. Puck lay on the ground, and the blade of Yuri's knife reflected the moonlight. She said everything was very weak. Pak said that he could do more, but Yuri said that she was bored and she went. Pak immediately stopped her. He breathed heavily and asked for one last time. He said that with this level he would not be able to stay in the party. He said that everything was already at least one step ahead, and now Keen became another one of the 8 places or something there. He repeated that if he couldn't grow up. Yuri mercilessly ordered him to surrender. Pak sadly looked at the ground, and Yuri said that his skills were no good. She said that if she fought him seriously, he would have already died several times. Keen and Hayan looked at this sight with sadness. Yuri said that she was leaving and Pak told her to finally have a good rest, and the girl in response asked him not to overexert himself. Pak shouted after her to call him Appa, not Uncle, and Yuri replied that in that case he should be reborn in the body of a regressor. Keen mentally asked the girl to stop finishing off the big guy. Puck smiled. The hero looked at him in surprise. Puck sat down, his shield and sword lying behind him. He hugged his knees and called himself pathetic. Keen opened his eyes wide. He looked away and thought how vulnerable Puck was for such a big soul. Keen called up the status window and mentally asked why be so nervous. Does the big guy really think that the hero will throw him out? He looked at the sad big man and mentally said that he would forever remain his meat shield. So far it has grown slowly but surely. With such potential it will one day definitely become the best meat zit on the continent. The overall assessment said that the growth potential had almost been reached. Keen looked at the status window in shock. He decided that this wouldn't work and it was time to throw it away. Then Keen decided that he needed to throw Puck out because he was hopeless. After thinking for a while, he said in his head that he couldn't say that this is not upsetting, but there are plenty of replacements for Puck. When suddenly Puck took the sword in his hands again. When suddenly he said that if Keen can do it, then he can do even better. Hearing this, Keen was shocked. Puck raised his shield, shaking but preparing to attack. Keen repeated his words in his head. He remembered how once he put his hand on the shoulder of Puck, who was crying with grief, and said that if he himself could do it, then Puck could do it even better. Afterwards, she said in her head that these were the words he often told him during the tutorial, adding that he was just trying to cheer up his meat shield. With a flourish, Puck hit the dummy in front of him, repeating over and over again that he could do better. Keen lowered his head sadly, hearing his efforts, and said in his head that he still wouldn't succeed, no matter how hard he tried. Looking at the sky dotted with stars, he said in his head, even if it was heartless, nothing could be done, and if he continued to keep a guy with him who was unable to develop further, then it would only be more dangerous for Puck himself. After these words, Keen invited Hayan to return, to which she agreed. Keen continued to talk in his head, telling Puck not to give in to useless emotions. A few days later in Sinov, it was daytime, the sun illuminated everything around. The team was getting ready to leave for a court reception. The servants said that volunteer work could be entrusted to them, adding that they would eagerly await their story. Keen said in his head that today was the day of the reception that was being held in the Imperial Palace in anticipation of the announcement of the 8 seats of the Empire. Keen, Henson, and Hayan, who was clinging to her beloved, were preparing to leave. Keen asked himself in his head, is Hayan really coming too? Because she looks like it's natural. Keen said that it was time to leave, but before he could finish speaking, he was stopped with a shout. An enraged Dialuja walked towards Keen, holding Dialuria in her hands, aggressively saying that he promised to take a walk with Dialuria. Pointing his finger at himself in confusion, Keen asked if he really promised that. Fire was pouring out of Dialuria's mouth due to rage. She screamed that Dialuria had not even seen her father's face for a long time, adding that work is important, but family is also necessary. Suddenly Keen interrupted her, putting his hand to his face, looking innocent and handing them a card, after which he said that he would be back soon, inviting Dialuja to take a walk and go shopping. Then the dragoness immediately became kinder, saying that Keen need not rush. Keen looked at Dialuria, squeezing her and telling her that she needs to listen to her mother. Behind him stood an enraged Hayan, who was enveloped in an ominous aura. Her eyes lit up furiously. She furiously shouted at Dialuria, how dare she call him Keen's father? Keen, frightened, said that this was the image, asking Hayan to relax afterward. Dialuja was scared, saying that all people are scary. Yuri suddenly appeared behind her. She glowed with happiness and surprise when she saw the little dragon. Running up to him, she looked straight at her. They both glowed with happiness. Suddenly Keen appeared behind her, laughing and asking if their baby really liked everything cute. Keen laughed, teasing Yuri, asking if she needed to buy a doll or a dress. Yuri said displeasedly that it would be better if he stopped pretending that he doesn't care when he really doesn't. What are you talking about? Keen asked with a warm smile on his face. Suddenly he was distracted by Puck running towards him, shouting and apologizing that he had overslept. Turning to him, Keen asked if he had really been training all night, adding that he smelled a kilometer away. Hearing this, Puck was confused, when suddenly, Yuri's words that she said a few minutes ago hit Keen's head. His face changed, but he could not say anything. He exhaled heavily, a bead of sweat running down his face, and then he asked himself why he should care and encourage Puck if he would throw him away anyway. When suddenly he turned his attention to Henson. Keen immediately realized that Henson was watching them, which meant they shouldn't appear insensitive in his eyes. He immediately said, turning to the surprised Puck, to take care of himself in his absence, after which he added that if he himself could do it. Hearing this, Puck smiled warmly and said that he could do it even better. Puck scratched the back of his head in confusion, after which he told Keen, who had laid his hand on his shoulder, not to worry about him and wished him a good journey. In his head, Keen immediately realized that Puck was pretending that he was fine. They sat on the eagles and flew away. Keen saw Puck happily waving his hand after them, after which he immediately turned away and his face became sad. Hanging his head sadly, Puck left. He said in his head that he should not give in to them because the tank should not be dragging its tail. With his hands folded, Puck said seriously that it was time to get back to training. In his head, Keen was telling him to stop training already. Keen, flying on the griffin, continued to look at Puck, asking him in his head if he really thought that he could rise to their level with training. Then he added that he would be crushed anyway. After a while, Imperial Palace, the building and the gardens around it were illuminated by the sun. The cardinal ran towards the group, greeting them. The old man introduced himself as Spivagon. Approaching Keen, he said with a smile on his face that he had heard wonderful news from Castle Rock. With the same smile on his face, Keen asked him why he was here now. Then Spivagon said in his ear that he proposed their candidacy for 8 seats. In his head, Keen immediately realized that he wanted to have a close relationship with him in the future. After thinking a little, Keen said in his head that this would definitely not harm him. He smiled mischievously and said that the fact that an honorary bishop had been chosen for one of the 8 seats would give the church a great political advantage. After which he added that as the influence of the church increases, so will its value. Introducing himself as a cardinal, he said, that he himself will become one when he becomes one. Putting his hand to his chin, Keen thought about all this and said in his head that until then he should be friends with Cardinal Basil. True, Keen shouted, after which he said that he was very happy, calling the Cardinal grandfather. The Cardinal laughed, answering that he could call him whatever he wanted. Here Keen said in his head that the 8 seats were originally promoted by the Emperor, and then asked why then they allowed him, a representative of the opposing faction, to take one of these seats. They looked at each other with warm smiles on their faces. Keen at the same time asked himself what the Emperor was up to. All this time, Princess Charlotte was looking at them from the balcony. Her face showed concern and her eyes were full of bitterness. She said that it was all because her father was weak. Suddenly they called her, saying that it was time. In her head she said she wouldn't let the church continue to do whatever it wanted. At this time, Henson was surrounded by ladies and princesses expressing sympathy and love. At the same time, Keen and Hayan were drinking with society ladies. After some time, Keen's voice was heard outside the door, saying that he thought that he should also go to Archbishop Angerin and meet with noble ladies from influential families. The whole team sat in the room, and Keen read the letter, after which he said that they only had to meet with Davan and Celia, and then the initiation ceremony would take place. All this time Henson sat very downcast. Keen turned to Henson and with a smile on his face said that he could deal with the noble ladies himself. Henson answered in confusion that he could not shift his responsibilities to him. It was already evening outside, the sun was setting behind the horizon. Keen and Henson could be heard talking in the room. The first said that the second usually clearly did not like noble gatherings, so he could leave it to him. Henson thanked Keen. In his head, the main character said that his interlocutor was suspiciously shy. Keen remembered how he once looked at him with contempt and condemnation in his eyes and said that Henson still holds him for an enemy spy. Henson looked at Keen silently. The main character looked worried, and Hayan was lying on his shoulder. At that very second, Henson introduced his commander as a masked scumbag. Then he said that this was unlikely. After thinking a little, he said that it would still be better to check again. A bead of sweat ran down his face and there was sadness in his eyes. Keen, he said suddenly. Can I ask you a question? He asked immediately. Keen looked at him in surprise. Smiling, he said that he could ask anything. Henson looked puzzled. Keen said in his head that he could interrogate him as much as he wanted. Henson, folding his arms, slowly said that it was about what happened in Castle Rock. When suddenly a mooing was heard. It was Hayan. She slept sweetly, hugging her lover's hand. Keen looked at her, laughed and said that she was very exhausted, after which he asked Henson what he wanted. In his head, Keen said that he really still suspected him. After thinking for a while, Henson smiled and said that it was okay. Keen simply smiled at this. After thinking for a while, he said in his head that there are 2 main ways to piss off anyone and one of them is to change your mind about saying something mid-sentence. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the words of Henson, who invited him to talk about Puck. Keen was shocked by this. Henson, bowing his head, said heavily that it seemed that Park's growth had slowed down significantly recently, adding that he hated to say it, but hesitating a bit, he asked if they should exclude him from their squad. Keen was shocked by these words. Laughing in confusion, Keen said that was true. He continued that he was also thinking about doing this, because at this rate Puck could become ballast for their team. Henson looked at his commander with contempt and distrust. In his head he asked himself whether he was really ready to abandon his comrades so easily. As I thought, Henson continued, Keen. His thoughts were interrupted by Keen, who said, however. After that, Henson's face changed to a more shocked one. Keen turned to him with a puzzled face and asked if they could watch him some more for now. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.